Okay, everybody, we are getting ready to go live. Thanks for tuning in. Should just be a few more minutes.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to this round 5 of LVO X. I am Dustin Henshaw, being joined by the very large and very handsome Seth Oster.
We're brothers from another mother.
Brothers from another mother. That's why he had to put the glasses on,
Yep.
and I had to wear the blazer. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to tell us apart.
Exactly.
So we wanted to make sure you guys could enjoy the stream without getting confused between us. We have another banger for you for this round because we are into the 4-0s now.
We are. This is getting real. People
Yeah.
are starting to see the light at the end of the tunnel. They're seeing the shadow round.
They're seeing the shadow round, and it scares them. They don't want to have to play in it, so they want to get their points. And there's two armies that are going to be clashing pretty hard in melee right now. We have John Lennon with his Tyranids against Lucas Troller with Orcs, which is why we brought the Mad Duck on, obviously. If we have Orcs on here, we have to have Mad Duck on.
And you know, Dustin has been known to dabble in the nids.
I dabble.
Dabble.
I generally pray to them as I am a GSC player, but I dabble in them as well.
True.
So we need to make sure that we had some good commentating for you on this one. Now, Seth is going to go over the Orc list for you, and I'll obviously go over John's list. The pinnacle Kraken list, I'd call it, I think, at this point.
All right.
It's pretty solid, but let's go over Lucas' list because I'm actually interested to hear what he brought for this one.
So Lucas is running Goffs, and it's a variant of the Goff pressure list. He has a War Boss with Brutal Cunning and the Killer Claw and an Attack Squig, and a Combi Scorch on him. And he made that a truck boss, meaning it can get out after the truck moves, which gives that individual model a huge threat range. Thank you, Henry. We also then have a couple units of Beast Snaggle Boys, 10-mans, 2 units of Storm Boys, both 10-mans with claws. And then he's got a second detachment, again, Goffs, Beast Boss on Swigosaur, and he made this the really durable one.
Yes.
He gave it Arta's Nails for -1 to be wounded, and Brutal Beast-Tide Mantle for an extra attack and a 5+ Feel No Pain. That makes a really durable model because it's already -1 damage. He then has Boss Zagstruck, which is, again, a huge threat range.
Yep.
On a Wog turn, that guy can go 18 inches in charge with Fly. He's got 3 units of 10 Gretchen, 3 small units of Commandos, 5-man, a 5-man unit of Mega Knobs. He also made these Truck Boys, so they go with that Truck Boss, so they can also get out of that truck. He's running 3 small units of Squig Hogs. 2 of them are 4-man, 1 of them is a 3-man, and then he's got 2 Kill Rigs and a truck.
It's a pretty solid list. Pretty aggro list from the sounds of it.
It is coming at you. That list has one plan, and Lucas is actually already doing
Yeah,
that plan.
literally, as we're speaking about that, he is doing it right now.
Yep.
I actually don't want to take too much away from this because this is a movement phase right now. As you can see, that the Orcs are going first.
Yep.
And it looks like he is taking advantage of this full aggression list that he has to go into
looks like
these.
he's using one of those 10-man units of Storm Boys with that large movement, that 12-inch movement to get up there turn 1. They did end up having, with the terrain placement, John got the first piece of terrain. He placed that center ruin we see there kind of right by those Storm Boys in the middle of the screen. There was no reserves for anyone, so everyone just slapped it all on the table. And it looks like Lucas is going first, and it looks like he's maybe going to try to clear some of those gargoyles out screening there.
Yeah, he wants to get rid of those screens right there because John put those gargoyles, and it looks like there's a warrior squad up there in the front just to guard the front line there, so we can't get to any juicy bits in the back yet. Yeah. Now, that's why it's probably a good idea for him to not overcommit here because you're not going to get anything really worthwhile, but Storm Boys to kill some gargoyles and warriors is definitely worthwhile.
Yeah, and it looks like he's also sending a little unit of commandos.
Yeah, got to get those objectives for sure.
Before we get too deep into it, hit us with that NID list.
I will hit with the NID list for sure because this NID list might start losing units pretty soon, and we want to talk about it before they start dying. Okay. So, as I said, John is bringing the Pinnacle Kraken list. In my opinion, I do really love this list. It is, well, he has the spores in there, as you can see in the back, come together with all the other stuff to be spawning those free Spore Mines, because this is still Nephilim.
The last time you can
the last time you can do that. Only 5 more games of this to do. And we have a Tyrant Guard. We have 3 Zoanthropes, a Neurothrope. Winged Hive Tyrant. The Neurothrope is what has the direct guidance, so it will be giving something a +1 to hit that has core. Usually the Warriors, the Raveners as well.
Yeah, those Raveners get real mean.
Raveners get real mean. He's got 1 Winged Hive Tyrant here. It has the Onslaught, Plague Streep, and the Maw Claws, so he's going to be getting bigger the more stuff he kills.
There's going to be a lot of units for him to go
and just re-rolling wounds because why not?
Yep.
Then he also has 10 Gargoyles, 3 Venom Thropes, 3 more Zoanthropes, and then a 5-man Ravener squad, a 4-man Ravener squad, 3 Biovores for more free spores. Then there's a second detachment with a second unit of Tyrant Guard, and you guessed it, because it's a second unit of Tyrant Guard, there's a second Hive Tyrant.
Yeah, that's right. You got to have him paired.
Got to have him paired out. It is the flying one because you saw the Maw Claws in the last one. This one has the Reaper. So it's going to be doing dishing out those mortal wounds. Two very fast, very threatening flying Hive Tyrants, and then 3 Warriors.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but he can still use that strat after he's attacked with one of those Flyrants to bounce back now, right?
Oh, you mean the overrun strategy?
Yeah.
Yes, he can absolutely do that.
That
is still in play, and there is also a Parasite of Mortrex as well in that list. So there is actually a lot of close combat in both of these lists. It's going to be interesting to see who actually gets the first move on this. And I'm not really sure who wants to make the first move here. John has the screens up, so this is going to be good for Lucas to get rid of those screens early on so we can start getting some juicy bits back there, because there aren't many trading bits on John's side, I think. I think most of them are pretty valuable with the Gargoyles, the Warriors, Tyrant Guard. Even the Zoanthropes will be doing some mortal wounds, but they only want to really hit the juicy stuff, like the big units that the mortal wounds do a lot of damage to, like the kill rigs or the characters, more importantly. So it's, I don't know. What do you think? What do you think, Seth?
I don't know. I think Lucas is doing what Orcs do when they got the first turn. Most players, and John is a very good player, arguably one of the best in the world. He is not going to overextend himself in his deployment. He's going to sit far enough back to make it really hard for Lucas to get a turn 1 charge. So in that case, Orcs just try to take a position so that they can try to do a turn 2 Wog and go in.
Yeah.
And so that's what it looks like he's doing. He's going to try to send that 1 unit of Storm Boys up, try to clear off that screen, so that when he does that turn 2, he's able to hit some valuable targets. The question is, what is John going to have to replace that gargoyle screen with?
Yeah, or does he want to even replace it, or does he want to start going hard back? I don't think John has enough trade pieces to be able to do that kind of a game with Lucas. He needs to be a little bit more careful with what he fights. He can kill Lucas better at range than Lucas can kill him at range, though. So he wants to try and block off as long as he can without giving away too much of his valuable units and without giving up too much on primary. He's going to need to clear off the center objective there, obviously. And as long as there's not too much that's going to be holding the top left there, I think he should be able to clear Lucas off that one pretty easily, just with Psychic, if nothing else, without committing too much.
All right.
It's going to be a closer game in terms of where they're going to get their primary from. But a secondary game is going to be the most important part of this game. So why do you want to talk about the Orc secondaries? Tell us about those.
Sorry, I'm just getting the chat link so we can see Chad here.
Oh, yeah, we want to be able to talk to you guys.
Yep,
Give us a second.
so we're good on it. Yep.
But before we do that, we want to make sure that we get the sponsors added here so we can actually dig into this game while the movement phase is going so you guys can watch the action as it unfolds. So we will be right back.
That's the 3-man red?
Yep.
Understood.
Okay, squad of commandos getting the good bits.
Okay.
That is the end of my movement phase. We're going to go to the psychic phase.
Okay.
Let's see. So I got a 4-inch charge here, and I've got it on that guy, that guy. Is that within 5? I think so.
Yeah, it looks like you got a
Okay,
couple
so I can
fours.
definitely kill like a few guys before things get hairy here.
Yep.
So he's going to cast... I've got a thingy for this. I left my house to buy a laser pointer. I may as well use it.
Is he trying to see a Tyrant Guard?
Yep.
What's the spell?
For the War Tower.
Oh, for the Word Tower. Got it. Doesn't look like it.
Okay, that's fine. It's right on the edge, so we'll say
Yeah,
no.
it's very close. Okay.
Other shots I could theoretically have? None. So he's not going to cast anything.
All right.
Trying to think of anything that might matter. I just don't want to perils. So we're just not going to bother.
All right.
Does he care about shooting? He could shoot the warriors. He's not in range. Okay, so no psychic. We're going to shoot. We'll shoot one laser round into the gargoyles.
Sure. Is everything going there? Or he advanced, so just a laser.
So just
round.
the laser wounding on a 2. Kills a guy.
It sure does.
Cool. Other guy, same thing. Kills a guy.
The last poor gargoyles, I knew thee well.
R.I.P. Okay. Yeah. Awesome. Charge phase.
Love it.
4-inch charge. 9.
Looks pretty good.
I don't think I'm really going to be able to do much with this. I don't think I'm going to get another green tide point out of this because you're like right on the line.
Yeah,
And I
that
wanna
looks
kill you.
realistic.
I'm just going to like make it annoying for you to like place spore mines here.
Understandable.
In the fight phase.
If you, I have a 1 CP -1 to hit for gargoyles. I'm unlikely to do it, but if you undercommit, I might.
Yeah, I'm just going to put all of them in and then
Okay, then you'll pretty much be fine.
make it annoying.
Yep.
Boom. Boom. Okay, so that is 10 Storm Boys in combat.
That sure is.
So I don't know if you want to use your thing here. They have 3 attacks each.
I do not.
Okay, cool. So here's let's do our pile in.
Of course.
We crumbed for Gork.
Or Mark.
One of the 2.
Possibly Mark.
Do you have a way to like get back, what are your army abilities called? Imperatives? from
Imperatives?
units that have died?
Yep.
That costs a CP or something?
1 CP.
Okay, cool.
So if you
Alright.
kill the warriors, I can still activate exploding 6s.
Then
I'll
it'll
just have
cost
to
you
pay the
something.
cost. Yep.
Cool.
And they don't have to be alive. For example, if I went, let me explain it.
Sure.
So if on beginning battle round 2, I called warrior imperative, and then you killed every warrior on the table, I would maintain the imperative through the rest of the round.
Sure.
They only need to be alive when I call it,
Okay.
and I can spend a CP if they're not.
Okay, cool.
Clock to you.
Thanks. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6,
Is this
7,
threes and threes?
8, 9. Yes, threes. 6s explode. Oh, I like these dice.
Okay, that's enough. You're good.
You sure?
Yep.
Okay, cool.
Was waiting to see if you roll called on it. I don't want to waste any more of your time than necessary.
And then we're gonna just like hang out here.
Okay.
I don't think it really matters.
That's the end of the guardrails.
Whatever
Like,
makes
we
you
knew that was
happy,
going to
I
happen
guess.
there, though.
Yeah,
So
we're
let's
gonna
talk
go
about the
3 this
secondaries
way.
here quickly because we want to make sure we
Okay.
get this covered.
Not gonna
So you know what
engage
these
your
guys are
big
trying to do.
Mildly
What is
inconvenienced by big
Lucas trying to
chunguses.
do here?
Right,
So
chunk-
Lucas
chunkies.
took Green
Chunkalicious
Tide,
lads.
which is
All
a
right,
work
that's it.
secondary for having
Chunkalicious definition,
10
make
or
them
more
lads go
orc
crazy.
models
Something like that.
in each
I
table
hold the
quarter. Each
midfield
table
for
quarter, he's
2
able to do
tertiary
that.
points.
Oh,
He'll be
that's
6
a
away
thing
from
right
the
there,
table
isn't it?
quarters.
It is.
He'll get
I'm
1
starting
point.
good bits with
So,
this backer for
potential
commandos.
Yep,
to get
you're
a
good on
lot
that front.
And I'll get a 2
kinda
on green tide.
churning
That
up
looks
with
good.
that. It looks based on the position.
you.
He's at
Thank
least
you.
going to get 3. I don't know that he was able to go
Sorry,
Storm
I'm
Boys
not used to this.
far enough into John's table quarter to get
2
them
uncorrupted
6
rounds,
away
2 on
from
green tide. Yep.
the upper left quarter. He's also taking no prisoners, which is getting points for killing 10 or more wounds each time he does that. John has a lot of infantry for that. And then he's doing Get the Good Bits, which is another orc-specific one. You can do an action on a midfield objective with core units or your opponent's
I'm
objective.
going to go up to 2.
And it completes
Same.
at the beginning of your next turn, and it gets you 3 points with a max of 5 per turn. But if you do that action with Gretchen, which remember Lucas does have 3 squads of, you can get that 3 points at the end of your turn. So
Okay.
potential for that to be maxed out in just 3 turns. So it looks like he's basically trying to cover as much board as he can, get on those objectives with Gretchen, and kill as much of the squishy infantry bits out of John as we can, which also kind of just
I'm just
goes
reading
hand in hand
on
with
the
him
get
playing
the
primary
fine print on get
Yeah,
the good bits while you're
absolutely.
moving.
Perfect.
Think
So
is
I
that
don't
the secondaries are going to take
funky
this
with
one?
it.
No prisoners, obviously. I think it's a
I
no-brainer.
think so. I don't. Lucas does have psychers, so he can't do something like abhor if he wanted to go that way. There is a lot of psychic
Different
potential
objective
in mids.
marker.
So I think it's a solid choice there. The other, you can make the argument
Each
for
unit that
taking with
starts
that
to
durable
perform this
beast
action
boss,
must be
the
within range
biggest
of a
and the
different
best.
Oh,
objective
yes.
marker.
So
Okay,
that you
cool.
basically can just
That
go
works.
sit on an objective and get 10 points, and
Mhm.
if your opponent does send a unit to try to kill it, you can
give
kill
him
that
more?
unit for a few more points. So, but that was that's a call that Lucas had to make, whether he felt like he was going to be able to get more than 10 points on green tide or not. So I think he's feeling like he's going to be covering
Boys,
the ball bodies. That being
Squighog
said,
boys
John has a
move.
lot of
Sorry,
ability to
Squighog
pass
boys
that,
move 10, so
and it might,
16
wear
is what I'm
through
just going
that
to assume.
orc board pretty quick.
Beast
Yeah,
Snagger
for
boys
sure.
move 8 out of
Well,
the transport.
I think
Yep.
John's taking
So,
the secondary
all right,
suit
let's just
too.
go ahead and assume
He
that
has
that
taken
8 manifests
psychic
itself into a
interrogation,
14.
which if there's no psychers, there's nothing that can stop him from doing it. And
Well, there are 2 psychers.
so sorry, there are 2 psychers,
Yeah.
but
Maybe,
he
maybe
has
not. We'll
2
see.
transports, but they can only carry
This
the
is 11
snaggers,
wounds of
right?
stuff?
The kill rigs can only carry
It
the
is.
snaggers, and he has the battle wagon as well. So it's going to be hard for him to keep all of his characters off the board, which
Yeah,
means that John's going to be
beast boss and Zagstruck could go in a transport, but he's probably not going to be.
probably not going to. He could, but it also gives him the option to give more CP, and John likes CP.
Well, and the kill rigs are characters too.
The kill rigs are characters too, and you can't put a kill rig in the
Okay,
transport.
this commander
You can't
unit's
put a
the
kill
only
rig
unit
in
on that
No,
objective.
you can't put a
That's
kill
right.
rig in a kill rig
Okay.
or anything
This one you're
else.
going to hold.
Put it on
one,
a table.
Of course, you
Let's
kill
put it
the
there.
kill rig.
True, you can
and then
do
you
that.
get to
You can
green,
do
but
that. So
not
it's going to
kill
be very
the
easy to get interrogation. As long, the only downside about that is it means he
I
doesn't want
would
to kill
like
them
to, but
too
not
quickly.
yet.
He has
Yeah.
other
We'll get there
options
when we get
for
there.
it.
And Lucas is going to be throwing those characters.
He is
in his armor.
absolutely throwing those
So
characters.
it's not going to be holding those back so that John can't
Yeah,
reach him.
for sure. So it's a perfect choice for that one. He also took banners. This one is the harder one of this because on a 5 objective mission, it means you have to hold more than just your home objective. Obviously, he's going to be holding his home objective as best he can, but against orcs, they're going to be really aggressive. Having some forward banners is going to be hard.
Yeah. How much OBSEC does John have in his army?
Not much. He has the gargoyles and the warriors.
That's it?
That's it.
Lucas only has 2 units of OBSEC.
Oh,
as
sorry.
well.
He does have the alien cunning on the parasite.
Okay,
So he has
that'll
another
help.
one too.
That'll help because Lucas only has 2 units of OBSEC, both units of Beast Snaggle Boys.
So this is a non-OBSEC game. So that's actually okay. So banners makes more sense from them because he doesn't have to worry about as much of
Someone
the
knocking those
OBSEC.
down.
Yeah, that's good. That's good. And then last but not least, no prisoners as well because there are a lot of orcs on the table.
There are.
There are a
I
lot
believe
of
it is
those.
a full max 15 possibly. Lucas can only get to 14 on no prisoners against John.
Yeah. So the secondaries, like we said, because this is all 5 objective missions, I
Killing
find
is 16
that
wounds?
secondaries really
Right.
make the
So
difference.
smiting,
because
it's not a real
really
thing.
hard to
I mean, it is,
win the
but yeah, it
primary
takes a
game
while.
against 2
Yeah.
armies that are going to play very
mean, like, I
similarly
have
like
to
this.
like see it.
It's,
Yep.
and either one of them get an early lead on
Not
primary,
really
that's going
speed,
to be a
you know,
huge
skill.
advantage because it's
Yeah.
hard to get those back.
It'll definitely be
Kraken,
heavy
I
on
know
someone's
you're all
favor
about
at
the
that
speed.
point.
I
We
am
did see, like you
all
said, those
about
Storm
that
Boys
speed,
did
man.
take out that gargoyle screen.
Couldn't have any more of it.
Maybe didn't get him as far forward as I thought he was going to move him. Try to screen the rest of John's army, but I think we need to step aside for a bit of a advertiser-sponsored break.
Yeah, absolutely. You got John finishing off his movement, so let's get another sponsored break in here so we can get right back to the action because there's going to be a lot more chaos happening soon, so we will be right back.
Shouldn't be chargeable by the kill rig. Obviously, infantry can do infantry.
Where's that? Behind the wall?
Yeah, just behind the wall.
Yeah.
Welcome back to the action. We are just finishing up the movement phase for John here because he is going to be – he probably wants to get in close combat because he did call the Warrior Imperative on his turn, or at the beginning of the battle round, rather. So he's going to have exploding sixes in close combat. So something's going to die right now. What do you think his targets are going to need to be right here, Seth? Because you're the Orc guy. What do you not want to lose on this turn?
I think as valuable as these Snaggle Boys are, I think the Squig Hogs are really going to carry a lot of weight in this matchup.
Yeah.
They're going to be able to dish out a ton of on the Wog turns, strength 8, neg 2, 2 damage.
Yep.
Which is really going to start mowing through those multi-wound bodies that John's got a lot of. So I think he really needs to try to target those Squig Hogs. If he can bring down a kill rig, that would be great. 2's kind of pushing it. Those are T8.
Well, it looks like you screened the top one a little bit too, and it looks like Lucas is also in the same mindset because those Squig Hogs, they're in the back.
Yeah.
They are not in an easy position for John to reach right now. So I think Lucas agrees with you that those are important in this match right now.
I think it's important to take a minute and stop. It looks like we are getting a lot of traffic on Twitch right now with a lot of people that maybe aren't too familiar with the game. But this is Warhammer 40K. This is a tabletop strategy game where people build and paint these lovely armies, and then basically play a turn-based strategy game.
Yeah.
So think something similar to like XCOM or Men of Honor.
Men of Honor?
No, trying to remember that game. Probably just think of XCOM.
It's tabletop strategy games. Think of chess with everything having more rules on a bigger table.
Yep.
That's what this is.
Yep.
So everybody here will be building their own armies and putting them together.
Yep.
So they can put like 2 queens in a list, but they have to sacrifice a bunch of pawns. You know, it's customizing your army was bring it to. So it's a really, really in-depth game, and the people that have gotten into this hobby have gotten really into this hobby.
Yep.
As you can see, some of these beautifully painted models on the table.
And just a little background on the players we're dealing with here. We have John Lennon. John Lennon is a professional 40K player.
Yes.
This is his full-time job is playing 40K. So he actually helps work for the coaching service Art of War. And then Lucas is like an up-and-coming player in the community. He made it very deep in the tournament last year, and he's having a good run this year. So couldn't ask for better people to have on the stream right now.
Yeah, no kidding.
You have nothing in reserves?
This is actually going to be a really good game for us to watch.
No way to go back in
this
reserves
is the 5th round of this potentially 10-round tournament for these guys.
Yeah.
And they're both 4-0 right now, so they're both still on the track to be able to win this. And one of them will have their dreams crushed of winning LVO this year after this game.
Dreams crushed.
Or maybe both if they both if they draw.
That's so rude. Now I was trying to be an intrepid young lad prior to this event, and we got some player stats. So I thought we'd throw some player stats here.
Let's do it.
Let's start with Lucas. Lucas is he's from the USA. His ITC rank, which is our ranking system of players, he comes in at 490. His win rate across this season has been 69%. He's been playing predominantly Orcs, and the highest placing he's had was 6th place at the Pecking Order GT, which is a smaller scale event. Mm-hmm. Now, John, on the other hand, is a very prolific player. He's also based out of the U.S. He's ranked 5th in the ITC this season, coming into this event. He has a season-long win rate of 90.4%.
Wow.
90, folks. Primarily played Tyranids, and in terms of notable finishes, he's taken 1st place at Warzone Atlanta, which was a 100-player event, 4th place at the U.S. Open in Kansas City, 4th place at the U.S. Open in Chicago, and 1st place at the U.S. Open in Seattle.
So he's been to a couple tournaments and done really well.
He's done very well, yep. So he is a very accomplished player. He's ranked very highly in the last few seasons. John, whether it's good news or bad news for him, has frequently been called the bridesmaid, not the bride.
back up a little
Lots
bit
of
to make sure
seasons
that's not
he's
a real
ranked very
option you
high,
get.
but he's never made the run all the way to the end of the season. And whoever wins this tournament is probably going to win the entire
Use
season.
zone throw serial advance.
It's true. There is because something we should point out too,
12
because
is a good number.
this isn't the entire season, but it is probably the highest. Not probably. It is the highest point value tournament for these players. And currently, the top-ranked player in the ITC world right now has been knocked out of
Scores is the
contention to
buy,
win
where's
this
the
tournament, so
action
he will
every
not
turn,
get the
never
max
gonna-
points for
never
this.
gonna retire.
So it has opened the entire season
You know how it
for
is.
somebody else to win this tournament, like John, for example.
Yep, John kind of
a
had,
little
you know,
too
people would say a
charged.
little slower season
Mhm.
compared to previous years, but he was kind of in position to win the 2020, the COVID season, but it didn't pan out for him. And then last year, one of his teammates ended up winning it, Richard Siegler.
Yep.
So you know, there's an argument to be made that the stars might be aligning, and this
All
might be
right, done
his year.
shuffling.
It might be his year, absolutely.
Spore mine
He's got the list for it because Tyranids right now are absolutely devastating, and this list is
Okay, you got to be 6 away.
among the best of the best with those free spore spotting, blocking movement, and every single piece of this army is so finely tuned to fight this meta. It's exactly what he needs to fight to win this event. And the orcs are not overcommitting yet, which is what
So I'm filling the bottom
he
floor.
doesn't
underneath
want
these
to see that
ravenous.
because it's going to force him to actually
It's
start
a little
doing
bit
something
hard
back
to
him
actually
early
place them
on,
because
earlier than he wants to.
my models are
But it doesn't
spindly,
look
but
like
I'm
he's gonna
doing a
commit too much
6
either.
long line
Yeah,
here.
what are you seeing out of John's movement phase here?
Absolutely.
Okay, so that's 6 line right there.
Cool.
All right, done with that. Psychic phase. Psychic interrogation.
Yep.
Off the neurothrope.
Sure.
Take the 12.
Cool.
Gain a CP. All right. We're going to have this Tyrant cast Smite. It'll hit the Storm Boys.
Sure.
Passes. You're in deny range.
Is that the guy in the
It's
back?
this one here.
Yeah, that's fine. Go ahead.
1.
Is that the only guy who's in deny range of him?
It appears to be the case, yes.
Okay, yeah, because the neurothrope. Do you mind if I try then?
No,
If it's
please
the
go
only
ahead.
One. So an 11.
Not it.
Okay, so 1. you
Just
said?
1. He's going to scream now. A 4 fails. He's done. This model will cast a Smite.
Sure.
Needs a 6. 6 is good.
I just wanted to
I
hop in
might
here.
be in
I
deny
wanted to
range.
give you
We're
guys
checking.
an
Which
update.
guy is?
This gentleman?
Earlier, there was a $50 super chat for our beloved friend commentator, Peter Colisimo, a.k.a. the Falcon, to wear an eagle costume. And the Falcon did acquire a costume, but he came by to inform me that unfortunately it was child-sized, and he got stuck in it. So unfortunately, I don't think we're going to be able to get the child-sized costume onto the full-grown Falcon.
Wrap it on his head. We can figure out something.
Yeah, we'll figure it out.
We'll figure it
try
out.
it. We'll try it.
Might as well smite him. 4 goes to a 7 fails. Just 1 guy left.
Sure.
All right. Shooting phase.
Sure.
Raveners will put all of their shots into, we'll do these 4 Raveners, all shots into Commandos.
Sure.
12, 3s, rerolling 1s. 2s miss. 4 is the wound, I'm starting 5.
Sure.
Looks to be 5 AP 2 damage 1.
5 up.
Okay.
Okay, there's 1 guy left.
All right. And he's not on the objective.
Yeah, that's right.
We'll have the Warriors put a, let's see. Venom Cannon cannot see the Commando. Venom Cannon will go into the
Piggies?
pigs.
Yep.
Just check ranges here. Is this over a piggy?
Yes.
Is this over piggy?
Not quite.
Is this over the Commando?
Yes, just barely.
All right, we're gonna put 2 Death Spitters here, 1 Death Spitter here, 2 Death Spitters here.
So this is the other Ravener unit?
Yep, this is the second round unit. So they have no other targets. Here's 6 shots, 2 rolling 1s onto the that one guy.
You go.
Thank you. Here's 3 shots into the 1 Commando.
Yep.
Reroll 1s. 2 hits. 2 AP 2.
You go.
Here's 6 shots on the piggies. Reroll 1s. Do you want to call this flat or cracked?
That's good.
Okay. 5s, so T6. 2 AP 2.
6s down to 1.
All right. The Warrior squad here will fire all shots into the piggies.
Sure.
All shots. We'll do Death Spitters first. No rerolls. 3s to hit.
Cool.
Nope.
Amazing.
Venom.
Yep.
I impressed myself. 3. 3. Good. All right. So no one's dead there.
Yep.
Those are the 3 units that have guns in my army. Done. Spore mines off the Bybors.
Yep.
And that's 7.
Yep.
All right, so it looks like we're through the NIDS movement phase.
They've done the psychic, they've done some shooting, and as we expected, the
Stormboys.
Storm Boys are gone. But that was important because that meant the mortal wounds weren't going to go any further. So they were actually blocking a lot of the damage that could have gone into some more juicy targets like the kill rigs who don't want to take the mortal wounds right now. Couldn't quite get to the Squig Hogs like he would want to, but he's doing the same thing that Lucas was doing now. He's putting the spore mines in the way, blocking them off because those Squig Hogs can't go through buildings. So being able to block those little pathways with the spore mines means that they're not going to be able to get into anything this turn again, too.
Yep.
So maximum
The only
16.
hope Lucas really has is to try
Back
to
to the
kill
base
those with some
cannot be
shooting or
past me if
psychic,
you roll
but
a
John's
six.
Sounds good.
smart enough that he's staying far enough
boys
behind his
move
own
10.
spore mines that even if Lucas were to move right up to them and stay out of their
Same deal.
explosion range, it's going to be a really long, if not
Deciding on if this is
impossible
final
charge
placement, clock's on me.
into that
Drink some
backfield
water
base
because
that
Las
he's
Vegas
built
and my throat hurts.
in John.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what he wants to do right now, and he's doing it perfectly. As we said before, John is a very, very experienced player. He's very experienced with this list. He knows what he's doing to try and prevent Lucas from getting too hard into his back line there.
Yep.
And he did just enough damage to the commander from the top left to make sure he's kicked off that objective, prevented him from getting a big primary on 12 this turn, and he's just going to give him the 8 because those warriors in the middle are obsec, so that he's going to be taking that objective away from the killer in the center.
Yep. So yeah, it looks like Lucas probably be sitting on an 8. John's got his 3 for interrogate. He'll get
call that
he's
good.
got at least one
Let's
banner
score
up.
up end of the turn.
I don't
Keep it
think
on
he put
my
a banner up in the center.
No, I don't think
So 2 points on
And then he'll get a
Kelsey.
few more points
Yep.
for no prisoners.
3 on
These players
interrogation.
typically don't tally up their
2 banners up.
no prisoner points
That
until
one
the
isn't
end of the
gonna go
battle.
anywhere.
So we'll probably see those categories for
Um,
both players remain a 0
I have markers
until we
up
get
and
close to the
down
end of the game.
But
Give
it's
you
going to
an
be
8 and 2.
big numbers for
Your
both
bits
players.
is about to be a
So
3.
it could be
Yep.
the game decider for all we know if this game is kept close enough.
I'm gonna
That
get
no
8.
prisoners
I'll get a
could
3
make
on
a
good
big
bits.
Yep,
Yep,
certainly.
3 CP.
Keep the clock on me. I have to decide my
We
imperative.
probably should explain what corrupted ground and what mission we're playing.
Yeah, for sure. So the corrupted ground is if you hold something in the center, any of the objectives in the center, you get 2 extra points. And if you do
3 on
not
good bits.
hold your own objective, you actually lose a point. This is the only scenario where you could lose points.
Yeah.
Which is kind of crazy. But it
Doesn't come up very often.
It does not come up very often. Sometimes if you get desperate, you need to come off it, maybe. Because it's at the end of your turn if you do not hold the objective in your home, in your home territory, which for John would be the bottom left and for Lucas the top right, then you do lose a point. But that is also the easiest objective for you to hold, so there's usually not a reason to come off of it. But we never know. We've seen crazier things happen. That's why there's a huge castle of Nids in the bottom left there, because the orcs are positioned to make a huge push into that corner. And John wants to make sure that he's ready to pounce out and counter it without losing too much
Funny
of his
game.
own.
Yep.
These the spore mines being free right now are just a menace for Lucas to deal with.
Yeah. Now, so I'm it's kind of hard to tell from
We will
the angle we're
pop.
looking at here. We got the top-down view that we're looking at, but I think there is a pathway into John's base, and it's that lower gap between the main center ruin and those set of crates.
Mm-hmm.
It should be wide enough to get that kill rig through
Yep.
if he wants to, and if he wogs, that is a
Pop the
character,
five pinball.
and that unit could advance and charge,
That is a fast
That's a
kill
one
rig.
use
and that is a
that?
base
One use.
movement of 12.
Yep. After
That
battle round
giant
2, I will never
transport
have the five
with
pinball again.
10
no spell, no
Snagaboys
scratch.
inside of it.
After this round, it's
That,
over.
that could be a menace to the back line there, too.
Now,
It is.
now that being said, I don't see a whole lot of juicy targets down there that might
Yep.
be connected
There-
to. It looks
the
like
kill
maybe
rig
a
can
unit of
fit,
venom
fit
tropes
even if
out front that he could hit, and
Could
maybe
go for like
I
a
don't.
running
I wouldn't
charge
want to
on
put
the
it
man.
into one of those flyrants.
Or on
I don't
your
care if it's
Raveners.
Reaper or Maw Claws. I don't want that in combat with my kill rig.
remember that the venom tropes have a fight last,
But
so if you charge
it looks
down
like
this angle,
we've
you are
hit
very
the top
likely
of
to
turn
fight
2 for
last.
Lucas.
3 up.
As we expected, he got that 8 on primary. And it looks like he was doing good bits, probably with a unit of Storm Boys or Commandos on that bottom right objective. So we got 3 points there. So he's getting his points lead. And Orcs, generally speaking, we have to score early and often, and our armies usually don't have the durability to hold a lead for an entire game if the lead is too slick. So he really has to run up the points. So John is going to be doing a lot of mental math and just trying to figure out how close does he have to stay in these early turns so that he can close those that points gap and take the lead, probably turn 4 or 5. So he's probably going to be doing a lot of mental math. Yep, and like I said, I expected that kill rig's coming down.
You know your stuff, Seth.
Yep. I'd like to get an update from the table boss if we could, find out if this is a WOG turn or not. If he does WOG, for everyone listening, for Orcs, if you have basically a non-vehicle war boss, which he does, he has a beast boss, that would give Lucas's entire army the ability to advance and charge, at least the core and characters, which is essentially most of his army, as well as his entire army would have a 5-up invuln save, which drastically increases his durability, and it gives his entire army +1 attack and +1 strength. So really boosts that damage output. So there's kind of a balancing act there. You don't want to boost that damage output too early when you don't necessarily have the good juicy targets like John has screened off, but you don't want to waste that chance at the increased durability. So it's definitely a hard call to WOG here or not.
Yeah, it looks like he was doing some measurements there to see if he wanted to do it, but the charge did not look good for him. And if he's not deciding to do the WOG right now, again, with those spores blocking it, is it really worthwhile if he can't use all the squigs? Because he wants to hit hard the turn that he WOGs.
But the problem is if he goes and just tries to clear those spores, John can kill whatever he clears it with and
do it again.
And just puts more spores up.
Yeah. So how does Lucas get around this?
I think this is where the Goff pressure, the pressure portion of the list has to pay out. You've got to push him on multiple fronts at the same time and just accept that you're going to take some losses on one front and just push through it and really hit home in that base.
Yeah. It certainly seems possible, yeah.
What's the defense on this force?
T7, 4-up armor, 4-up invuln, this turn, 10 wounds.
Oh, because it's a monster.
It is
there
a
might be a
monster,
play
so
to bring the beast snaggers outside. The one in the center, bringing those snaggers and going through and killing those warriors. It takes away some of the obsec, but it also sacrifices some obsec. But it also keeps some banners from going up early, too.
Yeah, and if he can keep that banner score down and keep John on a 4 primary, that might help him to start opening up that lead and force John into a trade game that he can't accomplish, which is Spore Mines alone.
Yeah, exactly.
Spore Mines can't hold objectives, right?
They cannot.
So he's got to
They do not count for any secondaries, that is including no prisoners as well.
Yeah. And it looks like he's got a model out there. If I recognize it correctly, I believe that is...
Is that Zaggy?
I think that's Zagstruck. And it looks like he is getting...
Oh, I'm good at this game, too. Look at that.
You look at that. Look at that. He's getting his Beast Boys out. That gives him OBSEC on that objective. So even right now, if he were to fail a charge and no dice rolls went his way the rest of the turn, he would hold that midfield objective.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. It's my spot.
Yeah, I deposed you.
Does he charge here?
I'll be back.
I think, those warriors are not super durable. These boys, even without WOG, are going to be going in at strength 6. They're going to have 1 AP, 1 damage. I think between them and Zagstruck, he's going to have the weight to push through. I know John started this game with 0 CP, so he's not going to have a ton in the bank right now. And if he's only going to, if Lucas only engages one thing in John's army in close combat, there's not really much opportunity to interrupt there. So I think you charge in, you do it, because that also pushes where John can build his next screen further back into John's deployment zone.
Right.
You don't want to keep letting him build the same screen in the midfield. You want to slowly march that screen back so that when he hits through, John doesn't have the space to hide behind it and prevent a charge.
I feel like the Beast Snaggers there do have actually a bigger threat range, too. With Zag, is Zag strong enough to kill a 3-man warrior squad on his own?
So without a WOG, he'll be 6 attacks at strength 8, neg 3, 2 damage. Hitting on 2s, 6s explode. So it's close.
It's close, but
it's
warriors
real close.
-1 damage can be used in close combat.
Yeah.
So
oink, oink.
so he does need the Sagas in there as well. Okay, so
So
he needs to do both.
looks like we got an updated CP count from our lovely table boss, Henry Cavill. Lucas is on 3 and John is on 4. So John has more CP than I thought, so he definitely could use that CP for that -1 damage
Yeah,
trap.
for sure. And he will if they have any chance of surviving. So Zaggy himself is not enough to do what he does.
So then, yeah, he needs to be Snaggle Boys.
For sure. That makes sense.
Seems legit.
Now, this is an interesting play from Lucas. Lucas is looks like he's bringing over his Beast or Squighog Boys, which is a cavalry unit, to be midfield and sort of basically set up a new midfield staging point, which I like, because from this position, if he were to walk next turn, if he were to survive, he should be able to push fairly deep into John's deployment zone. So I do like this play. I like him getting some out. It does expose that unit. If John were to try to, say, do a counter charge, maybe a unit of Ravengers, he could probably now reach those Squighogs in midfield and get some damage. But Lucas is basically posing a question to John: Are you gonna keep trying to screen me off, or are you gonna try to send something forward and try to deal with this midfield staging point I'm creating?
Yeah, so having some Squighogs there in the middle means exactly what you said. Like, he's going to have to do something about them. If there's Stag is in the way, his smites are going to have a hard time getting to the Squighogs behind, which means he's going to have to use his shooting, which is not the greatest, or melee, which is melee is very good, but that's trading units he doesn't want to use to kill a Squighog unit. He needs to make sure that he's killing something without having to overcommit here. Lucas putting them there is actually a really, really good spot for those Squighogs. They seem out in the open and everything, but in this position, I think it's actually the right play.
And it's not a huge commitment. That's 100 points.
Yeah,
just that. Those 4 guys is only 100 points, and he's saying, hey, look, if you don't deal with these, I'm going to be able to cause mayhem with them next turn. He's also got Squig Bombs on all these things. So he can use those to target characters, maybe get some mortals through. So it makes John have to respect him a little bit.
What's that?
Isn't 3 inches over?
He looks like he's going to be moving that kill rig up too. So he is going to be starting to put some pressure without overcommitting yet.
Forward.
All right, let's take a step back and listen to what the players are doing on the table.
Okay, I'm sorry, does it change anything?
Nope.
I wasn't trying to be difficult.
No.
Okay.
The pigs will
In a blanket.
advance. Run, piggies. 13.
Okay.
So that will be 6 and 7. That's fine. Okay. Oink. Oink. 7. 6.
Easy.
I think I might be getting exploded by 1 spore mine, but that's fine.
Okay.
Do you want to blow him up?
Yep. So this is a 3-inch thing?
Yep.
So looks like no one's on that, right? No one's touching that?
No one's
on
touching
this one. So just 1? I'll pop it.
Okay, cool.
2 up.
Yep.
D3 mortals. 1 kills the wound.
Yeah.
1 mine down.
This rig will just move up.
Easy.
And outside of 3.
Sure. Outside of 3.
We got the widgets for this.
Oh, you're good, man. I don't. You don't have to. If you tell me it's outside of 3, you don't have to.
Yeah, it's just so I want to move as far forward as I can.
All right, all good, man.
Do have to not get uppercutted by your tyrant who moves across the map.
He only. Yeah. Okay. No fair.
Back of his base is there, so it would land inside my pigs. So he would have to be over here, or over. I'm gonna end there. Okay. So I think this truck will go forward.
No boy. Oh brother.
Truck. Boom.
Got it. So his 25 would be on this side of all the vehicles, which is the wrong side.
And my dude is just gonna land right here, so that hopefully your base won't be able to fit.
Okay.
Okay. These nothing in reserve, right?
Nothing in reserves. Nothing in reserves.
Red are gonna advance.
Well,
go...
I figured that I owed you a clean prop of scrap.
Yeah. Stay on the table where I can see you.
No.
These guys are just gonna float on over.
Yep. Commandos doing Amanda things.
These are storm boys. You get?
I was talking about these ones.
Oh yeah. Those guys are running around. Those Scretchen are going to advance. They're gonna go 8. So they're just gonna come hang out right here.
Sounds great. Wee. Indeed. Wee. Woo.
Cool. Okay, let's do some psychic.
I love it.
We're going to shoot a laser beam from this guy.
All right.
On a 6. No.
Perilous.
Do you do anything special when I perilous?
You take D3 plus 1 if you're in Shadow's range, which you are. So it'd be D3 plus 1, nothing else.
I'll reroll that.
Okay, so I have used down to 2.
Yeah. Fails to go off because Shadows.
Okay.
Cool. He's going to smite. No. All right. Good job, buddy. You're going to cast Frazzle. No. We're going to Squiggly Curse. Yes, on a 9.
I'll attempt to deny. This is your only cast, right?
Yep.
Or last one. 6 does not.
Okay, 4 up. Yes, Spore Mines take 2 mortals.
Okay. This is Frazzle, or?
Yeah.
I thought Frazzle failed.
This is Squiggly Curse.
Okay, I don't know what the difference is.
No, you're totally right. I'm a dummy.
Sure.
3 mortals.
Okay.
And then every unit within 6 of them takes a mortal.
Enemy?
Yeah.
Okay. So the Tyrant Guard are the only relevant question. No one else is close. I've got a measure. Yeah, I'd say I take 1 mortal. Is it after I take the mortals?
If any models are destroyed, every other enemy within 6 takes a mortal. So I don't know. I think if you pull those
after
3,
an
it'll
enemy
be
is
fine.
destroyed, I'm not in?
Yeah.
So 1, 2 more?
It doesn't say after, but we'll just assume that way. I don't know how it works.
Let me just read it real quick. Just
Sure.
I don't think it'll matter. I'm sure they're dead anyway.
No
I don't
longer.
have player audio, so I'm just kind of, winging it over there.
Yeah, so I don't think it triggers until a model's destroyed.
Sure.
So I'll just destroy the one in range.
Yeah, it's good.
Now when I live with 1 wound, I can just tell you how big my brain is.
All right. What are we doing?
You're done with your psychic phase?
He's got 1 shot on his funny tower, and he's got D3.
Yep, you passed the spell.
We didn't reach a conclusion on who we're going to shoot, so let's figure that out right now.
Is it 24?
Warriors. That's basically, we're just going to go for the Warriors.
All right.
So laser beam from the man, and then the harpoon will go here, and the mortar will go into the Warriors as well.
That sounds great.
Harpoon. No. Mortar. Let's do the laser first. 2 shots.
Could you reroll?
Reroll? Of
Yeah,
course.
it's gonna be
3 shots.
I knew what I was
John.
doing.
Appreciate that.
I knew what I was doing.
1 wound at AP3.
Nope.
2 damage.
Wounds a gentleman.
Mortar. 4 shots. Hitting on 5s. 6s because of your
6s.
venom.
Doesn't
jokes.
matter. T5.
Strength 6. 1 at AP1.
Fails that. 1 warrior down.
This man. We'll put our. Yeah, we'll shoot the flamethrower into these guys. We'll not shoot the shoot-a portion.
Is that a flamethrower?
Yeah, he's got a combi Scorcho.
Good for him.
The trucker man. 4. Strength 5 AP1. 2 at AP1.
Pop, pop. Cool. 1 left behind the wall.
Perfect. And then this man is going to shoot all his guns into the Warriors.
Okay.
So laser beam, 1 shot, does not wound. Mortar, 1 shot.
6.
Nope. Classic orc shooting phase. We're gonna charge you.
Excellent.
Zag's gonna charge.
He certainly is. Did you want to do any bomb squigs? You had
Oh yeah,
mentioned that.
thank you. Yeah.
Of course.
We're gonna throw a Red's bomb squig at you.
Okay, so this is red bomb squig.
Yep. Hit. 3 mortals.
This is what I get.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
No, of course, mate.
And then the orange ones. Yep. 1 mortal, so kill that guy.
Pulling the closest one. Won't change much.
Yep. And I'll redo Zag's truck's charge.
You don't have to, mate.
Okay. So 7.
Wow.
And
Hey
then the
folks,
boys.
it's Seth again. I wandered over to the table to kind of get a closer look at what was going on, and I saw a moment that I kind of wanted to point out for everyone. So Lucas had moved up his bomb squigs, or that squigog unit with the bomb squig we talked about, and had told John that he was intending to use the bomb squig. Lucas went through his shooting phase fairly quick because his army doesn't have much, and was proceeding to his charge phase, and John said, "Hey, stop, did you want to use that bomb squig? You said you wanted to." And let Lucas go back and take that after even rolling a 1 charge already. So that was a really good example of good sportsmanship on John Lennon's part, and it's something that we see a lot at these top tables.
Yeah, and we want to actually showcase that a lot too, because there's a lot of stigma for some people that are afraid to go to tournaments. They think that the high competitive play is like really, really hard and they're not really nice people to play against. But you can see here, these are 2 4-0 players, and he's literally helping him finish his turn because he intended to do it too. This is just the sportsmanship you expect. This is the community we play in, and this is why we do it. This community is incredible.
Yep. All right. Now we'll get back to the charges. Looks like Lucas was able to get the Beast Snaggers and Zagstruck in there.
Those are one of the Tyrant Guard units. The Warriors
that's
are
a Tyrant
That's
Guard.
a Tyrant Guard unit.
Oh, that's
so
a big deal.
Zagstruck definitely wouldn't be able to.
That
do
is
himself.
that is a big deal though, that unit, because if he takes that unit, that's going to take one of those midfield staging points away from John.
Yes, it is a big. He does have a second Tyrant Guard unit behind there,
Mm-hmm.
but taking away one of them is That could be a big deal, too. And
And
they are harder to shift with a 2-up save.
Another interesting play. In that ruin, we're on a top-down shot. There is one Spore Mine left. And Lucas used that as a charge target with his kill rig. Now that Spore Mine is going to blow up.
Yeah, but
Big deal. But that got that model a few inches of movement there.
Yeah.
And then it's going to get a 3-inch pylon and consolidate. So that kill rig is going to be fairly far forward compared to where it started to turn now.
And it's still full of 10 snaggers.
It is as well.
That is important. There is actually a lot of pressure on John.
Yeah, this is a lot of good staging from Lucas.
Nope.
Yeah, this is actually going to be really interesting to see how John responds to this.
All right, we're going to step back and let you guys listen to the fight phase.
Yeah. I don't think I should. I'm just like, it's right here. Snaggers of a 6-up invuln?
Yep.
Does me having that unit alive? What are the stats on the Claw of the Sergeant?
3 attacks at strength 8 AP 2 damage.
Does Zagstrut give +1 a hit?
Nope.
Not worth it. Go ahead.
Yep. I was hoping you would.
Something, because I have a lot of CP, but
A lot of resources. This guy's going to come through and fight off of this man.
that's true.
So I think they're all going to fight
That looks right.
because he's going to enable these two.
You're great.
Guy on 2.
Guy on 2.
Claw. 3 hits.
Claw. Does the 3 not? Oh, it's not
It's
minus
not
1.
It's the
Good to
minus
know.
2 claw. 2 at AP 2.
4s.
Yep.
Nope.
So guys down to 2. And then we got 9 times 3 is 27.
9 times 3 sounds like 27.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Cool.
Cool. These are strength 6 on the charge because I am a goth.
You are a goth.
I'm the best clan on earth.
If you ever want help with dice, let me know.
For sure. Yeah, and we'll be fine. Usually pretty fast at this shit.
Oh no, you're
Stuff.
doing fine. I wasn't in a rush.
5 explosions. 3, 4, 5. 3 4s. Thank you. Those are all 3-ups.
Fails enough.
Got
2
him.
on the dot. Not rerolling.
Because we can fast roll this tournament.
We
Is that
can.
right?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Little weird, but
Yep.
not worth the CP
It
when
is
my
what it
morale is garbage.
Yeah, leadership 5, right?
Yeah, I think something like that.
I've been terrorizing Tyler with the terror shades for too long. We're gonna hang out here. Just gonna leave an OBSEC guy on the objective back there.
Seems legit.
That's the end of my turn.
Love it.
I guess the kill rig can pile in.
Sure can.
I'm not going to though, so that'll just 25, right? So
Pardon?
that'll stop the back of his base from being able to land.
Could go right here, it looks like. Back to
Yeah,
his
for
base
sure.
here.
Yep.
So it's a very declarable charge.
Yeah, it's
So
something
this
like
is the back of my base, right?
Oh
Let me-
yeah, that's right.
So let me just do back of my base to here. Put a finger or a dice. So back of my base reaches that point.
Yep.
Means that dice, just to show you.
Yep.
That's where he ends his move.
Okay. Cool. I mean, there's nothing I can do about that now. I messed up my movement, right?
Is something you want to fix?
Nope.
You sure?
Yeah, it is what it is.
If you want to fix him, rotate him, man.
No, it's fine because he made a charge and he can only go like this way.
Would you rather not make a charge?
Yeah, probably.
Put him back, man.
Okay, thank you. Sorry.
No,
Put
it's
your
fine.
Spore Mine back as well.
I would like my Spore Mine back. This is the long haul here.
I mean,
I'm
not be able to wall this game. That would be dumb.
I'm not gonna lie to you. If you let me have that shot,
You're
I
gonna
would
take
take
it.
it right now.
Because you ignore Feel No Pains, right?
Yep.
Okay, thanks. Appreciate that.
No, I don't. Tyler, that ain't how we're doing it.
Okay, cool. So, yeah. I'm going to get 3 on good bits because those are Gretchen.
Okay, yep. So it'll take you to I apologize. Is it not max of 5 per turn?
Yes, so I'll get 2 on good bits.
2 on good bits. Thank you.
And I've got not enough, so I'll get another 2 on Green Tide.
2 on tide. That sounds great.
Yeah. And 2 on the Tertiary.
2 there on Corrupted Ground, 2 on Green Tide, 3 on,
Up to 5 on that. Yep, that's right. Okay, I'll go up to 3 CP.
Excellent.
And I'll send the time to you.
Sure.
All right, so there is the Orcs turn now. Killing the Tyrant Guard, not too surprising. They're using the kill rig with the Spore Mines to get some extra movement. Now, I don't
Angle
know
to get
if,
line of sight on this model looks like
you guys
touching
were
these
able to
dice.
hear the discussion that went on there, but there was
Sure.
even more.
Yeah, tell me what happened.
Extend this
even
out.
more good sportsmanship. So that's that Tyrant up there.
Yep.
Okay, if I can
John,
see them,
upper
I'll
left-hand
have line
corner.
of sight by
Upper left-hand
definition.
corner there. John was explaining to Lucas that with the move that he's taken, that Tyrant
4,
was
1
able
banner.
to get up there and make a
Thank you.
charge into that Beast Snaga with the Invuln and
Yeah,
Feel the Pain.
the durable one,
The durable one. You know what that Tyrant has, though, is the Reaper,
which ignores all
which
that.
ignores
Oh,
My
all
pigs
of
owe
that.
your morale check for losing one.
So
Thank you.
John
They're
made
good.
sure that he knew that he could do that.
They can
I
lose.
would
They
say that
can.
if you want to
They
take back
fail
the
on a
move,
6 if they lose a
I
guy,
will
which
let
is
you do
just
it because I don't
That is
want
pretty
to get
amusing.
you like that.
awesome.
This is
Pretty fun.
top table play, guys.
Yeah.
This is top table play. This isn't even like a
Their plus 1 to wound is within some range of an area terrain feature.
I'm pretty sure it's just a terrain feature, so like anything that's on the board. But
So
I'll double
this
check.
would count?
Yeah.
This is
Yeah, I
John
think
Got
Lennon.
it.
I
I
think
guess.
I'm-
Yeah.
If you could look it up while I'm
And John Lennon's literal job is playing events and coaching,
Yeah.
and winning large events like this is literally a business benefit
It
for
is.
him. So, there's definitely an incentive for John to do well, but John is doing it the right way.
Yes, exactly.
And that's what's important.
And that's exactly what we're seeing in the chat too. Yeah, guys, exactly. John is, and that's what a lot of the top players want to do. They want to, if they win, they want to win because they beat you at your best. They do not want to win because they got you on some technicality or something that you just missed. They want to win at your best. Otherwise, it feels like an empty win to them. This is what they want. This is why this sportsmanship is so high at this level, because we're not going to get you with Goshes in that sense. And this is the kind of game we wanted on stream too. These guys are putting on a great show for us, and things are going to get bloody. They're going to get bloody real quick now.
Yep. I think we're basically, John's going to have one turn to answer. Then I think Lucas has to wog, and he's going to go. So I think this is the last turn that John has to kind of stymie the flow of orcs that are about to come in. Because after this, I think Lucas just lets her rip.
Yeah, for sure. So the Snagas are in the front here, which means they're going to be eating up most of the Psychic, unless he kind of maneuvers over to the left there, because I think he wants to get some mortal wounds into that kill rig. Because the kill rigs are what he wants to empty out. And if he can kill that kill rig in the top left in the Psychic phase and empty it out with the Snaga boys and be able to get them off too, that's going to be huge, because it takes away a lot of the durability, mobility, and surprise obsec that's in there as well to start taking some objectives back.
Yeah.
What do you think John wants to do here? Again, you're the orc player here. If you're Lucas, what do you look at the tables like, please don't go for this? Like, what do you not want to see John do?
So if I'm Lucas, what I don't want to see John do is target that truck at all. That truck in the back, right by the Durable Beast boss, that thing has, on average, with its 12-inch move, and then the units get out 3, then they can move 5. So now you're talking about units that are 20 inches from their original position, and on a wog turn can advance and charge. If Lucas gets those things into John's deployment zone, into some juicy units, that could be game. They could pick up a lot of things. His best chance to pick up one of those Flyrants is with that war boss with the Killer Claw. So if he targets that truck, we go from being able to move essentially 20 and then advance and charge to being able to move 5 and then advance and charge.
Yeah.
So I don't know if John's gotten much range that could really get to those and target that. But really, I don't want him to come anywhere near that truck right now, which is why Lucas has kind of backlined it as much as he has.
Exactly, yeah. And that's exactly why John was calling it out, too, because killing that Snaga, the touching the wagon kind of negates a lot of that mobility and could put him in a bad position in the future, too. And, yeah, actually, you're absolutely right, Nolan. The sportsmanship in top level did not used to be that way. I've been in this hobby a long time, too, and I have seen the evolution for over the years, and it has become such a great community. It has evolved so much, and it is just a great community to be a part of. We're glad you're all here experiencing with us. This is like the premier event of the year. Like, come on.
This is the Super Bowl.
This is the Super Bowl of 40K.
This is LVO X.
LVO X.
I hope we're on camera for
I hope
that.
we're on camera for that.
If not, I trust that our producer has screenshot of that.
Definitely,
and we'll make it some
it
silly
is
thumbnail
already
of me.
screenshotted. It is photoshopped. It's got a great background behind us. It's done. It's already done. It's going to be on Twitter in about 30 seconds.
All right. But I think this is another point for us to update some scoring. So at the end of the turn, Lucas picked up a few green tide points, so he's up to 4 there. He got another good bits done, but remember, you can only score 5 per turn. He did it with Gretchen, so he only got 2 at the end of the turn, but he still managed to get 5 across the Commandos finishing it last turn, or the beginning of the turn, and then the Gretchen doing it at the end of the turn. So a solid chunk of points. John was held to only a 4 on his primary, and he's only got 1 banners. So Lucas is staying ahead of the points curve. But remember, John's doing that math. John's very calculating. He's not going to come out until he has to. And at what point is that gap going to get too large?
Yeah, exactly. So he wants to make sure that Lucas is not going to get too far ahead. He doesn't mind him giving him a lead right now because John does have a lot of speed in the crack unless he's a lot of punch and a lot of speed. He needs to crack open the transport to still have guys inside of them. So he actually when he's attacking, he wants to attack what's actually there. He doesn't want other things popping out to start stealing objectives back and hitting him back harder. He wants to get rid of those squig hogs, and he needs to get rid of those kill rigs as well. At least the one that is full of Snagga boys. Snagga's in front there. They're probably going to die to Psychic. And we're going to see how much he commits here. Because like we said, those Snagga boys in the middle, the Squig Hogs in the middle are in a perfect position that it's almost not worth John going after them right now. And he almost wants to let them come to him, but they hit hard.
They hit really hard.
And
remember, they hit harder on the charge.
They hit harder on the charge. So if they get the first hit, they're even scarier. But they can't go through buildings, though. So they have to go around. So he probably pre-measured that a little bit, too, because John knows how to pre-measure really well with threat ranges and such. So he knows how far they're going to be able to go around if need be. It's just a matter of if he's going to put a screen there, if he's going to try to avoid them, or is he going to commit to them? Is it worth committing to them, Seth?
I don't know. I think if he could effectively screen and keep chipping away at Lucas and basically make Lucas's turn 3 wog kind of ineffective, it's going to ask a tough question of Lucas. Lucas is going to either have to say, I'm going to clear your screen again, sacrifice some units, because we basically expect those Beast Snagga boys and Zagstruck are probably dead.
Yeah.
With everything staring in front of them. So is Lucas going to not wog on turn 3 and keep trading assets, which he's slowly running out of, or does he try to push? And so I think it comes down to how much can John build an effective wall to stop this from hitting him?
Yeah, and see, the way that Lucas is positioned to Snaggas and Zagstruck is actually brilliant.
Yeah.
It is perfect because it means that John almost has to charge in order to get on that objective and take it away and prevent him from getting a 12 this turn.
Yeah.
And it has to be something that is able to kill Zagstruck and maybe some leftover Beast Snaggas, depending on what's left of the shooting and Psychic, which Zagstruck is actually pretty. Do orcs have a fight in death?
He does. 2 CP fight on death. He'll be T6 with 7 wounds. He's only got a 4-up armor save, but he has a 5-up to ignore all wounds.
But it's all, again, because he's got a charge of that, because the Snaggas are blocking everything off. If he can't kill him in Psychic and shooting, and he has to charge Zagstruck to try and take that objective away, and Zagstruck fights in death, that means he has to put something in that's going to be able to not only kill Zagstruck, but survive the fight back.
The other problem is, I don't think, even if he takes that center objective, I don't think he stops Lucas from getting a 12 at this point.
He has to go up to either the top left or the bottom right at the same time. The Tyrant's actually thinking of going to the Squig Hogs now. So John has seen those Squig Hogs, and he's not having it.
And that is a good tool to go up there because he can take that unit of Squig Hogs out, and then he can overrun back and not necessarily have to trade a 1-for-1 asset. So, yeah, I think it's going to come down to John doing a lot of pre-measuring like we talked about, figuring out if he's able to do what he wants to do and clear some of those units off without exposing too much of his army, or if it looks like he's going to have to expose too much, it might be the turn that John has to commit and come out of his castle.
Yeah. The overrun from the Tyrant, as you were asking at the beginning of the game, is still in effect.
Yeah.
So that Tyrant can go in, kill the Squig Hogs, get out, and save all those points from dying. That's a big deal. So that's one way to just at least pick off some Squig Hogs. Is that the place to put the Tyrant, though? Because he does have 2. So either one of them has that option.
What's the base movement on the Flyrant?
16, I believe.
All right, so he probably doesn't necessarily have to advance.
Which is very important. Because there's Psychers here, he doesn't want that onslaught to get denied.
Yeah. It's not a big risk, but it is a possibility.
It is a possibility.
And when you build your entire plan around, I'm going to move this guy out, I'm going to advance, he's then going to charge, which is then activating the strat for the bounce back, and that plan falls apart at that second step.
He has just moved the warriors onto the objective, and there are no obsec on that top left. So those warriors just stole it.
Yeah, and he does have to be careful. He can't get within 3 of that kill rig.
Yes.
It is a character, but John is smart enough, and I'm sure measuring that out.
I think he's in a position that it isn't able to get to it within 3 inches for sure, which means that objective is now his, so he doesn't have to worry about that one. That's been taken care of, so now it's just the middle objective that he has to focus on. With that, again, not sacrificing too much of his resources there, just a two-man war. Quite one of them got shot by some of the very little orc shooting. Killed one of them.
Yep.
John just commenting that he mistakenly took off the venom cannon, which is hilarious, but it is what it is. The one heavy weapon in that squad was taken off when it died, and he just kind of shook his head at himself at it.
Well, chat, let us know how you're doing. Get your questions in. I'm keeping an eye on chat here on Restream, so we can see whatever you guys are posting up and what's going on, what questions you have. Otherwise, we might step back and let the players take this one for a bit.
Yeah, once the psychic phase and shooting phase start, it's gonna get complicated. So we want to make sure that you guys can follow it, and we want to make sure that we can follow it too, so we can comment on it and tell you what's going on.
To get within, I just need one guy within
Looks
12.
like a lot of support for Lucas. A lot of his friends in the Pacific Northwest.
Yeah, let's get that support for Lucas too. John
Hey,
is.
do we have any updates from the field?
We do have updates from the field, and I can actually go through that now because we want a little bit of level before the fighting starts. So we do have a couple games that we had been asked to follow. Thank you, Randy Feldman, for the subscription. That is very appreciated. Any support you can throw our way, guys, is very good for us. We want to keep doing this for you, and anything you can do to help out, even just subscription, follow, tell your friends, come watch this with everybody. We want to hear from you. So one of the games we were watching is actually Sean Naden versus Daniel Axe.
Yep.
So
Knights.
it's Orcs versus Knights. Now, Sean took the first turn, and he called the first turn Wog. He is also playing Orcs. Killed 3 of the small Knights and is holding fast on all the mid-objectives. So the Knights are now on their turn 1 to see what's going to happen on that game. Then Nassim Shane against Stuart Trainer, the 4-0 GSC player, which I am very excited to see.
And I'm going to say it again in chat for everyone. Nassim is my pick to win this whole event.
Whoa.
I called it a few weeks ago on Signals. I'm saying it again here. Nassim is my horse in this race.
Well, Stuart is mine.
Oh, well.
So we're going. We're
All
going
right,
for this.
how's that game looking?
So Nassim went first. He did a full send in progress, and he does Kao Yun. Almost killed a full bike squad. Nassim not happy with his Alpha Strike, though. He killed 2 Rock Riders, and looks like that was it. So Stuart turn 1 isolates and almost wipes a Crisis unit, holding a lot in reserve still. The GSC are going to be having a hard turn 2 when that comes up.
So I do want to interrupt. We do have a question from chat that I think is worth addressing. A newer player, Jay, asked, what was the story with the moving the Flyrant forward, then the Flyrant back, and the big orc guy being in trouble? You want to explain that to him again?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I could go through that again. So the whole thing was after the consolidation that Lucas took with the kill rig after charging the Spore, John was pointing out to him that the Tyrant...
He left the hole.
He left the hole for the Tyrant with the Reaper of Obliterax that could make a very, very easy charge into the Squig Hog, the War Boss of the Squig Hog on the back.
The Beast Boss on
Beast Boss, sorry.
Which is a very durable model. Part of Lucas's plan.
Unless it's hit by the Reaper, which ignores all of his buffs.
Because if Lucas were to lose that model, Lucas would not be able to call a Wog.
He would not have been able to call a Wog, which is
crippling.
Huge. So John was just showing him what it would look like if he decided to take that charge into the Spore Mine. Even without prompting, I will add again, without prompting, he did this. And Lucas asked if he could take it back, and Sean said absolutely. So
that would have been a crippling
blow.
That
would have been a crippling blow. So John, he moved it back to where it was. It was just put there. That's why the dice was set in the back, so we could put it back where it was originally, and showed him where it would be. He took it back, and we reset that whole charge. The charge did not happen in the Spore, and the kill rig went back to block off the Squigosaur. There it is, Squigosaur. That's what I was trying to say.
Yeah,
Squig Hog.
All right, back to the field updates.
Because we do have another game that we are following, and I want to go over that one as well. So it was Jack Harpster versus Corey Schultz. That is Blood Angels versus
Jack is
Bronze.
John's teammate.
Jack is John's teammate. That was confusing to say. I had to double take myself.
we messed your brain up.
I messed my brain up. So Corey went first, and he went hard, killing 5 Death Company and 5 Sangar with no charges. Then they're just speeding along. Apparently, it's going up really fast. Jack just playing for bottom of turn and banners right now, denying kills as much as possible. And they're already at turn 5.
Jeez.
So we will see an end to that game.
Yeah. They might beat Nassim and Stewart to the end, and Nassim is a notoriously fast player.
Yeah, and that Tau versus GSC is notoriously quick one way or the other. So we'll have to see how that game shakes up. But we're getting into... Well, John's positioning now. He's positioning some more.
He is coming out, it looks like.
He's only putting a few things up, too. It's interesting.
I mean, he's moved up those Venom Thropes. He's moving up the Ravengers. He's got 1 Flyrant midfield. Looks like he's sent something off to the bottom right. Can't quite tell what those are. I'll probably take a look.
You know what? I'm going to go take a look. Keep entertaining the chat here, Seth. I'm going to see what that is. That might be the parasite.
It looks like maybe either the parasite or some spore mines. And it looks like he's building another screen with zoanthropes. That's an interesting call to use the zoanthropes. They are fairly durable with that 3-up invuln, but if those dice go cold, that's a huge unit in terms of damage output to lose, because they can put out a ton of mortal wounds with their smites. So, interesting to keep an eye on that. Looks like we got the update here from Dustin on what those models are.
Okay, so Seth, those models are spores that are knocked on their side that are not up yet.
Okay,
so it's just random models. They're nothing.
So what's he putting those spores there for?
Probably because he wants to block off some movement over there. He's probably setting them up so that's where he's going to be shooting them from the biovores. Okay. Because the biovores can fire them up there. Right now they're laying on their side, so they're not.
Gotcha. They're not placed.
They're not placed yet.
All right.
But he's kind of putting them there because they're probably going to place somewhere.
These players do use a lot of communication about what the intent of their board state is. So he might just be saying, "Hey, I intend to shoot and put spore mines over here."
Yep.
In case, similar to like Lucas wanted to do his bomb squig and declared that intent, but then got caught up in the heat of the moment and forgot. He's doing that just in case John gets caught up and forgets to do it. That way Lucas knows he intended it.
Yes, exactly. We want to make sure that both players always talk about their intent, because that way if they do forget something, you get the sportsmanship going that they will point out, hey, you said you wanted to do this, you didn't do it, you want to do it.
All right.
But now the players are about to get into the heat of this turn, so let's have a listen.
I'll still sit here and I can just put more shots there.
Sure.
Make sure that goes to sleep. Oh, and this model should be closer to the kill rig than here.
Yeah,
so his smite will go that way.
Yep.
All right, spore mines.
Wow. Impressive.
Yeah, I often impress myself, actually. All right. I don't think I can get any closer. That's correct. So that's no point going further. All right. So in that point, then we are going to go second phase.
Cool.
Here is onslaught from out of deny range.
Sure.
Good.
Cool.
Here's catalyst from out of deny range. 10.
Cool.
Onslaught, obviously the only one who advanced and who matters. Catalyst. We'll go on this Ravener unit.
Sure.
All right. We'll have so they're good. She's done. God denies. His smite will hit the kill rig.
Sure.
10.
That's fine.
2.
Down to 14.
His scream will hit the kill rig. 11.
Cool.
2.
Down to 12.
Did it in the wrong order, eh? The Zoanthrope smite will hit the Squighog boys.
Sure.
Super.
Sure.
6 mortal wounds. So 1 mod left.
Yep.
All right. This smite will hit the kill rig.
Sure.
8 goes to 11, super. 5 to the kill rig.
Okay.
I think this dice was unrelated.
No, I think that was when we were measuring out your tyrant
Got
charging
it.
my
Okay, so
dude.
not a wound is the
Yep.
the important part of that, I
You
suppose.
did 5 to me right there?
That was 5 total, yep.
Cool.
This Hive Tyrant will interrogate. I'll go ahead and CP that.
Sure.
Take a 5.
Okay, I will try to deny that.
10's better. 0 interrogate to this
That
turn.
was huge,
Yep.
Justin. That was huge. Denying that is.
Oh wow, I could have interrogated this guy and not been in deny range.
Those points
That's hilarious. There's a character right there. Oh well, silly, silly, silly. Is there a tape measure I'm missing? That's the end of my second phase. So we'll go shooting phase. We'll do the 4. 1, 2, 4. Thank you. 4 Raveners into this unit here.
You got it.
Rerolling nothing.
Okay.
Just 2 AP2.
2 dead.
Yes, Noble. Zoanthropes get an additional mortal wound right now for every model in the unit, which is 3.
This one will shoot. The Spore Assist will shoot the kill rig because it's hilarious.
Hell yeah. It can do that while it's doing its action or whatever. Oh, I guess its action is completed,
Its action's
right?
already done, yeah.
Gotcha. Hell yeah, Spore Assist. 5s.
Yep, 2 AP2.
5s. Nice. Down to 9.
That's mid tier? No, it's not one
You
off.
need to do one more to get to mid-tier. Okay.
I don't think this warrior can see the rig, so it's fine.
Just
I don't think he can.
one death spitter, yeah.
There is a judge at the table, yes. We have Henry Cavill, our table boss, kind of judging there as need be.
Seeing what I need to roll.
Mm-hmm.
Looks like it's 5-inch charge. Check that a little more carefully. 4 inches will kiss that dice. Less than 2, so 5.
Cool.
That's not bad. Card list up. All right, so we will we'll put all of their shots into the
No, not the Henry Cavill, just our Henry
boys
Cavill.
there.
Nick wearing a mask of Henry Cavill.
This is the other squad of Raveners.
just the other squad of
And
Raveners.
they're hitting on
Couldn't
2s
afford
rolling
the real
1s.
Henry
Choose
Cavill.
your rolling ones.
We tried.
Yeah, just deciding.
Yeah, for sure.
That's winning on 5s. This is probably just dead in combat. I can't shoot Zagstruck yet. I'm 1 off there. This one guy will shoot the kill rig.
The one warrior?
Yep. I advance, so it's 4s, nothing.
Cool.
Easy. And then, yeah, best thing. We'll just shoot the boys.
You got it.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5 2s.
Yep.
4s.
Yeah, they're dead. Sorry.
Okay. Yeah,
I
no
didn't
problem.
realize we were getting to this.
Ravener's done.
Speaking of
You can fight on
celebrities,
death,
though,
that's
apparently Leah Rose for the win is in the crowd dressed as Rogue right there.
You have
That
3
is a
CP, so you'll be
phenomenal
going to 1 if you
costume.
fight on death.
She
You'll be
is
at 2
right
again here.
behind
us.
These
Yeah.
These dice are unrelated.
That is
Yeah,
nice.
We do have
Parasite's doing its thing.
a little bit of a cosplay contest going on this event. So I think
I
Leah
have 1 banner up at this exact
just
moment.
might outdo Nick's Henry
All right,
Cavill.
we'll go
That-
ahead and
yeah, I
declare
mean, the
charges
mask's
then.
nice, but
Cool.
I think Leah did a little more work.
Chat's asking, do people here like Henry Cavill? Henry Cavill's a huge 40K fan, so
Yeah,
we just like him for being part of our community.
We love him for being
Hive
part of the
Tyrant is going
community.
to declare a charge into
All right, here comes the
3 of
charges.
these units.
Let's go.
That'll be where I start. 6 is fine. We're going to just go 1.0 from the kill rig. I'm just trying to stop the heroic more than anything.
Sure. Who would you like to end closest to?
Double checking because I might do charge immortals here. I'm trying to figure this out. I know there's probably an overrun. I don't know the reroll wounds. There might be reroll charge. There might not be. There will be D3 extra. So that's fine. So we're at 4 at the moment. We're not going to do charge immortals. I'd like my closest one to be probably orange.
Okay.
Orange sounds good.
Cool. Just so you know, I do have 2 CP. I can transhuman Beast Snag of Cavalry.
Okay,
If I
and it's
wanted
when I
to.
target them.
Yes, when you declare your attacks into them.
Understood.
So that would be 2 of my 3 CP, but I could do that, just so you know.
2 CP.
Yep.
Then you would. All right. Good to know. Thank you.
Yep.
All right. We'll call that good right there.
Sure.
We will not charge immortal. It's a 2-up to just kill a guy. It'd be really nice, actually. If he dies, he dies. No. It's fine. All right.
Cool.
So then that's good. We'll charge Tyrant Guard into the this guy, the
Yep.
boss. 8 will do it.
Cool.
The Raveners will declare the 5 here.
Sure.
7 is in.
Nice.
Just sticking barely at an inch.
You got it.
Basically, so if you interrupt, you'll probably get 4 in, not 5.
They're
Yeah,
using measuring tape
which
because
fine.
each unit in this game.
Yeah, they're only strength
moves
4
a
right now,
different
so I'm not
distance
gonna
Yeah,
in
it's-
inches,
that's
so
good
they're
for me.
measuring that out and making sure they're getting some accurate ranges for those models' movements and powers.
Venom Thoops will charge.
Chat's
Boss.
got this. They got you covered. A lot of vets in the
Need to
chat.
make sure he's dead, yeah. 4 is enough. Cool. Let's go hopping in there. Ah. Doesn't really matter at the moment, so I'll just go out here. Oh, shit. Sorry, good to say. I can pile in to hit him if I need to.
Sure.
We'll call that no charge here. Okay, I'm out of heroic range there. This is discussed. Oh, buy more spore mines. I apologize.
Sure. Yeah, go for it.
Looks to be 7. Thank you, mate.
Yep.
Just jamming him out in the back, honestly.
Yep.
Mad line of sight. If you come get me, we'll come get you. All right. Starting with the Hive Tyrant.
Sure.
D3 extra attacks.
Cool.
Looks to be 1. We're talking 7 big ones.
Cool.
So I have to pile in.
You do.
Okay. We're going to pile in out of the kill rig.
Sure.
Staying barely in engagement range of both.
Of both? You got it?
That's the question, isn't it? I can kill this and leave, and then you just have that unit, or I can just do max damage and let the flyer die next turn. Rather, the flyer.
Thanks for going
Just
everywhere.
orange.
Thank you, sir.
Just orange.
Just orange? Cool.
Okay. All attacks into orange.
Cool. So this is 7 attacks. That'll hit on 2s rolling 1s, and then
Moving on
wound
currently 3s.
3s rerolling.
Yep.
Yeah, go
Hopping in
for it.
here real quick,
I'm not
chat.
gonna do anything.
Folks were asking about pictures of
Twos.
armies. If you go over to Facebook to the Frontline Gaming community page, one of our lovely staff members, Kelsey, has been taking photos of the event and posting them up there. Kiddo, it looks like there's a unit of Gretchen, and then that unit of Squigog Boys is kind of stretching back to that backfield objective for Lucas.
5 up. Nope. Squeeze it down to 5, so I can't.
Easy as that, so no commandos.
Yeah, no.
So we'll do them next. Can you good bits if I'm on the objective?
If I control it, yes.
All right, be what you will.
Yep.
This is 25 attacks, hitting on 2s, rolling 1s, winning on 3s, AP 5.
Yep, they're dead.
Okay, thank you. Tyrant Guard into Zag struck first.
Cool. And this is just hitting on 3s, no rerolls?
Hitting on 3s, no rerolls.
Cool.
1, 2, clocks on me. 3. These are the strength 6 because I'm within 3 of a Tyrant. No rerolls. 4s. 3 invulns. Damage 1.
What's the AP?
5.
Okay. 5 up, feel no pains. Down to 4.
Okay. Here's the Signing Talons. Uncocked. All hit.
Yep.
T, what?
T6.
Okay, cool. 3 AP 2.
6 up armors. 5 up field nose. Down to 3.
Right. We'll go ahead and just pile on the Venom Tropes. Half an inch. So he's a 4 up armor.
That's right. 4 up armor, 5 up field no pain. No invuln right now.
Excellent.
Just get that guy in.
Yep. I'm going to consolidate a Tyrant Guard onto the center objective as well.
Yep.
We'll make it 3.5. We'll make it 2.
Cool.
Okay, Venom Tropes.
Yep.
Well, his AP in combat is 2.
His AP is 3.
In combat, cool. Hit you with 2 of them.
Sure. Are you keeping the invuln?
Keeping the
Is that what
invuln.
that guy is going for?
Oh, there's a Hive Tyrant right here. We'll Won't have the hive tyrant. We'll keep the invul.
Cool. So this is how many attacks?
This is 10 at 3 0ing ones.
There's 5 each.
MPB, there are many people that could be considered to be the best or objective undisputed player in the world, and most countries will say a different player, so it's hard to say.
There is a lot of we'll call it competitive spirit between the countries
that is
over who is the best player. But this is the individual circuit. This is the kind of culmination of that individual circuit. So if you had to crown someone the best, it would be who would win the LVO and win the ITC. But there are team events, which some people say is more of a representation of a player's ability.
Also the European, like the WTC as well. So there's different circuits too. So it's impossible to really narrow it down.
Yeah.
Everybody will definitely have
Donut
their
is
favorite.
right. Australia just won the World Team Championship, and there are some prominent Australians in attendance here.
Yeah.
That's Maw Claws, man.
That's Maw Claws up front.
And he just got another attack from killing me?
He just got another attack from killing you.
That's mean.
Yeah, I know.
So, John didn't have to commit too much there. He did get to kill something with the Maw Claws. I mean, they're getting an extra attack now, so it's just going to get bigger and bigger as time goes on.
Yeah, so let's kind of recap how John's turn turned out. It looks like we're going to end up losing all of the Beast Snaggle boys and Zagstruck on that midfield point. He was able to take out that one unit of Squig Hogs and then overrun back with the Maw Claws man. And then he's kind of pushed up and, like we saw in the movement phase, stolen that upper left objective.
Yep.
That'll give you an 8
So,
instead of a 12.
In terms of exposure, you're right. There's not a lot out there that Lucas is going to be able to necessarily punch back at.
And that's another Squig Hog unit on the top left that just filled morale.
Yep.
So that's 2 Squig Hog units down. That hurts.
That's big
That
rough.
hurts. Still getting another 8, but John is in a really good position now to really start kicking off of those primaries and start scoring all of his points. And the WOG has been called.
Here we go. Yep. So that means everything that is a core or character, which is basically everything in Lucas's army except the truck, will be able to advance and charge this turn. And then everything's going to get that 5-up invuln, that extra attack, and the extra strength.
Yeah, so these guys are going to hit even harder, go even faster. But again, John has done such a good job of blocking out his juicy bits, the tyrants in the back there. There's some Ravagers in front, Tyrant Guard. And the great part about the Tyrant Guard in this matchup is because the Orcs don't have a lot of dangerous shooting that really needs the Tyrants to be scared of, those Tyrant Guard can be used aggressively.
Yeah, and John has used them aggressively already.
Exactly.
Plague, you're asking about standings. If you're looking for current standings of this event, you can go into Best Coast Pairings, either on the app or the website. This is a sponsored event, so you should be able to see the rankings for players in this event. And if you're looking for overall season rankings, you can just go to Frontline Gaming's website, frontlinegaming.org, and look for ITC rankings.
You can see everything all there. It's all public. Everybody can see anytime, and it will be updated pretty quickly after this event, too.
Yep.
This is the end of the ITC season.
Yep. This is literally the final event.
This is the final
Any
event.
other event occurring this weekend is actually on next season's score.
Yes. That's why it's so important for the players there that are in contention to win this season are at this event and doing well.
Yep. All right. So we're gonna put you in the position of John right now.
Okay.
How are you feeling? Lucas is up by 17 points.
He is up by 17 points. And I did miss a second interrogation.
You did, and
That's
that was
3
big.
points that I don't get back at all. And the banners are going to be a little harder to get. So in my head, it means starting turn 3 now, the WOG has been called, and this is what I was waiting for. I was waiting for him to have to commit stuff so I know where I can start pressuring him elsewhere. I know that I can go with this back objective with one of the tyrants to start taking that away and forcing him to kind of spread those units. I know that I can go to the bottom right to start forcing more guys. I want to spread him out because I've taken away a bunch of his resources down. So now I need to make sure that I start getting my primary back and denying him the primary at the same time. So Lucas needs this turn to go near perfect for him. And if it does, it'll put John in a very tough position. But if there's even one part that doesn't go wrong and John can come back from it, and I do what he's been planning to do this entire game, then Lucas will have a hard time coming back from it.
Yeah,
this is a very important
This
turn.
is the deciding turn.
This is
and,
the deciding turn.
Farsight's in chat. This event is using the Warzone Nephilim GT packet since this is the last event of the season. The judges, staff, and the TOs decided to stick with the rules from this season. And so this will kind of be the end of Nephilim, and then moving forward, everyone will be playing Arcs of Omen.
Yep, so this would probably be the last Nephilim tournament.
In the world.
In the world. I would assume.
The last 5 rounds of it.
The last 5 rounds of it. That's right. It's a farewell to Nephilim. Everybody.
Bittersweet.
Bittersweet. If you liked it, you're sad. If you hated it, you're happy.
Yeah.
But either way, it's gone, so you're going to have to deal with it.
It is.
But not for another 5 rounds. We still got 5 more rounds.
We have the most intense 5 rounds.
We have the most 5 rounds.
How much longer are we going to be on air today?
We are going to be on air until 11 o'clock PST tonight.
Minimum. Yeah. So if you hopped in and you were enjoying what you're seeing, we've got plenty more content to come today.
Plenty more to go. And we've got 3 more tomorrow with the top 8 to get it broken out.
Yep.
And we're going to see the championship and who's going to get crowned at the end.
So just to kind of give folks at home kind of an idea of the tournament format, we're going to get to round 6 where the entire field is playing. After round 6, they're going to cut to what we call a shadow round, which is starting tomorrow in the quarterfinals. We need to be down to 8 players. If they have more than 8 players undefeated, they do a shadow round to eliminate players down to the 8 players. So we're anticipating having probably somewhere in the neighborhood of 14 to 15 undefeated players by the end of this today. So we're looking at maybe upwards of 6 or 7 games to be played in the shadow round.
Yeah, and that's going to be amazing too. Def Dread, thank you so much for the subscription. Appreciate you coming up here. And of course, the Def Dread subscribing while Seth the Mad Dog is on stream.
Wow.
It is amazing. Yeah, we didn't hear Lucas call the wall. Maybe you should do it for him, Seth.
I shudder to think what I would do to the audio people behind the scenes. They might physically come out behind the curtain and tackle me.
Yeah. There are choppas. There's a choppa right near us that they could use to hit you with. That's just ironic at that point.
Yeah. I've already locked my chop up. They don't have access to it.
Okay.
Right, they might. I could be in trouble.
You could be in a lot of trouble. Yeah, Lucas is taking a very careful turn right now because he knows this is a crucial turn.
Yeah, I think he's right. He's got to commit the trucks.
Yeah.
Problem is, if he commits the truck boys and just hits the screen and bounces off, wipes the screen, then those mega knobs are just sitting there in the open.
So,
chat, that is Jeremy Atkins that you see in the background there. He is the winner of last round, and he is playing.
the WOG. Never mind. The WOG has not been called.
Yeah. No WOG.
Took it back.
Or is this a rule for us? No WOG.
Yeah, no WOG.
Are we not allowed to WOG? Or does that mean there was
the WOG has been called. Oh, Seth's just not allowed to WOG.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
We have been given a napkin contract of no WOG from Seth.
I'm not allowed.
Oh.
Yeah,
Well,
chat's asking what WOG is. WOG is like an orc battle cry in the lore, but in the rules for this game, it's going to allow.
It is the Braveheart freedom.
Yeah, it's going to allow Lucas to advance his models and still charge, which gets him a D6 extra movement on each unit. It's going to give him an invuln save on all of his units to make them more durable. It's going to give him an extra attack for each model, extra strength for each model. So this is going to be a huge force multiplier. And the orc player gets to choose when to call it, and Lucas called it at the top of this turn.
Yeah, which means he's going to be going pretty much full set at this point to put the pressure on John and make him have to make the counterattack.
He cannot piecemeal this. He's got to go.
He cannot piecemeal it. That is not how WOGs work.
No, sir. And he only keeps that benefit, the advance portion, for one turn. He gets an invuln save and extra attack and strength for 2 turns. So he'll have that for a good portion of this game, but it's not forever.
Yeah. So WOG is important right now. He's going for it. So Seth, what are your targets right now? You're Lucas. What are you going for? What does he need to kill?
I think it's pretty unreasonable to say that I could kill the Flyrants.
Yeah.
They're pretty durable. They're not. They're going to have a 4-up invuln. They're what, T7? How many wounds each?
Which ones?
The Flyrants.
Flyrants are 12 wounds each.
Yeah, that's a lot of wounds to get through. So I think those are kind of a thing you ignore. So I try to wipe everything. If I can take the Ravengers, if I can take the Tyrant card, take those Warriors, that's all my objective, even get those Zoanthropes, and make John play with just those 2 characters. Yeah, he's going to do a lot of damage, but he's not going to be able to win the game with just those 2, I think.
Yeah.
So
good call for sure.
I think he just ignores him and just tries to wipe literally every other model that he can get to.
Yeah. So it looks like the Snagga boys out of the kill rig there are going to be going for the Warriors, not trying to go too much into the Spore Binds. They don't want to take free mortal wounds because they have 1 wound each. That's value for sure. Kill rig. Does the kill rig just kind of eat those Spore Mines? Maybe go into the Venom Tropes afterwards?
Yeah. I mean, I literally, if it's not a Flyrant, I want it dead this turn.
Okay.
If I could get to that Spore Assist in the back, I would.
Yeah, that makes sense. Squigogs going into the Raveners probably. Squigogs can kill Ravener squad, right? Maybe?
Maybe.
Okay. We are actually going to go to the live to Pete the Falcon out in the field.
Hey, beautiful boys and girls. We're live from Las Vegas, Nevada. There's just too many people behind me. I'm sweating. They had me out back putting on a Falcon costume like 10 minutes ago. And I'm going to tell you something, guys. They bought a child-size inflatable Falcon costume for me to wear. Someone paid $50 for that. I got stuck in it. I am furious. They gave me these sunglasses as a gift to make up for it. I had a bleed on my forehead. They tried to shove it over my head. Anyway, guys, I've been out in the field monitoring some of the big games that we can't monitor because Seth and Dustin are too slow and too lazy to walk down there themselves. Just for plus I need to lose a bunch of weight. So because I've been a little chubbed. So we got some table talk for you here. First off, on table 13, Sean Naden playing Daniel Axe. This is Orcs versus Imperial Knights. I'm going to say up front, this is a game that Sean Naden should win. And it looks like he took a 45-minute turn 1, possibly an hour. He went first and immediately called Wog, killed 3 Armigers, but more importantly, shoved literally everything he has ever owned in his life, all his household goods, into the Imperial Knight deployment zone. Everything is frozen solid for the Knights. They can't get out. They're trying to shoot their way out. A little bit of some boys have died. One battle wagon up here has been killed. That's really about it. Sean in a very commanding position. Game's going a little bit slow there. Table 18, Nassim Fouchain versus Stuart Traynor of the Australia Tau versus Gene Stealer Colts. Nassim went first, which is what he wants to do. In case you've ever met this like Spanish, British, whatever you want to call him, person, he goes all the way in all the time. It's how he plays his Tau. He wants to go first. Going first, he put Stuart on the back foot. He killed 1 full bike squad, 2 rock grinders, almost wiped out all of the rest of Stuart's bikes. He was unhappy with that. He thought he was going to table him. Stuart's clapback was actually absolutely abysmal. He killed 4 crisis suits and decided to keep about 50 neophytes in reserve. On turn 2, Nassim went all in again. Between his planes and his crisis suits, he actually killed everything on the board minus about 3 bikes and a small squad that was down to about 2 neophytes. Stuart now does not think he has a chance to make it back in. He did, last I looked, still have 40 neophytes in reserve that he was about to bring on, so we'll see if he can kind of claw back some kind of secondary primary points, but it does not look good. Nassim looking very, very comfortable over there. In other games, Jack Harpster versus Corey Schultz. This game was a nail-biter. I wish you could have seen it. First off, the game was over in about 15 minutes because both guys played very, very cautiously, very cagey. Jack knew he had bottom of turn, so he figured he could just outscore his opponent on banners and primary. He did not account for a couple of things, one being him not actually knowing how to count. So when they got into turn 5, they were pretty sure Jack was just automatically going to win. He miscounted his banners, so they had to replay the final turn with a judge watching. Jack pulls out a win by 1 point when it looks like, let me see here. Yes, he had a unit of like 3 Death Company pull down a Doom Scythe to give him that 1-point win. So very tight game there. We've got a couple other big games on the go, guys. I'm going to go check up on them. We've got Andrew Gagno going up against Taroche from Team Spain, from the WTC. Taroche started the game by saying that Andrew Gagno was his longtime nemesis. So I'm really looking forward to see where that game ends. We've also got a nail-biter between Stephen Crawley and Alex McDougall. When I get back, guys, expect me to be exhausted, but excited to see you. Back to you guys.
Good.
Yep.
So it takes 1.
Cool.
Doesn't kill anyone, so no squiggy curse.
So we've got super mode online for the thingy.
Okay.
Amazing.
I know what you mean.
Yeah, we got D3 shots on our auto hitting flamer. There we go. English.
Yeah, each one pass 1 spell.
Yep. This man, is he within? Nope. So he's going to shoot. Oh, the tick. How many wounds is the tick?
10.
Ooh. That probably doesn't matter anymore. Right within 24 of your. I'm super sorry, man. Yeah, we'll shoot the tick.
All right.
And then we'll do mortar into these dudes
Sure.
and stick it into them as well.
It advanced, right?
It did. Yep, thanks. So just the D3 into your tick. 2, winning on 3s. 1, AP3.
Go ahead.
5 damage.
5 left.
Cool. This guy did not advance.
Okay.
He is going to, maybe he did. I'm going to assume he did. He's going to put the laser gun into the Raveners for sure.
Okay.
Yep.
3.
2 at AP3.
6 is in cover.
Yep, sure.
Fail both. Kills.
Kill.
Wounds.
2 damage. Yep. Okie dokie. The Meganobs are going, they did not advance, so they're going to light up the Spore Mines.
Okay.
They have 6 shots each at this range.
Okay.
So
that's
here's 6. Here's another 6. And here's 3. We'll do this twice.
Cool.
5s.
That's pretty good.
Epic. And toughness 3.
Yep. So 3 so
3.
far.
Second half.
Whee! And these good hits. Get the good hits. So 4, so 7.
total. Yep.
3 in cover.
You got it.
Dead. Not in cover. Dead. All mines.
Sweet. Good job, Meganobs. Okay. That is him done. Him done. We're gonna throw 3 spears into your Raveners.
Okay. Venom Thrope, so 6s.
1 at AP2.
Okay. Fails.
2
Damage.
Yep.
Takes 1.
Cool. The little guns on the back from the dudes. 1 hit. Nope.
All right.
The storm people are gonna shoot you with their gats.
All right.
Nope. We'll shoot you with the flamethrower from the war boss. Twice. 1 wound. AP1.
On who?
Ravs.
AP.
1.
Damage.
1.
Fails.
The shooter as well. Is he
Okay.
gonna advance? 6s? Nope. It's a combi weapon.
Cool.
The truck's big shooter is also gonna go into the Ravs.
Yep. Nope.
1
Minus
Venom
1 from the
Probes.
Raveners.
Yeah,
Or Venom Probes, yep.
Charge phase. We're going to do pigs into your Ravs.
Okay. No Overwatch.
8
Easy.
with 3 CP. That's the wounded guy?
Yep. In the middle.
Doink. Doink. We'll just base these 2.
Understood.
The rig will go in. 6.
Easy.
Storm people are going to charge both.
Okay.
Them and the Tyrant Guard.
With all
Tyrant
these
Guard will flip to
charges,
defense.
Seth, where should John be interrupting?
It's going to depend on where Lucas multi-charges, because if he gets like a unit like Ravengers that's got 2 or 3 things that it could put attacks into, that might be worth it. You know, you don't necessarily want to spend an interrupt with, say, just the Tyrant Guard just to pick up a unit of Storm Boys.
Mm-hmm.
That's not a good use of 2 CP. It's the main threats are going to be those Squigog Boys, The kill rigs are certainly a threat, and the mega knobs. The rest of the stuff is just a lot of strength 6, strength 7, AP 1, which can certainly do damage. But I think if he could interrupt and get one of those multi-damage units, and then throw whatever leftover attacks he has into one of those smaller infantry units, that's where I would be looking. We'll have to see how the charges play out here.
Yeah.
See where the opportunity sets itself up.
Where does he start? Where does Lucas want to start here? Where does he not want him to interrupt? The Ravagers in the bottom right?
The Ravagers are probably the highest volume of damage out
Definitely
there.
the highest volume, yeah.
And so that, Lucas guaranteed gets to activate one unit before any chance of interrupt. The question is, does he have anything that is going to be able to completely take that unit with one activation? I don't know that 3 Squighogs will be enough. But in the previous round, Lucas was on fire with his attack rolls. Remember, Goffs get exploding 6s in combat. He had 2 guys with 8 attacks get 12 hits.
Yeah, that's not normal math.
It's not. So I think that's kind of what he's banking on. If he were to use that, I don't. Maybe the kill rig has enough, but I think I'd probably go with the Squighogs. They're a little bit more vulnerable to that Ravager interrupt. So that's where I'm thinking. But it looks like he's in position. If things work out, he could be taking out the Raveners, the Venomthropes, and the Tyrant Guard, and the Warriors.
And that takes away a lot of resources for John. But,
and it looks like if he was able to get those Venomthropes with the Mega Knobs, he could use that truck to try to tag the Zoanthropes and force that smite into it.
Yes, for sure. I actually need to make sure I will look at the table here when the fighting starts to see what resources John has left and where, because I'm pretty sure he still has the 5-man Raveners left. But I have to double check, because I want to make sure I know what he has left to fight his turn with, so I know what the clapback will be. You
go check the table. I'll keep an eye on chat and see how these charges develop.
Oh, that's the only question is, Scrag Balls will just charge him. This is going to mess up my plan, but it is what it is. Boom! Swag! Boys will charge your warriors. How many attacks are warriors?
Setting defend 4 each.
Okay.
So 8.
And their strength a lot, 2 damage?
Strength 7, 2 damage.
Strength 7, okay.
Still a lot, but
Giving
3.
you guys a CP update. This is important because this is going to dictate interrupts and bonus damage strats and all that. Lucas is at 4, John is at 3.
Decent amount of time, and this is a 9? So it's a 50-50 or like a 90%.
How many CP is your fancy
2? 2. Okay. So I'd go down to a number that I don't want. Screw it.
Down to 2?
Yep.
Okay.
Needing a 9.
Fails.
Needing a 9.
Passes.
Go 15 inches.
Can you measure for me?
You got it. 3 forward.
I was completely joking. Just put it wherever you want.
It's just a matter of like how far forward I can go. So there.
Okay.
Lock.
Solid.
2 up for D3. Yep. 1 mortal.
1 mortal?
Yep.
Doesn't really matter who.
All right. That is the end of my charge phase.
Okay. I will try to fight last.
Cool.
No one.
Okay, cool. So now it would actually cost you an interrupt.
Dustin,
looks like that ramming speed charge managed to get that kill rig into a unit of Zoanthropes. Is that a thing the Zoanthropes should be worried about?
Yeah, that's something that the 4-up invuln squad should be worried about.
Yeah, there's a lot of attacks that come out of one of those kill rigs. 6 base with its saws, 7 on this walk turn, 3 from its squig, 4 from its.
Yeah, let's see where he's actually going to go for his first swing. See if you were right, or we were right.
Everyone wants to hit, and they're within 6, so they have +1 attack from the Tyrant?
Pardon me?
They have +1 attack from the Tyrant?
They do have +1 attack from the Tyrant.
Got it.
So that's 18 attacks.
There is no right decision here.
Yes. We'll actually go first with these pigs.
Okay.
This is the moment that I'm
the
commentator and not the player.
Yeah, me too.
So he is going with, like I thought, the squigs
Yep.
into the Ravagers, see if he's going to be able to do enough damage.
Yeah. Okay, perfect.
So I'm sure the Tyrant.
Because I'm -1 to hit in
Yeah,
combat.
I
You were all
forgot, I'm
4s.
sorry. Yep.
That's fine.
2 at AP1.
2 AP1s. Wow.
Yep. 1 damage. Cool.
Kills 1 wounded.
And then the spears.
Yep.
1, 2. This is hitting on 4s because you're -1.
Yep.
Oh, you love to see it.
I do
You
not.
love to see it for Gork. 3
Oh,
sixes.
100% hit rate is there? Or no,
That was
one
one miss.
Look at
Alright,
that.
I'll
Look at
take
those
it. I take
sixes,
it. Only
Dustin.
like 20.
3 of them. That's 3 extra hits.
John,
There's
you
the
don't want to see that.
6 at AP2, 2 damage.
sixes.
Nice.
Okay, first one. I have one after this.
Oh my
Yep.
God!
Wounded.
Apparently, they both can roll
Look
sixes.
at both roll
Cool.
sixes.
Okay.
Oh
And
Jesus!
the,
God,
jaws.
what is going on?
The 3s are misses because of your thing.
Yep.
2 hits.
The Ravener's
One
refusing to
wounded
die.
AP1, 2 damage.
Strength 6. Nice.
That
Yeah,
is a
strength
big
7
deal.
on
That is a
charge.
big deal.
That's a
Fails.
problem for
2
Lucas.
Kills.
Okay, so that's 2 down.
2 down, 3 left.
You got it.
Clock to me.
Yes, sir.
All right, now the big call. Where do you interrupt?
Tyrant guard, 100%.
All right.
Well,
Doing
maybe the
calculator.
Raveners, but I think the kill rigs are. The kill rig is going to still kill them anyway. I think the
Looks
Tyrant
like
guard-
we're getting a calculator out to figure out the best option here.
This is Math Hammer right here. This is literal Math Hammer.
Yeah.
Armor save on the War Boss on Squiggy.
4 up. -1 to wound, 5 at feel no
Is
pain.
he going to the with the Venom Throats? They
That's-
always wound on 2s.
It's true. It'll get around his -1 to wound. But he's -1 damage.
That's not good enough.
He's 4 up armor. He's 5 up involved.
Yeah,
5
I
up
think he
Philippines.
just figured out the
If
same
I made him
thing
fight
as
last would have been
calculator.
fun.
Yep.
And the fight last did not work. Is he going to interrupt? Is he worth it?
He clocked it in, which again is
Yeah,
a,
he clocked it on himself. so
is
he makes
a
sure
nice
not to
professional
be-
move. He's taking his time to make this decision.
I think it's going to end up being the Raveners.
It's going to be the
Yeah,
Make
Raveners.
sure.
Those hot saves
The hot saves.
made
you know
made
what?
that
Maybe
really a
it's
viable
Can
option.
you break down a kill rig stats for me?
Do you mind if I pile in on my time?
Consolidate?
Yeah, consolidate.
Please consolidate.
Yeah, for sure. Because I'm not basing anyone. Just get out of
So
the
that's
way.
going
of
to
the
let
kill
him,
rig,
if he does
basically.
that,
It'll
he'll be
enable
able to
him
hit
fight that guy.
Commandos, Squighawk
Okay,
Well, that
Boys,
does
and
change
Kill
things.
Rig.
Okay.
I was going to use that against you.
Okay.
No,
then-
no,
yeah,
no, no.
I screwed up.
Okay.
I screwed up. So it only makes sense for you to hold it against me.
I mean, look, it's still your
No,
sequence.
I'm still there. Go ahead.
Okay. Yep, clock's on me.
You've already given me one giant take back. I can't have everything.
That'd be a stupid way to win. Tyrant Guard. Going there. Kill a lot of Storm Boys. Killer Claws damage what? 3. Gnarly. Defense on the Killer Claw.
T6, 6 wounds, 5 of invuln.
6 wounds.
Yep.
Shockingly doable. Mega Knob. These are Mega Knobs or Knobs?
They're Mega Knobs.
All right, so
they have 2 up armors.
Not the Venom Tropes. Yeah, I think it'll be the Raveners.
Sure.
All right, so he made his call. He's
Gonna
going
move
with the Raveners.
slightly over and get
With
within
the
an inch of the Storm Boy.
I think he's
Staying within
gonna
2
try.
there. So we're just going to
He
have
wants to
2
kill
going
the
here,
Commandos.
1 going on the Storm Boy.
You got it.
The Storm Boys, yeah, because there's no point going into the kill.
Here's 2 on
And those
the
commandos can be surprisingly
Storm Boys?
aggressive
Or,
in
the
combat with that
commandos.
+1 to wound.
2s,
Yeah.
And their strength
You're on
5
ones.
right now. 6 because of wall.
Wait.
2 6s,
Oh, yeah,
That's a
that's
big
right.
deal, too.
3s.
The imperative with
units
the
instead.
exploding on sixes was
7
used to
AP4.
get the CP. 'cause of
Oh,
the
sorry.
side.
My apologies. You have an invuln. 7 AP4.
Lose 5. So the knob's
Never
down
mind. Damn. Forgot the invuln. So here's on the Storm Boys. 2s are on 1s.
Was that
Incredible.
a rare
6
error
stacks,
on the boy King
3s.
John Lennon's part?
Oh,
Forgetting
bad
about
interrupt.
the
Bad
invuln
interrupt.
when
2
he was
invulns on Storm
allocating.
Boys.
Just taking on
Ooh,
2.
this might be swinging back.
Those
They might swing back a little bit. The Raveners
Okay.
don't need to do
We're going to
much
consolidate
to get some value,
close to
but
the kill rig and come base this, come all the way back around here.
he wants
I
to
mean, he's
get
done
it
with
going.
his attacks. That's it.
Yeah.
He just killed
All that
what,
good?
5 commandos with that interrupt.
That's
That's
fine.
it.
Back
Talks
over
to
to
you.
me.
It's a lot of attacks they got rid
We'll
of.
do the kill
Yeah.
rig.
Just kill rig and
next.
1 commando left that
Screw
can
myself
start
again.
trying to finish off those Raveners.
Making sure I got
Proving to be
guys
pretty
still in
durable.
signups.
I think they can do it.
Anyone wounded?
No one's wounded.
Dino. 6 explodes. Strength 9, so 3s. 2. And
AP.
AP 2, damage 3.
6s, 1.
So 3 damage on a guy.
Wounds
So
twice.
many sixes.
Many
7
sixes.
attacks from the saw blades. Saw blades.
So,
Sawed it, 2 6s. And these are strength 6 base, +2 from the weapon, +1 from the wall, +1 from Goffs. So 2s. Strength 10.
AP.
5, AP 2, 2 damage.
6s. Damage 2.
Yep.
Okay. There's a guy at 2 wounds.
Yep.
He's good. Guy at 2 wounds is dead. Next guy's at 4. He's wounded.
Okay. Homeboys on the side.
I guess I'll... Commando charge anyway, so he's going to get where he wants to go.
Yep.
All right.
Homeboys on the side. 6. And this gets +1 strength from Goffs because it's just melee attack when you charge. Nope.
Cool.
And then consolidate. When you remember how the fight phase works.
You're good.
Whee! Just come on forward.
Yep. Blah. Indeed. Indeed you do.
Commando go burr.
Sure.
Scooch. Sorry.
Yep, you're good.
Force. If I botched anything there, feel free to put it back.
Okay, fine.
Okay.
Again with the
explode.
6s.
Nice.
Stop with the 6s. Somebody get a tub of water and test these
3
dice.
at -3, 2 damage.
Okay, so... Dead.
And then 4 on the last guy.
So he's down to 2.
All right, so he kills the Ravengers down to a man. Is that good?
I mean, it's good, but having a Ravener... It's not Dark Eldar. I'll help you out, chat here. Don't worry. They're Raveners.
Ravener, single Ravener. It's
base,
not going to
wog,
really pose much of a threat, I think. Maybe it could go get some Gretchen
It
or
may not
something.
pose much of a threat, but it can be a pain when
Yeah.
the back objective is just Gretchen there.
Yeah, it certainly can.
AP.
2, damage 2.
Dead. Squad.
For Gork. For Gork. Come on forward. Beast Snaggers are going to go crump mode.
Yep.
So they're all within 16 right now. So they're just going to stay where they are for the purposes of Green Tide because there's 10 of them.
Okay.
So guy on 2 means the fist first, hitting on 2s because the war boss is nearby. Okay.
Hate
Strength
that.
9.
Yep.
Just all the 6s. This is the key to playing Orcs as Goths is just roll 6s.
Just roll 6s, guys.
Just roll 6s.
The best strategy ever.
Stay where they are because of, well, who's closer here? 11-ish. Yeah, they're definitely closer here. So they're just going to move into the box going this way.
All right. So staying at the 16 mark with everyone?
Yep.
Dixon.
One guy won't be able to make it, so we'll just hang out there.
Won't be able
one
to
of
make
these
it where?
Inside the box because of where my
Oh,
mouse
I
is
see.
going,
Okay.
so.
But they're all in the corner.
Yep. We're going to do Rig. One of these guys is at 3 wounds.
One is at 3.
Okay. We'll just...
All right, I'm going to ask you to call. How many 6s does he roll in this set of attacks?
3.
3 6s. All right, we'll see.
So if history has been any indication in the last couple rolls,
This
3.
boy should go to the craps tables after this.
Absolutely. Yeah. Why is he even playing 40K? He should be playing some craps right now.
Yeah, what are we doing?
we'll do the guys on the side. 3 hits. 6 on the charge. 1. Wins him. Cool. Saw blades. Strength 10.
No 6s.
I saw 1 early on.
Kills the wounded guy.
And we'll just face you up here. Easy. With the 1.
Well, Zothrips did not die, though, which is actually impressive.
Yeah. 4-ups be fickle, I believe, is
4-ups be fickle, yeah.
the official term.
2s. Toughness 6. Yep. Strength 13, so 2s. 4 at AP. 4 damage 3.
AP 4.
Yep.
Oh, cool. Kills
Let me
1.5.
be 1,000% sure.
It's the same for now. It won't matter until I roll.
Okay,
a 5.
yeah. Cool.
So 1 back in your pile out of.
Yes. So 3 went through. Is that right?
Yeah, 3 went
failed
through.
3 saves. Okay. Here's the swag. 2 hits. 4, strength 4. So 1 wounded AP 1.
Good.
Okay. So 5 more attacks.
Okay.
2s. Whoa. 2s. So 3 more at AP 4 damage 3.
Okay, it now matters if it's AP 3 or 4.
Let me find out. Are you dead if it's AP 4?
If I'm AP 4, I'm dead.
Okay.
Side note, it's AP4.
Triple check.
Okay.
No problem.
Killer Claw,
Side note,
strength
he's dead.
times 2, AP 4 damage 3.
Okay,
There we
squad.
go.
Sweet.
So there you go. That is the Tyrant card.
That is the Tyrant card.
He's going to come hang out right here.
That hurts.
Easy.
The Storm People made a charge, the Meganobs made a charge, and the Truck made a charge. Truck's going to go first. He's just going to tap these dudes.
Sure.
And base those 2.
Sounds good.
All right, so that looks like basically all the damage that Lucas is going to get on this turn. He managed to pick up the unit of warriors, all but one Ravager, the unit of Tyrant Guard, and a couple of Zoanthropes. Again, we're going to put you in the position of John. Are you feeling good about that, or was that more than you thought you were going to take?
Well, I'm definitely not feeling good about it, but I don't think I'm quite scared yet.
You're not quite scared yet. Have you seen this man roll sixes?
I have seen him roll sixes, but as long as you don't give him the chance to roll sixes, then you might have a chance of surviving it.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
And he doesn't have a way to roll sixes against mortal wounds.
That's
and
true.
He still has a lot of
but he's tagged both of those Zoanthrope units. So he is kind of forcing those mortal wounds into very specific targets.
Yes, the Flyrants on there can't go to where they want to go. And they can start picking up some objectives, too.
Into the truck, doesn't matter
what.
Well,
the Flyrants are going to have to be doing psychic interrogation.
Let's go.
Sorry?
Let's
One
go.
of the Flyrants probably has to do psychic interrogation.
Takes 2 wounds, let's go.
All right, that's me.
They do.
All right.
But they can still slap things.
Talk back to you.
Yeah, for scoring, let me get my dice out here.
Let's see what he actually end up scoring
Truck
this
is
turn.
on.
This was a very good
Chat's saying they don't know how John can win this.
Raveners
Really? Well, let
are
John
nearby
show you.
so they're good.
Got the friend right there.
Never count out
this
the
guy
boy
is
king.
within
Never
6 as well?
count out the
Yep.
boy king.
He was the one I left alive.
Sweet. So I am going to get a 1, 2, 3 on green tide.
Okay.
I'm going to get a 2 on the tertiary.
Yep.
I'm going to get 3 more on bits on turn 3, and I'll put you on a 4.
That looks right. All right, min exploding
And
sixes.
1 banner, right?
1 banner still. I'm up to 4 CP. I'm up to 2 CP because I interrupted.
I'm up to 3.
All right.
It's also important that he's sitting on 3 CP, because that means if he tries to kill any of these characters in combat, he does have the fight on death access.
Yep, that does help.
I want to compliment you on how well you're playing this, by the way.
Thank you, appreciate it. Thanks for letting me do takebacks that would have lost me the game if I didn't know what I was doing.
Not gonna be able to smite
Rather
here.
ask you for it. Yep, for sure.
Shit, arrows down.
Oh, that's this guy trying to smite
He was
here?
trying to smite here. He was unable to do so.
Gotcha, okay.
Staying in combat, probably 1 wound away from bracket.
Correct.
Good to know. Falling back doesn't save me anything. We're gonna advance this unit of spore mines.
Sure.
Okay, 6, so 9. First 4 mines are gonna be able to hit that unit.
Cool.
This is the Mega Knobs.
Yeah.
D3 plus 2, 5 mortals.
Cool. Is there any more in the squad that are able to hit anybody?
Not in that unit, no.
Okay, they're gonna go into the truck or something like that.
Probably not. Probably just gonna sit.
Save them. You got it. Killed 1 2/3.
Mm-hmm.
There are Gretchen on both the top right and the bottom right objective.
Can you hold me within 12 of the Gretchen there? Thanks. So I don't need to get very far to do it.
Yep. Where are buffs going, if anywhere?
What's that?
3d6 cast on the Neurothrope.
It's staying on himself. Sorry. I don't know where the card is, but it's on the Neurothrope. So.
He couldn't smite the kill rig with the 1 Zoanthrope Squad because he couldn't get closer to it with it. That's all. So he has to smite the closest unit. And he couldn't quite consolidate closer to the kill rig to smite it. He can still smite, just not what he wanted to smite with that unit.
Moving right up. Guy's gonna go up and over, so no, net 8 inches to fall back.
Sure.
It appears that the Orc Codex has taken over the dice box.
Well, he did call a wog, so I feel that's appropriate.
Ah, that's how we roll the sixes.
That's how we roll the sixes. You
Gotcha,
call a wog,
gotcha.
take over the dice box. Now we just
Now,
improve.
now where's John going to roll?
Now exactly. He can't even roll. Yeah, he can't even roll fours, let alone sixes.
That's right.
But he is still exploding sixes in combat as well. So he's pseudo-goffs for this turn.
He's stealing our chapter tactic.
Yes, yes, he is. They are. He did eat a bunch of wargs. He got the biomass.
That's how it works. That is indeed how it works.
Tyranids work. So now the Tyranids here have to make the hardest clapback they could possibly do with what they have left, which is 3 Raveners, 2 units of Zoanthropes, 2 Tyrant Guard, some Biovores, a Spore Assist, and
not Tyrant Guard, Hive Tyrants.
Sorry, 2 Hive Tyrants. Yes.
Those are a lot different than Tyrant.
Very different. Tyrant Guard are dead.
Yeah, they are. So it's definitely thin on assets. It's if John is doing the math, he's got a slim margin at this point, I'd say.
He may have a slim margin, but it's a margin. And he's good with that.
And in this invest,
he's got a calculator.
It doesn't matter if you win by
Do
1
we can
or
6
100.
mines out of the mine boy?
He's got to keep winning.
He's got to keep winning.
I don't know if our producers can show what's happening in front of the stage.
Just chilling right in the back,
our
right back
PPC
here.
cameras, but we have this game broadcast
On the bottom
a
floor
big
again?
screen
Bottom floor,
as well
yeah.
at the
Sorry.
stage,
Just-
so
bottom
attendees
floor.
can watch, and a
All right,
crowd is gathering.
sorry,
The
face.
crowd is gathering now because this is the Boy King. There's a lot of people that are wanting to see the outcome of this game.
Yep.
We're going to just have this boy smite here.
Sure.
Passes on a 5, very in deny range.
Sure. Denied.
Okay. He will
So
then.
it's one of my 2 denies.
Yep.
That'll
So
be this one.
No problem. He'll then cast Paroxysm.
Sure.
Fails. He's done. All right. We're going to have these Zoanthropes cast. We'll have this guy go first, actually.
Okay.
So which one's denied?
This guy.
This guy's denied? Okay, cool. At that point, then, these ones will cast a smite.
Sure.
A 9 is a successful smite.
Okay.
Plus 2 means it's a super.
Sure.
That'll be 4 mortal wounds.
Okay. Down to 5.
Down to 5. All right. So he's now mid bracket.
Yep.
Good to know. These here will cast Neuroparasite.
Sure.
Passes extremely big. We're going to chain it here, 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 them.
Okay. They are Raveners, right?
That is
oh,
a
Parasite.
crazy set of
Gotcha.
chains. Can you
Okay,
explain
10
that to
4-ups.
everyone?
So the synaptic link, how the
4 mortals.
psychic powers for Tyranids work now. If
Just
the
try to break the
synapse
tide a little
creature
bit.
casting it, which it has to be, they can then link it within 12 inches to another synaptic
So
creature
done,
and
done.
keep linking it until they actually start with Neuroparasite. So what he's doing is he's linking it to the Tyrant, who's a synapse creature, to
Done.
the Tyrant, who's a
Neuroth
synapse
open him is
creature,
all that's left.
to the actual target on the other side of the board.
Which is those Gretchen
Which
in
is
the
those
back.
Gretchen in the backfield.
He'll cast smite. Sorry, he'll interrogate.
Cannot see.
Yeah, and
Yeah,
it took
perils.
him out.
I'll
Yeah.
take the perils. I take 1. I'm down to 11. I'll get a CP out of it.
Cool.
Neurothrope will now cast a smite.
Yep.
Sorry, it was not that, but it was pass. Just D3 into the mans.
Sure.
Will be 2.
Okay.
He'll then cast Catalyst. Catalyst is extremely successful. I perils. I take 3. Lol.
6s. So many 6s.
Catalyst has to go somewhere.
It's not deniable,
Those
I'm
were not the
guessing.
greatest
No,
assists
it's
he wanted either.
Pretty. I lost. Oh, here's my card.
Sorry.
No, you're totally fine. I'm putting it on the Flyrant right here.
Cool.
Okay. So we are now. So this is 3 guys left, or
3 guys, 1's on 2 wounds.
3 guys, 1's on 2 wounds. All right, cool. All right, we're just gonna shoot 1, 2, 3 Raveners. 1 Ravener's just gonna snipe your commando.
Cool.
2 of them can't see. So the 2 that cannot see will just go into Storm Boys.
You got
Commando. 3 roll 1s. 2 AP2.
5 ups. He's gone.
Okay. Storm Boys in cover. Roll 1s. That missed anyway. That'll be 3 AP2 on.
5 ups.
Cool.
2 dead.
All right.
Chat,
So
our
we're gonna
beloved
go
tech
ahead and
priest is working on the mic
be out
issue.
of
Let
guns
us know
just like
if you're
that.
having
We're gonna
trouble hearing
generate
us.
3d3 Spore Mines. Yep. Looks to be 6, 7. Okay. Charges, ready to declare.
Did you want to smite here, John, or anything? Oh,
Yeah,
no,
they didn't know a parasite.
parasited.
Yep.
That's right.
I wanted that more than I wanted a wounded trap.
Yeah, that makes sense. I just forgot they did that.
Totally fair. All right. We'll have Reaper's going to charge both.
Cool.
8.
Oh, I've got a rules question for you.
I've got an answer for you.
Would the Reaper of Obliterax ignore the stratagem that would make that beast boss only woundable on 4s?
You know, I think it doesn't.
So that might be a path there for Lucas.
But for 1 CP, he can reroll all wounds.
Ah. And John does look like he has 3 CP.
Yes.
If our beloved table boss Henry could update us on CP counts.
Should have more than enough to do what he wants to do here, I think.
Yeah.
Okay. The Raveners are charging the Storm Boys.
Sure.
4 is definitely that.
Yep.
Yep. It looks like John is also on 3, and John did just clarify that Lucas is on 3 as well.
Which is
4 is
important
definitely.
because, like John said, that means either an interrupt or a fight death for a character, but he can't do both. So Lucas will have to make a decision here, which is more important.
The 5 of pinball on this right now.
I think it comes down to where does John fight first.
Yeah, and I think probably that's Swigosaur.
And see, in that case, I think I just let it go and see, you know, because if he doesn't kill him, I can do a 2 CP fight somewhere else, and then that Swigosaur still alive for later.
Yeah.
To both, I apologize. It's not at all clarified.
Yeah, for sure. You're
Yeah.
in on either one, so.
Yep. Not basing either one.
Sure. Would you like to be closer to anyone in particular?
Closer to the piggies.
Okay.
All right. Starting Tyrant.
Sure.
We will go D3 extra attacks.
Sure.
Here is the D3 extra. 1.
Okay.
And he's got 2 little kicks.
Cool.
Mega Knobs they're 5 of pinball, so that's fair.
That's right.
Yeah, we're just gonna put every single attack on the boss, see if we can get him.
Okay.
2's rolling ones.
Yep.
No explosions.
And T7 -1 to wound. Did you want to do anything in addition, like reroll wounds or something?
Clock's on me.
Sure.
Definitely should have done this differently. I think
You
I'm
want
too
to change
deep.
anything?
I think I'm too deep.
I'm sorry.
No, it's totally fine. I did not ask.
Okay.
4 is I have 1 free reroll.
Okay.
1 free reroll. Let me actually roll it. It's just gonna be 3 invulns.
So
And 3
I take
mortals.
3 mortals.
So
and do
John
the mortals
thinks he
ignore
made a
my-
mistake. What is that?
I actually missed that.
Yeah. Just a second. Let's see if I can figure that out.
Too deep.
Can I fast roll and then CP
Yes.
at this event? Okay. Okay, so I'll take 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 damage.
Yep, down to 2.
Yep.
We'll consolidate. Just I'll roll my little baby kicks.
Yep.
3 hits.
Cool. -1 to wound. Up to 7.
1.
Probably 1. Your strength 8
8.
at least. Cool. Made it.
Good. Clock's on me. Just barely getting out of that combat.
You got it.
Into the mans.
Cool.
Do you wish to interrupt?
Probably. Let me think for a second.
Take your time.
Storm people can beat up the Raveners a bit, and they don't have feel no pain.
Correct.
Alternatively, I could hit you really hard right here because I'm strength 7 with the dino. Oh, the pigs could just straight up. Well, I'm definitely interrupting somewhere.
Yeah, I figured as
Matter of
much.
where.
Yep.
The Raveners have 7 attacks each,
7 attacks each.
and they're near Synapse, so they'll be hitting on 2s, rolling 1, 6s explode.
Yep.
So that's going to be a total wipeout. And then you're probably going to run over there and obsec that away from me. So my Storm people, if they interrupt, will probably get like 1, 2, 3, 4 in the knob. So that'll kill like 1, maybe 2. Should probably just try to put these Flyrants down.
Put his no prisoners at a 9 right now. 9 for him. I don't know what I have yet. That.
We'll do rig into the tyrant.
Okay.
All right,
Facing?
so are we interrupting here? Sorry, I had to step away, folks.
Yep, we are interrupting with the kill rig.
Five 2 damagers.
He's cooked.
I'll get him.
He will fight on death.
Yep. How would you like to split?
7 attacks. Clock's on me. They're now a 5-up invuln.
Yep, everything's a 5-up.
We'll put 5 here.
Okay.
The rest here.
So that's 2 into the rig?
2, and then they'll do 2 kicks.
Okay.
5. Reroll 1s.
All right,
Like
chat
A6,
was
you know,
asking
just
about
on
no
either.
prisoner
No,
totals.
absolutely not.
Right
Threes,
now, roughly,
one try
they're
again.
sitting at
That'll be
9.
5 invulns.
John is
Cool.
sitting at 8, so he's a little behind on that.
Squidoodled.
He is a little behind in that too. The Raveners
Here's
will
on the
get some
rig.
kills on the Storm Boys, and there are
3
some
hits.
Gretchen alive
Yep.
that
3s.
will hopefully increase that for John
3
too.
invulns.
5 ups.
Every single point that John
9
can make
damage.
is very
Out of 3.
important. Right
There's
now, he's
little
going to start
kicks.
trying to take control of the primary.
Reroll
and
ones.
that Squig is
2
still
hits.
surviving. Didn't help.
2 AP invulns.
Ah, that durable Squig
Damage?
boss.
Durable.
Two.
He
One,
ain't
one, one,
going
one,
down
one,
easy
one,
to
one.
no
That one.
puny gets.
So close to greatness.
This isn't a get. That was a
I got the
tyrant.
fire now.
That's a get.
Okay, it's a get to him. Looks like he's towering over to me.
And the rig can consolidate. She can't punch him, correct?
Correct.
And you're out of CP?
I'm out of CP.
Perfect. Okay.
Yep.
Proceed with your charging.
All right. Raveners.
Yep.
Okay, these are all going to be invulns.
Yep.
7.
Yep.
Oh, wait, there's already dice in there. 7.
ABO, in terms of a time
And
update, looks like Lucas has
7.
about 18 minutes.
And
John has
7.
about 20.
2s, rolling 1s, exploding 6s. Hey, find my 6s. Yeah, a couple. 1 and then 3 more.
Yep.
For the explosions.
Yep.
4s, no rerolls. This
That was
is
in.
just a hit. Okay.
Yeah, I don't remember, but I think it's probably fine. Strength 5 on these guys? Or
Strength
6?
5.
Okay.
So it's just 4s. Thank you. That many?
That many invulns will go on the knob last.
That
you
fire
will
going down
kill
is a big
6.
deal.
That's huge. Yeah. That's,
So
that's
1,
that's a
2,
huge hit.
3, 4, 5, 6 knobs left.
All right. Just a knob. I won't consolidate into him.
Cool.
I will consolidate into the rig.
Sure.
Base it.
Cool.
Okay. Parasite is we'll leave a hole for the parasite to go. No, we'll let
Julie,
the mob
Joe,
take a morale
and
check.
us will
Yep.
be streaming all of the games of the chat around.
In case I don't kill you and then you somehow are alive and I'm very sad.
Yep.
I'm already very sad, Lucas, but that's all right. We'll just leave it right here. Done. Just mans.
Yeah, I get the first non.
You get the first non-charger, so
I
up
guess
to you.
I'll go over here.
Fair enough.
Anyone over there wounded?
No zone thropes are wounded. They're both full health. This
Okay.
2 is unrelated.
D6 plus 1 attacks. That's 4 plus 1 from the wad. This will hit you on 3s, and we'll
Okay.
go on 3s.
Its weapon skills unchanged.
Correct.
Cool.
4 at AP, whatever, damage 2.
Fail 1, 2 damage.
Cool. We'll try to hit you with the guys on the side. 1 hit. Landing on a 4, 1 wound.
Takes it. 1
Cool.
damage left. 1 wound left.
Dino. 1 hit from the dino. Nope.
Okay, cool. All right. I'll just do zone threats into you.
Go for it.
4 attacks from that one.
Yep.
1, 2 hits because it's 1 save.
Any
3
AP?
up? No.
Was that here or here?
It was
Into the
there.
leg?
Yeah. This is
Gotcha.
more attacks.
And then,
now.
yeah, go ahead.
This is 6 attacks.
The
from
order doesn't
zones.
really matter anymore.
Oh, 4.
Let's go.
Oh, 2. Oh, another
it's a
wound to the
wound.
truck.
The battle of the century.
Oh no, I'm gonna headbutt you until you die.
Well, I'm going to
I will
kill
be
you
winning
first.
this. That's
Truck.
possible.
6 explode. Hits on 5s because it's an orc.
All right. Sounds like
strength, wound on
organic.
3s.
4
One.
attacks on a truck? Hilarious.
1
Fails.
extra from the wog.
Yeah, okay, I suppose it is.
I will win this battle of attrition, John.
That's probably true.
I think who's closer here to this Mega Knob?
This
I
fight
believe that
phase
the
is
Raveners are
taking
closer
some
than the
time,
Tyrant.
don't you think?
It's a lot to do, and this is an important fight phase, too.
Yeah, this is basically going to decide the game, I think.
Yeah, 100%.
This is going to break in someone's favor after this.
You go half an inch, it's
Whose
pretty
favor
easy.
do you think it's going to break in? Right now, I'm pulling for my boy Lucas.
Right now, that looks very good for Lucas.
It does.
He's within 6 of the War Boss, so this will hit on 3s.
Seems legit.
You charge them. You mind if I step to defend? There was no reason not to.
Please. There's no reason not
So I'll
to.
hit on 2s. Because I'm +2 -1.
Hey, never
Sad.
discount
Yeah.
these
Okay.
little attacks. The little wounds here and there, they could add up over time.
They absolutely add up. It's very important to get all your attacks in.
5 invulns, 2 damage each.
5 invulns, 2 damage.
Yes, sir. So take 4 damage.
Catalyzed.
Yep.
Takes 1. 11 left.
Okay. Anything else we need to do?
Looks like you're there.
Cool. I'll take some round checks for you. The Mega Knobs lost 2. They'll run on a 6. Yep. Pull out of combat here.
All right. 2 friends left.
Yep. Run on 1s and 2s.
That was not the turn that John wanted. That was rough.
I think the sun's getting real low for Big Boy
The
John.
sun is getting low. We'll see what Lucas can do in his turn and see if he can put the nail in the coffin. But before we
Yeah.
do that,
I
we
mean, he's-
have Adam Camilleri in the field with Jack Harpster as this game is over for a quick interview. So take it away, Adam and Jack.
We live? Okay.
All right.
We are live. Hello, my boy Jack. How you doing, mate? Well done on your 5th win in a row at the beautiful round of 5 of the LVO.
Yeah, that was a tough game. Yeah, that was a tough game. His list is a lot better than it looks on the surface for sure. It hits, shoots really hard. Was picking me away basically the whole game.
So that was Corey Schultz and his Mephrit Necrons. Very off meta. What was it about that had you sweating?
So here's the big thing. I took Fury of the Lost, which relies on me killing things with Death Company, or them dying, which was most of the points. And I couldn't kill anything because he led the way with a Tesseract Vault, or Arc, whichever one. And then that has 30 wounds with a 4-up, toughness 7, and it regens wounds. Couldn't kill that.
Yeah.
He led the way with the Silent King, and a Catan, and a Blood Angels. Yeah, so couldn't really deal with that. So he led the way with those, so I couldn't get any kills. And then he's got all these planes that fly around and have like 34-inch range and are picking away at the sides. I couldn't really hide my army that well, especially early. Later I could. I didn't have as many models left. But I camped on objectives. I got my shock tactics over and over. Take his objectives, take his objectives.
Yep.
But I was scoring my secondary, scoring my primary really, really well. I got a 45 on primary at the end. Because he was beating me up so bad, you kind of lost track of where the score was.
This was the
So
big
did- so
deal.
did we.
So you were tempoing him out quite consistently, but the table was his almost all game.
Yeah, he didn't push the pace maybe as much as he needs to, but you can analyze the game, find my mistakes, find his mistakes, whatever.
Then, so at the top of turn, so bottom of turn 5, you're about to start your bottom of turn 5.
Yeah.
You do the count. Where are you at?
So that's a complicated question because there were like 5 different sliders that were going to be pushed. Pretty easy for me to get a 12. I still had objective secure because I had Rights of War.
Yep.
I had all 4 of my characters so they could spread out. I had a unit of 4 Sanguinary Guard. Unfortunately, clipped the other one with a plane that just came back in and shot them all to death. Okay, that happens sometimes.
It does.
But his Tesseract Vault was just raining mortals on me all game, whittling away my squads. So I knew he had a 10 on no prisoners because he had got 9 wounds and whatever.
Yep.
He had 10 on no prisoners. We counted it up. We ended up having to count the score back like 3, 4, 5 times. We had a judge there watching the whole time.
So Jack has about 4 different ways to try and draw, only one way to win. And he Hail Married it. What happened?
So it turns out, I don't remember exactly what secondary we'd miscounted, but I was actually down by 1. And so what that meant, it was banners. So what that meant was I had to get a kill with my Death Company. Luckily, there was a plane right there, and there was one Death Company with a Power Fist standing that he didn't kill, left alive with 1 guy, passed a morale check. So I go, all right, well, I need to get a kill with Death Company. And so they flew over, rezzed a model. It had every buff. It had +1 to hit, full rerolls to hit, AP4, because it's a Power Fist or AP3 base, weird. And then I had a CP in the bank to reroll a wound if I'd failed it. So I went in, threw a character in first. He Overwatch killed the character, which was, sure, why not? And I missed all my melted pistol shots. Yep. Went in, 10 attacks, hitting on 3s, full rerolls, wounding on 2s with a CP reroll in the tank, clipped the flyer, I managed to take all the objectives away, get a 12, and that put me ahead by exactly 1 point.
Dude, well done. How are you feeling about the LVO overall? You really happy to be here?
Whew, yeah, but it's been an experience so far. So I'm just taking a game at a time, and we'll see how it goes.
Beautiful. Well done. Good luck for the rest of the event, man.
Thank you so much.
See you later.
Thank you.
All right, thanks for that update, Adam. We appreciate it, and we're excited to have you back on the commentary desk next round. But taking a look here, Lucas has pushed his primary lead to 28 points. He scored a 12. That's a big one. He's moving up on Green Tide. He's moving up on Good Bits. He is definitely widening his lead, and it's going to get pretty hard, it looks like, from this board state for John to claw back primary. Looks like we've decided to stay in combat with the Beast Boss. Kind of hard to tell. All right, let's see. We got some updates. They're in the Neuranthrope Imperative. Lucas failed all of his psychic powers. They were either failed or denied, so Lucas had nothing go off that psychic phase.
That's rough. You don't want to see that. But is it going to cripple him in this turn? I don't think he needed the psychic powers to really have this turn go really well for him.
Yep.
If he cleans up the Tyrant, the Raveners.
Yeah, I think if you take the Tyrant and the Raveners, John has no assets.
He has no assets
to push out at that point. I mean, the Zoanthropes can keep blasting, but they're never going to push through that mast.
Yeah, there's too much.
We're into the charge phase.
This is where the damage is done for the Orcs.
Snaggers. 4. Oh, here we go. That. 8.
8's better than 4.
You know, that is true. 8 is better than 4.
One might even say that it's double.
Me, huh?
Twice as good.
I feel like you don't understand.
Not as good as 6, though, right?
Not as good as 6, no. Because there have been a lot of those.
You're a big old bug, and I'm going to crump ya. That's what the Beast Snaggers do. We're going to do... Whoa! We're going to do War Boss into both here.
I do love that Lucas is embodying an Orc right now. He is just going for the throat.
Well, he knows that you're watching him. He's being watched by the Mad Dog.
Yeah. If he doesn't, we're just going to take him out.
Yeah, he's done.
The other Orc players have also gathered around the stage. We will take him down if he fails us.
There's a crowd of Orc players that are making sure.
The little runt lives up to the mighty War Boss potential that he has.
Let's do the War Boss punching your flappy bug. Yep. Turn to the wall.
All right, so we're going to see if we can take out that other Flyrant right now.
Corn character within 6+1 hit. So
he's got a lot in there.
Cool. 6 at -4, flat 3.
What are the invulns going to be like here?
6 -4. Oh, he's dead.
Adios.
Alas, poor Parasite. Knew her well.
Yep.
That was the Parasite that went down. So the Killer Clock got the Parasite. That's OBSEC. This thing's not stealing objectives.
Okay, on
5 OBSEC. Yeah, that was his last asset that could
and the wound on 2s?
12 easily.
Yep.
There's what? 4. There's 8 wounds left there.
8 wounds. Yep.
Yeah. No.
So remember pregame when I was reading those stats? John's number 5 in the world, 90% win rate. Lucas is 490 with a 60% win rate.
Is this about to go to a 87% win rate?
I
just threw that number out there. That was random math. If I'm right, I'm going to be very impressed with myself.
We have some stats folks in the crowd. They could probably calculate on the fly for you.
Yeah, that would help.
I need my Tyrants to start making saves, Lucas.
Just goes to show you, you never know. Never give up your game.
Yeah, never just say, yep, I'm going to lose this one because he's a higher rank than me.
No, they're all mine.
I'm definitely trying to figure out the win path for John here, but the point value has gotten too big and he does not have enough assets left, I don't think.
1, 2, 3, 4.5 is 9 guys, so we'll just do this twice.
Swipe.
Hitting on 2s. Well, hitting on 1s, actually, but...
I believe this is the boys into the Flyrant, is that right?
Absolutely not. Absolutely
yes,
not.
so this is just volume of attacks to try and get through.
And they are strength 7.
That is a big deal because that means he's wounding on 4s.
We strong, John.
It's huge because now he just goes with 4 pinballs.
Yeah.
That should do it.
Average. Not. It's down to 3. Keep hitting me.
That'll make it pretty
easy.
Pretty easy at this point.
Yeah. He just basically got to. This is the other half of the attacks. That was only half the boys.
Yeah, that was only half of them.
There you go.
2 6s.
We got about that. Yep. I'm aware that averages me dead, but I want you to kill me with averages.
That many if you won 1 damage.
I kinged him for a CP. 1, 2, 3, 4. Fail, doesn't matter, you didn't make one. Dead. 6.
And down goes the Reaper
Negative.
of Obliterax Tyrant.
Down goes the Tyrant. I think
Warlord down.
that will be the nail. I
That
don't.
I'm just
sounds
gonna
like
not
I
come
don't.
in 3 of these
There's no-
mines.
Strange
no
thing.
path
The
to
back is
victory.
broken on
Yeah.
the high fleet, and it is
Okay,
all orcs all the time.
that's all my
I think that
chargers,
means
so
that
you can
orcs
fight
won
next.
Octarius, right?
No one else is sitting
no.
here. I
That's
might
not
as well
that
win the truck
That's
fight.
what it means.
No, this is
True.
This was
They
Octarius.
win Vegas.
On the
Okay.
other hand, I don't actually respect the truck. So we'll have these
Yeah,
ones
actually,
go.
you might
entire
degrade it if
sector.
you do
Yeah,
it.
no, we're going
Come
over
on.
do that.
Let's not blow this out of proportion.
one
Let's not blow this out of proportion. Let's not
Nope.
blow this
Cool.
out of
Chuck.
proportion. All right.
Yep, still +1 attack.
One.
2 hits.
Oh, yeah.
6.
Right.
1 wound, 1 damage.
No. Dang it.
Yes. Let's go.
Down to 2.
All right. And then
You
can hit my truck.
Zone throws into the truck, good sir. 1 hit. Try again. 1.
good. No, into the truck.
Yeah.
1 damage.
I'm getting there.
Yeah, we're going blow for blow. One of these guys is on 1.
Yes.
Okay, so boys on the side. Okay. 6s. And then
Solid.
strength 5. 2. AP 1. Damage 1.
Fails 1. Man down.
Cool. Saw blades.
Yep. Saw,
Still
dude.
middle tier, so 1 + 1 is 2. 1 + 1 from the WOG.
I know.
6 explodes. 3s. 1.
Fail.
Cool.
2 damage.
Dino.
Jump.
3. And this is strength 5 + 1 + 1, so 3s. 1.
Try again.
Good. So you
One's
got 2.
wounded at 2.
Sweet. And I'll just base him.
Yep. Seems good.
Okay. Your Ravener can fight back.
Yep.
And then he
sure
can take a
will.
morale check.
Aha, he will take a morale check. He's going to hit your mans.
Cool.
These are AP 2. Yep. No explosions anymore. T5. 2 AP
yes.
2.
Guys down to 1.
Cool. And then here are the sliding talents. 2 hits. 2 AP 1s. Kills
He
man.
gone. And they're lead 7, so we're all
All right,
good.
cool.
Just some morale checks for your lovely self.
Okay, the Ravener lost 2 friends. 2 friends plus 5 is too many.
Sweet.
Ravener down.
All right. I think we're.
I love that we have Lucas's partner in chat, his play partner Tanner, just explaining he plays like this all the time and how annoying it is.
It really is. It really is. And he's played this game absolutely phenomenally.
Yeah, because one of his other play partners is a huge Tyranid player as well.
Those reps make a big difference.
They do.
That's right, yeah.
You got. And I'll go up to a CP and you'll stay at 1.
Correct. 1 apiece.
Over to you.
3d6 stays on the neuro.
Cool. And you get 1 more banner.
1 more banner. We're going to advance the front mine unit.
Sure.
Longship, if you're
Advancing
wondering
this one.
who's going to win
Actually,
this event, I
advancing these 2
believe we're
front
planning a special
4 inches
edition
should be enough to
Thursday
hit the ring.
show after
One at a
round
time.
6, where Dustin
First
and
one
Adam
in,
are going
2
to
up.
take you through
Dead rig.
all the contenders that are
explode.
left in the event.
Nope.
So I would
Fun.
definitely tune in for
You
that.
should tune in for that. We will give you all the
Other
information
one.
in detail as we do on the Thursday show, but we'll do it live
We'll go
from
hit them-
Vegas instead.
Viva
one
Las
go.
Vegas.
That wasn't bad. That wasn't bad. I'm impressed, Seth.
Thank you. I hope I didn't get us demonetized.
You didn't go any further. I think it's okay.
The terrain, I don't think we did. I think we started on deployment.
More time
Okay.
to talk to the round.
I think we already have a clear winner. So,
Okay, cool. Just so you know, we're
Yeah.
gonna because we can't go over because
there's another round.
starts.
Understood.
Okay,
Yeah.
cool. Got it. As long as you
I don't
guys
know.
know where,
I got bottom
and
turn.
If you need me to come help, I'll come help.
Okay. Thank you. We'll try to speed up as much as possible. This
So that
one
was
is just
a
going
little
to go.
active judging by the head judge of the LVO, John Wehrmeyer. Just letting the players know their time limitations. We can't go over the round, so if they need help getting through this game to make sure we get an accurate score, he is there to help them.
Yeah, absolutely. This is what we want the judges to do. This is helpful for us and the players so they don't have to feel like they're getting rushed off the stage or anything. But we do need to make sure that the tournament will progress on time because we have 2 more rounds to play today.
We do, so we do not want to be here any later than we are required to
We
be.
already are. And I'm on a very different time zone along with a lot of people here, so it's hard to keep track.
Yeah, Vegas is a really weird experience for us because time doesn't exist
Time
when we
does
get
not
here.
exist, no.
It just everything blends together, man.
Yeah, all I know is it's LVO. That's
Yeah.
my date. That's the
We
date.
don't get to sleep. We
Nope.
just work.
No, we're working the whole time.
So they're all going to, who's this guy? 4 can reach him, 2 cannot. So the 2 that cannot are going to go hit the boys. Sure. That's 2 mortals to the boys.
You see what John's doing here, Seth? You see what John's doing?
What is John doing?
He's not giving up.
He's not.
He is doing everything he can to get every single point he can.
He is a competitor.
He is a competitor.
He's not going to give up
Doesn't
because he
concede.
wants every point he can
He
get.
is bloodied, beaten, on the ground, just stood back up and said, I ain't hear no bell.
Well, he is part of a faction race. There are faction awards here as well.
That's true.
For the season, him and Innes Wilson were competing for best in Tyranids.
Mm-hmm.
David Gaylord was also a contender, except David did switch armies. He's playing Chaos. So every point he gets here matters for that faction race.
Matter. So he wants to make sure he still gets the points. He may know he lost the fight, but it does not matter. He wants every point he can because he's got a different prize to win at this point, too.
Goes here. He has a wound marker on him. And
He's at 2, right?
Yep, he's at 2. He's going right there. Weapon skill on a grot. 5. Excellent. I will survive. Catalyst is not active at the moment. Biovores are in progress. All right. So that'll be that where we're at.
Cool.
So we're gonna have a smite off these zone throps.
Sure.
I have to place spore mines.
Sure. So
Just clogging up the middle here. So this is a smite from the one zone throw.
You got it.
11 super smite.
That's for this one guy?
Yep.
This is going to do D6 plus 1?
Yep.
Go ahead.
4 mortals.
Oh, I'm down to 1.
I'll get him.
Oh, the battle of the century.
I'm going to get him. These ones will smite.
Yep.
7 goes to a 10 because I'm no longer plus 1. Oh, I apologize. You can deny that.
I'm not going to.
Okay.
Assuming, is this guy in range to deny? Oh,
yeah.
So, yeah, I'm going to save it.
All right, so that's a net 5 mortals to the truck.
Cool. Is that 1?
Oh my god, I should have killed him with a mine. I want to do it in combat though. It'll be better this way. When I wound you, I'll just get it later.
Yep.
When you wound you, I'll heal.
Cool.
So healed 2 wounds there and 1 on him.
Yep.
He's gonna smite. Should hit the boss. That's a 9. You might as well.
Did you not want to interrogate or anything like that?
I do want to interrogate. Do you want me to reroll that?
Absolutely not. So that's a.
It's a 9.
It's a 9. Yep. Try to deny it.
Cool.
Is there any other thing I'm going to spend my CP on this turn? I need a 10. Sure, I'll reroll it.
Okay, so I have you a 0.
No, this seems dumb. I'm gonna save my CP.
All right, up the CP.
Yep.
Biovores are good. They're just doing their action or maybe shooting. Who could really tell? And then we are just shooting a spore assist into these boys.
Cool.
1, 2, 3. Oh, it's way more than that. There you go.
I'm guessing it doesn't lose ballistic skill for being bracketed or whatever?
It does not. So it's ballistic skill 5. 3 AP2 on the boys.
Nah, blast. 3 dead.
Okay. All right. Good here. Biovores are going to shoot the war boss.
Sure.
Doesn't change the effects. It does, actually. 2 of them can see this guy, so 2 of them are going to shoot there.
Sure.
Direct line of fire. And then, actually, he's bottom floor. It's first floor blocking, so I'll just say can't see.
Yeah.
We'll just put 2 that can see here and the one that can't see there as well.
Okay.
I just want to, I just got to kill.
Into the war boss?
Into the war boss.
You got it.
So here's the 2 that can see him. It's 4 shots. 1, 2 mortals.
Oh, he's dead.
And down goes the mighty truck boss.
The mighty truck boss. Brought low by a Biovore.
Spitting a spore mine at him.
Biovore spitting a spore mine.
Bloop, bloop.
That was not as good as your Las Vegas impression.
Bloop, bloop, bloop.
That is not what a spore mine sounds like.
I think it does.
I've heard spore mines. What you're talking about is the bath bubbles. That's what that sounds like.
I mean, they're as effective as bath bubbles this match.
Wow.
Shots fired.
Wow, shots fired.
Here's the Ravener.
Threes.
Kill 2 saves.
AP2, AP something.
AP something. You get a invuln if you want it.
Oh, thank you.
Wog.
2 dead.
All right,
No
we'll
wog.
just consolidate and engage them both so they can't bits.
Sure.
If I'm alive.
Yep.
Okay. That's your next selection.
We'll do rig into your
With the 1 wounder.
2 wounder.
2 wounder.
But
Oh,
yes.
he's gonna kill you.
D3 plus 1 attacks. 3. 2 hits. 1 wound. Yes. Strength 6.
Is that
2 damage. Sweet.
all right? 3 guys into the truck.
Yeah.
You know it's coming, right?
Yes, I do.
See if your arrows.
I want to see
oh.
these guys kill a truck in close combat. Zone throws, headbutts.
Oh,
let's go.
Lucas, no.
My truck is eternal.
No.
I was going to get him. You know that, right? You should've
My
died.
Gretchen will beat this guy to death.
Unlikely, but I respect the
It's
effort.
true. It is unlikely. Boom, 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 boom. 20 attacks. We'll just do this twice. 6s. They're strength 3 because of the wog. 1 wound.
They get a +1 strength. They are too weedy. They should not. Down to 1.
Second half.
So it's 18 total attacks, right?
This is the 10-man squad.
Oh, this is they're 2 attacks each?
From the wog.
Lol. Go ahead.
1 hit.
No.
Nope. Other squad. Are you in combat with the other squad?
I am, yep.
Because you want to prevent
I want
blitz.
to prevent the action.
Okay. So it looks like just like 3 guys are going to attack you. We'll only make 1 in combat, though.
Okay.
So that if I fail the morale check, I can still bits.
That's fair.
So 3 guys will fight you. 1 hit.
No.
No.
All right.
Cool.
Sorry.
So just morale for me.
Yep.
Boys, they break. 1 guy's left. It's the knob.
Oh, fascinating.
The Gretchen, they will stay on a 2. Damn it.
Good Gretchen.
All right. Anything else we need to do?
Nope.
It's the one time
You
you
will
get Gretchen to pass him around. You don't want him to.
Yeah, that's
You got a 3
that's
on
what
the
always
Terra.
happens.
Yep.
Yeah, it does.
Murphy's Law, right?
You got
It's
a
true.
banner at the start of this turn.
Yep.
Who weighs Murphy
I'm picking
anyway?
up a
A very
1,
unlucky
2,
individual.
3, so I'll get another 12.
I thought he
Yep.
was commentating on AOS right
That was my turn 4.
He might be.
That was your turn 4.
Okay, so I got another 4 on
Like, I can see
primary,
him.
another 0 there,
Yep,
another
I can see
12
him.
for you.
Hi, Paul.
Hi,
Your
Paul.
primary is already maxed, so we can write
That's
that
his
down.
law.
Yep.
It is.
I'm just going to try to get the... No, this is turn 5, so I can't bits over here.
Aha.
He's going to walk over here and get the good bits.
It does sound like a cowardly thing to do.
Finishes at the end of the game, so I'll get another 3 on that.
Only if he's alive.
It's true. Is there more mines on the bottom line?
Yep.
Is that what's happening?
Yeah, they're just doing the same shit as before.
Gotcha.
Same thing.
Truck's
Maybe.
gonna fall back. What?
You're
Yeah, that's
falling
right.
back?
Yeah, I'm scared, dude.
Lucas. Thought we had a gentlemanly agreement here.
We did not. I'm gonna run away
All
like a
right,
coward.
all right. No gentle lurks here.
Nope.
So you lost this fight.
Absolutely.
100%. All right,
100%.
Just wanted to make sure we were
We all heard
completely
it.
on the
He
same page.
admitted
It
on
looks like
stream
you
he
lost that fight.
The Zone Throws won that fight. We all heard it.
It
So
was
it's
it
recorded.
was a moral victory for the Nids.
Hey, that is more than a moral victory. Zone Throws just beat Orcs in close combat. The Orcs have conceded to the Zone Throws.
But
They
not
should be
this game.
ashamed.
But not this game.
Not the game.
Charge. Let's figure out what that is. Sure. 2 minutes. 2 whole minutes.
I mean, you can do it a little bit on my clock, too. Same thing I said before, man. So that's
4.
4. How far does he move?
10, so another 6.
6. We could go kiss this dice.
Yeah, that would get him blown up on, right?
I
I think if I want to follow the closest path either way, I'm going to get blown up on.
Yeah, if you follow the
So I'm just going to try to kill these guys for no prisoners points.
Unkind.
Okay. And then how far do the spore mines move?
4.
4, so their max threat is 13 on a blow up. I'll just back up outside of here. He was right here, so
You're fine.
just do a
It seems like a thing that could have been done.
excellent bits on that objective.
Maybe not.
Mans here is going to smite.
Yep.
That's cocked.
Praying for that
Oh,
perils.
I need to. So this
You're
is
good.
an 8.
Not
Down to
even in the
7.
tray. Goes to 7. Better than 5.
1,
Mortal wound.
and then he's going to cast the laser power.
Sweet. Perils.
Perilously. Sure.
Oh, come on. You know you want it.
Do I automatically explode? What is it? 6 inches?
I believe it's 6 inches D6 mortals.
Okay.
So it's not going to hit the
my,
boss.
my knob?
The truck's going to die right now.
My knob dies.
Okay.
My truck, does it explode? Yes.
Oh, my God.
So
Just
hold
brutal.
on. Let's resolve the D3 into your
Into the Zoes.
yes.
So
3.
it's a chain reaction of explosions. The kill ring explodes, killed the truck. The truck now explodes, and now the boss is going to take some mortal wounds as well.
They're just going
And
down in
the
a
boss
blaze.
goes down too.
Blaze of glory.
Every single one.
4 units died to a peril.
4 units killed to a perils. That's insane.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
Okay. That was funny.
Well,
I
that
don't
just
know the
cleared up
matter,
that
but
whole
it is
board.
funny. And is that literally it?
That is it. We just have to fight each other over here.
All right, I'll take the first swing.
Yep.
You're no longer in the WOG, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, we'll put all attacks into the this unit here.
Sure.
So 5. 3s, all. 2s. 4.
Is this red?
Yep.
Is that
Sure.
it?
Yep. Just trying to get as many prisoners as I can.
Red.
Nope.
Nope. Other squad. Get like 4 of them in.
Cool.
Whee! Nope.
All right.
Cool. Yeah, that's it. So I'll get I'll take a morale check over there. They will flee.
So
and
5
there
left.
are 5 of them left. So 3 left.
Cool.
Which I think is enough for Green Tide because I've got 3, and then you killed 2 from that squad last turn. So I'll get a 1 on Green Tide.
So 1 on Green Tide. All right. Hilarious.
All right, over to you.
I think we're going to just spend a CP to advance them 14.
Sure.
And touch the objective.
All right, so this is in Lucas's hand at this point, right?
Yeah.
There's not enough possible scoring this round for John to catch up,
No,
right?
because the only thing that John really has to score more, he can get like 1 or 2 more banners, but no prisoners is the other thing, and Lucas also has that.
Yeah, and I think Lucas is actually going to score more
Yeah.
than John has on that category, so that's not going to close the gap at all.
So he's trying to just get as many points as he can, but
Yep.
It's not 1 point. Didn't change. Yeah, nothing to do there. All right. Spore mines are rendered moot. Biovores can only shoot where they have someone in line of sight of. These units are both in combat. I'll just stay there to get my prisoners.
Cool.
Nothing. I don't think anything else matters.
Nope. See if you smite me and then see how many
you're out of characters?
Yes.
Well played.
I blow myself up.
Spore mines can't do anything as we discussed.
Sure.
So we'll just smite you.
Yep.
Neurothrop will move up. Doesn't matter. Yeah, nothing to do. So we'll just smite the Zoes.
Yep.
3d6.
Yep.
You dead.
He's dead.
Cool.
Rip.
All right.
Okay.
So that'll be the end of the game.
My.
Oh, I apologize. Please.
My Gretchen first.
Please.
It's your turn. No.
Nope. All right. He'll hit the bigger, whatever the larger squad is.
Cool.
2 dead.
Cool. Red squad will hit you.
Yep.
3 attacks. Nope.
Cool.
And I'm gonna auto pass that squad.
Sweet. You don't get any CP. You're well dead.
I was at 2.
I thought you were at 1, and then you gained 1 in my turn, which you can't do. Am I wrong?
I don't think so.
Oh, sorry. I thought you were at 1 during your turn. It doesn't matter, I don't think.
I don't think so either.
So, like, it's fine. You can auto pass.
Yeah. If it's like a 1 point game, I'll double check.
Yeah, Lucas, I don't know if you've been looking at the scoreboard. It's not a 1 point game.
Okay. I have
So,
not been. I've been like.
No, you've been
Trying to figure out what the hell's going
doing
on.
fantastic.
So you get an 8.
I'll get an 8, and I hold 1 in the center, so I get that
that's
bonus
2.
again.
And Intero's at a 9.
Yep. I'll let you. My banners are just a clean 5.
Yep.
My no prisoners, I'll let you tell me.
Well, I give up exactly 140, and you didn't kill 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
So 131 plus 2 bonus points.
15.
Cool.
So
I have my secondaries as 29.
That is correct.
12, 20. I have 26 as my primary.
Should be an even. Oh yeah. 26 is an even number. I know how math works. Yep. And then
So-
what's my prisoners?
Let me get my my
Sure.
tally. 12, 20, 24 wounds left. Means you just clipped 100. So 12.
Cool. My tide I have is a 2-2-3-1-1.
2, 2, 3, 1, 1 sounds right. So that's a 9.
Be a 9. And
Your
bits is a
bits-
3-3-3-2.
Yep, we're tallying right now. You got 5
On turn 2.
on turn 2, then
And
3,
I-
then 3.
and then 3.
So 11.
Yep.
Okay.
So that should be a 32 on secondaries.
That looks right. So
Cool.
32 plus 45 for you should
Yep.
be 77, goes to 87 with paint.
Should be
All right, so I
77,
think that is
87.
it. That is 87 to 65 in Lucas's favor.
that is the game. What a game. Extremely well played by both players.
Yep,
Lucas
and some amazing sportsmanship on both.
amazing sportsmanship on both sides. Remember
Yep.
the things that John did to keep this game. He wanted
Yeah.
Lucas to be at his best,
Yeah.
and he got
So
it. And
don't go anywhere, folks. There is the hug. That is it. they are done. But stick around. We're going to be doing some player interviews in just a few minutes.
Yeah,
but
stick
first,
around.
I believe we have an ad.
These gentlemen, because we want to get some updates from them on what they thought
Yeah.
of the game, and then we're going to move to the next round. Got more coverage to come, so stick around. We will be right back.
By the generous support of our sponsors. alkylabs.com, Matalis.com, play with magic. Frontline Gaming, champions of tabletop. Best Coast pairings, competitive events made easier. The Army Painter, more time for gaming. Live game scores are powered by the Tabletop Battles app, available now on Android and coming soon to iOS.
I'm here with the boy king, John Lennon. Couldn't quite eke that out. Why was that ever a tight game, though?
Oh, it was a super fun one.
It was
super,
a good one.
Fun.
So how did you feel about that going into it? Were you worried about the mission, right?
I was very worried about this one going in. I knew it was difficult. Orcs are a very strong army. I got a lot of respect for them. The main thing I was worried about was momentum.
Momentum, yeah.
Yep. It was just with player plays terrain and everything else. I was like, how can I do it? How should I do it? I was worried that if I got behind the 8-ball, I would table him and get outscored.
Yep.
Which is close to where we ended up.
Close to it, yeah. Were you worried about an early walk, or were you hoping for an early walk?
Hoping for early walk.
Yeah.
I was trying to put in just enough. I was trying to walk the line of him to come in, but he came in at the right time. I think he timed it really well. That was the problem. I needed him. I think maybe I had to put a little more bait forward, unfortunately.
Yeah, the screening you did was actually perfect, and he was thinking about bringing the kill rig over to the right side at one point, and that we were thinking, oh, he's going to walk right now. That might be too early, but it looked like he decided against that too.
Yep.
But we needed to call out, too, the amazing sportsmanship you had this game. The chat saw it, too. Like, that was incredible to see. Like, we love seeing on top tables, helping him to decide to not give his Squigosaur away early on.
No. not in this mission, man. That's the WOG and command points.
That is way too much. That would have been the game for sure.
I know.
Yeah, so
that's
just a great player all around, too. Anything you would have done differently this game now?
Yeah, I think I actually needed to save my gargoyles. I tried to get them out to get something in, but I wasn't sure what it would get. The Storm Boys are really good because they obviously cleared that out. I think I need to save the gargoyles so that when I needed them, they could go be the move block.
Yeah.
The problem was that I used my spores as move blocks a couple times to save my life.
Yeah.
But then I didn't have as much pushback as I wanted to.
Yeah.
And on my critical pushback turn, I definitely felt like I felt flat.
Mm-hmm.
And part of that was that I didn't have as much push as I used to. I'm used to having the mines go soften things up. And my psychers were tagged up, so I didn't quite get there.
Mm-hmm.
So I think I needed to save the gargoyles or have a second unit in to get a little bit more screening, buy myself a turn, and then get the damage in the right spot. On that turn where it was make or break, I got to go in. I spent all my CP on it. I'm like, I don't need an interrupt. I need this to work.
Yep.
It didn't work.
It didn't work.
And so I think I needed to just stage myself a little bit better there. Mm-hmm. But he played a great game, put me under a lot of pressure.
Yeah, for sure. Well, that was a great game. Thanks for giving us such a good game there. Always a pleasure having you on stream.
It's always a pleasure to be
We do have
here.
a consolation prize for you, too.
Oh, thank you.
Since you're already a good player, let's help you get some painting done with some
there
dry
we go.
brushes, another measuring tape. Maybe
I like that. I like that. I like that.
Too.
I'm going to see if I can give this to Lucas because I have 7 of these.
Even better.
But
he's already going to get one.
He's already going to get one, too? Darn it. All right. Well,
Thanks for being
very,
on.
very much. Thank you.
No problem. We're going to be right back with Lucas as well.
All right.
And here we are with Lucas Troller, the winner of the game, taking down the Boy King himself. What a crazy game.
Yeah, that was
well
wild.
played, Lucas.
Thanks.
You are rightfully holding the choppa right now that we brought for you.
I'm the chosen of
because
Gork.
You are the chosen of Gork. How'd you feel about the game going into it? Is this a good mission for you?
Yeah, I think it's a good mission. I definitely have a secondary advantage over Tyranids for sure.
Yes.
Orc secondaries are good. Tyranids are a little iffy.
Mhm.
So felt pretty confident, but I knew John was a great player, so like I needed to be really on my guard.
Yeah, for sure. Anything you would have done differently in this game? You played it seemingly flawlessly.
Yeah, I might have gotten more aggressive on turn 1. I definitely like put the pressure on him, but I didn't run my army out.
Yep.
If I had known how much damage he was going to do to me turn 1, it really was less than I expected. I probably would have been more aggressive, honestly.
Think so?
Yeah, probably not a WOG on turn 1, but definitely moving my models up further.
Just putting a few more things in there because John felt like if he actually was able to do more damage early on, then he would have been able to take that game out of your hands sooner.
For sure.
He thinks because you waited for the turn 3 WOG, that was what got you the game.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Absolutely. So you played the Tyranid matchup a lot, though. We were hearing that in the chat.
Yeah.
So you were comfortable going into it in terms of what he was capable of doing then.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, had a Tyranid roommate for 3 years, so we got all the Tyranid practice we'd ever going to need.
So is this list actually designed for Tyranids because of the meta subs, or is this is your list you always bring?
Not really. It's more of an all-rounder list for sure. It's definitely very good into Tyranids considering all the AP 1 and 2. Just puts them right on the invulns or just cuts right to a 6-up armor save.
Yeah.
So super good. But yeah, not specifically tailored for Tyranids or anything like that.
Just enough OBSEC and AP1 to get through like those 3-up saves.
Yeah, we were actually remarkably matched on OBSEC. He had 2 units, I had 2 units.
That was convenient for both of you. It made the game a lot more interesting that way in terms of trading,
For
and
sure.
you had to be a lot more careful with your units.
Yep.
But congratulations again. You're going to be going 5-0, probably
Thank
back
you,
on
sir.
stream pretty soon. We got some more prizes for
Hopefully.
you as well.
Oh,
Not
let's
that
go.
you guys aren't painted well, but here's some more help for you too. Some
Thank
more,
you.
more dry
Appreciate
brushes,
it.
measuring tape.
Thanks,
we'll be
guys.
back on stream with you, I'm sure, later on. Thanks for joining us, everybody, and we will be back again with another round, and not too long from now. Tune in, and thanks for watching.
FLGN coverage of the Las Vegas Open
Thanks a lot,
is
Lucas.
made
Thanks, guys.
possible by the
Lucas, good
generous
luck.
support of our sponsors. Alkylabs.com, Metalus.com, FLGN coverage of the Las Vegas Open is made possible by the generous support of our sponsors. Alkylabs.com, Metalus.com, Play with Magic, Frontline Gaming, Champions of Tabletop, Best Coast Pairings, competitive events made easier. The Army Painter, more time for gaming. Live game scores are powered by the Tabletop Battles app, available now on Android and coming soon to iOS. first time. Sean Naden, former LVO champ. Let's say aloha to Brett Perkins, former LVO champion. Thanks, man, for joining us. Really appreciate it.
Thank you for
With your Eagles hat on.
You got a brand right
Just
now.
one.
Number 1 seed, no.
number one. That's just the way you like it. All right, let's talk LVO. Let's go back to, was it 2017 you won LVO with Demons and Renegades, and we were just, before we started recording, talking about the reason you came up with that list, which is a really valid reason given the environment you were playing in. So explain the thinking behind Renegades and Demons going into 2017 LVO.
So the number 1 rule with Renegades is that you could fire at units into combat. You can even target your own units. And as we know, that whole edition was Death Stars. I had an actual hatred. Hate's a strong word, but I hated Death Stars because I didn't like the whole mechanic. With that being said, I did have what I'd like to call a survival star in the Screamers. The Screamers weren't meant really to kill. They were just meant to stay there and stay alive and keep you from falling back. Might have been why we fall back so easily now.
Are there any super memorable games or moments from that run at LVO?
So, yes, that first game ended up being a Table War Hawaii player, and now I'm in Table War Hawaii, so they always give me crap for making me round 1 getting beat by me and quitting out. But then I did have a couple of memorable ones. I did face Andrew Gagne. That's the only time we matched up, and we actually fought to a draw. So I did not win every game. We fought to a draw in that round. And then I did face Matt, who eventually won the ITC that year. Unfortunately, I didn't see him until the semis. I was confident my list could take on his orcish AdMech, but I didn't see him until the semis, so it wasn't quick enough to jump ahead of him in points.
On the subject of Matt, I feel like you tabled him in that semi. Like, that was a pretty convincing win against the guy who was like number 1 or went on to be number 1 and win the ITC. That had to feel pretty good.
Oh yes, as I said, I was pretty confident. I just needed to find him, and unfortunately just the powers that be, the algorithm, I just didn't link up to him until the semi, so he was able to maintain first place.
Yeah. Talk me through that game with Brandon. We've spoken to him as well, obviously, as part of the series. And that loss really served him well in 2019 when he came back and won it. But talk us through that game, that final game with Brandon, and how that played out for you.
So, if I remember correctly, I believe Brandon had the first setup. So I had a long shot charge to lock up his star. I did a little bit of counter deployment, and I had a long charge for the Screamers to lock up the star, and I managed to make like a 10-inch charge, unfortunately for him. And then, as you know, the mechanic with the Grimoire, I can re-roll with Fate Weaver. I had Fate Weaver on my list then with the re-roll, and I managed to make that roll. And we even, like, once I locked up the star, it stayed locked for the game. It was pretty much a foregone. It was probably the quickest decided game, because once I locked it in, unless I filled the Grimoire, he wasn't coming out of that combat.
When you look at the list of people who've won the LVO, there are some in the world of 40K, some real big names in there, some celebrities. It's kind of nice to have your name on the trophy along with those people, right?
Oh yes, I managed to go out to Nova, and I was second to one twice at Nova, and so
right.
including once that year, and so getting my first big win of the season at the right time. I had a lot of second places, third places that year, and then finally jumping to the first place.
Post LVO, when you're a winner, does that put extra pressure on you to do well at tournaments?
Yes, I feel as if people always come in hard. Sometimes if you're running into players in the midfield and they recognize who you are, they tend to play, unfortunately so, a little more aggro, because they're amping up to face this match. And if you're just trying to play back, have fun, and roll some dice, it can kind of throw you off sometimes.
Right, people get all aggressive and they want to take down the big gun, right? They know the sharpshooters come to town and they want to take them down. It's funny. So, and once you've won an LVO, also you kind of you get invited to do things like podcasts and go on stuff and help people out.
Was there a little bit of that post LVO 2017?
Yes, I actually run the competitive 40K Facebook group right now. I'm the lead admin for that group.
All right.
Almost 15,000 strong now.
Yeah, fantastic. That's a nice little plug for the group as well. Get people involved in the group. It's a great. I didn't realise I'm part of that group. It's a great chat.
Yeah.
What if I had to ask you for a dark horse army? Because very often in the top 16, top 8, you get one sort of random army that just, because kind of similar to what you did, people design for what they expect to do well, and they just kind of get on a good run, and they come up against a thing that they designed to beat. Is there a dark horse army that you can kind of see getting into that sort of top 16, top 8, and maybe going on from there?
I think orcs. Orcs are underestimated. And I even ran into orcs. Of course, those may or may not have been piloted by a very good general. But I ran into orcs at the Kansas City Open, and that's what I ended up losing to. God orcs came across the board and just punched me in the face before I could do anything about it. But I think orcs could be your dark horse army that goes all the way, and people just don't really expect it to do well.
Well, we know Mr. Naden's bringing orcs.
That's
and he's pretty good. Yeah.
It's the only match up there. I was
like, if you're a guy, excuse me, going into something like an LVO or any tournament really, and you rock up to the table, and on the other side of the table is a Nunavati or a Naden or a Lennon or a Harpster or a whoever it might be, how does that affect you mentally when you go in? Are you the kind of person that can just go, doesn't matter who it is, I'm playing my game, or is that kind of a bit of a hurdle for you to mentally overcome?
It's less of a hurdle to me. To me, I know this player knows how to play the game, and we can have a very clear intent-driven game. We don't need to hey, does this guy understand this rule? Do I need to explain this thoroughly? No, we both know how to do things, and we're both maybe very professional with how we conduct the game. Sometimes when you're playing in the mid-tables, you get people from very different backgrounds, very different ways they approach the game, and then you inadvertently will upset somebody by something that you consider as normal.
Well, listen, thanks so much for chatting to us. I really appreciate it. And when do you think you're going to be back at the LVO? February's kind of a busy month for you these days.
I will be back next year, unless I somehow plan something out in the next 4 months that brings me back down again.
All right.
Because I have 3 kids in February, so we'll see.
Yeah. So let's just not make that happen again. Good luck for the next time you're there. Good luck for this weekend, and thanks so much for chatting to us. Really appreciate it. Nick Nanavati, legend of 40K, coach of 40K, and LVO winner in 2018, well, the 2017-2018 season. Tell me how much the LVO has changed since you were champion.
Hey, Steve. Quite a bit. I think the player base and the community has really grown a lot since then. Tournament's definitely a lot harder to win nowadays than it was back then. Not to say it was easy. But there's just so many more talented Warhammer players up and coming all through the entire series. So you see a lot more names. It's not just the same 10 or 20. It's the same 100, 200 going and really competing at this thing. So it's awesome. And it's larger than ever before, I think. 1,000 people, which is amazing to see.
2018 doesn't, like in the real world, that's not that long ago. But in Warhammer years, it's a long time. There's just in terms of the armies and the rule sets and all of that sort of thing, it has changed. And as you mentioned, the community, for me anyway, seems to have changed a lot. There's a lot more positivity. There's a lot more, and this is largely thanks to you and Richard and the Art of War guys. And no, it's true. And a few other people at the top who really encourage playing by intent and keeping in touch with each other during the game and talking through what you're doing and what you're wanting. There seems to be a lot more of that now than there was even just a few years ago.
Yeah, I definitely think so. I think it makes for a much smoother game experience. I know back in the day, it used to be kind of gotcha hammer, where it's like, I came up with a really cool combo in my basement at 3 o'clock in the morning one day, and I won't tell anybody about it. And then I'll show up to the tournament, and then it might be legal, it might not. Who knows? Let's try it out. And then gotcha. And it's just like a terrible way to enjoy or play the game, in my opinion. You'd rather have a good experience with the person you're going to spend 3 hours with, get to know them, maybe make a friend, and have a great game of Warhammer.
And that's great for the first few rounds, but when you get up into the top tables and you sort of, then you're really vying for the LVO title. You make top 16, top 8, and now you're in a spot where you might win. How much does the mood and the attitude change once you get into a spot where you can see the finish line?
That's a really great question. Last year, I really had the opportunity to spectate LVO rather than play LVO. I was wandering around the tournament, representing Games Workshop, doing stuff for that, and I didn't actually play. And I could see in the early rounds, it felt like every other tournament, just larger in scale, where everyone's having a great time, everyone's having fun, just being jovial. And then on day 2, and especially as we approached that dreaded Strato round, then in the top 8, the games got a lot more quiet. You could tell everyone was really deep in their heads thinking, and not to say they weren't interacting with their opponent, having a good time. It's just this is what they came here to do, and that they were very focused on it. But the sportsmanship was still there. The back and forth like friendliness was still there. It was just like a competitive friendliness, which I love.
Yeah. Tell me about you winning the tournament that you played. What do you remember most about that event? Is it the final game? Is it the finally getting that win, or are there other things that you recall?
I mean, there's a lot I recall. It was years ago, but that was a really memorable event for me in general, and especially the fashion in which the finals took place was very spectacle. I would say the thing I remember most, and the thing that really sticks out to me, is that kind of the end when Reese was doing the speech at the end, wrapping up the season, wrapping up LVO, and I was standing there, kind of ready to receiving my first place prize as the ITC winner and all that. For someone like myself, or someone who's worked really hard for years to, aspire and be better at 40K, and then make a shot at the season, trying to really go for first and just do the best you can. And then to actually achieve that, it was very euphoric is how I described it. It was really something else.
Right. There is a photo, I can't remember where I saw it. Maybe it's on the ITC website, of Reese handing over a check or a prize or something to you. And it is just like all smiles, everyone's happy. It must have been as you say, a euphoric moment. Were there moments in the game, though, in that final game where you're like, I've definitely got this, or, oh, crap, I might lose it, or, tell us about that game.
Yeah, that game was back and forth nail biter. So ironically enough, I was playing Yunari back in the day, and back then that was like one of the strongest armies in the game, and I was playing against Yunari, almost a carbon copy of my own list in the finals. I was playing against Tony Grappando. He and I are good buddies. We played some practice weekends, like weeks before the event, came up with an army together, and he and I went to LVO, found our way to the finals, and duked it out. In that game, that matchup was really, really tense because one, it's the finals, a lot of pressure, a lot of eyeballs watching you. You don't want to mess it up, but there's a lot of critical moments in that matchup. The Yunari are a very combo-based army, so it's like if any step was mistaken or any failure point was hit, the combo would kind of fall apart, and you could really open up an advantage for yourself. On the flip side, if your plans fall apart, well, lights out. So I remember in that game I went first, which is what I really wanted, and I was executing my plan and all that, and then I failed quicken with a command point reroll, which was like the worst way to fail my plan. It was like, oh my god, this is not like this. And then Tony basically was not able, like in his Counter-Strike, he wasn't able to execute his plan. He had like a failure point hit as well. So I failed my plan, then he failed to capitalize on me failing my plan, then I could take it back from there.
Right. So do you feel like when you're in that moment, because most of us in the world will never be in that moment of being in a final at the LVO.
Dream big, Steve.
Sure. Thanks, man. So there is a noticeable increase on pressure on you. You feel it when you're at the table. You feel that extra heat.
I think I find myself, and I can only speak for myself on this one, but I think a lot of players probably do similar, is I zone out. I like enter this universe where I'm playing 40K with my opponent, and there's literally been 50, 60 people standing 10 feet away from me watching every move I make, and I don't even notice. Like I'm in some alternate reality where it's just me in the game pretty much, and my opponent.
Okay, who are we picking to win it? Who are you expecting to see at the top table?
Me, myself, and I. I'm playing this year. No.
I've asked this question to, I did have to say, not including you. Okay, who are you expecting to play against at the top table?
No, I was being a little facetious. I actually don't expect to make the finals. I think compared to some of the other players that have been more sharper throughout the season, a lot of players are putting a lot more time into competing than I am right now. But I'm looking to do the best I can. I think Jack and John, of course, my two boys from Art of War, they have been putting in the work this season. They've rarely lose when they go out to tournaments, and I expect them to do really well at this one. It's at 1,000 people. There's so many talented players out there, especially when you consider the players coming in from abroad, like Matt Morrisoli over from Australia, Finn from New Zealand, and then players all the way from the UK. It's anyone's tournament to win, you know. But if I have to pick somebody, I'm picking Jack and John.
All right, great stuff, man. Thanks. Nice to talk to you. First.
Which is really cool. It's not the first I can choose. I can take 1 damage saves and then take
It's not even the first?
No, it's any. My choice. He has Master Mutator, so every unit takes a mortal wound from him during my psychic phase. On a 2-up at the end of the phase, takes 1 more. So if I smite 1 unit, I bolt 1 unit, I gateway 1 unit, I can do 1, 2, 3, like extra mortal wounds. He knows Bolt to Change, 9 dice, every 5+ is mortal. Infernal Gateway, which is a smite that hits the closest unit and all units within 3 of that unit.
That's the one I can't be seen by.
Yeah.
I'll lose on that.
Yeah, and then there's the one where I can I basically roll a dice and I pick either move, toughness, or strength. Increase the characteristic by 1. By 1 for strength, 2 for move, 1 for toughness. If I roll it on an 8 or higher with the plus to cast, I get to choose. Otherwise, it's D3. Do you know what Scarbrand does? So he doesn't fly. He moves 8. He kills,
Only 8?
He doesn't fly. His wings are broken. He kills the shit out of things.
So he ignores 8 and kills shit.
He ignores involants with the big swings, which is relevant for you. He has 3 auras. Now they affect you as well as me. The first one is auto-pass morale tests. Second one is +1 attack. So it's really good for Zephs and Repentia. You can get +1 attack from me. And the third one is you can't fall back if you're within 6 of them unless you roll 3d6 under your leadership. Demons have an army-wide -1 leadership as well. So I can lock things in combat pretty well. 3 units of Flamers, 2 units of Demonettes, 2 units of Bloodletters, a unit of Nurglings, and I have a Change Caster as well, who just knows some buff power. So +1 to win for the Flamers.
So I don't have to worry about his offense.
No, he smites. One
Okay,
smite.
I do need to worry about him teleporting and doing the bucket of mortals on me.
Correct. Yes, you do.
All right.
So let's just separate up terrain. So you got one of these.
I got my 5 shit.
Sure.
things.
So I get to drop first because I won the roll.
Yep.
So we can start the clock, right?
Yep.
Perfect. Which one is longest up blocking on this table?
It's this one, and then these two they're covered.
Right.
it
So
doesn't
this
matter.
one is the counter's closed. Sure. You have pre-game moves. It's only the Repentia. You have no CP.
the Rhino.
The Rhino. Sorry, Rhino.
And I have 1 CP, so I can't
So
do
you
it
can
with
only
Repentia.
do it with
Bullshit.
Sure.
Sacrosanct are the best unit that can do it. Well, the Canoness is pretty good too.
Make sure I'm not on the marker here. Have you mine?
Do you have a? I don't know.
Tape
What,
measure? That's mine. I don't know where.
I'll find mine in a second.
If we grab a tape, that'd be great. We might have left the tape measure on the table we were on before. We've only got one between us at the moment. Gotta be 6 away, man. They're obscure.
These ones are 4.
Are these ones 4? Are you sure?
100%. You can ask them right
yeah,
now.
we'll just double check. I was pretty sure that was 6. But that's okay. We'll
These ones have to be 6 from everything.
Yeah, but I think these ones do too because they're big obscuring runes. But we'll double check when they come around. It's all right.
Here, you need this. I can go find my own.
We'll go there.
That's for Miracle Dice. Do we have to use those dice?
We do have to use those dice.
Sweet.
Are these 6 apart or 4? 6 apart or 4?
Let me grab it.
Yeah, sure.
I hate giant dice. It's so hard to
I
roll.
do too, yeah.
Like, especially when you fucking Repentia with 40 or 50 attacks.
Flamers, like.
Oh, I'm sure, yeah.
Are these 2 6 apart or 4?
Shoot. What does the packet say?
I don't have the pack for this table.
The packet generally says these have F, and those two have to be 6 inches
The
away
F
from
isn't
everything.
the F isn't the 6 away. The F is the first 4 blocking.
and also 6 inches away. It's both. But I don't want to argue about it. So
That's okay. Yeah, you put it on me. We'll do it on my time. I'm the one asking the questions.
I'm 90% sure he's right, by the way.
That's okay. Yeah, yes.
It's usually in the past, it's been the big pieces that are not allowed. Since it's all ruins.
Do you mind if I slide it over then? If it's just 4, is that all right? Slide it towards me.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah,
Dude, I'm not.
Yeah, sure.
We're playing a fun game, right?
Yeah, sure. I'm just gonna have to do both.
I don't want to piddly bullshit stuff.
Sure.
Unless you do. So
I don't.
You let me know if you do.
That sounds like no fun for either of us, to be honest.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to this round of 6 at the LVO X10, whatever you want to call it, xylophone. My name is Adam Camilleri. I'm joined by the amazing, the intrepid Falcon himself, Peter Colosimo. We are here to bring you one of the tippy-top games. The last Australian in the field is battling it out with his Chaos Demons against Charlie Andre and his very Adeptus Sororitas.
Yes, this is quite the matchup we've got for you guys today. Matt Morrisoli, kind of a dark horse favorite in this event. Yes.
Absolute favorite.
No, what? Okay, he's like 500th in the ITC. He's first in the ITC in Australia, which means absolutely nothing unless you're from Australia.
The greatest meta of all time.
All jokes.
Yeah.
These are two top-end players playing quite the variations on some incredible lists. Morrisoli's Chaos Demons have absolutely been just dumpstering people here. He just had an amazing matchup into one of the scarier Tau lists we have in the field. Yep. Charlie Andre taking a unique take on Sisters by kind of ignoring all the big named characters like Celestine and Morven Val and just taking more and more bodies.
Cheap and waves and waves. It's really quite something.
It's really quite something to watch. They've only done their pregame talk. Just for you guys to know, while we are about 10 minutes late getting started, the judges have given them an extra 10 minutes on the clock just for this kind of setup so we could go over all the things. So this is going to be quite the round, guys. We're doing the scouring. Mm-hmm. Adam, what can you tell me about the scouring as a mission?
You got to go. You got to send. Fights will happen. Lines will be drawn. There will be a victor. The biggest deal about the scouring is that every objective is in the middle of the table. None of them are in your deployment zone. You can't deploy on any. You can't safely defend any. All can be charged upon. All can be invested. All can be seen, shot, scalped, everything and more. As you can see, we have 5 beautiful objectives. One of those being, they actually rolled off. They both have their own objectives. Yep. And they rolled off. And Matt won the 4+ to place his own personal objective in the middle. That is a
Call me Daddy.
Call me Daddy Scarbrand objective right there.
I love it. And Scarbrand is absolutely Morrisoli's, I think, favorite unit in that army. He talks him up every day. Scouring. The tertiary or second primary objective here is Auspec's strategic scan, which is an action that units can perform. They can abdicate everything else to do it by standing on an objective that they control. When you perform the action at the end of your opponent's turn, you score 3 victory points. So you can score up to 15 on that extra in this game if you can manage to grab and hold an objective for longer than a turn.
I really expect both players to get a 6, and I really want to know who's going to get the 9 on that. Because usually one player gets a 9, one player gets a 6, and that player is usually the person who wins the game. Yeah,
because whoever gets the kind of triangle or pyramid off, just that extra 10 to 15% of the board is often going to be the person that carries the day.
Now, there are some really big problem units here for both players. And we'll go through the lists in a moment, but Soli has 3 big boys.
Soli has the 3 best
He's got
big boys.
Scarbrand, a wound-gated Bloodthirster. What that we mean by he has only a certain amount of damage he can take per phase of the game.
Yep. In favor of Khorne, it is 8 wounds.
Of course. And it starts with, is it 18?
I believe he starts with 16.
Oh, no. He starts with 20.
Oh, you're right. He does start
because you go 882.
886.
22.
It doesn't matter. It takes 3 phases.
We're good at our job. What can we say?
So, yes, you can only take up to 8 wounds in a phase, which means that it often takes at least 2 rounds to kill him of focused aggression, and that's all you need, because if you're focusing him down, you're not focusing down the 2 other big boys in this list.
Well, the issue with that is it's nigh on impossible for a Sisters army to one-turn that Bloodthirster. Usually they're a combat and shooting army, and sometimes most of the time, especially with the Bloody Rose list that we have for you, it is overwhelmingly 95% of it is combat.
Yes.
And then some little tech piece shooting units here, there, and everywhere, usually in the form of retributors with multi-melters. But let's jump through those lists. Let's give you guys the full rundown of what you guys can expect from this game. I'm not going to read you what O'Sully has called his list, because it's not for the...
Because it's Australian.
It's not for the PG.
They use English a different way than we do.
Yeah, rudely, offensively. So we start with a Chaos Undivided detachment. He has a Bloodthirster with a Change Caster and a Lord of Change. That is the other of the 3 big greater demons that we have for you. This Lord of Change is -1 to wound.
Yes.
It is very hard to kill, and it pumps the mortal wounds out. Just spell on spell on spell evaporates. There are a couple of denies, a couple of good little pieces of tech that Bloody Rose bring that can interact in the psychic phase. Then he's got 1 unit of 10 Bloodletters, 1 unit of 10 Demonettes, another unit of 10 Demonettes, and 3 Nurglings. He loves his Nurglings. And then Elites, Flamers, 5-5-4 as it would come out. Perfect numbers for a Sisters game. You only need about 2 or 3 Flamers to kill a unit of 5, anything Sisters-wise. Then he has his last patrol. This one has Scarbrand and another unit of Bloodletters. This is a great list. It's about as good as it gets demons-wise right now. Things will change drastically for demons come Monday morning, but as it is right now, I think that's about as good as it gets. What do you think of it?
I mean, I absolutely love this list. I talked with Matt Morsoli about this list multiple times when I got to the event. He personally thinks it's the best demons list you can make, and given his performance, I would have to at this point
hard to argue. Yeah,
it's really hard to argue. It's got a speedy melee unit in those demonettes that can just missile onto an objective and steal it from an opponent. He's got those bloodletters, which are always going to trade up in any situation. And he's got 2 warp locuses in the list, so he can easily deep strike off of them if he needs to. And a warp locus, guys, there's a number of unique abilities that are associated with warp loci, but the one big thing is that demons players can usually when you place a deep strike unit, you have to be 9 inches away from an opponent. But with a warp locus, you can be 6 inches instead, as long as you deep strike all of those models within range of the warp locus model. So in this case, I believe he's is the Lord of Change is a locus, and the Bloodthirster. Not Scarbrand.
Not Scarbrand.
And then Scarbrand and the Bloodthirster, they just kill things, and the main thing is you can't leave.
You can't. When they get to you, you have to jump through a bunch of hoops and terms and conditions to be able to fall back from that combat. That is a really heinous thing that I saw him do. He almost auto-won his last game versus Tau because both Scarbrand and his Bloodthirster consolidated into a unit of Crisis Suits, blocked their fallback, ate them, and went on to reap absolute havoc through the man's lines. Here it's not going to be as big a deal because Bloody Rose is a predominantly melee faction, and Charlie Andre is the opposite of shooting.
Charlie has a very aggressive list. It does have some shooting.
Extra.
He did take a Castigator with a battle cannon. So he's got that extra little punch from long range. He's got his 8 Retributors here for multi-melta damage. Let's just actually go through the list.
Let's just go through the list. Yep. Got a battalion, Bloody Rose, as we have already said. Bunch of stuff in the No Force Org slot, but let's go to this HQs first. Canoness with the Blessed Blade. Absolute beast in combat. Very, very, very strong combat. Missionary and a Palatine. So there's no Celestine. There's no Morven Vile. Hell, there's not even a St. Catherine. Triumph. Then in the Force Org slot, we have some more characters. 2 Crusaders, 2 Death Cult Assassins, a Hospitaller, and a Repentia Superior. So we have characters for days.
And that Hospitaller is a linchpin unit in this list. It has the Book of St. Lucius, so it gets an extra 3-inch range on all of its auras.
Yep.
But more importantly, it gives him access to a stratagem where he can resurrect models and units. And so with Bloody Rose, what this lets him do is create charge scenarios that he normally wouldn't have, where he'll intentionally lose 2 to 3 models in a unit, and then res them to get
in his command phase.
In his command phase to get what would have been a 9-inch charge or a 10-inch charge to be like a 5 or a 6 as he kind of strings them back out closer to his opponent. So it's a really big play with this Hospitaller. He also gives a plus 1 to invuln for 9 inches, I believe, or 6 because of the Lucius. And then another 6-inch aura of 6 up feel no pain.
Yeah, so once again, a very big linchpin unit. I'm keen to see if Matt has the confidence to go for Assassinate, because there's characters everywhere here. Yes. And unlike usual Sisters games where you have Celestine who comes back, Morven Vile's half damage, these are all just toughness 3, a couple of wounds.
Yeah.
Very easy to kill. Troops-wise, we have 3 units of Battle Sisters, so not even any Novitiates, which we usually see. Then in Elites, we have 1 unit of 7 Sacrosancts. a single Dogmata, another Repentia Superior. So that's like I said, that's a lot of characters. A unit of 10 Repentia, a unit of 10 Repentia, a unit of 8 Repentia. So max squads. Essentially, this is good and bad for Matt. Bad for Scarbrand.
Bad for Scarbrand.
Very bad for Scarbrand. Pretty good for everybody else.
Because the thing about Scarbrand, he doesn't let you fall back, but he also gives you bonuses to your attacks when you're close combat with him. So these Repentia, if they hit Scarbrand,
he's toast.
It's a delete button.
It's a delete, absolutely. But in this kind of a game, I think everything that makes combat will kill whatever it touches.
Yes.
Essentially, in this game, it is going to be a very attrition-based, trading war. It's not going to be grindy at all. It's going to be big hit, big hit, big hit, big hit. There are a few things, once again, like we said, the Lord of Change and the Flamers versus the Retributors and the Castigator. Those are the things that could pick things up without dying.
Yeah.
And also going to be a very big deal for things like Overwatch from the Flamers. But jumping at fast attacks, back where we go, 8 Zephyrim, 5 Zephyrin, 5 Zephyrim. So that is another 3 speedy, very hard-hitting units. Lastly, Castigator, and then what was it? You said 2x8?
I believe it's 2x... Yes, I believe it's 2x8
2x8 Retributors and a single Rhino for that first turn threat. We always know you can chuck a unit or even two units inside that Rhino and then first turn scout it, get a nice big juicy first turn charge. Units like the Flamers, maybe not so much the Flamers, but of course they could be have the Overwatch absorbed by the Rhino, but units like the Lock really have to respect that play.
Yes.
Because it could just go down turn 1 if Matt isn't careful. Looks like we have the secondaries up for your viewing pleasure. You want to give us a rundown of what we got?
So Matt Morsoli chose Reality Rebels. So this is a Chaos Demon secondary we've seen in the past. It's essentially their version of Engage on all fronts.
Yep.
Where as long as Matt has more Chaos Demon units in a quarter of the board than you do, he's going to score points. If he has more in the center of the board, within 6 inches of the center, he scores extra points. So it's a very, very easy 8 to 10 points for Matt in a closely contested game because he has so many of these like 10 model units that he can deep strike, that he can jettison forward. He's got those Nurglings to help him with that. So he's always, it's free points for him. He's taken banners. He's got a lot of infantry units here to score banners. He can, turn 1, probably get 3 banners up right away in a no man's land scenario, which is great for him.
And he has OBSEC dominance. He's got like six OBSEC units to 3.
Yeah.
So definitely in Matt's favor.
And then he has gone for it, Assassination.
I thought he
gets
would.
3 CP for every character he kills, 4 for the Warlord. This Sisters list has like 9 characters. I might be exaggerating, but not by much.
Not by much.
Between the Hospitaller, the Canoness,
the Dogmata, 2 Repentia Superior, and then Missionary, Preacher, what's the Lieutenant?
It doesn't matter. He has 8 characters.
He's got 8 characters.
So
it's a lot.
There's a lot of ways he can score Assassination. For Charlie, we have Defend the Shrine.
Yes.
We have A Leap of Faith and Sacred Ground. So let's talk a little bit about Sister secondaries, because they're one of the reasons why Sisters have remained a competitive army for quite some time.
Exactly
so Adam, what do we got going on here?
All right, so Defend the Shrine is essentially pick an objective outside your deployment zone. Oh, look, it's the Scouring. They're all outside your deployment zone. So essentially, as long as you hold that objective for 5 turns, you get all the points. You get the full 15. A Leap of Faith is essentially using of the resource mechanic that Sisters have available to them, which is via Miracle Dice, and it's the using of Miracle Dice, the expanding of Miracle Dice to gain points. So that is by, in A Leap of Faith, it is how many you spend per turn gets you the points equation. Yeah. Not like the new version where you have to actually discard one. So, and with Leap of Faith, it's for good Sisters players, that's just 12. You just 12 it. Beautiful. What's the Sacred Ground? That's the one I don't see that often. You want to refresh
Sacred
me on
Grounds, you know what, let's just bring it up here. We have this lovely app here that will tell us everything we need to know about secondaries.
I'll tell you quite quickly, though. Thank you very much for the sub and the follow that just popped up on the screen. So I just missed your name, but you are a champion. I would point out now that I thought I saw the first deployment start to go down for Charlie, and it looks like he's possibly changed his mind, but I thought he was putting that Rhino in a very defensive position, which quite surprised me. We thought he was inside that L in his deployment zone. As we can see, we have the Demons being deployed to the left of screen, the Sisters to the right. Very pretty armies as well. I mean, Matt's actually, I shouldn't have said that. Pretty Sisters. Matt's is a Matt Morisoli project.
You know what? I think it's actually quite nice. At least
it's not bad.
At least Scarbrand is a
Scarbrand's
very
very good, but that's not his.
Oh. Well, anyway, Sacred Grounds. If one or more Adeptus Infantry or Cult Imperialis priest units from your army are within range of an objective marker, they can perform this action. The action is completed at the start of your next command phase or at the end of the battle. If completed, that objective marker has been consecrated, and until the end of the battle, that objective marker gains Inspiring, a terrain trait. Each time time a unit from your army completes this action, if the objective marker that was consecrated is wholly within your deployment score, and you score 1 victory point, otherwise you score 5. So this is a great secondary for him because there's literally nothing in his deployment zone. If he gets those actions off, it's 5 points apiece.
Well, it links in really nicely with the essentially the tertiary, the bonus primary for this mission, where you already have to do a action on an objective. So he can just dedicate a bunch of little mook units to run around doing actions here and everywhere. He's got a bunch of really small squads, the Crusaders, the Death Cult Assassins,
so
things like
I don't
this.
believe those will be able to because of their keywords, but those 3 battles, or a priest. So So the missionary can do it, battle sisters, but he's got those 3 small battle sister units that can easily run up. Other than the flamers, Matt doesn't have a ton of shooting that he needs to worry about, so depending on how Matt plays those flamers, it might be a quick 15 for Charlie.
That would be, it's a huge that he's got that available to him. It's obviously he's built into it as well. So yeah, impressive. Well done for Charlie. Really backing himself in those sisters secondaries. So the way this is going to work, guys, I'm sure you guys have probably joined us for the majority of the day. If you haven't, why not? Is we have one more round after this, and that round usually is called the Shadow Round. What is it this one?
So it's still the Shadow Round.
Not really.
Well, so the reason why it's called the Shadow Round in the past has been it was a round that you couldn't watch on Best Coast Pairings, the app that we use to track the games, and you weren't allowed to be in the room. It's a late a late set of rounds, and it was always for the extra guys that were undefeated. So essentially, normally the top 4 players in the LVO, the top 4 undefeated, immediately got a shot on the final day, and then the rest of the players got paired into each other to make up the top 8. This year, because we've had so many people, we almost hit 1,000. I believe at the end of the day we were at 950 day 1, 960. We are going to end up having about 15 undefeated players because of draws, and then several players that are going to be 5 wins and a draw by the looks of things.
Exactly right.
So what they're going to do is the 14 or 15 undefeated players that we're going to have at the end of this round, they're immediately going to get into the Shadow Round, and then the 1 or 2 people with 1 draw that they're at the top of battle points are also going to get carried in for what will be basically a round of 16, an official round of 16.
Correct. Essentially, it's the rounds. And you can't really call it the Shadow Round anymore because it used to be that not everybody undefeated played. But when everyone undefeated plays, I'm just going to call it round 7.
Yeah.
We just have a round 7 of this event now.
It's basically the quarterfinals of the event.
It is, and it's kind of crazy that we're at that level where we have to do that.
There was
really
a chance
impressive.
that all of them were going to be undefeated coming in. Now, we did have quite a few draws in the top tables, and so it does look like there's going to be a person with 1 or 2 people with a draw that are going to actually make it in under the wire, as it were.
Exactly right. What are you seeing here deployment-wise? I haven't seen much, if anything, go down for Matt that I've noticed. Looks like Flamers in the bottom left, and possibly Flamers or a character into the absolute left extremity.
Yeah,
ruin.
it looks like both players are playing very passively because of those long ranges that they have for charges. You can see unit after unit going into this bottom right-hand L that Charlie has. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw at least 1 squad of Retributors kind of pop up as close as possible to that bottom objective. And then Matt here, he's just measuring out threat ranges.
Exactly right.
So I do expect this to be a very passive turn 1.
For either player.
From either player, unless a great mistake is made.
Exactly right. And you wouldn't expect that from this caliber of players. For those who do not know, Matt, look, Nurgling's going down right in the middle. They're the bait. They're the bait, baby, to force an exposure of something from Charlie.
This is his trap card, everyone.
It is. So because he's chucking those Nurglings in the middle of the table, something has to be used turn 1 by Charlie. We're going to throw to the floor by Dustin, our man in the field, to give us a bit of update of some of the spicy matchups you can expect us to cover and give you rolling updates for in this round of 6. We'll be right back.
Hello, everybody. I am here to update you on some of the top players that we have in this event who are in it to win it right now. We have Sean Naden leading off right now. This is in order 2, followed by Folger Piles, Sweet Lou. That is an amazing name. Thomas Ogden in 4th, Joel Wilson, Alejandro, Nassim Fouchain, Mike Porter, Alex McDougall, Jack Harpster, Brian Sipe, Chase Chappell, Matt Morsali, Taraxe El Rocho. I'm sorry I butchered that name, everybody in Spain. I am so sorry. Charlie Andre, Daniel Wolmuth, Oliver Smith, Tom Cohen, TJ Bruce, Nick Nanavati, Brad Chester, Stephen Box, Lucas Troller, who you had just seen on stream as well, take down the Boy King himself. Tim Dietlith from Canada, thank you. Matt Estrada, Evan Tomshkin, Ben Jones, Brian Jones, TJ Lanigan, and Jay Eggett. That is your 30 5-0 players right now going into this round 6. These are the guys that we're going to be watching to see who's going to be going into the Shadow Round and again going into the finals of the top 8 tomorrow. So we will be following, obviously, in addition to our live stream game for all of your pleasure. There are a few of these games that we will be following. I'll be giving you updates periodically as I can on the, I'm sorry. I'm going to call him Louise because he gave me permission to do that. So I know I kind of pronounced that. Versus Mike Porter on table 1 from Vanguard Tactics. That is going to be a spicy match between some Thousand Suns and Mike Porter's Harlequins. Not really sure who has the advantage of that matchup. It is the Scouring this mission too, so it's going to be an aggressive one. And I think so Louise will have the advantage on some durability, and the Mortal Wounds will help get through those 4-up invones that are still around right now. We will also be giving you the update on Stephen Box and TJ Lanigan. Stephen actually playing Eldari this tournament, which is a surprise to a lot of people. They were expecting to play either Blood Angels or his sisters that he's been known to play, but he has been doing really well, using 15 Striking Scorpions. A lot of people not really sure how to deal with that. Let's see if TJ is able to pull it out for there. Now, we will also be giving you the update on Jack Harpster versus Brian Sipe, which is right behind me here, and I will be giving you updates on each and every one of those because these are going to be some good matches we want to keep an eye on. And again, 30 undefeated players right now. There's only going to be 15 at most at the end of this, and then we're going to be going into the Shadow Round to see if we can get the top 8 narrowed down for tomorrow's 3 matchups and find the winner of the LVO. Now, this is exactly what you guys are here for. Hopefully you're going to be enjoying this live stream game you have here between Matt Morrisali, and I think we're going to throw it back to Adam and Pete to give you the lowdown on the game is going on. Enjoy the game, and I will talk to you guys shortly.
And we are back. This is shaping up to be pretty spiced. I wasn't quite finished talking about how pivotal and how baller that Nurgling placement was. How do you feel about it?
I mean, this is the bait, right? These are 2 close combat armies, and someone has to blink first. By putting those Nurglings on the middle of the board, that's a free objective for Soli.
Correct.
It's the way that Ruin is positioned. I have to say that was Soli's drop.
Yes.
Because it's giving him basically like a free 4 points here, unless Charlie engages.
Well, exactly right. Well, not only that, it's giving points on Reality Rebels as well.
Yes.
Yeah.
And the thing about what we missed on while Dustin was talking here, there's been a lot of debate about who can see what. So a judge was called just to go over what exactly each Ruin has for visible windows, what is going on when it comes for like what is considered line of sight blocking, etc. Because all they're trying to do here is figure out like. Andre does not want to get hit by Flamers turn 1, and Soli does not want to get hit by Meltas turn 1, right?
Exactly
so that's
right.
Really, what all of this is discussing. It's turning out to be an amazing game. We've already known that Soli decided to put both units of Bloodletters into reserves.
Yes.
1 unit of Flamers, and he's dropped Scarbrand in there.
I agree with all those choices. Having 2 units of Flamers on the table will really keep Charlie honest. It means that he can't just flood the table. Otherwise, he's going to go 2 Flamers, 2 Flamers, 2 Flamers, and he's just going to pick up units here, there, and everywhere. He can't allow, in this matchup, any 2-for-1s.
No.
The first guy to get a 2-for-1, essentially things just start to snowball in that guy's favor. It's so good. I hope you guys are getting as hyped for this matchup as I am, because I freaking love this matchup personally.
Like the deployment alone is there's so much specificity in range and everything. Like we know, like these 2 guys know what they're doing. I'm very excited to see what happens. The one thing I'll say here, Scarbrand in reserve. Like, this is definitely a Warp Locus play, right?
100%, mate. 100%.
So, like, Soli's plan is going to be, I would imagine, turn 2 or turn 3, whenever Charlie decides to put anything in there, that Lord of Change is going to hop into the middle of the board, pop +1 toughness with his psychic power so that he becomes just a little bit harder to kill. Yep. And then we're going to see the big boy come down.
So Scarbrand can't deep strike off the Lord of Change. Has to deep strike off the Bloodthirster. Has to be corn for corn.
Well,
only Be'lakor can work as everybody else. But same difference. Absolutely same difference.
Because he does have that wound gate.
But what he wants to do is he wants to bait Charlie into a confluence of units where he gets 5 or 6 units bunched up into one big rolling melee, and then just thirst a Scarbrand, clear the whole thing. Clear the whole deck. And then it'll be really hard for Because if you have that, if that thirster makes it in full health into the middle of the table and you're down on trading pieces, that needs 3 trading pieces by itself. And that's if you have all the Retributors and all the Castigators still alive.
And with Scarbrand ignoring invulns,
Exactly.
that's a huge deal against the Retributors, against like everything else in this army, because they'll often rely on that invuln save and getting that +1 from the Hospitaller.
And with busting out all the sweep attacks, you can go, two attacks here, 6 attacks into that unit, hitting on 2s, win on 2s, pick them up. 2 attacks here, 6 attacks, hitting on 2s, win on 2s, pick them up. It's just gonna really roll.
And he has taken the Relic Axe, so he's damaged 3 on his strikes,
exactly right.
which
Not
will
matter
matter with the characters.
Only the characters. But hey, they're going to get squished anyway.
Yeah.
But it's really going to be, Charlie has to be able to manage these big boys. The big bird, the big thirster, the big Scarbrand. If he can manage them well, mitigate how many things he has to feed into him to get him dead, he's going to be in a great spot. It's up to Sully to really get the most out of his flamers and his greater demons. But I'll have to tell you guys, my respect for things like demonettes is going up every single game I see this guy play. So many times Sully will come to me and be like, Demonettes All-Stars, killed 4 units, held an objective all game, did a bunch of actions. They are phenomenal units.
Yeah, they're often the first thing that's going to be ignored in one of these lists, and that works to Sully's advantage because there's been so much talk about Bloodletters, about the big boys. Like, everybody knows that the Lord of Change is good. Everybody knows that Bloodthirster's a beast. Everybody knows what Scarbrand does. So they'll often, and they forget how fast those Demonettes are. It's still a lot of high AP attacks.
Correct.
And they're going to pick up, at the very least, all of your chaff if you don't pay attention.
Yeah, spot on. I'm interested to know if Sully values any of the fallback mechanic, the denying of fallback or the tri-pointing mechanics he's built into his army. I mean, if you could trap and not get shot, like the turn Scarbrand comes down, if you can just trap and not get shot, or the Bloodthirster, you can just trap and not get shot by a turn by Retributors, Castigators. It's a big deal, isn't it?
That's a huge deal. The Retributors in a Adeptus Sororitas list are one of the scariest things,
Absolutely.
no matter what, right? Like Bloody Rose is a close combat army, but Retributors, because of Faith Dice, because of Miracle Dice, I should say, you're guaranteeing like an 8 damage shot sometimes from these guys.
Yeah.
So being able to tag them with like a super fast unit like that, it's going to save a full turn on that Bloodthirster, a full turn on that Lord of Change, because Charlie doesn't have to rely on like the luck of the die as much as anybody else.
Exactly right. He's not playing fair Warhammer at times. Thank you to everybody joining us in the chat. Team Beerhammer, thank you very much. I know you just came across as preachy or something. I don't know what you're talking about. Are you absolute boss in my eyes? No Limit 81, Spock NZ, Chelsea Beth. Chelsea Beth is Matt's lovely partner.
Chelsea, yes, we talked about her the last time we were on stream. Big fan. Nick used Matt's list, but it doesn't have Scarbrand.
It does have Scarbrand.
It does.
The lock is Fate Weaver.
Yes.
Because that's Nick's meme.
Yeah.
Nick's meme is Fate Weaver. So, so there's another gentleman called Finn Decker here, who's ostensibly one of the best players in New Zealand. All 3 of them essentially worked on the list together. Nick to the least extent.
Yeah.
He came in late in the piece and just adopted it, liked it, is running with it. But Finn's lost 1 game by 1 point. He lost by 1 point. Matt's undefeated, Nick's undefeated. So whatever they're on, it's the juice. It's the stuff.
I talked a little bit with James Grover from Goonhammer, goonhammer.com, about who were my favorites and his favorites to win this event.
Yep.
We didn't talk extensively about Demons, but I did at one point mention they have a really good game into 2 of the top lists at this event.
Exactly right.
And in the right hands, because demon saves can't be ignored like most other things, like you can take that roll off sometimes and just win the bad matchups too.
Spot on. You could just lean into the fact that you get a save, and a lot of time with the profiles you have, they're not, and just leverage that into enough.
Okay. So it looks like there was one little bit of change while they were deploying. Matt decided to reserve 2 units of flamers instead of just 1.
Yeah, I don't mind that. I think that's pretty fine. Having a look at this table and how things are going to be essentially pacing out, 1 unit's enough to keep him honest. I do like 2 because you can have 1 at the top, 1 at the bottom, but it looks like he's kept the 1 in the bottom left. In all honesty, Charlie's not going to let him use him turn 1 anyway.
No.
They're mostly there to stop him just thinking he can just bum rush everything into the middle.
Yeah, it's just to keep him honest, right?
It is, really.
To make sure that wherever that Rhino goes, if Charlie decides to be aggressive with it, like it's going to go where Matt wants it to go.
Exactly right. We have the players mic'd for your viewing pleasure, and during the action parts of this game, for those who are just joining us for this is their first coverage they're absorbing today, we will not be talking, we will not be interrupting, unless it's to call the big dramatic stuff during the shooting phase, charge phase, fight phase. We will be here to give you the updates and all the juicy goodness during the movement phases and the scoring phases and all that stuff. We'll be covering as much of the rest of the event as we can, and hey, we're not sleeping until about 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock tonight, because we're up here for the shadow round. We're going to keep calling the shadow round, but the round of 7.
The round of 7, and the round of 16. And we're going to be doing it in a whispered tone, so if you guys tune in, you like some ASMR, because they kick everybody out of the room.
It's very quiet.
It's very quiet, and everybody can hear us. Our voices carry. We learned that last year when we did this. So might be a little bit toned down when it comes to how we speak, but still know that we're here for you.
Because the last thing we want to do is say something like, oh, wow, that's in a charge range, and somebody missed it, and it ends up costing somebody a game. That's an oof.
Absolutely. Cannabis, resub ×5. Thanks so much.
Thank you so much. Please like, share, subscribe, support us in any way that matters to you. We're not essentially being paid. Anything that you guys donate, subscribe, gift to us goes to help cover the costs of this stream. We're doing this out of pure love and joy for this great game and to give you guys the coverage you deserve. So anything you can do to support us, we're nothing but grateful for it.
Yeah, everyone here is volunteers, and we've got so many amazing volunteers here.
Yeah.
Like the guys backstage, Garrett, Dicky, John Quinnell, Danny McDevitt, Dustin out in the field, Seth. They're working their butts off, doing whatever they can. Nick Dorch, standing behind us, is like the most amazing table boss I've ever had. He's on top of everything, constantly feeding us info. It's just been a wonderful experience.
Adaptive Subroutine's pointing out that Nick has the cheeky Plague Bearer unit in there as well that we forgot about.
Oh, good. Thanks.
I'm not sure if you guys can hear Matt right now.
I did the language check already. They told me I could just not say the C word and everything else is fine. But I said I'd get one in. It's part of my culture.
Okay, so we're going to let you guys just kind of listen in to what they're saying as they finish off their deployment. We've got a couple things to do on our end, and we'll be right back.
That's where the blood push is, right?
Yeah. You done?
Kind of fucked me up, so who knows?
Yeah, well, they're short-range guns, but they go anywhere, so it's kind of the same thing, right?
You want to hit the yellow button on that? It's just a noise canceling thing, so then.
Oh, sure.
Thank you so much, dude.
No worries, man.
So they're both connected, so they should.
Oh.
You guys are so awesome.
Wolf Priest Kjal resubbing 43 months. Wolf Priest Kjal, you've been around for literally forever. I do believe you are 7,000 years old. Crash 7,800 just subscribed. Thanks so much, guys. Oh, Krager. Okay, you guys know what? I want to talk to you a little bit about Krager, okay? Because I know who Krager is.
Tell me a story.
Krager is one of my best friends.
Yep.
Okay, in the whole world. He was a guest extra in the Hobbit movies.
Okay.
They didn't have to have a body double.
Okay.
Okay. He just took off his shoes one day and they started filming him, and that's what they went with. He's just an amazing person. He's like a part-time TO in Moncton, New Brunswick.
Yep.
He does a lot of work for the community. He's one of the most generous souls I've ever known. So I'm going to use my power here, this unlimited power I have, to just say that he's an amazing, amazing, very small man who I love dearly. Thank you so much, Krager. And I really hope it was the same Krager. I just have to assume it is. If who I'm talking about isn't that Krager, just take the praise. Just assume that now you are the same man. Thank you so much.
They just form Highlander-esque. There can be only one Krager.
There can be only one Krager.
The pulse of the quickening
Yeah.
has taken him. How do you feel about that Rhino placement right now?
That Rhino placement? This feels...
I'm done.
Sorry, Charlie's talking real loud, and it really distracted me for a second there. But what I'm going to have to say is that that Rhino placement is pretty aggressive. It looks like he's setting up to possibly get into that Bloodthirster immediately.
Wowee. He wants to get 8 off.
Like, go full jet mode.
We need to get that Charlie Andre turned down. That guy's hot.
He is excited.
He's popping off.
He is like, guess what, guys? I know how to do violence, and I'm going
I'm about to show you all.
And you see how he's remeasuring? It's because he's kind of distributed, so he has options. That's what they're actually saying there. He might be able to get into the Bloodthirster with an aggressive play. He can bang into those Nurglings, which he doesn't want to do.
So my issue with the Bloodthirster play is he needs to have a decent Miracle Dice to guarantee it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Otherwise, he's at the whims. So what? Rhino moves 12. They're going to be 24 inches away. Rhino moves 12. Disembark 9. Oh, yeah, 3-inch charge. Yeah, if that Bloodthirst is on the line, exactly on the line.
But it does look like Matt got the roll to go first, so it's kind of moot. Other than what's going to what Matt decides to do. Because of that equidistance, though, it does mean that Matt has to respect that distance, respect that Rhino, whether he comes up from the bottom or from the top, right?
And I wonder if Matt's going to move at all, or if he just Reality Rebels is done, going to start the action, pass the clock.
So he's shifting his Nurglings to make sure all of them are within 6 inches of the center of the table, because he wants to get that extra point on Reality Rebels. And I wouldn't be surprised if he just kind of shifts around to get objectives.
So it was the Demonettes in that back building, and they have moved out onto the top left. They'll be performing the mission action.
Because they have that 10-inch movement. They
just move 10.
They don't fly, but who cares?
Doesn't matter. They just move. They're just like, I'm here, now I'm here.
They have pseudo jetpacks.
Yeah. It's pretty hilarious. Well, I'm always of the opinion that they should be like a dark reflection of what Harlequins are.
Yeah.
So I think that makes sense.
They're extra sexy Harlequins. And they just move so fast.
I'm happy you said it.
Because of that. Yeah. I don't know if you guys have read the Fabius Bile books. If you haven't, I highly recommend it. Josh Reynolds, incredible author. And some of the stuff he writes about, like Slanesh, about Emperor's Children, just amazing. It's some of my favorite writing of modern 40. Just throwing that out there.
Yeah. Exactly right. Cannabis, Falconist Hote's new chapter tactics. Someone make this happen. What do you feel about this?
I mean, I guess so. I guess no one does chapter tactics anymore? Yeah. Is that a thing?
I have no idea.
I've heard through the grapevine that, and you know what? Maybe you're right. Now that I'm resettled in Eastern Canada, maybe that's what I'll do. I'll start doing chapter tactics again, and I'll have my best Australian friend, Josh Diffie, on.
Bastard. Oh, you set me up, you son of a...
He was so excited, guys.
I turned to look at him and I'm like...
His eyes lit up. I wish you could have seen it.
Is he going to do it?
And then I dropped that bomb. No. Yeah, who knows?
Diffie would be great. Diffie would be a great
Diffie has a real crappy voice. He just sounds like he's tired all the time.
I mean, because he is.
Right?
He's the hardest working guy.
He has 18 jobs.
He does. He makes me look extremely lazy and unkept.
I've looked at his LinkedIn. It's crazy.
Ooh, I did not know what he was going to do with that Thirster. I did not believe that.
If I don't, you just come to me anyway.
Yeah. I was not sure what he was going to do with that Thirster. I did not expect an aggressive push turn 1. But looking at where he's gone, I don't hate it.
No.
Now that I'm thinking about it.
I mean, I don't know if you guys heard what he said. You're coming at me anyway.
Yes.
So I think this might be the second trap card.
Well, he's going to get him. What Matt was saying was you're going to get to me anyway. So it might as well be on my terms, off my home objectives.
Yes.
Which is pretty much what I believe is a good call as well. And you see how he's on the other side of the crates? So the units that do charge him can't pile and consolidate onto that home objective. So that home objective is very well protected, and he can actually have a huge investment of resources there without much repercussion. Now, what I do like here is because Matt went first, the clock is ticking on the reserves. The clock is ticking on Scarbrand making it in.
Yep.
And I'm of the opinion that he's put them up here because he's got poor lines of sight onto him with things like that Castigator, like the Retributors. Even though I can see him from every angle, it still needs to be able to see him.
Yeah. So this is definitely a big play for Matt. He's saying, come at me. If you don't come at me with enough stuff, Scarbrand's going to drop down, and he's going to be in your back line.
Exactly right.
And if you come at me with too little, you're in trouble because now you've got a mostly full health Bloodthirster that's just going to start his own rampage.
Did we manage to notice Matt rolling his whoop dice?
I don't think we did. I'm wondering if that 2 is.
I
his,
believe
because we
the
have two twos. I imagine one is his CP,
One is
and the
warp
other
dice.
is his warp dice.
Yeah.
So he has a couple of options there. The Corn Warp Storm table is the best Warp Storm table.
I agree.
I wouldn't be surprised if he kind of say like he doesn't do a whole lot with it this turn. Maybe boosts a psychic power or something with his Lord of Change.
I want to see him keep as many as he can early game and
Yeah.
use them to heal the Thirster.
Exactly.
And that's what I really want to see him do. Now, I think we're already into a psychic phase, so we're going to take a step back and have a listen.
Yeah, so let's
in,
cut
guys.
back to the player audio and hear what they have to say.
Yeah, we said we weren't going to talk, but that was because we weren't sure we had table audio. So the people who are complaining about that, everything we do is for a reason. Might not be a good reason, might be the reason you like, but is hopefully what is best to give you guys the most entertaining experience. We were wrong. Well, the dice that Matt had up on his thing was wrong. We
Yes,
now can
they
clearly
just
see
corrected it to a
it's
3.
3 warp dice. Thank you very much. Looks like Matt has pretty much just tapped the clock back. We've got 3 unreality bells, and bada bing, bada boom, slap it down, going into the bottom of turn 1 for Charlie. How much does he send? He's got to send something. He's got to do a little bit of sending, but what is appropriate?
I mean, for that Bloodthirster, he's really only have a couple of options. I think he sends in at least 3 units to deal with that, because he needs to make sure that Scarbrand can't come down too close and mess with him. So he almost needs to like pile in as much as possible. But that said, then he's going to get swept. It's a really big question that Charlie has to answer.
I think this turn 1 really sets up the pace of the game as well. He can't afford to let Matt have a 12. Cannot afford to let Matt have a 12.
No.
So therefore, something has to go to the middle at a minimum. But he doesn't have to do anything else. He does not have to do anything else apart from that. Should he not want to? Now, if he puts a unit in the middle, all of a sudden he doesn't get Reality Rebels unless he removes it on Matt's side of things. So what do you do?
So I think we're going to see Retributor Squad obviously go into the Bloodthirster, try to smack
Sorry,
out.
you mean Repentia?
No, Retributors.
I see you want multi-melters.
Pop multi-melters for a good 8 wounds. And then we'll see what else happens. Apparently everything's muted, though.
Yeah, no worries.
Okay, but they can't hear us either?
Okay. Apparently you guys can hear us. Can we get that confirmed, please? Can you guys hear us?
Yeah, folks, if you let us know if our audio is functional. They did have to mute the player mics because Charlie's mic was crazy.
Charlie was blowing up the world.
Thanks, guys. Yeah, that's when we cut to them. We didn't realize that Charlie had decided to eat his microphone.
Yes.
So you were hearing it being cut. Oh, it looks like the mics are back. So now we will cut so you can hear what he's doing.
Okay, beautiful. We're going to take a step back. Let's roll.
What's the deal with Nurglings?
They have 4 wounds each. They have a 5+ save from shooting, 6 in combat. They're always -1 to hit. They don't hit very well back.
What do they have in combat?
But 4 attacks each.
No, the defense.
-1 to hit, 6+ save.
How many wounds?
4.
Not obsec though.
No, not obsec. So if you charge me, you can very easily take that.
Yeah, I really wish I could get to that objective. I didn't really measure that very well. Boone has to target the closest, and it splashes 3.
Yeah, so Infernal Gateway, I pick a unit, so closest unit within 18, after I move, it hits the unit, and then all units within 3 of that unit. Both have changed. Any unit with an 18, 9 dice every 6 is a mortal wound. 5 or 6 is a mortal wound. And smite is just a normal smite, but I've got a good cast bonus to get a big one a lot of the time.
Can't be obscured, right?
Correct. You can
minus 1 to wound, though, right?
Correct. And toughness 8 at the moment.
Doesn't have minus 1 damage or anything, does he?
It is not.
I guess, I don't know. Might as well start shooting at him.
You've got nothing else to shoot, right?
Not really. T8 on the Bloodthirster?
Yes.
What other stuff does he have going on?
4+ save. That's it.
I can't improve on that, right?
What's that?
He can't improve on that, right?
No.
Melee or anything?
No, demons can't improve on saves at all.
Okay, we're going to advance these Repentia.
So they get adventure charge, I assume?
This unit and this unit.
For sure, because you have 2, yeah.
Yeah, let's see what they get. 9 plus 1 is a 10.
Yeah.
Just want to. This guy is not. I'll pull this one instead. Are we agreeing that's a 9 in?
Sure.
Sweet.
You have 9 on dice, don't you?
Not obsec, correct?
They are obsec.
What's their defense like?
5+ in combat. Toughness 3.
I'm gonna go 28 inches off the back. I don't trust this building. You can heroics too, right?
Yeah. Just a normal 3.
Give ourselves both options, why not? He can advance and charge, correct?
No.
Oh. 12 and then charge.
Yes.
You took assassinate, right?
I did.
We're seeing some very careful placement here by Charlie. As you can see, he is definitely respecting the Bloodthirster, but it almost sounds like he might be choosing to ignore it.
Yeah.
He's definitely going full bore with a full squad of 10 Repentia. Now, with the 2 Repentia superiors, he can advance and charge with one of them. He can advance and charge with that unit if he likes. But he's definitely respecting that Bloodthirster, make sure he's staying outside of heroic intervention on them in case he fails this charge. I'm wondering what it looks like he has a 6 and a 3 for his miracle dice. Yeah. He might be planning on using that 6 for his Retributor squad if it goes off. Otherwise, he can use it on the charge.
Exactly right.
He's giving himself a lot of options. This is very aggressive play, I would have to say.
This is more aggressive than I expected. I thought that with him having the bottom of turn, he might have a very stable turn 1. It looks like he's using both units of Repentia. Looks like we have we're a 10 up top. It looks like the 8 down the bottom being used. It could be both 10s, but I think there's a character in the Rhino as well.
Yeah, and he just threw another character into the Rhino for protection. He's definitely also checking his back line, because if that Bloodthirster's allowed to do whatever it wants, he has to minimize the damage it's going to do if Sully decides to jump over that kind of cathedral in the top right and start to swing back there. Yep. But I don't think that would be Sully's plan in this case.
No, I don't think it's in Sully's favor. I think what Sully wants to do is just maintain the triangle. Establish the triangle of 3 objectives where you have dominance. Yep. He's taking banners. Banners and Reality Rebels pretty much tells me he wants to be stable on a minimum of 2, if not 3 objectives if he can. That's a lot of pressure he's put in that middle. One thing I will say, Sully does not crack Rhinos that well.
No.
Flamers wound him on 5s, 4s at best with the +1 to wound. Then you have to get mortal wound range on them with things like Infernal Gateway Bolt, Smite, etc. So a fully decked out, packed to the brim Rhino can cause a lot of headaches.
It can, and Charlie was asking a lot of questions about Infernal Gateway for that reason, because you see he's still, even knowing that, he has piled a lot of units together in the middle, right? So if he fails any charges, if anything goes wrong for him here, it could be a lot of damage in his way.
Spot
and actually,
on.
I think you can see that, he's reshifting that Rhino for that reason, just to avoid that big explosion.
Agreed. List should be repinned for your pleasure, guys. So please go and check out those at will. This is a very, very spicy, possibly the best in the game Demons list versus a pretty much evergreen Bloody Rose list from Sisters. Looks like we're going to have a transition over back to Dustin in a couple of minutes, a couple of moments even, where we're going to get a bit of an update from the floor. We'll let you know when that's coming through. Hold fire for the rest of the movement phase.
Hello, everybody. I have a quick update for you from the tables that are going while I get mangled in the back of me here. We have Louise versus Mike Porter on table 1, T-Suns and Demons versus Harlequins. Quins got first turn, moved the Starweaver into the enemy deployment zone just to get an early deadly performance points, stages up, and just passed his turn. Chaos then popped the Starweaver just with Psychic, grabs the objective behind the walls, did a few actions to get some points, and then also passed back. The Quins now throw the Homeless troops into the rubrics on an objective, wipe the squad of Sorcerers, and that's about it. Well, rubrics, sorry, wipe the squad of rubrics, wrapped a Sorcerer. Over to the Steven Box and TJ Lanigan game. Eldari versus Zinch. Steven goes second and is not happy about it. He wanted to go first to do an Alpha Strike. He said that is what his list is designed to do. TJ moved turn 1, just a character, onto an objective, did a few spells, warped him back, and then stays in the safety of his deployment zone and holds no objectives right now, just behind all kinds of walls in his deployment zone, has not moved out. There's lots of generosity from TJ as well, allowing a take back from the box. He forgot to fire a unit of Rangers, let him fire it. The game is going to be taking a very hard turn on turn 2 now because TJ is not on any objectives. Steven just moved some Rangers out on the one objective in the middle, and the Avatar and the Warwalkers moved out in the center, so TJ's going to have to do something to prevent the Primary from coming out, so it'll be interesting to see what he actually does in response. As for the Jack Harpster versus Brian Sipe on table 12, the Blood Angels versus Orcs, Blood Angels went first. He pushed through commandos in the middle to take the middle objective. The Death Company moved up to a battle wagon on the one flank and popped it with shooting so he could charge the Mega Knobs inside and ended up wiping the squad while the 2 Infiltrator squads charged both 10-man commando squads and killed them both. That means the Orcs are now taking their first turn with 10 Infiltrators and 5 Death Company in their face, but 20 commandos, a battle wagon, and 4 Mega Knobs down. Brian having a long think right now to what to do, but he did not wog on turn 1. That is your current update. I will be back in a little bit. Let's go back to the live footage.
Damn, Dustin is doing a good job. Holy crap.
Damn,
That's really good.
Dustin, damn!
Wow, Jack getting right on top of Brian really early. That is
Jack,
pretty.
you can't do that to me. I know I like you, Jack, a lot, and you're playing one of my favorite factions in Blood Angels, but Brian, I said, was going to go far with this Orc list. You can't do this to me, my bud. Just stop it. Just stop playing. Let Brian win.
Well, mate, he's used 2 of his worst units in the Infiltrators in that matchup.
Yeah.
And then one of the 3 Death Company units to remove 3 of the best units from the Orc list. Wow, that's
tight. That's tight. But it is a bad matchup for Orcs in general.
It is.
Especially Jack's version of the list.
It's like for like, but one of them has a 2+ save, one of them has 0 6 up save, nothing.
Exactly.
No protection at all. So yeah, I already thought that was in Jack Harpster's favor. In fact, that's one of the reasons we didn't put it on. First, we just had Orcs on, and second, we thought it's probably a 2-turn game.
Yeah, one way or another. And now back to this game, Charlie really taking his time with this first movement phase. Yeah. He is really respecting that Lord of Change. He's got a lot of respect for that Bloodthirster. He doesn't want to get gated too hard in particular, so you're seeing him like re-maneuver the Rhino, re-maneuver Repentia out of the way, testing how far he can advance units to see if he can hide them in other buildings. Despite shoving 18 Repentia and 5 Zephyrim into Matt's face here, into the middle of the board, like he's still got some respect there, and he's also measured out those Retributors to see if he can pop those 8 wounds off that Bloodthirster.
Exactly right.
That Bloodthirster does have a 4-up save, right?
It does have 4-up. You can just spike and be like, nah, mate, I didn't take all 8.
I mean, it's a Custodes thing, and I've played enough Custodes
to know
that some games
they just say no.
They just Custody you.
I would say Charlie's doing a really good job in his backfield. As you can see, I think it's 2 Crusaders up in the top right, blocking out the lanes of ingress of the deep strike for things like the Bloodletters that could come in next turn. I'm assuming he's doing the same in the bottom right. I know the Castigator looks like to be blocking.
Yeah,
quite
I
a
believe
bit
that
of board there as
Castigator
well.
has been measured out to basically block out anything coming in behind it as well.
And if they do come in behind, they're going to have to deal with that forest should they want to charge into that Castigator.
Exactly, so he's going to take a -2, even if there is like a little line on the back that he can hit.
Charlie just asking the questions, getting all the information. I believe he thinks this is his turn. This is the only turn he's going to get, while his opponent still only has like 2/3 of his army on the table. I will say, and I'm going to say this early, Charlie's used a lot of time.
He has. I believe we can barely see it, but he looks like he's already at 40 minutes.
It starts with a 4.
Yeah.
So let's hope that doesn't become a factor. Both these players have had the same amount of time to play this game, but Charlie needs to get on his bike already. Wouldn't want to be down around like below 30 minutes. Going and just leaving.
And we will say again, because of the setup time and everything else when it comes to the stream, these players have been given an extra few minutes, just specifically for that reason, because we want to make sure that they don't feel cheated on anything. So these guys are playing with that full hour and a half each. Charlie is really being very particular about everything. But this is the turn he needs to be so careful, because after this, it's going to be chaos.
Exactly right. We have a little bit of a sponsor reel. Of course, this turn by Charlie is really taking a while. We don't want to usually be talking this much at you guys. We want to shut up and let the players speak for themselves. We've got a bit of a sponsor reel for you guys, highlighting the people who have helped us put this stream on, hopefully for your viewing pleasure. And we're going to jump to that right now and hopefully come back with that spicy shooting phase to see if those wounds can be done to that gated bloodthirster. We'll be right back.
FLGN coverage of the Las Vegas Open is made possible by the generous support of our sponsors. Alkylabs.com, Matalis.com, Play with Magic, Frontline Gaming, Champions of Tabletop, Best Coast Pairings, competitive events made easier, The Army Painter, more time for gaming. Live game scores are powered by the Tabletop Battles app, available now on Android and coming soon to iOS.
So it looks like Charlie's popping as many Sacred Grounds as he can turn 1. This is a big 10 points for him unless Soli gets on those objectives on his turn. So that's a huge swing for Charlie to get them off right away. But that's what the Scouring lets him do with this list.
Shooting phase is about to start. Time for us to step back.
Finally, let's see it.
4 shots from the fucking bolter into your big boy.
Where's that, sorry?
The Rhino.
Are you doing an action?
Thank you. My bad. I don't think any of these are in range. I can't see you through
What's
there.
the range?
12 inches, but I can't see you through there.
Oh, yeah, no. Sure.
Can't shoot. This thing's going to dump well, I'll wait on him. We're going to start with the 8 multi-melters from the front squad into there.
Sure.
All my bolters can't see shit.
Force. And force.
4s, you're rolling 1s. Just 1.
Takes it.
6.
Right. Sure.
I believe cherubs are at the end of the action.
Yeah, so you shoot them now.
I'm going to shoot it. Nope. I'm going to have that one. No.
No.
The next unit, everything.
Sure.
This one's gone. Two.
Good.
4 pinball on range.
Well, demon save, but yes. 4 up all the time. Cherub. Nope.
Big fucker.
Him or the bird?
Everything into him.
Sure.
Because he ignores the save. And
Are you in 36 for the heavy bolters?
I measured to him, so I would assume I would be for that one, but I did not measure that one. I'm a half inch out, so heavy bolters there, big cannon there.
Perfect.
Big cannon. 4 shots.
4s.
4 3 hits. 3s.
What strength is it?
9.
Wow, okay. Wow. Damage is?
3.
Sure. Good.
You jerk.
Yeah, sorry, man. I always feel bad when I pass saves. 6s here.
Why 6?
T8 -1 to wound.
You're just gonna ignore it.
I am if I fail it.
Oh, you can get to roll it first.
Yeah.
Damn.
So the failed save becomes 0 damage. It's pretty cool, actually. Yeah. Cool.
I guess a couple random bolt shots might have been in range.
Yeah, sure, man. Just roll them together. However.
I don't actually think they're in range. Nope.
Probably not. Sure. Charge me.
Let's do it.
Where do you want to go first?
We'll go the Sacrosants into the center.
Into the Nurglings? Yeah.
That might fail, but they get a free reroll.
Oh, really? Cool.
Well, they get it from her.
The pennant works. Of course it does. Yeah, of course.
It's an aura.
Yeah, of course.
Well. No reason for you to be all the way over there. All right. And this next turn's going to be painful. All right. The Zephyrum. How many obstac do you have on here?
On there?
3?
I think it'll be 6, man. The objective's 6 slide. I think all 3, they'll touch the end of it. Let's just check. Well, maybe not.
The building a little bit.
Yeah, it's okay. Maybe not. Look, I would say probably 4. I would say probably 4.
All right. So if I get my whole unit on it, I'll take it from you.
If I don't kill you, or provided you, if you charge me, I can pile into you, right? So you'll have to kill.
I'm not charging them. I'm charging them, and I'm gonna bounce off onto here.
Yeah, well, I don't think you'll be able to. You can try. I don't think you'll be able to get all 5 because you'll have to have a guy that ends there, and they won't be within 4 of that, right?
I'll show you.
Okay. It's more than 6.
Yep. No.
Okay.
It will be. I'll show you.
Okay.
12.
Fucking that helps.
Helps a lot.
Yeah, it won't be within an inch of that. It's not an inch off the wall.
Well, if I can't fit my base right there, I can fight through the wall.
Yeah, but you have to still place the model there, though. You don't get to be like more than an inch away and still hit me.
Yeah, they do. They rule that for this tournament.
Yeah, but you can fit though.
Oh, I can fit in the corner?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, because you actually fit. Yeah.
Okay, I'll fit over here then.
Yeah, for sure. I'd say you don't get to do that if you can fit.
That makes a big difference.
Yeah, that's what I was saying, because it's more than 6. You're gonna be within an inch of me to finish the charge now.
Oh, whatever. I can contest it.
Yeah. Cool.
How many attacks does he have on the suite?
16 at the moment.
Does it go up every time?
What's that?
Does it go up every time?
His goes down. Scarbrand's goes up.
Neither of these are obstac, right?
No, correct.
And he won't be able to heroic leaving because he's blocked off, right?
Correct. Well, unless the change caster does, and then he does.
Valid point. I'll just stay outside of 3 there. I'm going to use both of those.
Sure. So we'll get that guy, and we just have to mention the other ones carefully because it don't matter for how many can fight. I think we get most of them anyway. They just matter for who can fight.
Really don't like leaving the Bloodthirster there.
Yeah.
That's why he put him there.
Absolutely, man.
Zero you on primary. That could be. It's hold 2, isn't it?
Is it? Well, look. I don't actually know.
Australian number 1.
Hold 1 or hold 2?
Hold 1, hold 2.
They changed it.
Disbelief.
Okay. Then I'll go in there.
Spicy
turn
turn coming in for Charlie.
It is a spicy turn, and yes, Skyward used to be hold 2, hold 3, and now it is hold 1,
5
hold
Warpstorm
2.
dice. It's in a morale phase for
Busted
D3.
both his 9
I don't heal when
on
I
the
kill
miracle
you.
dice to
I'm going to ignore him, and I'm going to go with the 9
damage.
into there.
Or he probably,
And,
or he can keep his miracle dice.
I might go
he's
in the
going
Nurglings, depending on how
He's
it
going to try
works.
and
I'll come over there
zero
and
the primary for
I gotta
that,
start
which
speeding up
means
a
he's
little
made
bit.
those repentance obsec via the Dogmata, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
9 plus 1 is a 10.
Do you want to go both, or just?
I'm using both. Yeah.
Sure.
That way.
Do you want to charge both? Is what I'm saying.
You mind if I move them first just to see what it looks like, and then I'll
Yeah, it's fun. Yeah, it's fun.
Because we know I can make it with the Miracle Dice.
Sure, man. No problem.
I do think we have some issues with the mic placement on Morsoli, so sometimes he's cutting in and out.
It's when they get close.
Yeah.
It's when they're next to each other. The mics kind of muffle up.
These are some big plays. That's a really, really smart play by Charlie. The way he's going to get in there, he had that big 12-inch charge, so it's letting him kind of wrap around the bottom of that middle ruin. And what he's going to be able to do is when he kills those Nurglings, he's going to be able to consolidate down. And hopefully his plan is to get 4 models on the objective so that he contests it.
Exactly right. So, and Solly was right in his assertion that because you can fit the model, you don't just get to fight.
You might as well win the melee too. How many attacks do you have?
And because
How
that
many
model
attacks
is
does
more
Big
than
Boy
6
have?
inches away from the objective, there's no
Yeah.
way for him to hold the map.
Yes.
But he can still get 4 on it and contest it.
Only 5? Hitting on
This is
2s.
more than I
Okay, I'm going to let him
thought
heroic
he would
if he
want
wants
to commit turn 1. It's 2 Repentia units and a unit of Zephyr committed to this
I don't
play.
think he wants to.
And of
You're
course,
not
they're
gonna
going
go
to die
in,
next
just
turn.
the,
But the question is, will they worth it?
Yes.
They have how many wounds
I mean,
apiece?
he's
On the Nurglings?
putting him out on a 0, unless he absolutely
need to
whips
kill
in
him.
his
Are they doing an
combat.
action?
Yes. Well,
no.
an interrupt is a possibility, but mind you, what,
Standing
you're going
there.
to chop with the Nurglings.
But
No.
oh,
The
but
only-
no,
the
I
only
have models in
if
the center now.
Charlie
So you
makes a
wouldn't get your
mistake,
reality
which he's
check,
not
right?
going
I know,
to,
it's
and
the
doesn't
setup,
attack
I
with
get
those
rid of
Repentia
it, as long as
on
I
the
have
Demonettes
it,
first.
but it's at the
That's
end
the
of my turn
only
anyway, so I get a chance to
dumb
force
play
it.
that could be made.
Let's have a
Gotcha.
look and see how it unfolds.
All right. Then I'm going to 3d6 the Repentia Superior into
that, sorry?
the Nurglings.
Yeah, sure.
A 9 + 1 is a 10. I have to be within 11. Nope.
Cool.
No free rolls there.
Well, I assume I'm out of 3 here.
I measured it on
I am.
purpose.
Perfect.
All right, swinging.
Wait.
2. How many wounds apiece?
4.
Are you going to heroic either one?
I'm not going to.
I didn't think so. All right.
How many attacks have they got each? The Saracens?
Saracens, 4 on the big girls, 3 on the small ones.
Okay. I got -1 to hit, but I think you still fucking destroy me.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Big ones first. Yeah, I'm not going to waste CP on this.
Sure.
I wish I was exploding.
You miss on the 3. I'm -1 to hit. Yeah.
3
Damage is
4 damage 2.
kills 1.5. There's 6 wounds left there. I'll pull the other the half die off after you slightly. Do they hit? Yeah.
They're T what?
3. So,
Oh, nope, it's strength 6.
cool. So 6 is that?
7.
7 damage is
1.
Cool. So I didn't pass 2 here to live. I passed 0. They're all dead. Cool. I'm going to interrupt.
With
The Demonettes.
sweet. I'm going to spend 2 to fight on death.
Yeah, for sure, man.
And I'm going to activate this while you're doing that.
That's totally fine, man. No problem at all.
Do you mind switching the time? Thank you.
It's on me, yeah. Yeah, you're good. I already did it when I... Again, I know we had a messed up deployment, so I just don't want to take your time when it's not fair to do so, you know?
I appreciate it.
Yeah, so you'll contest that?
Yep.
I'm going to lose 2 at the back. It's missed twice, so I have to add 1 to the second half because of the sergeant. I've got 2 guys in the back.
So you're at 1. We're both at 1 now.
Yeah, correct. Until I decide so I can roll them again. Win on
Hit on
3.
3s.
Hit on 3s, win on 3s.
What's the strength?
4. So, how many from the first half? 2, 4, 6, 8, 9. Want me to roll them together, or do you want to do those now?
What do these do?
These wounds.
I'll just roll them now.
And
Nothing.
1 damage each.
5s.
How many are left?
3.
Yeah, cool. Second half. Yeah, that's 1 more dice for the sergeant. Next man. Sure. Yeah, cool. All them. Nice try. Cool. So you fight me on death. Let's go on 1. Gonna nuke each other here pretty good. Hello.
No, I'm not gonna ask you to do it.
What? Do I get rerolls?
Yeah, normal. Thank God for no exploding sixes. Look at that. Whoa. Deuce. And I got a 5+ demon save. You should kill me pretty good here. Two, 4, 6, 8, 10. Yep, we're both dead.
Okay.
Wild.
wild game. Josh Lasali, thanks so much for the $5 super chat. We hope we are doing a great job explaining this game to you. Thank you so much for your support. You could all learn from Josh's fine example.
I really think this, well, I said it 2 seconds before it happened. Like, the big mistake would be if he doesn't activate the Repentia first. And something we talked about pre-game happened. He didn't respect the Demonettes.
No, he didn't. And the Demonettes interrupted, 2 CP, picked up the whole Repentia, and then he had to use 2 CP to do the thing he charged to do anyway. So it took him 2 Miracle Dice and 2 CP.
Now, maybe there was something he was afraid the Nurglings were going to do to pull themselves out of combat, so he couldn't consolidate down.
I think the thing he was afraid of is them interrupting and killing 1 Zephyr.
Yes, because and that might be the case.
Yeah.
Nurglings aren't the best in combat. They do have a lot of attacks.
A lot of little shitty attacks.
And if he fails one, then he can't contest that objective.
Exactly right. But it was 1 for 1.
Yeah.
It was 1 objective for 1 objective. Having 5 Zephyr, or what ended up being 4 Zephyr if 1 died, not contesting objective was very different to having 10 dead Repentia.
Definitely traded down.
10 dead Repentia. It could be 10 alive Repentia, absorbing every mortal wound coming from that lock with a feel no pain.
And that Bloodthirster took 6 wounds, which actually, guys, it's not the 8, but that's perfectly acceptable because it kind of still puts him in that prime time.
For 2 turns.
2 turns,
sorry,
he's
two,
dead.
2 phases.
2 phases, yes.
If he does another 8 next turn, then does 8 in combat, dead Thirster.
Okay. Let's do some stuff, man.
So scoring coming in for the end of turn 4. Charlie, he has gotten 3 on Defend the Shrine, and that is it for now. He did go for 3 Sacred Grounds on all 3 objectives. I don't believe the middle one. I think he disallowed the middle one by charging.
Yeah, he couldn't do the middle one by charging,
Yeah.
but he's going to probably get 10
yes.
Next turn, unless this Bloodthirster wipes everything out on the objective.
Well, it just needs to kill the Rhino. But he doesn't want to have to kill the Rhino.
No,
the Rhino
really
sucks.
doesn't.
It doesn't do anything.
Yeah. It's kind of a crap deal for him. Matt, on his turn, he gets 4 on primary instead of the 0, which is big for him.
It is big.
Because it did look like he was going to get a 0 before that happened. 3 on strategic scan. He's got his 3 for Reality Rebels for having those Nurglings in the middle of the board to start that game. And if let's go back for a second there. He's got 0 for Assassinate so far. Yeah, this is big news for Matt.
As a little Repentia Superior sitting to the back of that Bloodthirster, that's just going to catch some flamers in the teeth, I believe.
Yeah.
All right, this is a big turn for Matt, so I'm inclined to listen to him at how he plans this out. This is a really great expose for Demon players. As you can see, the Flamers coming out. I don't know if he's going to line them up. As a 12-inch on Flamers, 12-inch. So they're not going to hit the Rhino, because I thought that was a possibility.
Yeah, no.
Flamers to kill the Rhino. Thirster goes and mops up everything that comes out.
I do think he rolled an advance, and what he's actually doing is seeing if the advance is worth it.
Yeah, exactly right.
Now he's going to move up the Lord of Change.
He's going to push up the lock. So the lock, he wants the smites to kill the Rhino.
Yeah.
But not the smites, the gateway, the bolt, all that goodness. The smite will go into the Repentia Superior, which is sitting directly above and to the right. So Matt's going straight back. We know where it was. It was directly behind the what do you call the Herald? The walking Herald?
Fate Changer? No.
Fate Changer. Scar Weaver, Bung, Book Reader.
The chat will tell us and make us look stupid, so it's fine.
Whatever. They're all transy. The dice box
Finally
is
got the
up.
dice box, which is why you guys went to black screen. Changecaster. Thank you, Hendo.
Changecaster. Legends. Hendo Blake, my good mate from Victoria. Thank you very much for joining us, guys. Plague done. Weird. I feel like I've seen large casino dice in every game I've seen on stream.
We did give some casino dice for players to use if they chose. A lot of players here just use casino dice anyway. But yes, I believe there was a bag of casino dice that was provided for the players for when we finally got the dice cam up and running.
Exactly.
Which there we go.
That's because they're just the easiest to read.
Yeah.
They're easiest to read, and they're above board because they're from the casino. So there's no ifs or buts on are they, not they weighted. It's just cool. These are some impartial dice that are easy for you guys to see.
Yeah.
That's all that is.
And we can hear Charlie now, like, come into the realization. Yep, like the Bloodthirster, I've got 2 phases to kill him. He's dead next turn.
He's good.
Yeah.
He's fine. He's dead next turn.
He's
as
happy.
long as all the Retributors stay and the Castigators stay
Now, that
alive.
said, can Soli heal the Bloodthirster?
He needs not because he used his warp dice for the -1 double.
That's right. Yeah.
If he kept him, he could have healed the D3 and put it above.
And then that would have been bad news, or worse news.
Why would you be able to snipe them?
If I touch the terrain, I secretly do too.
Yeah, but you have to physically see them.
Yeah, I'm big.
Okay, yeah, just come here. Come here.
I go here.
What do
you don't think I can see through the windows?
I think you can. Yeah, you're pretty fucking tall.
Yeah.
Charlie Andre.
I do love the vernacular on these players.
Charlie Andre is definitely
Even going one, I can
a
get
solid grasp on certain parts of the English language. He's almost more Australian than Soli is, at least on stream.
I told Soli to be a good boy.
Yeah,
I
no
said
one told
Soli
Charlie.
putting him on stream. I didn't think to tell Charlie.
Well, Charlie was a little nervous coming on the stream, so I can see why. Plus, I've talked to Charlie before. This is just how he is. Love it.
This is just how he is. This is a big turn for Soli. If Soli clears his lines, can Charlie do the same thing next turn, do you think?
I think a lot's going to depend on how much damage this Lord of Change does.
Yeah. Well, if the Lord of Change clears the middle objective, becomes a bit exy to try and get some connections on him next turn. He can definitely be charged from reserve, especially you see the Miracle Dice. If those are the Miracle Dice in the top left of Andre. So he is a 6-5 and a 2. Those are juicy charges from
That
reserve.
6 and 5 in particular are so beautiful.
Deep Strikes from Soli about to come in. I wonder what he's going to allocate. What do you have in reserve?
He had 2 units of Bloodthirsters, Bloodletters, 2 units of Flamers, and Scarbrand. So I imagine you're going to see some Letters come in to back up where the Demonettes went.
Yeah.
And then
the Demonettes are in the bottom left. They're going to walk out. They're going to make sure these Zephyrin die.
Yeah.
And he retakes that. I wonder what's in the bottom right-hand quadrant for Charlie, because that's going to have to be the response force if he wants to take that objective back.
I don't think I have any way of stopping you from scoring your shrine over there.
I was trying to bubble you.
To be honest, even if I do, you're just going to get it later on anyway.
we just got real quiet, folks, but it's really nice to hear like the thought process for where these deep strikes are going.
Soli has acquiesced to the fact he's not going to be able to deny Shrine. He's not going to be able to deny. Sacred Grounds. So he's going to get 5 on Sacred Grounds. He can't stop them both.
Yeah.
And he doesn't want to have to stop them both. So.
He's figured he'll deal with the Rhino and then just let the bottom one happen.
I think the opposite, actually.
Oh, you think he's going to deal with the bottom?
Down
with the Flamers?
Middle. So he's going to clear that one. Sorry. It's the unit behind the one he's got in front that's doing it. There's no way for Soli to get to the back one. He's going to flame the one in front. We'll see what happens. Really good positioning by Andre to mess with the deep strikes. The Sacrosanct in the middle of the objective, the single Repentia Superior, and the Zephyrim all creating a bit of a nasty screen there for Soli. So he is having to deep strike in his backfield, but I think he's okay with that. He's probably going to start doing missions.
You heard him saying it. Like this was his kind of goal. That's what I meant when I was talking about replacing the Demonettes. This was the thing. The Demonettes are gone. He wants something on that objective so he can get his banners, make sure he doesn't lose them, get everything else. So,
well, the banner stayed up.
Yeah, but to make sure it stays, and also just like keep something on objective so those Flamers can start running away.
Matt's telling us right now we're going to live Evolution.
Flame. Come on, he wants to fight.
He does.
He's got his objective.
Call me daddy. Okay. We'll just pop a smite out there. It's a big one. How many wins you got?
4.
1. I will cast.
Shark.
I will cast +1 to win on them.
He has multiple casts.
Yeah, 2. Passes.
Good.
All right, we're going to a change. We'll start with a smite. It's a 7. Plus 2 to cast. 5's passed anyway. Sure. They take 1. An Infernal Gateway.
Can you still see me?
I can see like 4 of them, man. I'm like all the way up there.
Yeah, you're good. You're good.
Infernal Gateway. 8.
Did that not count?
It +2 passes anyway. Makes no difference because you used to 9 or 6 regardless, right?
Yeah, but I can do other shit to it. But whatever.
Sure.
Just roll it. And then what does this one do?
So this is the just D3 mortals.
I'll take it.
Like a smite. 3. And then I'll cast bolts as third power. 5 goes to 7. 7.
Does that go off?
Stop it. Cool. Okay. And I will, at the end of the phase, take 1 more mortal wound. You do? We're going to shooting. 4 flamers will shoot her.
Don't fuck it up. I think you're good. Five for that one.
It's going to be terrible to roll. Plus 15.
I got you on the 15. You
I
got
got
that.
5. You got 5. Give me 10.
You want me to roll for you?
Sure. Yeah, I don't care.
Wounding on 2s, right?
Yeah, it is 2s because I got +1 to wound. Yeah, sure. That many AP2.
4s.
Sure, dead.
I get a miracle die.
You do? Okay, the 5 flamers over there will shoot the sisters. You got, what's that, 4 in cover?
All of them are in cover.
Oh, okay, cool. 1, 2, 3, 3, and then 15. I got 3, 6, 9, 12, 13 here, so you do 2 more. These will be 3s though. I don't have +1 to wound over here.
I can help if you
Start
want.
with that. Let's start with that. There we go. Yo, not a great roll, but yeah, man.
Look good. Yep.
So they are 4 ups because you are. Oh, sorry, 3 ups because you're in cover.
Doesn't matter.
Yep, got him.
Yep.
There's 1 more there. Yep. Okay, cool. The Bloodthirster, it will shoot his flamer at the Rhino like a mad dog. 3 5s. 2 wounds. AP 2, 1 damage. AP 1. 2 damage.
Wait, it's AP 1?
It's AP 2, but goes to AP 1 for Armor of Content.
2 damage apiece?
No, 1. 1 damage apiece. So, 2 damage total.
Okay.
Okay. Let's go charges. Bloodthirst will charge the Zephyrin.
That's it.
I'll do some others, but yeah. Start there. So, he'll go like this. I'm going to pile into the Rhino when I do that. The Lord of Change will charge these guys. Sorry, you're supposed to roll it in there, but...
I don't give a shit.
Yeah, I know.
It was an auto charge.
Yeah, he's right in there. The Demonettes will charge the Zephyrin. 4. Yep. That's why I moved him.
Why, did you get 3d6 charge?
No, it's 3 in the 1.
Oh, I thought
it was just in there from before.
So, guys, that was a big shooting phase for Soli. He managed to, he absolutely deleted the Repentia Superior, which we knew was happening. But he could have
used one flamer.
He could have used one flamer, but that was the only thing within range. He smited off, I believe, all of the Sacrosanths, or most of the Sacrosanths. There might be 1 remaining in there, with the Lord of Change. And the other unit of flamers that he brought in from reserves wiped out the unit of sisters in that bottom objective.
So,
there are still 2 on it, but...
When you look about the resource exchange here, I don't love it for Charlie. It's Sacrosanct Zephyrim, Repentia Superior, another unit of Zephyrim, a unit of Sis. He's lost 5 units and he's only killed 1 of Soli's. But there should be a big response here. I do expect the Bloodthirster to go down.
I do expect that Bloodthirster to be
There's another wave in reserve. But look, Charlie still has so many units. He's exclusively... He has more death-killing units than just about any other Sisters list.
And I think that's the benefit of how Charlie's playing this game. That's why he's gotten to this place where many other Sisters haven't, is because he eschewed some of the more expensive units we often see. And just like, I'm just going to take more of the good stuff.
Pretty much an Orc list.
Yeah.
It's a Goth Rush Orc list.
And it's amazing.
Let's listen to this fight phase. Sorry.
2s. Yeah, 6 up involves.
You didn't bracket it all, right?
No, not yet.
Strength is?
8.
AP?
4. 3. 3. Cool. So I'll pile into the Rhino. After he swings on a 2+, you take D3 mortal wounds on the Rhino.
Why?
So it's after he fights, his engagement range with, after he piles in, just take
Even
D3
if he didn't charge it?
I know, yeah.
1 wound, AP
sure.
1.
I'll just roll your D3
No,
first.
AP 0, sorry.
So you do take mortal wounds. You take 3 on the Rhino, and I took 1 wound. Take a wound.
I took 3 on the Rhino, right?
So I did 2 from shooting and then 3 just now.
Down
so
to 5
total. And I've taken 7. And I'll base your Rhino there.
Sweet.
And also we have to fight in here. So the Lord of Change has 5 attacks.
I think you said 4 earlier.
5. I said 5. Hitting on 3s. And I'll be winning on 2s. It's string 6. AP 2.
I'll take
3 damage.
2 of them. I'm gonna roll 2. Okay, and then I'm gonna Miracle Dice the last one.
Sure. So I'll just kill 1. Just a morale test for you, man. I killed 7.
I gotta fight you back.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, for sure.
No explosions. Hit on 2s.
Sure. If 6s, 2.
-1 wound, huh?
Yeah, all the time.
Are you T8 right now?
I am. So 1 passes, and I'll use the Impossible Robe on that one.
Okay.
So take 0. Morale, you'll need a 1 because you're on -1 for being a demon.
7 -6 is 9 down to 3. -1 is a 2.
Are you? Oh, you're 9.
I need 9.
I only killed 7, right?
You killed 6.
That
There's a
is
7-man unit.
that is math. You're right. Sure.
And then I get 3 points for the Miracle Dice.
What's that for? Sorry.
I used 3 different Miracle Dice in this turn.
So what did you used? The morale. You used the save. What was the third one? I used to use 2.
Okay, guys.
It's still a point,
so that was
but
the close combat phase. Bloodthirster did a lot of damage up top. Luckily, Andre did get at least 1 Sacrosanct surviving in the middle of the board, and we did see that bottom objective cleared. I know you guys are all looking for updates from the other tables. We do have Dustin available. They just had to wipe him down because the man is wet. He's just a sopping mess, but he's a beautiful soul. Let's go to cut to him.
Yeah, just cut to him. I'm laughing too hard. It's so good.
Hello, everybody. I am here with your mid-round update. Again, we have some juicy updates for you. I'll make it quick so you can get back to the live action. Jack Harpster versus Brian Sipe. The Orcs had a very quick slapback. They killed the Death Company off the objective with the War Boss, which meant that he got some points for his biggest and baddest. It keeps Jack to an 8 with the Gretchen moving under the middle objective as well. Jack is taking his time with his turn now. He's deciding if he wants the full send at this point or if it's not that time yet. As for Stephen Box versus TJ, TJ's turn 2, he pumped out a ton of mortal wounds, killing 3 Warwalkers, 5 Rangers, and the Avatar. But Stephen did get a 12 on primary, as TJ still has not moved on any of the objectives. So we're going to see what he's going to be doing on his 3rd turn then, as Stephen starts his 2nd turn. The D-Cannons killed 2 of the Scarab Terminators. Spears moved up, the shooting bounced, but they did pick up a unit of Rubrics, and it is now TJ's turn 3. So we're going to have to keep an eye on that one. Now, Luis and Mike Porter on table 1. Porter's turn 2, he aggressively moves the transport, Rose, Troopmaster, and the troop onto an objective in Luis's side of the table. Mike wipes the central squad of 5 spawn through buffs off the center objective, while the Troopmaster kills 3 flavors, and the troop squad on that side kills the final member of a Rubric squad. The deadly performance is up to 9 points now. Behind enemy lines is at 6, Banners on 4, and primary is 11 total. And Luis has been quoted to say, "It's go time." So we will have some pretty exciting updates for you the next time I'm on. But until then, we have a live game for you guys to get back to. And here we go, right after the sponsor update. Right?
FLGN coverage of the Las Vegas Open is made possible by the generous support of our sponsors. Alkylabs.com, Matalis.com, Play with Magic, Frontline Gaming, champions of tabletop, Best Coast Pairings, competitive events made easier, The Army Painter, more time for gaming. Live game scores are powered by the Tabletop Battles app, available now on Android and coming soon to iOS.
Okay, and we are back with, I guess, the bottom of turn 2, but this could be the bottom of turn 4 with how much action is unfolding and the death killing has ensued. We had a bit of a discussion here between Matt and Charlie talking about the fallback T's and C's for interacting with that Bloodthirster. On a 4+, because of the Warp Storm points spent by Matt, you cannot fall back. That is a big deal, because that Bloodthirster has, what? He's only taken 6, he's taken 7 wounds.
He's taken 7 wounds.
If you cannot fall back from him, you cannot kill him this turn.
No.
And so that's what he's going for with that tap on the Rhino. Thank you very much for the super chat from Josh. Again, you're an absolute legend. What have you said here? The commentary is brilliant. Got to pay it forward. And thanks for the good dice rolls in the future. Hopefully you have great dice rolls in the future, mate.
Josh.
You're an absolute legend. Yeah, we do appreciate any and all support you bring our way. Likes, subscribes, bits, super chats. Absolute legends, one and all. I'm happy to be here calling one of my boys, one of my bestest boys, Matt Morrisoli, and hopefully going undefeated in this round. full bias engaged.
No, listen, I get it. The only reason why, Adam, the only reason why I do not root for Matt Morsoli anymore is because in 2019, I told everyone Matt Morsoli was going to be a front runner to win the LVO. He brought a list that everyone thought was garbage.
Yes.
He dumpstered like 5 opponents
and then
played into Steve Pamprine and apparently didn't know what Devastator Centurions looked like and died like a chump.
He thought the Dev Sense
were
he thought the Assault Sense were Dev Sense.
And
so
just
he left the gap.
Played like a chump and died.
And got smashed.
And so, you know what? I will never forgive him, but I still love him.
Dude, he's in the same position right now. He's in the round of 6.
Yeah.
Looking to make it into the shadow or pseudo round 7, round of 16. And he's got a good chance right now. I do like the position he is in.
He's in a very good position. That first aggressive turn by Charlie, I think it played out exactly how we foresaw it playing out. It's very interesting. But if you take a really close look at Charlie's positioning, at what he's doing, like he's playing very smart. He's blocked out any kind of background deep strikes in that top right-hand corner. He doesn't care about his bottom right-hand corner. We just found out that the Rhino cannot fall back, so the Warp Storm points must have been thrown at that.
That's huge.
He has shoved his Castigator up because his plan is to shoot into the Flamers and then charge them so that they cannot cause any more damage for one turn on him, which is a very smart play. That Castigator will soak those Flamer shots very likely, and then once they're tagged, that unit is done for a full turn.
This is wild, though. That Rhino not falling back has the propensity to tip this game on its head.
Well, the big thing is if he doesn't maneuver properly around this Bloodthirster, Scarbrand's going to come down right there.
Remember what I said about this confluence?
Yes.
He wants to draw and scratch and claw Charlie, force him to dump a huge amount of units in the same position. Smash him with Scarbrand, smash him with Bloodlet, smash him with Flamers.
It's the trap card. It is.
Absolutely.
This list is a Yu-Gi-Oh list. For anybody at home.
Do not say that.
I have to say it because I know that Matt Morsoli is going to be so mad. So folks at home, I hope that when we talk about this on podcasts after Matt Morsoli wins this event, that you refer to it as the Yu-Gi-Oh! Demons list, because it would just make me incredibly happy. And that's what I'm going to call it when I discuss it in articles and when I talk on podcasts.
Oh, my Lord.
And you guys are all just going to have to live with it.
The worst timeline has been enacted. So wait, if Matt wins the LVO...
Yes, he's going.
No.
He'll be declared the Yu-Gi-Oh! Champion of the world.
Not like this.
Not like this.
That's your line. But this has changed the polarity of this game. With that Bloodthirster being alive and tapped in combat, the ability to turn one turn it, like we've said, is now 0. So the focus switches from that to the Lord of Change.
Yes, a much harder thing to kill, but still. Still killable. I mean, the Impossible Robe was already used once.
Yep. This is a Toughness 8 Lord of Change.
Yes,
he
minus
did buff
1 to hit, I believe.
Toughness 8, -1 to wound.
-1 to wound, sorry, yes.
And 3+ invuln, ignoring the first round. So you're going to have 16 multi-melta
shots going into it. But 16 multi-melta shots with 3 very good Miracle Dice. So like the second failed save is going to be a doozy.
Because if it is at full health, when they repent to charge it, it will not die.
No.
They will wound it on 6s, being Toughness 8 and -1 to wound.
Yep.
They won't do anything. It needs to be a minimum half dead before they go in to hope that it does the job. They can spend CP to auto-win on 6s, can't they?
They can, yes.
And that is exactly what that
And I believe he also has the option for exploding 6s from his Dogmata, which he may have given it to them. So.
Well, he also has that just from the passion.
Yes, from the passion. But I think he can double up explosions.
Yeah. So you'd be doing all that. You'd be throwing the kitchen sink. If that's full wounds, kitchen freaking sink needs to go into that lock. And still, I'm not sure it dies. I'm still not sure it dies.
It's a toughie. I mean, and this Lord of Change isn't nearly as bad as the one from the last Codex, but still, he's
just a little bit of mass. 16 multi-melta shots, hitting on 4s, rerolling. So we could be hitting on 3s, rerolling 1s.
Yep.
If he doesn't have the Warp Storm points to
do another -1. Yeah.
Because he used it to stop the fallback.
Yes.
So hitting on 3s. Let's say hitting on 3s, rolling 1s. So we'll go with generous side. We'll go 12 hits.
Yep.
Winning on 5s. That's 4 wounds into a 3+. Invuln, ignoring the first fail, or any fail that he wants.
Yeah.
It's not inconceivable he takes 0 damage.
It's very possible he takes 2. He takes none. He needs to get 2 through. Is the big thing.
Yeah, he does.
And
so Schmut, Scarbrand, 1 unit of Bloodletters, 2 units of Flamers, still
1 unit of Flamers
still in reserve. So, yeah, and as we can see, there's not a lot that is going to kill the ones in the bottom middle. They're just going to get tapped by the castigator. But the ones in the top left is what I want to see what he's going to do about.
So we're going to cut to the player audio in just a second. I just need to say thank you, chat, for jumping on the Matt Morsoli Yu-Gi-Oh! Champion bandwagon.
Don't do it.
You're all
my
heroes to me. I love you all.
Oh, my God.
Thank you so much.
Why? Why does it have to be like this? We'll be right back.
Let's just chill in there. Fuck it.
Sure.
Yeah, back to shooting. All right, so the 4 pistols that can see over here are going to shoot over here. The other 4 are going into there.
What's this front row? The Zephyrin?
Yep. We'll shoot 1 pistol into here because it's not going to affect my charge.
Sure.
Oh, I'm still within 10 of that guy. So you know what?
Yeah.
I'm just going to shoot. I'm going to shoot 5 into here
and
4 into here.
Okay.
And the last one, well, I'll shoot 1 more into there. 6.
Sure. Demon Heads first. Nice. 3s because you have 4, right? 4s. Kill 2. I assume if I kill those 2, it doesn't change the charge. 7-11.
That one's out.
Toughness 4 on the flamers.
1 AP 0. It's fine, right? It's the 3
Yeah,
up.
they're 3 up from shooting. Yeah.
All right, multi-melters in the middle.
Sure. Into the big bird. Not neg 1 to hit this time.
That's good because I didn't move.
Cool. 1. Sorry. 6s. Toughness 8 -1 to wound.
It'll be 5s then because it's strength 8.
Yeah. Toughness 8 -1. Oh, sorry. Yeah, it is 5. Sorry, you're right. Yeah. Sorry. Math is hard. I'll robe that.
Okay. And did you get that psychic power for the plus toughness off last time?
I passed all of them. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Might want tokens.
You denied my bolt, which is the 9 dice.
Okay. I thought he did all mortal wounds into me. I think he did 3 casts straight into me mortal wounds.
You might be right. Let's assume you're right. We'll say you're right. I
Okay.
might have forgotten to do it. That's all good.
Then it would be 1 more, right?
3 still hasn't won. You went on a 4 then.
Because you're T7 back up to 4.
Yeah, yeah.
All right. Next brick.
So you might be right. I might have forgotten. That's all good.
I'm pretty sure I'm right, but
Yeah, sure.
we're gonna be fine.
So 4s, not 5s. 3. So I'll take 1.
I'll roll it. Fuck it. That's what I get.
Punished. Take 1 wound for him.
And then a bunch of random bolter shots.
You still have the cherub on the second unit, don't you? Do you want to use that?
I'm not -1 to hit.
No,
You're on 1s to
you do win on 6s though. 1?
No, 5s because you're T7. Oh, T7 -1.
Yeah.
Wait, those hit. You're not -1 to hit.
No, I'm not -1 to hit this turn.
3. Roll your own 1s, I guess. Wow, 4.
Wow, nice.
Wow.
Right. Checks out.
Cherub.
Yeah.
Cool.
Deserved
Cool.
after those bolter shots.
Well, I'd rather have a bolter melter go in.
The Repentia are gonna fucking shred him anyway. Doesn't matter.
All the heavy bolters into here.
Yeah, man. Where's the big gun going?
The big gun will go into the guy in the middle.
Sure.
Totally not
No,
panics.
we'll do it in here.
He's not shooting into the Bloodthirster, he's shooting into the Lord of Change. The Bloodthirster was one that got off the no fallback on the Rhino.
Yeah, it's in the middle of the table, the big Lord of Change. That is Mr. Michael Hamilton from my lovely former hometown of Ballarat. Thanks for joining us, brother.
Yeah, 1 down to 1.
I believe that's everything shooting.
Cool, man.
Charges. We're going to do the tank into the flamers.
I will overwatch you. That's not what I wanted to see. Do you want to pull out 15 for me, man? Wait, give me 10. Give me 10. I got 5. Just roll them. It's fine. You can help me roll. All right. We'll do 5s. 2, 4, 6, 7, 8. Plus those. These are all out. They're all for you. AP 2. So AP 1 for you.
4s.
Nice.
Wow, nice dice.
4. Cool. What do you need to make the charge, man?
I took 4, right? So he's
Yes.
at 7?
Yep. That looks pretty close. What do you reckon?
With a +1, I get 7, which is that far.
Oh, you +1 to that charge? Yes,
Yeah, yeah.
yes, you do. You're in. Absolutely.
Wait, it's been hurting me all game not having the fucking 6s.
Yeah, for sure.
Them and him.
Yeah. You should be fine. I'm basically on the wall because I charged you before, so you can just charge into the wall.
Oh shit, that was dumb. I should have pulled one. I should have pulled out of the front. Because then you wouldn't have been able to charge me.
Yeah, true. To be fair, I thought I was going to kill you though.
I did too, but
well, you denied Bolt, and Bolt's the one. Like Bolt kills like 5 or 6 of them. You like denied the only power that mattered.
Take it.
He'll have to probably come on the other side because I'm not on the wall there.
I'll just move a couple down.
Yeah, that's fine, man. No problem at all. You can just go in there. Sure, that's fine.
Rhino's stuck.
Yep. Zeph?
Zeph's.
Who do they want to go into?
They'll go into both.
I think you need a pretty big charge for them. It's more than 9, right?
No, it's 9 to both. But I have plenty of miracle dice.
Yeah, sure. You can use 9.
That I've definitely used 1 for that.
Yes, you have.
And I've already used 1. I don't remember what it was on. Movement or advance or something. I definitely used 1.
You were going to use it on that?
No, I didn't use it. It wasn't damage. I definitely used 1 though. I know I did.
I'm sure you've used 2. That's right. Yeah, because you had 4 dice. So you've used 2. Yeah.
I had 5 actually, but.
No, you had 4.
4? Okay.
Yeah.
Whatever.
You've used 2.
Yeah, so those are going in. What's the save on Demonettes?
5+ in combat.
But another bunch of charges coming off in the top of bottom of turn 2 for Charlie. Is he risking another spicy interrupt?
Obviously going to go there first.
No,
100%.
I honestly think this is a good play by Charlie at
Me
this
too.
point.
Me too.
He needs to kill or cripple that Lord of Change. Now, there was some argument about if the +1 toughness got off. I'm pretty sure +1 toughness was one of the spells that cast.
I believe
but
it
that
was.
being said, it may not have been on the Lord of Change because he did cast 3 smite spells.
He cast twice and it was asked, he has 2 spells from the change caster, and the second spell was +1 toughness.
So he probably, regardless, they both agreed that that's what happened.
Exactly.
And
Doesn't change the math here on
and
the hits and wounds.
the bolters were what did all the wounds anyway.
Hilariously.
So, and now we're moving into these charges. The Castigator making its charges big because those flamers
will be locked up.
Are locked up.
I honestly thought when he interrupted, cool, he'll half kill it now and then half kill it when he shoots into combat next turn. And then he 4 wounds because there was a baller roll on the 4 pluses. But let's see this unfold, guys.
2, 4, that's 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, and a wound. So 14 hits, but the wound doesn't stay in there.
I know, I'm just trying to make sure I did the right number. Yep, okay. I didn't want to over-attack you.
All good. And it's strength 4, right? 3s. 5s in combat. 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 dead. 2 left.
I killed a couple of them already.
Did you?
I killed them in shooting with pistols.
Oh, they're dead. You're right. They're dead. You are totally correct.
Nothing into the flamers.
You had 1 into the flamers, right?
0. I know, but I didn't get anything.
Right. Gotcha.
I can't do that. Is there no unit back there?
No, so you have to come towards the flamers view console. Yeah.
I'll have this guy come around to here. I'll have this one tap right there. This one just go here and see.
Sure.
Those ones are going to chill.
That's fine.
The Rhino, this thing's going
Tank,
to come
yep.
forward and tri-point him. And well, he's fly, doesn't he?
Oh, yeah.
Well, whatever. Then I'm not going to do that. I'll stay right here. 3 attacks, 1 hit, 1 wound. Well, no, it's the strength 7. In here.
How many dice do you need then? I can get you some up.
4, 5. This is the first 5. I'll be fine.
This is the really important combat here.
Oh, poopy.
And your strength is?
6 plus 1 to wound. 1, 6.
You don't have explodes?
I did because I have an extra strike right now.
Okay, cool. Gotcha.
So this is 5s.
5s, yeah. Because you got 6 plus 1 to wound, minus 1 to wound.
Yeah, so it's 5s, minus 1 to wound, 6 is back to 5s.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Austin Hanks, thanks for the sub.
So 5 so far. I'll roll the saves together. So 5 so far?
Yep.
Oh, yeah. How many is it? 15?
I only did half of them so far.
Yeah, gotcha.
Wait, why did you get rid of those?
Oh, they weren't in. Were they? They were from your last roll. Are they still 15?
How many did you fail, though? You just pulled all the successful.
No. I haven't rolled the saves yet.
I know, but how many were
There were
successful?
5.
Are you sure?
That's what you told me.
Okay.
Yeah. I said I'd roll them all at the end.
I think I picked up some of the successes in this hand. I'm just going to redo it. I was looking at you when I was grabbing dice.
Sure. So 6 is a good though. Nice. And 5's again. So
That's
this
why
plus 5.
6, 9 plus 5 is 14.
Yeah. So 5 plus saves in combat. It's a good roll. I robe one of them. 2, 4, 6, 12 damage.
And then you have one more.
No, that was all of them. I added 5. What's...
I don't think...
I took your dice and I put 5 into it.
Okay.
So I'm up to 16. You got the superior to fight me?
Yeah, okay. So he's down to what?
16 taken, so 4 left.
I would like to tell you that counting down is not usually accepted in Australia. Matt Marsoli is a savage. I disapprove.
He's an absolute beast.
One more.
Damage in...
It's 1. It's damage 1.
Pass.
Okay.
Are you done? You need to
Yep,
get back now?
yep, I'm
So
done.
I'll do the rhino into the... So bloodthirster into the rhino. I'll just do the big swings, 2s and 2s. There's 6 ups. It's dead. Nope. 2 inside.
Cool. Crafty Android, thank you for the sub.
No, they're going to go over here.
So I can't pile in and mortal them yet. I'm just going to pile in through that way when you're done.
Both on the objective and then shuffle wall.
Yeah, you're object, so I can't take it off you.
You will next turn, though.
I'll do the flamers next. I'll get 3 into the Zephyr and 2 into the tank.
Sweet.
So Sergeant and 2, so 4 for the Sergeant, 3 each from the other 2 guys into the Zephyr. Hitting on 4s, winning on 3s. It's not the hit roll I'm looking for.
They hit on 4s?
Yeah, I don't know why. 3 wins, no AP.
1 dead.
Cool, and then 6 into the tank, 4s and then 5s. 4s, not 3s. 1 win, man. That's 1 more. Then I've got the Lord of Change. He's going to hit the... How many wins does the Superior have? I will hit the Superior. Hitting on 5s though, because I'm bottom bracket now. 2 hits, 2s. 2 wins.
Takes 1.
3 damage. All right, man.
And just one of these girls wanted to come in and base you.
That's totally fine. No problem at all. So we score for your turn?
Yep.
So that's some,
so you're going to get your
some big plays here.
Yep, and then,
Lord of
I'll give
Change
you the
does not die, but it comes
then I'll do
extra close.
I killed something
Not
in
getting
melee.
that +1
I'll give you
toughness
these.
really made a
And
big
I'm gonna use
difference
it on morale
here.
on them just to get
He
my
probably
max
took
for my
4 or 5 more wounds than he
secondary.
normally would have.
I didn't kill any for morale. You don't have a
You
chance.
killed here.
This is
I
pretty
killed the
incredible.
Zephyr.
Killed 1.
Good play by Charlie, I think. I think the chat noticed a little bit of stress. That's what happens when you get into these later rounds. You're playing against top table players.
Yep.
You're going to start questioning everything. You're going to start questioning your belief in God, in your marriage. You question all of your life choices. Like most of you probably do every night when you go to sleep. That's just what happens in the fray. These guys, Soli and Charlie, both playing very sportsmanlike, though. There was a little bit of a clock issue early. Soli just let Charlie use some of his clock earlier. We're seeing some just like top-tier play. This is very common. And just light little things at this point. So.
This is the turn, though.
Yes.
This is the turn where this was the turn for Charlie that had the propensity to break Soli's back. Now Soli, having not had his back broken, essentially because the lock and the thirster are still alive, he can really bounce back. I don't know what the point is going to be here for Matt, what he's going to try and go for the most. It could be that he tries to all in and makes sure he gets those Retributors down, because as soon as Retributors down, essentially the Thirster is immortal for all intents and purposes. Of course, should the Repentia die as well, it's one of the last true big melee units left on the table. Both 5-man units of Zephyr God. One of the 10-man units, 10 sister units of Repentia is gone also. The other 10 could definitely be smited down, flamed down, bloodletted down, various different means. In the bottom left-hand corner, I do believe a bloodletted unit will be coming down to charge in and bail out those flamers. Should all that happen, I have a lot of concerns for Charlie's board state. He's doing a phenomenal job here of holding Matt's score down, but my lord, he's using a lot of resources to get the job done.
Yep. This is really going to come down to how far can he make these units go.
Yeah.
If those blood letters come down and fail that charge,
oh, it's huge.
That's
huge.
something that Charlie needs to really consider. Where Scarbrand going is another thing.
Yep.
Looking where that Bloodthirster was placed, I highly imagine that we're going to see some Scarbrand business in
Pretty much right
in
next
that
to it.
middle phase, in that middle line. Yeah. We're seeing Matt pop up onto that top right objective to take it away. This is going to definitely be the turning point turn. Can he clear out those repention in the middle? Can he deal with the ones at the bottom?
It's definitely the bottom. If Solly is able to turn it, it's going to come from this turn right here.
Yes.
And Solly went first, and Charlie has done a phenomenal job of just smashing that primary score of him.
Yes.
Every turn he is shooting something onto the bottom, shooting something into the middle, back onto the bottom, back onto the middle. And first turn he did manage to get into the top left. I do believe it was a mistake that Matt got 4 on his primary in his turn 2.
Yes.
I don't think he should have. I think if he fought with the Repentia first, he just gives him a 0.
Yeah.
He just gives him a 0, mate. I think that was the only thing in hindsight. If he went back, it was like, only thing I could have executed better.
Yeah.
Apart from that, Charlie's playing a phenomenal game.
Charlie is playing a phenomenal. Now, Matt's going to get probably 6 more points here on Assassination. That Repentia Spear is only on 1 wound. There's another one with its butt hanging in the wind. He's going to score 3 more probably on Reality Rebels. Banners another 3. This is a big turn for Matt score-wise and damage-wise.
Yeah. Well, this is the turn where he can just start getting the 2-for-1s, right?
Yeah.
That unit of 4 flamers can kill 2 units of 5. Another unit of flamers is about to come down and could possibly do the same. The bottom right-hand quadrant, I don't believe is protected right now. I can see a Hospitaller back there. I can see a bunch of characters, a bunch of small units inside that L and adjacent above that L. There could be a position on top of those crates or above them, below them. 5 flamers can come down. And if everything goes perfectly for Solly, could be close to a tabling.
Yes.
Could be close to a tabling for Charlie, unfortunately.
There's Scarbrand.
The best painted model in his army.
Oh, and he is dropping him at the bottom.
That is spicy. Maybe he thinks if the flamers do come down in the bottom right, he has enough units there already.
And I think he's banking on that Bloodthirster just reaping whatever carnage.
Yeah. And the other thing is there's another unit of Demonettes as well.
Yep.
Yeah, it's wild. The flamers that were in combat with the Castigator have fallen back with a nice fly and have ended up possibly on top of that ruin, possibly on the bottom floor. Not too sure.
Yep.
Usually when they place them on top, it's for our viewing pleasure and viewing experience. So we assume they're on the bottom until stated otherwise.
Yeah, and now he's going to use the Bloodletters at the top instead.
Yeah, exactly right. Yeah,
exactly so right. Not going to bother with the Warp Locus. You know what? Yeah, that's it.
There's no need. He's going to get like he's going to be -1 for everything near those flamers and that Bloodthirster. So it's going to be an 8-inch charge on 3d6 with a CP reroll should it come to that. Ooh, what was that statement?
The Repentia are immune to psychic.
Ooh, that's big. That's big. Mind you, the lock, I thought the lock might fall back and try and use his psychic into the Zephs, but I'm not sure what the move of a bottom tier lock is. Might only be like 6 inches.
Might only be 6.
Which means
you could hop over a wall, that would be about it.
And that was the big deal why he based him and make sure there was one Repentia through the wall. So that he couldn't fall back and not see the Repentia because of obscuring and smite and kind of snipe into the unit.
Yep.
So very clever there by Andre.
Very, very clever play by Charlie.
So blood does come down in the top middle. The lock is jumping out. Looks like, did he spend the 2 CP to bounce him out?
That's a good question.
Yeah.
I did see him drop 2 CP off of one of the dice there. So
yeah, so he can, for 2 CP, any unit can literally jump out of combat and then be re-deep struck, essentially, right? But it is 2 CP, it is quite a bit of attacks. But when you're in that unit with a lock that literally is not going to do anything, because if it falls back, it can't smite, can't psychic, and if it stays in combat, it's dead as shit. Sorry, I swore. Apologies. Matt's bringing it out of me. Actually, no, Charlie's bringing it out of me. That's been really good. Charlie's been really, yeah.
No, this was just a plain fallback with the Lord of Change.
Oh, really? So he's accepted he's not going to psychic anyway.
Yeah.
Well, if they were going to be the closest target, you just fall back and you just cop it. Well, this just changes, I think, what the Flamers have to do. The last unit of Flamers that needs to deep strike in. Surely they come in and just make sure the Repentia ain't there no more.
Is that not them at the top, though, in the middle?
The top middle, that's Bloodletters.
No.
And then to the right is the 4 that started on the table.
Oh,
that deep struck in turn 2 on top of the crates.
Yes.
The bottom left are the ones that started on the table. There's 1 unit more to place. This is actually, thinking about that, the fact that we're going into turn 3 and all the Flamers still exist.
Yes, that's bad news. Bad news bears.
Yeah, right there, that's bad. But we'll see. It looks like Charbion's being repositioned right now. Now that he knows what is up with the Repentia, I think he thought he was going to 2CP out and smite, get him down by various means. He really does need to make sure he allocates an appropriate amount of models to that. Only issue there is Scarbrandt really does not like giving +1 attack to Repentia if you fight on
No,
it.
he needs to make sure he wipes them before they get to attack.
Yeah, I would flame
But
him,
even
honestly.
then, Charlie looks like... Now, Charlie might be the one that's down to 1, actually, because I believe Matt was using the larger dice for his CP.
Yes,
So he won't be able to fight on death, right? Because it's a 2 CP strat?
I believe it is, yeah.
So, we'll find out soon enough.
Exactly
right. Let's listen in and see what they're doing here.
Whatever. You screened out very well. Let's get a couple that can shoot some Zeph. So they're 9 down to 8, right? That goes... No.
That's 8.
Sure. So I'll put 2 over there.
And that's pretty bump you out to 8.
They're 9 base, right?
Yep.
Yeah, good.
There you go.
And then at the 7, a bit further forward there. That look about right?
Yep.
Perfect. Thanks, man. All right, let's do Psychic.
Oh, shit.
Yeah.
Nope, you're good.
Perfect. So Psychic, we'll start with a bolt change from the water change. 8. Nope. I'll target the Zephyrim on the right-hand side. There's how many left in that unit?
7.
Sure. So it's going to do 2 mortals, which will kill 2 models and do 2 additional mortals. We'll go for the smite on them as well.
Yeah, can't protect it. Okay.
Nope, all that. That'll peril, so I will reroll that with my last command point. So it's a
He's
big
bracketed. He doesn't get his pluses.
He gets +1. He doesn't get +2 anymore.
He doesn't go all the way down to 0? Did you take that into account on this first cast? Because you rolled a 5 and you said +2 on the first cast.
I rolled a 8, I believe. It wasn't a big one. Yeah. So it's a you got to deny, right? Sure.
What is this? What is
You're
that?
denying the power?
No, I did not deny it. But what is this?
No, I thought your roll was a smite.
Okay, so I took 1 mortal or 2?
I rolled 2. Got 1 left. Sorry, I thought your roll was the deny.
It was.
Right.
Okay, now he can't be seen by you.
Sure. So I now can't gateway because that's now the closest, and I can't target them, so I lose my last. So I'll boom with the last power. 9, I'll be toughness 8 unless you deny it. Nope. Over here, I will put +1 to wound on these flamers.
Oh, is that a long range?
It's 18, but that fails. It's a 7. I will cast nothing else. Nothing else matters here. We'll go to shooting. We'll go 1 flamer at the Zeph, 4 at the Repentia. The 1 at the Zeph, the 4 shots. I didn't get +1 to wound, so it was only so 3s.
1 more.
3. Kill it. 4 at the Repentia. 2, 2, 3, and 5. +12, so 3, 6, 9, 12. Perfect number of dice. To get these ones on 3s as well. All the dice in front of me were bloody 1s. There you go, all those.
5s. 5s. Oh, that's 5.
Aren't they 6+ save?
No, I have the +1 invul now.
Right, got him.
Oh, I don't. I'll do
see.
that again.
How many? They did anyway, right?
No, I only took 5, 6, 7, 8. We'll just call him dead.
Sure. Okay. I'll just roll Scarbrand's Flamer on the character.
I get a.
You do. Now, if you like. Scarbrand gets 10.
What? Scarbrand gets 10 shots?
2d6 Flamer, 5 and 5.
Interesting.
So winning on 3s. They're just AP1, 1 damage. So.
Oh, it's just a flamer. So 2s. Damn it.
The squad of 5 flamers will shoot. We'll shoot everything into the squad of 4 flamers. So we'll shoot everything into this squad of Rets on the closer to me.
Spend a CP to shoot on death on a 4+.
Sure. Those +12. worst feeling having to use the casino dice on units like this. So I'll just win you on 3s.
Okay, good. It's 150.
There you go. There's 4 ups for you, man. Got him.
6s.
Oh.
Dead perfectly.
So you want to roll
here are the 4. Here are the 4 bolters.
Sure. So 2 get 2.
And then here are the 4 meltas.
1. Cool.
The multi-meltas going into obviously.
Yeah.
These are 3s, rerolling 1s.
Sure.
4 rerolling 1s.
Take it. I have no CP, so you can.
8.
Cool.
No, that works.
It's 3. Yeah, not 2. Yep.
And then 4 bolt shots.
Yeah.
And these are going in the flamer. They'll go into Scarbine too. Fuck it.
That blood reverse, yeah, sure. 6s.
1, 2.
2, nice. Take 2 more. 3 left. Cool. Okay. That's shooting, shots. Can't shoot those flamers. We've got charges. The bothers will look for a 7 into the sisters over here.
Don't do it.
Big roll. That'll do it.
Damn it.
That's what I wanted to see.
That's right on top of a death bolt.
Okay, sorry. I will go.
You know you're gonna fillet him.
Yeah, I should do.
You rolled an 8, so
yeah. Do you mind if I just charge the assassin as well? I didn't know I was there. I was the same charge.
You're fine,
right?
you're fine, dude. Yeah.
Thanks, man. Sorry, I didn't even realize that was there.
No,
It's
you're good.
It's right in that spot
You
that I can't see
it all. Yeah.
Thanks, man. I appreciate that.
No, that'd be a bullshit thing to care about.
Okay,
That's some sportsmanship.
I advanced those flames.
Stuff,
Yep,
Charlie.
I did. I can't charge. Yeah, absolutely. So the Bloodthirsty doesn't want to die charging them on Overwatch. So I'm just going to charge your Repentia on the other side of the wall.
You will lose that fight.
I will lose it, but I'm going to kill you first. No? Why is that?
In a fight last year.
Where are you, though? Where is she?
Right here. She's got them in a 2-inch bubble.
It's a... really? Well...
Except for the ones down here.
Where is she?
She's right here. She's got those 6 in a 2-inch bubble, and these 2 you would have to charge way down into
It's a
these
3-inch aura, though, right?
No, you're all the way at the other end of her base. I put 2 bases of Repentia, so that's 2 inches. See right here with the sword?
Yeah. But is the fight last 3 inches?
Yes, it's 3 inches. So that's why I piled 2 bases next to her.
Okay, I see.
Because their bases are less than an inch.
That makes a lot of sense. Look, I will charge the Reds then. That's fine. I will let you overwatch if you'd like to. Are you on 1 or 2? I think
now I'm on 1.
Yeah, sure.
6s, rerolling 1s.
Yeah, I don't like this, but we'll see.
He does.
Come on. Yeah, here we go.
That was bullshit.
Yeah. I was expecting you to die there. You don't have a 6 in the Miracle Dice, surely. Cool. In we go. Got 3. Great.
That was definitely a butt clench moment for
Morrisoli.
Having to charge the multi-melta unit instead of the Repentia because of the fight last round.
And Charlie could have gotcha him with that. He did not. He's playing at the upper echelon. He's found some stuff a bit confusing because I'm assuming it's fatigue, but he's playing a top-tier sportsmanship game.
Once you've played 18 hours of 40K, it starts to really grind on you guys. And it's definitely been definitely an issue here. Still making some big plays. I think some people said in the chat, and it was kind of expected, when those Flamers came down, they really kind of whipped this game over. There's not a whole lot more Charlie can do, I don't think. This game does appear to be pretty firmly with the Demons. It's not to say he can't swing it. Like, he does still have 1 unit of Repentia that can do a lot of work, and then some Zephyrim around.
The only issue, the bigger issue I see here is the loss of the Rets. Also, I would like to point out, it hasn't been caught by the players, but the Bolters did 2 wounds to the
Bolters, they probably should not have
or had already taken 8 wounds.
Because
that
already
phase.
taken 8 from them.
He just slapped down the 6 on the Miracle Dice, gave him the 8 wounds. Shouldn't have taken any damage from the bolt guns. Don't think it's going to matter. The Bloodthirster was going to die next turn anyway. It's not going to die here. Who cares?
Yeah.
But
it's kind of a non-issue. If someone brings it up with them, that's fine. But we did note that.
And not our place to jump in. I believe there's active judging for the finals, though.
I believe there is active judging for the finals, just to be safe. But
we may tap a judge on the shoulder and tell them, and if they choose to intervene in the game, that's their biz. Should that come up later. But thank you so much for joining us, guys. We do have one more game after this. It's going to be spicy. Let's see what happens in this fight phase.
And it's 8, and then an extra one for the Sergeant into the Battle Sisters. Probably not quite the right split of attacks, if I'm being honest, but I want to make sure I kill the unit doing the action.
I would have.
Reeling 1s for the Bloodthirster.
Yep.
6.
2s don't hit.
Yeah,
right?
2s do not hit. And winning on 3s. And they're AP3, so AP2.
Two.
So yeah, 5 plus 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Come.
No, 4. One left.
Okay, cool. That's annoying.
Not as annoying as that charge.
Yeah, for sure. So you can once AP interrupt if you want to, but it makes no difference.
It's free.
Oh, it's free interrupt, right? Gotcha.
She hits on 2s. Not that it would matter.
Strength.
T.
4. Kills 1. 5 plus from combat.
I'm just going to get that battle
I
system out
don't
of the way.
believe they're directly across from each other. I think they're a little bit adjacent, so they definitely are within the range.
Good. Bloodthirster bottom profile has 12.
And didn't he lose an attack because it's like later on in the game or some shit?
No, he starts at 8. He's like on bottom profiles. He has 6, but he doubles with the suite. So he's on 12 instead of 16. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Hitting on 4s now because I'm bracketed all the way. Roll that one. And winning on 2s. Cool. AP3, 3 damage. But AP
5s down to 4s.
Yeah.
5
no,
still.
6 is down to 5s.
Well, I have a 5 up invuln either way.
Sure. Yeah, sure.
But it's AP3, right?
Yeah.
It's 5s.
Cool. 3.
3 dead.
Oh, it's under here. 2 plus effect D3 mortal wounds.
Oh, come on.
Hey. Big 3. Got him.
You stinker.
That's it's character, right? Good.
It's not a character.
Oh,
it's
no,
part of the
it's-
unit.
Oh, okay.
I'm keeping her for leadership.
I killed 4
3.
and then 3.
Yeah, it's an 8. No.
What's it?
I got one of the feel no pains off. You,
Okay.
you killed 3 and 3.
It's 3 damage. Feel no pains.
I know. I didn't. Okay, you killed 3 and 3. I'm sure.
Okay,
of this.
okay, cool. All good.
Okay.
Blood letters will fight next.
1 second. Let me get this out of the way.
Yeah, it's all good. 6s. 1. Good. I'm just gonna lose like 2 at the back. So, 8 guys. Plus 1 sergeant. There you go. Same number of dice from before, actually. No rerolls here because the Bloodthirster is too far away. And winning on 3s, man.
This is only 5 of them attacking, right?
All but 2. So I fight the guy through here and then the 2 behind
I
him.
was supposed to be an inch off.
Oh,
the wall.
okay. I'll go again. I'll roll. It was okay. It's not good. Freeze. There you go. AP3. Yeah, got him. Cool. That's me done. So you're going to have a leadership test here and here. So they lost 7.
That one's meaningless over there. No, they started the action. If they live, that's huge.
Yeah, so you are neg 1, so you'll auto pass that one for sure. And then they lost, what was it, 6 and neg 1, so negative 7.
It's lead 9. Oh, no, it's lead 8 because she's too far away.
So just a 1 is a pass. So I killed 6. So the last guy will run on a 1, 2, or a 3. I've got negative 1, but to live. Cool. That's my turn, man. So we'll score it up. So I have gone out of my game.
You did not scan.
I did not scan this turn. That is correct.
Reality for 1, 2.
I've just gone out.
Just going to check out the scores as they come in. A really big turn for Matt. He has taken firm control of this table, of this board, killing most of the offensive units from Charlie, with the exception of 1 unit of Repentia.
Yes. So we do have those that 1 squad of Repentia hanging out because of that fight's last. He was too afraid to deal with it. He's got 5 Zephyrim at the bottom. He still has his Castigator. But but really 3/4 of the boards are demons now. This is like an impossibility, I think, to catch back. That being said, he did have one, looks like sister survive at the top to secure another sacred ground, so that'll be another 5 points for Charlie.
Huge.
So Charlie is still racking up points. It's going to be a lot closer than we think. We do have some more updates from the field from our friend Dustin Henshaw, and it looks like they've dried him off. I don't know why he decides to take a shower in between updates, but here we go.
See you soon.
Hello, everybody. I am here with another mid-round update. A lot of the games have reached their natural conclusion now as the games are heating up for others. The update for Lewis and Mike Porter. Lewis starts his retaliation on his turn 2. Shooting and psychic kills a transport, destroys a central troop. The Terminators pop out and teleport close to mid along with some characters. The Harlequins are far ahead on points right now, so Lewis is going to have to push really hard. But there is currently a crowd of purple and yellow shirts around this table, so we might have to wait a little bit until I can squeeze through that to give you another update to follow up and see how it turns out for him. Stephen Box and TJ Lanigan. TJ moved up finally with teleporting the 8 remaining scarabs onto the objective in his zone, while the Flamers and Rubrics moved closer to the center and onto the other home objective. Steven's turn 3, he gets another 12 on primary, and TJ has pretty much accepted the fact that Steven will get a 45 on primary, but is planning on winning the secondary game hard by denying no prisoners and behind enemy lines. So the Banshees, all 15 striking Scorpions and a Farseer, move out to charge the Flamers, nearly kill all of them, as well as 2 of the characters in TJ's backline. But on TJ's turn 4, the mortal wounds killed all the Banshees, all the striking Scorpions, and the characters, obliterating the entire vanguard of Steven's tactics. Steven is running away fast in the primary, but the secondary game is evening it out. However, the remaining Scarabs just bombed a massive charge of 11 inches into the center objective, stealing it away from him, holding 3 objectives now with a Rubric squad teleporting into the back and clearing the last objective. TJ had taken over the backfield. The rest of the game went pretty quickly at that point, and TJ took the round 85-70 over Stephen Box. Jack Harpster versus Brian Sipe has reached its conclusion as well. The 2 squads of 5 infiltrators pushed forward into the Orcs, clearing the Gretchen and stealing one of Brian's objectives, while the first unit of fully buffed Sangard make an appearance, killing the War Boss. The Orcs walked on turn 2 and pushed forward with the Mega Knobs, while a second War Boss and trucks with tank buses attempt to clear some infiltrators, as well with some Storm Boys. One of the tank buses squads moved up, took a couple pot shots at Sangard, killed 2 of them. The Mega Knobs picked up 6 Sangard, and another 2 died in close combat to the Storm Boys. However, we just got word that Jack Harpster won the round. I don't have scored for you on that one, unfortunately, but that is your mid-round update. I'm Dustin Henshaw. Thank you for tuning in. And we're going to be going to sponsors right now. Thank you for watching. Whoa! Hi, everybody. I'll do a dance for you.
FLGN coverage of the Las Vegas Open is made possible by the generous support of our sponsors. Alkylabs.com, Matalis.com, Play with Magic, Frontline Gaming, Champions of Tabletop, Best Coast Pairings, competitive events made easier, The Army Painter, more time for gaming. Live game scores are powered by the Tabletop Battles app, available now on Android and coming soon to iOS.
Hey everybody, we're back. 52 Hades, thanks for the subscription. What a way to come back to the game. What an intense play we've got going on. A really, really close matchup between 2 excellent players. But the Flamers have turned the tables.
Exactly right. As soon as there was a recognition kind of dawned on me that we were going into turn 3, bottom of turn 3, with every single Flamer still alive. That is a no bueno game in the world of Nephilim. This game set will not exist come Monday, but as it sits right now, Flamers are the dominant unit in every game upon which they are existing.
And I think I mentioned earlier, there are 1,373 Flamers currently in attendance.
Out of 950 odd players in attendance,
yeah.
There's more Flamers than players.
Almost 150% Flamer to person ratio here at this event, because they are absolutely the best unit in 40K at this time.
This is going to be the possible clapback turn for Charlie. He can absolutely kill this Bloodthirster, kill these Flamers. I'm not sure he can kill the Bloodletters as well. Maybe it's some characters. He's got a character with the best of Blessed Blade. The cannon she can go in there, do a lot of work.
She can do a lot.
The problem is then the return is Scarbrand. Scarbrand just wandles on in and just he's going to kill as many units as he managed to make contact with. And if he does it, there's a unit of Bloodletters in the middle of the table as well that can be reinforced with more Flamers that could pick up the slack, pick up the miss. There's going to be a spicy turn for Charlie. I'm hoping he's able to claw this back. It looks like he's diverting the way he's shooting here as well. 3 wounds left on that Bloodthirster. Should be pretty easy to pick up. I'm wondering if that's where the Cannoness might end up going, and via use of a couple of Miracle Dice, making sure he gets hits, gets wounds. Because, in all honesty, the Repentia are a waste there.
Yes.
The Repentia are a waste. They wound him on 5s, and it's going to take so many to get through that. Use a character, go and kill a bunch of these units that are on objectives and actually hurt the score board of Matt Morosoli.
Yeah, that's going to be the big play here. He needs to kind of reinforce this back end. The thing is, he's been scoring so well on secondary that he is currently ahead now on points, right? So he can make a game of this.
Absolutely.
Just based on his secondary game. He's kept Morosoli down on banners. His assassination is still quite low given all the characters there. So yeah, Charlie's going to keep it close. It is Morosoli's game to lose at this point.
I believe it is as well. Prometheus7, thank you very much for the sub as well. This is another interesting thing as well. The Hospitaller might be coming up clutch. As I can see, I think he's just rezzed a couple of models in addition. Looks like those Retributors, all the sisters that were in the top right, have fallen back from the Bloodthirster, gotten onto the objective, and he's rezzed a couple via some tricky means.
Yes.
I do like this. I've never understood why the Hospitaller, of all the models in the army, gets to be like on a 50 mil base.
It doesn't make a lot of sense. I guess it's like the like med gun that she has, a little EpiPen, takes up a lot of space.
She's pulling the gurney.
Yeah.
She's towing the gurney around with her. Yeah. It is quite hilarious.
Oh, she does have a BS too.
Looks like we're into the shooting phase. We'll take a step back and listen to the things
they're
that
having
I'm
to say.
Another grenade from Hospitaller. I guess one more. Palantine grenade is going into the.
Finest?
No, these guys.
Oh, the Bloodletters, sure. I'm still coming up with the sister name.
Oh, she wanted to fall back.
Yeah, you can fall back. That's fine. Yes. Yeah, sure. Hits.
And then these guys wanted to walk forward 6. Sure. I didn't see them over there.
Yeah, all good, man. Hits.
Yep. Wounds.
Good.
Yep. They're T4, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Multi-Meltas. Oops.
You fell back.
I know. I paid both the CP. One for fallback and shoot. One for resin.
You said you wanted to take the CP.
I know. And then I changed my mind again. That's why I took them both out.
Okay. All right.
Sorry. Just flipping my board. 4s rerolling. We're going to go... God, I don't need that Bloodthirster dead. We're going to go 1 into the Bloodthirster, 6 into Scarbrand.
Sure. So, who do you want to do first?
This thing... Where's the Wounded Flamer? It's one of these ones, right?
Yeah, one of those is on 1.
We're going to do everything from them. Heavy Bolt... everything to them.
Sure.
You got T8 -1 to wound the big boy, right?
I did, yeah. So you win on 6. Oh, no, you win.
He doesn't minus... Oh, he still has the phase thing.
Yeah, yeah. What do you want to do? So what's going where, sir?
I'm doing everything into these Flamers.
Sure.
I'm going to do my Heavy Bolters into those guys, because they're just saving on 4s, right?
These guys? They are.
Fuck, this is tricky.
And this has how many left? 6? Is that right? You bracket, right?
Yeah, but it has 11 wounds, so it's not bracketed.
Oh, okay, cool. Oh, but
It was
a
7.
Yeah, I did 5. You're right. Yeah, you're right.
You can't ask me
no, it's
too
on
many
you.
questions. I know, but you keep asking me questions. Sorry,
Sure.
you're breaking my train of thought.
Gotcha.
We're going to go 8 into Scarbrand. All right, we're going 2 into the Bloodthirster, 6 into Scarbrand from those guys.
Sure. 1?
Nope, we're rolling.
Sir. I failed
2.
1. I passed second one, so 1 goes through.
We're going to do 7 damage to him. It's 2 so far. And then 2 into Bloodthirster. Nope. That was miserable. She fell back. Tank. Everything into them.
Okay.
Big cannon will go into them. No, them. I need to get rid of them.
Everything in the Bloodletters?
Yeah. How many wounds does Scarbrand have left?
15. These are heavy bolters, so 3s.
2.
1.
In 3 shots. 2 hits. 2. 1 more. 1 more.
Kill 2.
That was miserable. Those guys into the bloodthirsters.
What's this, sorry?
These guys in here. I don't have any-
Blood letters, right.
Whatever. Yeah, whatever.
Yeah,
they are.
all good. No stress.
Dogmod onto the bloodthirster. Fuck
Sure.
it. He can't interrupt, right?
I know, you're going to make me fight last anyway, so I couldn't interrupt. Even if I had CP.
Tank into the ear.
Which one?
Just right in front of it.
Yeah, sure. So no Overwatch. Yep.
That's fine. Cannon S is going to charge into. Well, I can't do this. Melt is into you. I don't have any other options.
Into the flamers. I will Overwatch.
Okay.
Sure. Cannon S into them now?
Yep. Cannon S into both. Well, into just the blood test.
Yeah, you can only get me. Oh, the blood letters, sorry.
Yeah.
So you said first. It's all good. So just.
I want to do actually.
You want to be both.
Yeah.
You don't have to be both, but it's.
There we go.
Sure.
Well, she'll go in there more.
Sure. Get the obstacle off the objective, yeah.
And then the Palatine will go into just the Flamers.
Sure. Yep, she's in.
The Repentia will go into. Them and them.
Sure. 7.
+1, thank
Yep.
God.
Yep, nice. It's going to have to spread out a little bit, but you'll still be smashing you. Yeah, 2 there, man. Sure. And you good? Yep.
Hospitaler and Defenders. Fucking Bloodthirster's gonna live.
Maybe. Oh no, you punched me good. Where would you like to start, man? I can't interrupt, so it's kind of all up to you.
Cannon S into the Bloodthirster.
She charged Bloodletters.
I thought she charged. I think you said I had to charge both.
I thought you were charging the Flamers, sorry. You don't have to charge both, but you can hit the Bloodthirster if you want. You just don't need to hit the Bloodletters then. I think you're too far away from both, but you can just choose where you want to go. You roll a big enough charge. I don't care what you want to hit. It's like totally up to you.
I don't think I can finish off the Bloodthirsters.
Bloodletters or Thirster? Yeah, cool. Gotcha. Yep, sure.
All right. Yeah. So she's fighting. It doesn't matter where you fight last. Everything into the Bloodthirster.
Sure. She gets reroll ones from.
She has rerolls hits from her artifact.
Right. Strength?
6.
Oh, 1. Good.
Dogmata.
What's the weapon
5.
here?
It's the Crozius thing. It's on 2s.
Damage is, strength is?
At least 5.
Damage is?
2.
Good. Does live? That's pretty good.
Solely.
What
What are you doing, man?
Yep.
2 and 1 more for the sergeant. Actually, it doesn't matter.
So this is on the bloodletters.
Yep.
Good.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah. What's this? Sorry, you
Sorry, yeah. Palatine.
Sorry, just tell me what you're fighting with.
Palatine into the
bloodletters.
Yeah.
Sure.
2.
Strength is at least 4. Yeah.
Yep.
Still 2.
I went south real quick. Hospitaler.
Yeah. Yo, that's wild.
2 more.
Strength is?
At least 5.
Sure. Damage?
Just 1.
1 down to 1.
I guess I should check. Well, whatever. We're going to go in the center.
It's 1 into the flamers, and then what's it? 4 into the bloodletters?
Yep. There's the 1 into the flamers.
Sure.
I shouldn't have charged the flamers. They can't.
Yeah.
They can't shoot. Whatever.
This is Bloodletters first.
Yep.
Wild. That's an awful roll,
That's
dude.
game right there.
That's awful. Get me on 3s.
6 is 2 mortals, so there's 2 mortals in there.
1?
You didn't. I think you knocked. I said whatever. We'll call it 1. It's
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
6.
Oh, you kill me anyway. Maybe not. 2 on the outside.
So there's 1
3.
left.
There's gonna be 2. So it's...
No, there's 7 because I killed 6. You're plus the mortal.
Right. Yeah, you're right. Cool. No, you are correct. I just can't do math. I'll just leave that guy. I'm gonna run to morale anyway. Tank.
Nothing.
My turn. Cool. I can just do all these, right? Doesn't matter what order. So Flamers will. How many wins has she got?
Oh.
What's this?
Into the flamer.
Oh yeah, sure.
4. 3. Sorry.
You kill the wounded guy and 2 wins for the next guy. Cool. All right, my time. How many wins has she got?
5.
With
4 or 5. But
3
I
plus
think 5.
save?
Yep.
So they'll hit her. 4. Yeah, throw me 1 more, man. Thanks. Winning on 4s, winning on 3s. That many, just no AP.
Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. And I failed it.
You want to check if she has 4 or 5?
That was my feel no pains that ran into your hands.
Oh, sure. Go again. That's fine.
God damn it. Just give it to me. Fuck.
Yeah.
I bet she has 4. Watch this. She's going to have 4.
I'll see the blood first into the Canoness. How many wins has she got, the Canoness? Really? Rough. How many wins Canoness got, sorry?
5.
Sure. I'm going to do 6 into each. This is Canoness. 4s and then 2s. Good chat. Nothing. And then the Dogmata. 3 invos. They're 3 damage each. Sure. I'll just do mortal wounds for Canoness, so it's a 3-up because she's a character, so I don't get the mortal wounds on her. I'll do the Bloodletters next. So which character ended up charging the Bloodletters?
It's just the Palatine.
That's that one
Oh,
there?
shit. Yeah, it's just the Palatine.
Yeah, sure.
I forgot this girl. I had to get out of there.
That's fine, man. No stress. So I'll get 3 to get that, and I'll get 4 that can hit the Crusaders. So 7 attacks with the Palatine at the Sarge, hitting on 3s or rolling 1s. Winning on 3s. Just those.
Into what?
Palatine.
Takes
2
2.
damage each.
Down to 1.
Yeah. And then I've got, 4 into the Crusaders. 1, 2, 3, 4. Roll the 1s. Shot 4 as well. Rough. 4 wounds onto the Crusaders. I don't know what save they got, but AP 3.
4 ups.
Cool. We'll consolidate.
Thanks so much, Carlos, for the sub.
I pull myself out over there, so I'm not fighting back with the Bloodletter. My flame is hit the tank. Did you roll your attacks in the tank?
Yeah.
Cool. 4s, 5s, yeah. Yo. 2 on the tank, no AP. Great. It's not getting any better for you, dude. It's rough.
It's all good. It happens.
Morale?
I'd rather it happen to you than someone poopy. So.
I got to roll a 1 for my Bloodletter. I guarantee I will after that turn you've had. Rough.
That's how she goes.
Do not solely.
You
go.
killed 4 Bloodletters though over here, so I'm 9 with a Sergeant and an Icon, so I can run on the 6. No. Only killed 1 Flamer, and I haven't given you a morale test anywhere. So that's 10. So you won't get Shrine. Kind of falls apart a bit, I think.
ZFU, bunch of
you're up to
random
1,
other
right?
words. Thank you
I'll
so
go to
much
1
for
this turn,
switching
yeah.
that.
Miracle die. I didn't even kill anything in melee, right?
No. So in your turn, you got a...
Wow.
No
Wow.
Shrine, Leaf, you got
Solely
no
just
Shrine,
stonewalled every possible thing in that turn.
Yeah.
The shooting did nothing. The fighting didn't even kill. He didn't kill a unit in combat.
Finish off a unit.
Didn't kill the Thirster. Didn't kill the Letters. Didn't kill the Flamers. Just
like
wow.
Charlie needed a lot to happen this turn to have a way out.
But
he needed
like
those characters to do a lot of damage. He needed the Repentia to clear that middle. That which should have just happened.
It feels like it almost feels disrespectful when you have like so many things that can go wrong and all of them do.
Well, and Sully even said it. You heard it.
Yes.
Like there just came a point where he just felt bad, right?
He did.
And it sucks when that happens. But at least Charlie said, "At least you're not a poop. You're not poopy."
The cherry on top was him saying, "I bet you a roll a 1 now with how your turn's going for his last bloodletter to survive and cause the 12."
Yeah.
Bang, clocks the 1.
It is what it is.
Absolute. Just disgusting.
Yeah,
Absolutely disgusting.
Sully gets a big turn. He scores 22 points on that turn at the end of it. Because that was Charlie's turn, so now we're moving into Sully. This is Sully's game. We do have one more update, I believe.
Look. In all honesty, maybe he has a castigator at the left at the end of this turn.
Yeah.
Maybe.
We will come back, guys.
Flamers pick up the Repentia, and then it's just mopping up characters in bits and pieces.
Apparently the interviews are not ready, but we do have some interviews lined up that we're going to get shortly.
I do feel like Charlie played better than this game state represents.
I agree. I do feel like this was a situation where, like, other than that first turn Repentia play where he chose, and we talked a little bit about why he might have chosen to do that. Even then, like, other than that, I don't feel like Charlie made too many mistakes.
I really don't. I think this was just a game of resource management. And remember what I said about getting 2 for 1? That last turn by Sully in his. He got 2 for 1. And then the only thing that could be done to respond was to offer more 2 for 1s.
Yep.
And like Matt killed more things of Charlie's in Charlie's turn than Charlie killed of Matt. By a lot. By like several multipliers.
By a lot, yeah. And we're now seeing them kind of shift in. He's got that Bloodthirster deep in the lines. He's moving those Bloodletters at the top. He's consolidating here. His main goal now is to take as many primary as he can.
It honestly doesn't matter at this point.
It doesn't.
Sully is 1. He's going to make it into the Shadow Round or the round of 16 or round 7 of this event, whatever you want to call it. And well done to him. Aussie, BDE all the freaking way.
Way to go, Yu-Gi-Oh!
Stop it, you.
Yu-Gi-Oh!
We have some interviews coming up at the end of this. Everyone wants to sit tight. This game might be over, but this story is just unfolding. We have a couple of interviews. Was it David?
Tim Dietlifs.
Tim Dietlifs
was supposed to be on. He just had a wonderful game at Tom Ogden. The thing about Tim Dietlifs, in case you've never seen or heard of him, he's a beautiful, gigantic Canadian Sasquatch, which means that once a game is over, sometimes he just disappears or is blurry.
Just wonders.
And no one knows why. You just look at him and he's blurry, so it's hard to find him.
He just becomes pixelated.
He just becomes pixelated. So if Dustin manages to pull him up, we're getting an interview with him. There are a couple other people we want to chat with as we move into the Shadow Round because the games are finalizing. We're seeing who's going to be in there, and it's looking like it's going to be quite the tight group.
Oh, absolutely. It is. These finals are coalescing, and good Lord, is it going to be spicy this round of 16. The boys are going to be tired. You saw how sleepy they were now.
Yep.
You saw, I hope Charlie feels proud of the way he played this game, but it was easy to see he was probably about 10%, 15% not there.
Some of the Sully, right?
Even Sully, yeah,
there was a lot of forgetful, there was that toughness at the beginning where
absolutely.
They forgot that the Lord of Change had the toughness. We still don't quite know what happened with the Lord of Change. We think he either fell back or teleported out, but he's still smited in something. So we're going to have a talk with somebody to figure out what happened there. Could have been a rule snafu, whatever. But we saw a lot of that where dice were being rolled and then they didn't remember what they were doing, and that's what happens. And the Shadow Round guys, having been in person to 4 of them now.
Yes.
It is really a round where you get to see the people that are able to go the distance, the marathon runners.
The big deal in the Shadow Round is you only need to win or lose. And the people who are losing and keep freaking playing when they're into their 14th, 15th hour of 40K for the day, you see what people are made of. It is really quite a something. And some people thrive. Some people play better in the Shadow Round than they do in the rest of the event. It's kind of crazy.
Just when they get into that mode. Now, the beautiful thing about what just happened, guys, just so we know, we're looking for Tim Dietlifs. Like I said, big Sasquatch of a man.
Yeah. Gets
a little blurry. Dustin went off to find him, and he brought back, I think, a Sean Naden. They look very similar, so I think the Sasquatch thing really kicked in. We're going to cut to them, have Dustin and Sean have a little chat while they finish up this game.
Hello, everybody. I am back here with the #1 ranked player at LVO right now, and the only one who doesn't have to play in the shadow round, Mr. Sean Naden.
So excited. So excited.
So I guess I should ask first, what are your plans for tonight now?
I'm going to get some dinner, catch a shower, relax, maybe get a bubble bath going. No, I don't know, but relax.
Sounds like a good night then. So how'd your game go?
Really good games all weekend long. I hate playing the shadow round, and what I really want to try and win at these events is Renman best overall. So I knew I needed most points that I could get. So I figured my motto this year and in past years is all gas, no brakes. Just try to push it as fast and fast possible so you can score as many points to get the Renman award or something like that. And in this case, to avoid the shadow round, I knew I was in first the last couple rounds. It started to circulate what the numbers would be, and I was playing the math in my head. I'm like, okay, if we get down to 15, if I'm in first, I ain't playing. That's a huge advantage to not have to play an extra game, get dinner on time, not be up till 1 o'clock in the morning by the time you get food or something like that. So I'm very blessed for that. I'm really thankful.
Yeah, exactly. That's a huge advantage that we need to talk about too, because not having to play that shadow round there's a huge tiring factor for it, playing 4 rounds a day.
It's one more game that you could lose against a really good opponent. So to make the top 8, the only year I've not made the top 8 was last year. I finished with no losses. I haven't lost in 2.5 years, 2 years at LVO. The last time I lost was round 8 or 9 to Richard Siegler fucking 4 years ago now because of COVID or something.
So it's going pretty well for you then. So you're feeling the orcs now. You've moved off of Eldari. People have been asking about it.
They still have pointy ears. They're still an old one creation if you follow the lore. So I picked them up as a modeling project during COVID, and when I had my daughter last year and took 9 months off from the game to start this year post LVO, I just sat down and painted, and that's what I really spend most of my time. I almost play no games outside of events. I think I've played 3 games all year outside of events. So
you just hone the tournaments. This is where you live in your games right now. Do you have any practice partners at home that you play with?
I have a couple, Alex Fennell, who we saw on stream and is a champion. He's very close to me. We live nearby, so every once in a while maybe we get a game. But we both have lives now. We both have kids, work, family, all that kind of stuff. It's hard to get away. So I love tournaments because you can get that dedicated gaming in for the whole weekend and not have to worry about stuff. Though getting texts from home and being like, oh, the kids are driving me up a wall or whatever. I'm like, sorry, baby.
Sorry, baby.
It's LVO weekend.
It's LVO weekend, but I can go get my own dinner now because I don't have to play the shadow round. I don't know if you know. I don't know if you're going to tell her that, but the hot bubble bath sounds nice for you. You just relax, get your muscles all ready because you're going to be standing for another, hopefully, 3 rounds for tomorrow, right?
Well, hopefully. I looked at it before the weekend when they announced the mission order. Day 1 was actually the weakest missions for my army. Day 2 is stronger. The round 1 tomorrow is the strongest orc mission. It's very strong for orcs, so I feel pretty good in that. And then round 2 tomorrow is table quarters, and you don't want to play orcs in table quarters. They go first. You're never getting out of your deployment zone. You're just getting pounded on turn 1, all gas, no brakes.
All gas, no brakes. That's the motto for Sean Naden right now. Now, are there any of the top players that you're worried about right now that you think that you're going to have trouble into, or any of them that you need a different game plan into?
Tau is a terrible matchup for me. If a Tau player has a brain and goes first, I'm just going to lose. It's there's almost nothing I can do. If they don't make several catastrophic errors, then I'm done. It's really the orcs. The matchup there is terrible. If I go first, and again these 2 missions are pretty good, you start pretty close, then it gets squirrely. But Tau is just terrible, and I accept that, and that's modern 40K. There's going to be some bad matchups. You can't mitigate everything. Orcs have some really positivity that they can play. They can score a lot of points if you get good matchups. I've had a really good run of solid matchups. I've had a couple that were, iffy, but was able to power through them. But if you play Tau, you might as well just shake hands almost.
Well, thanks a lot for taking the time to interview with us. Good luck in the other rounds. Enjoy your bubble bath and your dinner tonight. And we'll probably be seeing him on stream at some point tomorrow. We'll be following the games as well. Thank you again for tuning in. And I'll try to get you an update on the last table here in 1 minute. And we're going to go back to the casters to finish off the game.
Congratulations to Sean Naden regaining his title of the top 8 king.
It's so exciting to hear. I mean, we were told at first that some of the draws or a draw might get into the shadow round. I'm glad that they went with this ruling of instead the number 1 player does get that free ride.
So with how many players there were at this freaking event, there was the possibility for there to be 16 undefeated players.
Yes.
If there were 16 undefeated players, Sean had to play.
But
there's 15 undefeated players and
because there were 4 or 5 players that went 5 wins and 1 draw, so they're going to miss out.
They're going to miss out. And then we're going to have 7. What sounds like 7 tables in the shadow round, or the round of 14 now.
Round of 14.
And Sean
now.
just gets to go home, put his feet up.
It's a big deal
It's
because,
huge.
like I just said, 5 minutes ago, the shadow round takes the energy out of you.
It does.
Every top player that you talk to that has a shot, when you talk to them before round 6, their whole goal is how do I avoid the shadow round if I can, right?
Or if I can't, how do I make this next game super fast?
Yeah.
How do I get this done in 1 or 2 turns?
They either need a quick round 6
because it's 15 minutes. It's 15 minutes between this one ending and the shadow round starting. You can't walk from here to get a bite in 15 minutes.
Yeah, they force everybody out of the room, and then they get a stern talking to by the judges about how they're allowed to play, because the judges don't want to be here any longer than they
exactly
have to.
right. They want to be out at the bar as well. But
so we just had the announcement for the thank yous for Dice Down for the final round for AOS and for 40K for round 6. Now our players here, they just shook hands. They did have an extra 5 minutes, so yeah, they're going to finalize their scores here. This is definitely going to be a big win for Matt Morsoli. He's making his way into the shadow round after this.
Absolutely.
What we're going to do, guys, we're going to just cut to some music while you kind of watch what these guys are doing. I'm going to go over, see if I can't get an interview with these two, and we'll be right back.
You are. I'm bad. You're right. There is no more to do. Cool.
I don't get any more primary.
No, so I just get 1 start of the turn banner, 2 end of the turn banners for 8, for 7, sorry. No more scan.
What do you get for reality? A max?
I get 15, yeah.
So I got 15, 15, 7, so I took -8 there. I've got you 12, 12, 8 on primary, so 20, 32, 35 on
I have
primary.
35, that's right, yeah.
I have 12 plus 6 is an 18 on primary.
That is what I've got too, yeah.
And then I've got a 9, 12, 10.
I got 9,
22.
10, 7. Sorry, I haven't added your so you got 9 on Shrine?
Yep. 10 on
you'll
Sacred
lose 3 for
Grounds.
not having it in the game though, right?
6.
So you got 6 for that one. And what did you have for? You had 10 for Sacred? And Leap, you'll get the extra 2.
I got 11 for, I got 10 for Sacred Ground and 11 for Miracle Dice, unless you have me.
Oh, right, because you'll do it in the last turn. Right,
Yeah,
yeah. That's correct, yeah. So I got 82, 55.
22 plus 6 is 28. 38, 46, 56. What did you have me at?
It's 82, 55. That doesn't include paint in there.
I think I had 1 more point.
I might have missed one. Sure.
What are you at? 82?
You're at 18 primary?
18.
Yep, 6 for Shrine.
Yep.
10 for actions.
Yep.
And 11 for Leap. 45, 55. This adds it up for you.
It was odd. I messed it
This
up.
does math. Yeah.
So
82,
55, and then you got an 82.
I do.
Because you dropped 10 on primary. And
So yeah, I got 35. I got 15, 15, and 7. So I dropped 10 there and 8 there, which is 72, 82.
Great game, man.
Yeah, man. Well played.
Hey guys, it's good to watch. It was.
Yeah, a few things went my way. Got a bit lucky.
This one was hard for me.
That
everything on that phase where I needed shit to go right. I mean, I shouldn't have charged double here. I was getting stressed. But
yeah.
Because then I would have just wiped this shit in the middle. That would have been fine.
For sure.
I had no plan for over there. The melt is doing absolutely dick. It was a huge bummer.
Yeah, it's the math is like, again, you definitely rolled under. The math is a lot worse than you think it is, especially into the bird.
I understand it's bad, but over like 4 turns, I expected to do a little bit more.
100%. Like,
and my tank did dick all game, which was kind of expected.
The Castigator doesn't do much normally, but again, you expect it to do something at some point.
It did basically what I wanted it to do. I'm not super bummed with him.
I kept playing chicken and thinking you'd fall back from me so I could shoot you, but you never did.
I'd say my 2 biggest mistakes were stringing out here and putting 1 Repentia on the other side of this wall so you could flame them.
Yeah.
That was a big mistake because they were countering Psychic and they were going to fight on death and melee.
Yeah, for sure.
I did my terrain wrong a little bit. If I could have just knocked the Bloodthirster out when I wanted to, it would have been real nice. Yeah, the Overwatch. If the Overwatch had killed him, this game would have been different.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, absolutely. 100%. Yeah. I was like, fuck, I can't charge those with a pinch of focus charge. But I did the whole thing without saying cunt.
You did.
Yeah, you just did.
There's a lot of swearing, but yeah, they're all.
Yeah.
I got told I can't say cunt, but everything else is fine.
Yeah. Well, yeah, we were on. I got it.
Hey, I'm glad it was you.
Well, we almost made it all the way through. That was really great. I'd love to see an interview with these guys. We're just going to go to the weight room for a little bit. And we're going to be chilling out for a little bit. Thanks everyone for watching. Hope you don't mind. We'll see what you got. We'll go to the weight. We're going to come back in some minutes. All right, guys? Thanks. All good.
Charlie first? Okay, all right, Charlie.
You're playing the big monsters, like, it could just be really opposite direction. Yeah. Like, I'm not bummed. Like I said, I don't like losing in certain situations. I feel like you played well, it's nice to go away. And it wasn't like egregious, it just wasn't great. Not doing it. Well, I played Winnings a bunch of times and I've won every time, but there were people that weren't ready for me. I know how important it was to the bait going right away on there, and I didn't do that. And then things were really sticky after that, because I really need the 8 damage. And I know it's things, but I should have focused on all I needed was 8.
time with a fellow Canadian and a training partner of mine, Mr. Tim Dietliff, who just took down Thomas Ogden, the number 1 rated Tau player, to make it into the Shadowrun for the first time in your playing career. How do you feel?
Feel good. It's pretty easy game. I'm just kidding. It was hard. But Tom was great, and I had 6 great opponents. Really happy with the results.
Are you excited for the Shadow Round?
Yeah, I feel good. Not too tired. I'm going to drink 2 Red Bulls and then send it.
Is there anybody you're worried about playing against in the Shadow Round and tomorrow?
Out of sight, out of mind. Worry about it when it gets there.
Oh, that's a good motto. Good motto. I like that. So you're playing Harlequins right now. You're just doing one last run with them, right? You're not going to stick with them afterwards? Or how about now, actually? You feel pretty good with them now.
I may continue. I may go back on my word, but they're a lot of fun, and I love them.
Well, you seem to be doing really well with them. Any really hard matchups you come up against? Was the Tau the hardest one yet, or was there another one that kind of really pushed you to your limit?
So the Tau would have been a lot harder if it wasn't the Scouring, but I just denied his primary. My round 5 into Emperor's Chosen was really hard. That was probably my hardest game.
Thousand Suns for Harlequins is definitely a hard one for you. Yeah? They're Emperor's Children, sorry. Yeah, Emperor's Children is a good one, a hard one too. But there are some Thousand Suns that are in the Shadowrun with you, so we'll see what the pairings look like for you then, and how you're going to deal with that too. TJ made it, and I know you've played him before too. Is that no? You haven't played him. Oh, so there's a Thousand player we're going to see a match on hopefully on stream. Thanks again for taking the time to talk with me. I am so proud of you. Thanks, make sure you check out his podcast too. He's a podcaster, and this content is going to be
Hump Day 40K. Check it out.
There you go. There's the plug for you. Back to you guys. We'll be back with the Shadow Round being streamed not too long from now. Thanks for tuning in, and we'll see you soon.
Just an amazing player. 5 wins, 1 loss. Heartbreaking. How was this? How did it go? How did you feel as you got into this game?
You know, I felt pretty good. Scouring's kind of rough because I know we're tangling in the middle and it's psychic powers, and I have to be careful about them the entire game, which I'm sure you saw. I was 3 inches away with all the units the whole time.
Yep.
You know, it's going to be. I was before this tournament. I was worried about Tau, Votan, Demons, and Harlequins. Felt okay into Harlequins and Demons, and Tau and Votan were a big problem. I didn't hit either Tau or Votan, so I got real lucky on that front. And I played a great Demons player. I like his list. It's a little bit more different than some of them. I like the big boys. I like Scarbrand being in there, so I can respect losing to that, and he played fucking fantastic. So.
That's amazing. Like, and I just want to say, and I mentioned it at the beginning of this round, excuse me, I love your list. Because it's just a little bit different than what you normally see, right? There's no Morven Vol, there's no Celestine, there's none of the big boys, and it lets you take so many extra units that it's almost overwhelming for a lot of players, right? They look at that and they're like, oh, that's a lot of dudes.
Yep.
Was that the plan the whole time, or?
So that's what people usually think. It's not really the plan. I don't know if you saw during the stream, but I was hiding most units most of the game. Because he doesn't have long-range weapons, in this game I was able to be way more exposed than I normally am.
Yeah.
I think one of the flaws of a lot of Sisters players is they're exposing units and then they're just dying to shooting a lot. So, like, it is the idea of having tons of tradable units, but not giving them away for free. Like, I am trying to hold them behind Obscuring. I am trying to put them in bubbles of Fight Last and stuff like that where they're not going to be able to be interacted with. And I feel like a lot of Sisters players get screwed because they don't have screens.
Yeah.
And I have 22 point, 26 point, Rhino, a whole bunch of crap that I can screen with. And in this game, it would have, like, if his flamers were dropping in places where I couldn't handle them, it would have been ruinous.
Yeah,
so
for sure.
And, like, back to the list, like, Celestine's not helping me from a Bloodthirster or Scarbrand. They're coming in and they're just going to.
Yeah.
So, I don't know, whatever. But, yeah, no, I love the list. It did what I thought it would do. I thought I would go 5-1. So.
Yeah, well, it's good. And as to the game itself, is there anything you might want to change, or what would you think you would have done differently going into this? Like, any particular move? What do you think changed it for you? What was the turning point?
It started to change around 2 or 3 when I stopped doing any damage whatsoever with everything, including not killing her with a full squad of Repentia coming in, which was very surprising to me. I was wounding on 5s. I was thinking 5s down to 4s, but it was 6s down to 5s because of the -1 to wound. I did 6s to hit auto wound. Not a lot of them went in. I probably should have done something else, but there's only so much you can do. I don't know. I needed some kind of break, and then I didn't really get one, in my opinion. People always want to complain about dice. I'm not really big on it. I did not lose this game because of dice. I lost because he's a great player. But, like,
I think your turnaround moment you lost on dice. When you had the chance, that one like glimmer, that was when.
I totally agree. I felt like I was on the back foot because of decisions I'd made, and there was a chance to pull her back if I got some good dice, but you can't rely on good dice.
No.
So didn't get the good dice. She went. That's how she goes.
Well, listen, Charlie, thank you so much for being on stream with us. Thanks for just being here. It's a pleasure. It was hilarious listening to you and Soli go at it. Listen, we've got this Army Painter kit brought in from Army Painter. It's all yours to have just for being on stream. So thanks so much.
Thank you.
Okay. Talk to you. Back to you.
Yeah, just say we're going to get Adam to run and do it.
Yeah, we'll cut back.
Oh, did he give him the Army Painter shit? Yeah, I'll do that right now.
All right, guys, we're just going to queue up another interview here. Sit tight, and someone will come up and talk about their results. Oh, we got more Soli ready already with Pete. I can see them. They're mugging for the camera. Okay, give them 1 second here, and we'll have them right on camera.
Hey, guys, back again. Just finished talking. And I've got to talk again to big Matt Morsoli, the Yu-Gi-Oh! Champion of the world, with his beautiful Chaos Demons list. Adam told you he'd be really mad when he found out that that's what we called his list. Here it is.
Do you like my blue eyes, white blood thirsty?
Yeah. So, Matt, congratulations. You made it into the Shadow Round, 6-0. Beautiful list, Chaos Demons. I'd mentioned in a couple pre-tournament things that I felt like you had a good chance with some of the better lists in this event. What are your thoughts coming into the LVO? Like, what were you thinking when you brought this Chaos Demons?
Yeah, I've been playing this or something very similar to this for like quite a while. Tested a whole bunch of stuff, and like this was just kind of like, I felt like I had the perfect mix of stuff for me. I don't like playing shooting armies, but flamers are kind of too good not to take.
Yeah.
But they reward really good positioning. Like, it's really easy to dump 18 flamers on the board and shoot things and kill them and win the game. But being able to do things where they actually shoot things and charge backwards and fight, I really like that as well. And like, I think the three characters are kind of like the three best big demons in the book. Obviously, Scarbrand's kind of like the only really, I guess, polarizing one people have questions about. I think it's really good into this meta. I think Harlequins and Tau really don't like getting trapped in combat. And there's a lot of great stuff you can do there. It didn't come up in this game, but it came up last game. I got a whole unit of crisis suits locked in with Scarbrand and the Bloodthirster, and that's kind of game winning when that happens.
Played your trap card.
And it just has all the stuff, got enough units to play the board, it plays good secondaries, it trades really well with everything that's kind of good at the moment. I was really happy with it in testing, and it's gone pretty well so far.
I really like your inclusion of Demonettes as a troop choice. So many people ignore them for just more bloodletters or something else. What's the deal there? Why do you love them so much?
So partially it's Harlequins, because you have the reroll against the mesh strat, so it doesn't work on the boats, but it does work on the troops. Because Harleys have the -1 attack war, bloodletters get 1 attack each, and you don't kill 5 troops, but the Demonettes do. It's really good with the sisters. The volume's just really good for a lot of things. Like the best part is like you get 51 attacks with Scarbrand in range as well. The reroll hits, like a massive number of hits.
Oh, hi there.
I like having just that
Oh, hey, buddy.
going clear screens and kill things.
You hear me?
Sometimes rolling up.
You were live to air there for a second,
They
but
move
that's
10,
all
they
right.
can get the banners up really easily. They can charge a long way with player place strain.
We're gonna do the sponsor reel, and then we'll come to you after the Morsoli interview. Okay, there, Adam? You can't talk to me.
I love them, and the other thing I love about them is when I watch some of your games in particular. Oftentimes they don't get the respect they deserve, right? And you see things charge into them that maybe shouldn't. So
actually, we'll go to
going into this game. Did you have any
interviews, I guess.
concerns about the sisters list, or
No, so I played Jeremy back at home quite a lot. He's the Team Australia Sisters player. We play once a week.
Jeremy Marigold, right?
Yeah, that guy. So that guy. Yeah, so we play Sisters a lot. This week, his main army. I have heaps and heaps of reps into Sisters, so I know what the army does kind of as well as someone who plays the army full time. So I'm pretty confident with it. I actually think the list is quite good. I think not having Val and Celestine means you get so much more stuff. That's actually slightly more concerning for me because like Scarbrand wants to go in one punk Val or smash Celestine or whatever, and now you can't really do that. He's got lots of Repentia, and that's like the best profile into my entire army. I was pretty confident when he rocketed the Repentia at me early on.
turn
let me pick one up and trade for the Demonettes, and that kind of just gave me the tempo to go and swing and have the Bloodthirst to smash things. I would have been a bit more concerned if he held those back and sort of had another counter charge unit. But otherwise, look, it's just kind of Sisters good stuff, right? It's just Rets, Repentia,
You're all
and
good, Adam. I
Zephyr,
got you.
Look, the Lord Change didn't really pop off. It rolled pretty average for Psychic Powers, but it just kills 1-wound models.
Yeah.
Flamers kill 1-wound models. Scarbrand's fine, kills 1-wound models.
Could you ask him to give you a bit more light?
So going into the Shadow Round, in 15, 20 minutes, once they clear all these people out, is there anybody you're concerned about going into?
I don't want to play Mike.
You don't want to play Mike
I
Porter?
don't, the light Harleys are hard. I don't
Yeah, light Harleys are hard. Yeah, I feel like Mike Porter's what in the top 4 in the ITC.
He's something like 31-1 on stat check from the win loss.
Yeah, I think the only thing he's lost to Innes Wilson once, and who knows how that actually happened.
Innes probably got terrain.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, well, thanks so much, Matt, for
No
everything.
worries, man.
Thanks for talking to me here. We do have another Armory Painter kit. I put it by your stuff over there.
I don't paint my own stuff.
Well,
I
you
have
can-
an airbrush.
You can give it to whoever you want.
I will.
Okay? Thanks so much again. I'll talk to you later, okay? Hey, folks, listen, we've got a few more minutes before the shadow round. I did want to give you an update on who's actually winning, but it looks like Adam Camilleri is going to do it because he's far more handsome than I. So we're going to cut to that camera. Thanks so much. I'll see you in 15.
FLGN coverage of the
Okay,
Las
we're just in
Vegas
the
Open
sponsor reel,
is
Adam.
made possible by the generous support of our sponsors. Alkylabs.com, Matalis.com, Play with Magic, Frontline Gaming, champions of
Standing by.
tabletop, Best Coast Pairings, competitive events made easier, The Army Painter, more
Buddy, you have a
time for
party out there
gaming.
with this, okay?
Live game scores
You're
are
reporting on
powered
the
by
results
the
of the
Tabletop
LVO.
Battles
Kicking
app.
ass.
Available now on Android
Alright, stand
and
by.
coming soon to iOS.
2, 3, 1. You're hot. Go.
Hello, ladies and freaking gentlemen. Welcome to the time between the shadows. As
Mic
the dawn
up.
rises,
Put your
this
mic up.
shall be our last little spot of the day. I'm here to tell you what is going to be happening, what you're going to be enjoying in the next kind of 15 to 20 minutes. We're going to go to a bit of a reel of some canned, wonderful interviews by Steve Joel after I tell you the standings and the state of play going into this round of 7, shadow round, whatever you want to call it. Sean freaking Naden, the maestro himself, the king of the top 8, has once again cashed his check. He is not going to be playing in the shadow round. He's going to get to put his feet up and chill and get a bite to eat. But these next following people, Nassim Fouchain, Jack Harpster, Alex McDougall, Mike Porter, Nick Nanavati, Matt Morrisoli, Oliver Smith, Brad Chester, Matt Estrada, Ben Jones, Tim Dietlies. I understand he's a bit of a Sasquatch. Evan Thompson, TJ Lanigan shall be throwing down in a slobber knocker of 7 freaking tables. We're going to have one up here for you guys to be watching and enjoying for your viewing pleasure. Our good man Joe will be doing another one, and then we'll be having rolling updates of all other 5 freaking tables for your. I can't get more excited about this stuff. This stuff literally gets me out of bed in the morning. We have a bit of a faction breakdown for you of what has made our essentially top 15, so to speak. I mean, Sean's not playing, so we've got top 14 that are going to be playing for you. The faction breakdown sits as thus. In number 1 place, Tau. 4 players in representation, 2 of which are Tau Sept, 2 of which are Farsight Enclaves. They are going to be very hard to beat. I fully expect 2 of those to make it through this next round. 2 Space Marines, both of which are Blood Angels, one being the wonderful Jack Harpster you have seen on stream yourselves. Next up, we have Harlequins, both Light Satyrs, one of those being Mark Porter, who is one of my picks to go all the way, and definitely I pick him to go through as well. But we'll see what the matchup is. Next up, we have 2 Demon players, Nick Nanavati, who has been on stream for the lovely Joe, War Games Live, and Matt Morrisoli, who you just saw, both playing near identical lists. Matt even, I believe, wrote Nick's list, and he's made about 2 or 3 alterations of his own. Then we have 1 Yunari player, Absolute Gent. We might have that one on stream because we haven't seen a Yunari yet. We've had very little Aldari on our stream in total. Then we have 1 T-Sons player, that is TJ Lanigan, playing with a couple of Flamers in tow. Then we have 1 CSM player. Only 1 made it through, and it is Emperor's Children. No surprises there. Could have been Crayson Bile, depending on the run, but Emperor's Children holding strong. Lastly, 1 Tyrannid has made it, guys. I called for 2 Tyrannids and 2 Tau, or sorry, I think it was 2 Tyrannids and 2 T-Sons Flamers. That is impossibility. There's only 1 of each that has made the shadow round, let alone making it to the top 8. Alex McDougall, doing a replay of last year, has cashed his freaking check into the shadow round. Can he cash 1 more and be the lone hive mind represented in our top 8 starting tomorrow? That's the state of play. We're going to be right back after some canned interviews for you, your viewing pleasure. Got about 10 minutes between. We're going to have a nice bit of setup, nice bit of tap down. I'm going to rest my voice because it's going to be hot and freaking heavy, or slow and sultry. If you had joined us last year, we had a bit of an issue where we could be heard by the players, and we're sitting just off to the side there. So some AMSR is definitely a point. It's going to happen. We're going to go to golfer mode, into snooker mode. So stick with us. We'll be back soon. Take care and look after yourselves.
Thank you, Adam.
So the 2019 champion of LVO, Brandon Grant, thanks so much for joining us. I really would love you to, because I know that you've got this mind that remembers details of games and the way things have played out. I'd love to know as much as you can remember prior to making the final in 2019, as much as you can remember about how you got there, some highlights, some big points in games, and what got you to that final through the LVO.
Okay, and how long do you want?
Well, not long. Just give us the highlights.
Okay. Then the highlights were that in 2017, I got to the LVO finals for the first time and ended up losing in the finals game to the champion Brett Perkins in a fantastic game that came down to a 4+ die roll, essentially.
Right.
So that was a lot of fun. Very memorable game. So coming back in 2019, I felt far more prepared because I'd been in the finals before. And it helped when I was playing these giants of 40K like Sean Naden and my best friend Michael Snyder, and then Alex Harrison in the final. Helped me to keep calm, stay focused on the game, and just do my very best, and it paid off.
We've spoken about this before,
was,
the fact that you made it to a final, and that kind of, that old sporting saying, if you've got to lose a final to win a final. That kind of helped, right? That idea that you'd been there before and you knew what you were getting into and what you had to do to maybe go that next step.
That's exactly it. Michael and I talked after our game, and he ended up getting very excited because he seized the initiative on me back when that was a mechanic. So he went first, even though I'd planned to go first. And we both knew whoever went first had an advantage. And he realized he'd made a mistake in his first movement phase after he'd finished his movement phase and was already doing shooting. And it was too late to go back and fix it, where he'd moved his conscript blob too close to me. And it ended up costing him his entire conscript blob. And I think ended up helping give me the game. So he absolutely had the skills and the list and knew how to run it. But getting overexcited because you're in the finals playing your best friend, it's sometimes it leads to a game-ending mistake.
When you think about the LVO 2019, the whole tournament, not just the final, the whole kind of event, and you'll run up to the final, how are you feeling about it? Like the other games you played and the other opponents you played, how did that all go for you?
Well, I had a lot of fun, actually. Considering I was so familiar with guard, because I've been playing guard for so long up to that point, the fact that so many of my opponents were running guard Castellan was a huge advantage for me, because oftentimes I knew exactly what they were going to do and even had better ideas of what they should have done than they did. So it definitely paved the way to get to the final. Actually, one of my hardest matches was into TJ Lanigan and his Chaos Demons list at the time, because Plague Bearers were actually entirely reasonable at the time into countering Guardsmen and definitely didn't care about Knight Castellans. So our game went back and forth for a while.
And he's a good player and a good opponent. So, you make the final, you get to 2019, you're in there in the final. Were there a lot of people taking interest and taking note and kind of gathering around the table? And does that apply a little bit more pressure when all those people start taking notice of what's going on?
Well, I'd never seen anything like it before. There was a crowd gathered around the tables. And I only noticed the crowd, I think, after the last game was done, when I looked up and it felt like hundreds of people, but I'm sure it was like 50 people at most. But yeah, everyone was cheering and it was spectacular. It was definitely some pressure. But what helps me in those situations is I think after about the first 5 minutes of starting the 40K game, there is only the 40K game for me. Right. And it comes from a lot of practice and focus to be able to do that. Because absolutely, whether people are cheering for or against you, it can be very distracting when you're trying to focus on the game on the table if you're listening to them.
I don't know how much you're keeping up with players from overseas and players from around the States who are going to be at the LVO this year. But are there any names you're expecting to see at the top? Are there any people you're expecting to see at the final table?
This year, I'm not sure. I always root for Art of War. They're probably some of the strongest players in the U.S. And now that I've played with them on the WTC, I get to know them a bit better. So I know who I'm dealing with. But other than them, I wouldn't know personally anyone else who is up and coming going to be in the LVO finals. Not to say that they're not deserving to be there or skilled enough to be there, but they wouldn't be on my radar.
The John Lennon and Jack Harpster are names that keep coming up and keep coming back as players that people are just expecting to be, whether or not they're in the finals, in the top 8. And you know them pretty well, as you've just said. So these are two guys who are really skilled and play the game in a great way, right?
Oh, for sure. And both of them, having played them now, they're terrifying on the tabletop. If you're going to play them, you need to remain calm and remain focused, but also realize that perfect gentlemen though they may be, they're not going to hold back.
Yeah,
At least on the table.
Because you've been there a few times, you know, when you're playing at the LVO, because there are so many people in the room, and there's that extra little bit of pressure because it's the big final tournament of the year. And so if you're in the running with the ITC, it really is, and this is where you're an expert, it really is a matter of being able to just detach yourself a little bit from the emotion of the game and just keep that calm, cool head. Is that a fair comment?
That's my approach to it anyway. If you're focused on how many battle points you need to get into the final while playing your game, that's a bit too much of a distraction. If I'm close and I need to play aggressively or I won't get in, that's fine. You're dictating your play style at the table and you're remaining focused on that play style. But if your attention is elsewhere, I don't feel like you can play as strong as you could have if you just maintained your focus on the game state and how to play as well as possible every single game.
Great stuff.
And especially when something like ITC Championships on the line because of the number of ITC points available from the LVO.
No, not yet.
It's a great way to make a mistake that is unforced, is to get so excited because that's a prospect that your focus is no longer on the game. And again, I love that we open with that with Michael Snyder and I's game because I felt it was such an important event or model for how our attention can dictate making a mistake and losing as a result.
I feel like every 40K player in the world knows that feeling of getting excited either about an opportunity you can see or the next phase or the thing you really want to do because it's your plan is to do it and you forget something important or you make a mistake in movement or you forget a straight that you wanted to play. These things always come into effect, and particularly when the pressure is on. So
I was in love with
that ability to step back and keep calm and keep a cool head is really important, but not something everybody is quite as capable of achieving. Listen, thanks so much for joining us. I really appreciate it. And all the best with everything over the next little while that you have on your plate.
I would have thought that would have been an awesome game.
Nick Nanavati, legend of 40K, coach of 40K, and LVO winner in 2018, well, the 2017-2018 season. Tell me how much the LVO has changed since you were champion.
Hey, Steve. Quite a bit. I think the player base and the community has really grown a lot since then. Tournament's definitely a lot harder to win nowadays than it was back then. Not to say it was easy. But there's just so many more talented Warhammer players up and coming all through the entire series. So you see a lot more names. It's not just the same 10 or 20. It's the same 100, 200 going and really competing at this thing. So it's awesome. And it's larger than ever before, I think. 1,000 people, which is amazing to see.
2018 doesn't, like in the real world, that's not that long ago. But in Warhammer years, it's a long time. There's just in terms of the armies and the rule sets and all of that sort of thing, it has changed. And as you mentioned, the community, for me anyway, seems to have changed a lot. There's a lot more positivity. There's a lot more, and this is largely thanks to you and Richard and the Art of War guys. And, and no, it's true. And a few other people at the top who really encourage playing by intent and keeping in touch with each other during the game and talking through what you're doing and what you're wanting. There seems to be a lot more of that now than there was even just a few years ago.
Yeah, I definitely think so. I think it makes for a much smoother game experience. I know back in the day, it used to be kind of gotcha hammer, where it's like I came up with a really cool combo in my basement at 3 o'clock in the morning one day, and I won't tell anybody about it. And then I'll show up to the tournament, and then it might be legal, it might not. Who knows? Let's try it out. And then gotcha, gotcha, gotcha. And that's just like a terrible way to enjoy or play the game, in my opinion. You'd rather have a good experience with the person you're going to spend 3 hours with, get to know them, maybe make a friend, and have a great game of Warhammer.
And that's great for the first few rounds, but when you get up into the top tables and you sort of then you're really vying for the LVO title. You make top 16, top 8, and now you're in a spot where you might win. How much does the mood and the attitude change once you get into a spot where you can see the finish line?
That's a really great question. Last year, I really had the opportunity to spectate LVO rather than play LVO. I was wandering around the tournament, representing Games Workshop, doing stuff for that, and I didn't actually play. And I could see in the early rounds, it felt like every other tournament, just larger in scale, where everyone's having a great time, everyone's having fun, just being jovial. And then on day 2, and especially as we approached that dreaded Strato round, then in the top 8, the games got a lot more quiet. You could tell everyone was really deep in their heads thinking, and not to say they weren't interacting with their opponent, having a good time. It's just this is what they came here to do, and that they were very focused on it. But the sportsmanship was still there. The back and forth friendliness was still there. It was just like a competitive friendliness, which I love.
Yeah. Tell me about you winning the tournament that you played. What do you remember most about that event? Is it the final game? Is it the finally getting that win, or are there other things that you recall?
I mean, there's a lot I recall. It was years ago, but that was a really memorable event for me in general, and especially the fashion in which the finals took place was very spectacle. I would say the thing I remember most, and the thing that really sticks out to me, is that kind of the end when Reese was doing the speech at the end, wrapping up the season, wrapping up LVO, and I was standing there kind of ready to receiving my first place prize as the ITC winner and all that. For someone like myself, or someone who's worked really hard for years to aspire and be better at 40K, and then make a shot at the season trying to really go for first and just do the best you can, and then to actually achieve that, it was very euphoric is how I described it. It was really something else.
Right. There is a photo, I can't remember where I saw it, maybe it's on the ITC website, of Reese handing over a check or a prize or something to you, and it is just like all smiles, everyone's happy. It must have been yeah, as you say, a euphoric moment. Were there moments in the game, though, in that final game where you're like, I've definitely got this, or, oh, crap, I might lose it, or, tell us about that game.
Yeah, that game was back and forth nail biter. So ironically enough, I was playing Yunari back in the day, and back then that was like one of the strongest armies in the game, and I was playing against Yunari, almost a carbon copy of my own list in the finals. I was playing against Tony Grippando. He and I are good buddies. We played some practice weekends, like weeks before the event, came up with an army together, and he and I went to LVO, found our way to the finals, and duked it out. In that game, that matchup was really, really tense because one, it's the finals, a lot of pressure, a lot of eyeballs watching you. You don't want to mess it up, but there's a lot of critical moments in that matchup. The Yunari are a very combo-based army, so it's like if any step was mistaken or any failure point was hit, the combo would kind of fall apart, and you could really open up an advantage for yourself. On the flip side, if your plans fall apart, well, lights out. So I remember in that game I went first, which is what I really wanted, and I was executing my plan and all that, and then I failed quicken with a command point reroll, which was like the worst way to fail my plan. It was like, oh my god, this is not like this. And then Tony basically was not able, like in his Counter-Strike, he wasn't able to execute his plan. He had like a failure point hit as well. So I failed my plan, then he failed to capitalize on me failing my plan, then I could take it back from there.
Right. So do you feel like when you're in that moment, because most of us in the world will never be in that moment of being in a final at the LVO,
Dream big, Steve.
Sure, thanks.
I can't really test them right.
So there is a noticeable
in like 2 minutes
increase on pressure on you. You feel it when you're at the table. You feel that extra heat.
I think I find myself, I can only speak for myself on this one, but I think a lot of players probably do similar, is I zone out. I like enter this universe where I'm playing 40K with my opponent, and there's literally been 50, 60 people standing 10 feet away from me watching every move I make, and I don't even notice. Like I'm in some alternate reality where it's just me and the game pretty much, and my opponent.
Okay, who are we picking to win it? Who are you expecting to see at the top table?
Me, myself, and I. I'm playing this year. No.
People I've asked this question to, I did have to say, not including you. Okay, who are you expecting to play against at the top table?
No, I was being a little facetious. I actually don't expect to make the finals. I think compared to some of the other players that have been more sharper throughout the season, a lot of players are putting a lot more time into competing than I am right now. But I'm looking to do the best I can. I think Jack and John, of course, my two boys from Art of War, they have been putting in the work this season. They rarely lose when they go out to tournaments, and I expect them to do really well at this one. It's at 1,000 people. There's so many talented players out there, especially when you consider the players coming in from abroad, like Matt Morrisoli over from Australia, Finn from New Zealand, and then players all the way from the UK. It's anyone's tournament to win, you know. But if I have to pick somebody, I'm picking Jack and John.
All right, great stuff, man. Thanks. Nice to talk to you.
Compelled if you need an agile. Oh yeah. Not PM, right? I gotta double check now. I don't know. I had one at noon yesterday, so that's just came right in and they were talking about prophylactics. Uh-oh. Yeah, tell them they're on camera. Tell them they're live. Does that sound great? I missed everything. Secondaries, and then we're going to do some stuff. I'd like to put a forest in the middle. That would be cool for the program. What's my lucky color casino dice right now? There's only one yellow one, and that was my favorite color growing up, so we got to stick to it.
Oh, right. I should be using these.
Oh. Wow. Strong start. 4. Strong
It's all good.
Start still.
I got them live,
Oh,
so
the
we're
table's
live,
out.
mic'd up, live.
Aggressive. Oh.
Defender.
Oh.
Not a big surprise.
Are you sure?
Oh, hello, everyone.
All right, yellow's no longer my favorite color.
Tech Breeze Dicky here.
Turn around.
I'm going to shut the heck
Are you
up
sure you
now.
want to put a rune in the middle that I can't get to?
I think so. I have a feeling.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Well, at least by the end of this loss, I'll be well hydrated.
There's just water everywhere. I love it. Hydro homies.
Sweet. Yeah, exactly. That's gonna be your drop. It's on this line, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
So this is farther for you. I'm gonna go castle up over here, more or less.
That.
I'm just gonna measure out a couple other runes real quick. Probably put this here. Deployment zone is here. Obviously, intend to hold it on the other side
of
of
course.
that.
Yeah.
Which would be smart. Just measure out some other runes. Back to this guy. It's roughly here. This is going to be an interesting game, my friend.
Friendo.
We're hydro
Got-
homies. That's just it. That's literally it. Cool, something like that. And then you're going to put something there, of course, so I can't put anything close to there, which is totally fine. And I'm just going to put a forest over here, probably. But that would be my first drop, basically. And then you'd go second one here.
Yep.
Sweet.
Yeah, so whatever your second one is.
Totally. There's no real meaningful way for me to interact with you anymore. I could put a forest on here. Raveners don't fly, right?
No.
Yeah.
No, you can do like move block stuff. I've never done that before. What is that? That's what real armies do. What's a move block? I'm unfamiliar.
Hey guys, you ready to say hi to people? Thumbs up. Okay.
Should be annoying for the force there probably, and then just put runes over here. I don't think we're really interacting anymore.
Not really.
This is gonna be a game. It's too close.
Intercept, Anvar, Cold Star Commander, Kroot, Bomber, Crisis Commander, Long Strike.
Perfect. Hey, everybody. Welcome back to... Sorry. Welcome back to the Shadow Round. How you doing? We're here. We're at the Rio in Las Vegas, Nevada. This is the Shadow Round. Everyone's been kicked out of the room. There are just 14 players, 2 judges, and us in here.
Pretty much.
And we have to be very quiet because everybody can hear everything we say.
I have never felt so corralled, contained. Not quite emasculated, but not far off.
I tried to eat a chicken finger a minute ago, and it was knocked out of my hand.
Slapped it out.
So, guys, we've got a beautiful game set up for you here today for this Shadow Round. And we also have multiple table bosses covering the rest of the Shadow Round games. So we'll have information for you about everything that's going on. The game that we're covering, you can see it on the screen right now. It's Alex McDougall playing Tyranids, Canada's hometown hero.
One
of 2.
Hive mind standing.
Yeah, and one of 2 Canadians still in the running versus Evan Thompson, who you may remember from last year's LVO when he made it to the top 4 with Custodes, this time playing Tau. The mission we're using here that was rolled on is Death and Zeal. Adam, do you want to go over Death and Zeal for us?
This is a hold 1, hold 2, 5 objective mission played in table quarters. We were already, I already had a little talk with Thompson as I was walking past, and he was very worried about this with how close all those Raveners, all that Kraken, juicy, aggressive stuff can start next to his army. And should Alex go first, he's got some concerns. This is the sticky objective mission. So if you control the objective with OBSEC units and then move off it, you retain control of it. In addition, there is an extra progressive component. It's called Direct Assault. And then at each player's turn, the player whose turn it is scores 2 victory points, or 3 if they satisfy both of the following. They hold every objective marker on the table, or they hold at least 1 objective marker they did not hold at the start of their turn. And they destroyed at least 1 enemy unit that was in range of an objective marker. I almost expect both of them to do this every turn, but in different ways.
Yes. This is definitely going to be a pretty high-scoring mission for both players, or at least it should be. The one thing we need to remember is last year, Alex McDougall lost his chance at getting into the finals of the LVO because he forgot the mission that he was on had sticky objectives. So I'm really looking forward to seeing if he forgets again so that I can
meme on him for
the rest of his life.
No 12 months.
So we've already talked about the mission. Let's get into
the lists. So, your boy, you're gonna do the Nids. I'm gonna do the Tau. Matt Estrada is a Tau Sept army. He's got double
Evan
patrol.
Thompson.
There's 4 Tau players here. Evan Thompson has a double patrol and a supreme command, so you know he has Shadow Sun. He starts off with Anvar, who's essentially a super chaplain for all intents and purposes. Gives out a lot of beautiful buffs, gets you some CP as well. He has a Cold Star Commander, absolutely tooled up to the 9s, the projectors, the rerolls to hit, rerolls to win, position to the Hunter. 10 Kroot, 2 Sunshark Bombers, because why would you ever not play them in Nephilim? Then he's got a second patrol. This one has a Crisis Battlesuit Commander with an advanced burst cannon, all that good stuff, a bit of a flamer, a bit of a target lock, bit of a bits and pieces. Long Strike, which is going to be pretty key here. If you can do things like popping the Tyrant Guard, it will happily one-shot a Hive Tyrant for you. 10 more Kroot, and then 2 fatty units of Crisis suits. Each one, I think, is of 5 suits with cyclic, ion, plasma rifles, and burst cannons. So it's a pretty standard loadout.
Pretty standard, like the triple threat. Make sure you have a way to deal with any target.
Yeah, and then he's got 2 units of 4 Kroot. That makes up the list. So it is. I like to call this the double duty, the double everything. He's got only 1 long strike, but he's got 2 commanders, 2 crisis suit units, 2 bombers. It's the 2 of everything good, essentially.
It's a deadly list, and it's performed extremely well at this LVO. We always knew it could be an issue, but it really outperformed the Thousand Suns lists we expected to see, which, I mean, there are still a couple in contention.
One.
That being TJ Lanigan. And it outperformed the Tyranids list as well, which there's
only
now
one.
still only one remaining. The
So-
two, what we would have considered the two top lists coming into this event.
So there's no Sisters, there's no Necrons, there's two Demons, 2 Space Marines, which are both Blood Angels, but there's 4 Tau. Tau have
4
absolutely
Tau.
been annihilating people.
It's been an amazing thing. Some of it has to do with the terrain. Some of it just like the caliber of players that brought Tau. Because we see like Brad Chester's still in it with Tau. Evan Thompson, who has made it a long way already. Nassim Fuchain. This is becoming the Tau show, and it's beautiful. I actually appreciate the fact that Tau are getting this kind of last stand because they weren't talked about enough, I think, in the last couple of months
as
for
a
how
top,
good they were
as a top contender. People were looking so much at Necrons for a long time, and then they dropped off. People were like, oh, it's all about the Tyrion, it's all about the T-Suns. But man, I mean, I think Tau absolutely annihilate T-Suns. There is some tech that has been added to this Tyranids list to make it better into the Tau matchups. We see the double Flyrants, the double units of Hive Guard as well, because what they were finding is that the Sun Sharks, when they went first, could easily pick up 1 unit of Tyrant Guard, exposing the Flyrant, who would just get one shot by Long Strike. And so now there's the double units for the double redundancy there, so it's going to be a lot harder.
So let's go over the Tyranid list real quick while they're starting their deployment here. So Alex McDougall, he's a long-time Tyranid player. He's never really dropped them. He's running Kraken, as we had come to expect. He's got 3 Tyrant Guard, a Zoanthrope with Neuroparasite and Synaptic Lure. He's got, that's 3 Zoanthropes. He's got a Neurothrope with Onslaught and Direct Guidance for the Warlord trait. He's got his 1 Winged Hive Tyrant with Onslaught as well, and Psychic Scream. He is running Maw-Claws of Thyrax on that one. That is a relic that gets stronger and stronger the more units that the Hive Tyrant is able to kill.
It already starts pretty damn strong.
Yeah, and it already starts quite strong. He's got, for troops, 10 Gargoyles. He's got another 3 Tyrant Guard, another 3 Zoanthropes. He's got a unit of 5 Raveners, a unit of 4 Raveners. He's got a second patrol of Kraken, this time with the Hive Tyrant with the Reaper of Obliterax. This is a close combat monster in the extreme. He does extra mortal wounds. He ignores all sorts of different abilities of your opponent. He's meant to just pick up entire swaths of units. This squad does have 3 Tyranid Warriors, 2 of them with Death Spitters, 1 with a Venom Cannon. Give him a little bit of extra shooting range in the backfield. He's got 3 Venom Thropes, which are just like one of the better utility units in the game. A Parasite of Mortrex, which is actually kind of Alex's little special treat that we don't see as often, even though it is a fantastic unit.
It's amazing, and it's actually going to be really good in this matchup, I believe.
He's got 3 Biovores, and he's got a Sporocyst. So Adam, just talk to me for a minute about a Sporocyst, because fortifications have not been a thing in this game for a while, and then the Sporocyst started just showing up everywhere.
It's a sentient scrotum.
That is true.
That shoots out spore mines every turn. It's got a bunch of guns as well. They have to shoot the closest targets if available. It only hits on fire, so that's not why it's here. It's here to create and generate a spore cloud. When combined with the Biovores, just get in the way, and should you touch them, deal you mortal wounds. Now, what's a big deal for Tau is that they have a lot of guns, so they can pick these things up, but every time they have to shoot a nice gun that could be shooting something good at something like a spore mine, it's just something that's not going where it needs to be, into strong, tough, imposing, terrifying units.
And right now we're seeing that they're going through their deployment. It's a lot of range measurements. We talked to Evan pre-game a little bit about the matchup. He's a little nervous because of the terrain.
Yeah, because the terrain is good for the Nids, and they got first placement. You see that L in the middle of the table?
Yes.
That was Alex's first piece of terrain being placed, and it's the perfect staging area to get a lot of your army behind it, and then just dive bomb into the tower lines.
And the thing about Death and Zeal, the way that the deployment works is it's corner deployment, but you basically get almost the entirety of a quarter of the board to use, with the exception of a 6-inch diameter circle, or 9-inch radius in the middle of the board. This means that Alex is starting very close, but more importantly, in a player-placed terrain scenario, he's able to create this this ruin there that's going to block off a lot of Evan's shooting, and it's going to force him to commit a little more. And with the Tyrant Guard in play, with the double Hive Tyrant, he's saving himself from those Sunshark bombers that have proven to be absolutely so deadly as Tau points have changed over time.
With no sarcasm at all, those Tau Bombers might be the best thing in the game right now.
Yeah.
They are absolutely horrific. They do so much heavy lifting. They can go anywhere. I mean, Nassim, I was talking to him before, he's picked up 5 characters by sniping them with planes this event so far. And he could be playing, I mean, he's playing 1 more. He could play 3 more games, pick up 3 more, 4 more characters with him. It's kind of ridiculous.
It's going to be very interesting with Arc of Omens, what Tau are going to do with the Sunshark Bomber basically out of play.
Yeah, look, I'm not convinced they're untakeable. I don't think you start with every list with 2 of them anymore, though.
No, the CP usage you have to do because they have to start in reserve is a big deal.
Well, you don't need they go on reserve for free.
I believe flyers have to pay.
Oh, okay.
Regardless, we're not in Arc of Omens right now. We're still playing Nephilim.
Yeah, that's Monday talk.
That's Monday talk. Let's take it for a second and let's look at the secondaries because we do have them popped up here. So Alex has chosen Cranial Feasting, Banners, and Warp Ritual. So Banners, this is a very common one. You folks at home, if you've watched 40K before, it's kind of like a catch-all secondary. If you place a unit on an objective, they can choose to perform an action where they place a banner on that objective, and as long as no enemy units come into that objective and take it down, they score 1 point per turn on that on those objectives. And then Warp Ritual. This is kind of like easy points for Alex.
Absolutely. This is the easiest points he's going to get.
Because Tau do not have very many ways to deny casts. And I'm not even sure if Evan's list has a way to deny.
It does.
So in that case, it's basically free points. He'll be able to score up to 12 points on Warp Ritual.
And that's performed by having a Psyker do a psychic action, so essentially cast a spell. The exclusive spell, you can't cast anything else unless otherwise stated. Within 6 of the middle of the board, I'm going to just assume that L terrain piece was placed so we can place a unit perfectly within 6 into that corner of that ruin.
And what I've seen, because I've watched a few of Alex's games at this event when I've had any kind of break, is it's normally going to be his Neurothrope because it will often survive most things popped into it, so he can easily sit in the middle and that's all he uses it for. Now, Cranial Feasting, this is a Tyranid-specific secondary. And Adam, do you want to talk to me a little bit about this?
This one is the spicy pick. I'm not sure if there was a better pick or if this is just if I am winning, this is going to make sure I win. Like if I get to grips with him. So this is each time an enemy character, model, or unit champion. So anytime a sergeant is dead, anything of that nature is destroyed by a melee attack made by a Hive Tendril model. So anything in Alex's army, roll a d6. Add 2 to the result if the Hive Tendril model has the feeder tendrils keyword, which is lictors and things of that ilk. And add 2 to the result if the destroyed model has the character keyword. On a 6, you gain a CP. But how many points do you get for this? You get. It's a bit to explain.
Yes.
You get 3 points if you gained 1 or more command points during this turn due to the secondary. So if you just get 3 points if you generate the CP. So on a 4+, if you kill a character in melee, you get a CP and you get 3 points. 1 victory point for each enemy unit champion that is destroyed in melee. 3 points for each enemy character unit, and score 3 additional victory points if the enemy warlord is destroyed. If you're destroyed by a melee attack. So it's essentially an assassinate with some extra goodness.
Yes.
Where this comes in is that there's units in the opposing army that are very much throwaway units, like the Crisis Commander, the Cold Star Commander, who likes to shoot on and jump on in and snipe things like Neurothropes, things like, or try and finish things like Hive Tyrants. You do that, you're going to get a lot of points. Looks like we are into turn 1, and who went first?
So it sounds like Tyranids went first, and from what I'm told, Alex kept 1 unit of Raveners in reserve, so basically everything else is in play here for him.
I would like to point out the secondaries before we head over to the players. So the secondaries for Evan, he's gone no prisoners. So essentially every 10 kills, 10
every
wounds,
10 wounds that he does to he's going to, and it's rounded up.
Yep.
And there are 127 wounds in Alex's army, so he'll be able to score a maximum of 14 because of Warlord. Correct.
Yep. Then decisive action, depending if we're going to have to ask our table boss when they get a chance to tell us if Evan has gone into Kauyon or Montcar, because that'll tell us which way decisive action is going to score. But essentially, it's Stranglehold. So holding more objectives than your opponent at the bottom of your turn for 4 points, but either if he's chosen Mondkar, it's the first 3 turns. If he's chosen Kalyon, it's the last 3 turns. And if I was him, I would have chosen Kalyon. I don't know how you feel about it.
And this maxes out at 12, as just like Warp Ritual, so Evan can max out at 97 points. Now, points don't matter as much in this because this is a shadow round. They do not count towards ITC. It's just win or lose here, guys. And lastly, he took Aerospace Targeting Relay.
So this is a very interesting one. So essentially, you put a token at the midpoint of every table border, at the border of every table. So you see, we've got a short edge coming down the left-hand side of our beautiful view of the top down. So literally 22 inches up from either side, either long edge, there is a counter, a theoretical counter there, that if a unit does an action within range of 3 inches of that counter, they will get a bunch of points. And it goes up by the amount he's able to do. Naturally, the ones that are on the long edge on Alex's side of the table is going to be very hard to do because it's exactly 30 inches up right in the middle. So literally anything in his arm, you can charge anything that goes there. Yeah. It's kind of... You do 2 really easy, and then if you're winning, you slam down, you can get 4. You could do multiple in the same turn. I've seen good tower players like Hayden Waldock do all 4 in the same turn. Because he's just like, I spend 4 turns tabling you, then scramble, action, bang, take all the points.
In this scenario where we're not playing for points, this is more of a lot of people would call it a win more secondary. But the big thing is that what it's going to do is it's going to force Alex to reposition himself to try and decline that, so that if he falls on his back foot, he doesn't fall too far behind.
I would like to say our table boss has updated us. Kalyon has been selected, as we were pretty sure it would. Yeah. It's the vast superior one in this matchup. Zach Stoltz has asked a very interesting thing about this shadow round. So how does the shadow round usually work, mate?
So the normal way a shadow round works is we select... FLG will select a number of players that automatically make it into the last day of the event, and generally it's based on how many undefeated we're going to have. Yeah. In this case, because we had 15 undefeated players, to make sure we had a real top 8 and to make sure that all undefeated players had a shot at making it all the way in, Sean Naden, who finished first, was allowed to skip the shadow round, and he's going to move straight into the next day. We interviewed him earlier, and he's gotten to go take a bath and do whatever he wants. The next 14 players had to play in this round in order to make that, like, the 7 winners have to make it through.
So it's essentially we had 15 undefeated. So either everyone has to play and one person with a draw gets in, or we just cut to the undefeated players and the top guy gets a pass, which is what they chose to go with. So literally Sean Naden, being the top seed right now, got the free pass into the finals, making it essentially every LVO bar 1, he's made the finals. What a freak. Yep. And great to see him back in fine form. But yeah, everybody else has to battle it out, and no one else gets a free pass.
And to be honest, last LVO he was also undefeated, I do believe, with a draw. With last year, several draws were allowed to make it into the shadow round.
Exactly right. All right, we're gonna give you a little bit of call. We got wonderful table bosses stationed at every other of our tables. Naturally, if you so please, you can go and double screen. And I highly suggest you double screen if you have 2 screens. Our wonderful game and the Nassim Fushane versus what's his name?
Nassim.
Nassim and another gentleman.
Jay
Edgar, that's it, with the CSM. Empress Children versus Tau is also being played over on War Games Live. You should definitely double screen that. But I'm about to give you guys an update from our table bosses. We have one stationed at every other table here. The TJ Lanigan versus Jack Halfster game. What's happened there so far?
So TJ selected No Prisoners, Psychic Prowess, and Psychic Interrogation for his secondaries. Jack chose Banners, Fury of the Lost, and Shock Tactics. These are the secondaries he always selects. TJ got to choose first terrain, and Jack got to go first. And this is an interesting thing for Jack. TJ is always a very defensive player. He likes to stay back. He doesn't mind sacrificing a 0 or a 4 on his first turn to force you to come to him. And the thing is, oftentimes when you play into a Blood Angels player, they're very aggressive. Exactly. Jack is the opposite. Jack has built a list that very much loves to get 4 on Fury and on Shock Tactics by doing basically nothing.
Well, this is exactly right. So if TJ just stays back, Jack already starts up the board. He already has infiltrators. He's going to start up the board. Those infiltrators are going to be really key to stop all the redeploys and the re-deep strikes and gates from the Cult of Duplicity psychic power. So Jack can sits pretty stable and just rack up to 12s and not leave. Just sit still and then really be able to respond to anything TJ tries to do. So Jack going first is pretty good for Jack, I believe. The next matchup we've got is Matt Estrada versus Matt Morrisoli. The Battle of the Mats.
The Battle of the Mats.
One shall be in our top top 8, one shall fall and be a lesser Matt.
Lesser Matt. So Matt Morrisoli here. He was just on stream if you were paying attention earlier. He's running Chaos Demons, a very interesting Chaos Demon list, the Yu-Gi-Oh list we're now calling it.
Oh Jesus!
And he is playing into Estrada, playing Tau. Estrada chose Decisive Action, Aerospace Relay, and Bring It Down, versus Soli choosing Reality Rebels, Warp Ritual, and Bring It Down. Estrada got first terrain. They're just finishing up terrain setup right now, so we haven't seen who's gone first. I believe they're just moving into deployment. We'll get more information as it goes.
Next we have Nick Nanavati versus
Ben Jones.
Nick has taken Banners, Grind, and Reality Rebels, and then Ben has taken No Prisoners, Retrieve Data, and Assassinate. Ben got the first terrain drop and first turn. Warwalkers have pot shot Kairos, Fate Weaver, and a few Flamers, killing one Flamer and taking 4 wounds off the big bird himself. Striking Scorpions charge Nurglings, killing them, and completes his first R&D. Then I think he's tapped it over to Nick for the bottom of turn 1.
That's a pretty big turn for Ben. It doesn't sound like a lot, but those Warwalkers, they're kind of a key unit for his army. We saw Stephen Box and Ben running very similar lists and doing very well at this event with them. Next up, we have Tim Dietlifs playing into Mike Porter. So Mike Porter is one of the players still in the running to win the ITC at this event. I believe he's in the top 5.
One of 2 UK players as well. He's third. He's third in the world.
Third in the world.
He's the top ranked player in the world. Right. I know Jack Harpster is number 2.
Yes.
So number 2, number 3 still represented.
And the thing about Mike Porter here, he is 31-1 this year in play.
Insane.
He's one loss to Ennis Wilson. He's practically undefeated, and he's like that every year. It's just he doesn't often get to attend as many gigantic events. This is his first time, I think, coming to LVO, and he's been really dumpstering people here.
He's been kind of the best or second, third best player in the UK for many a year.
Yeah.
It's only really this year we've gotten to put his name on the map.
And he plays everything, and he does it all well.
Yeah, he's all
so
top shelf.
both players took behind enemy lines, Weave Veil, and Deadly Performance, because this is a mirror match, by the way.
Harlequins
on Harlequins.
Both Light Sadeth as well.
Yeah, Mike got first terrain drop and first turn. Another thing about Tim Dietlifs, he's on Team Canada, so he's my favorite to win this, even though I know Mike is kind of considered a bit of a thing. Tim's a bit of a Sasquatch, but we all love him. Mike's runs a troop unit into Tim's backfield objective, charges a Star Weaver to get his early points for behind enemy lines and Weave Veil, and then past his turn. So we're moving into Tim's turn. We're going to see what happens next.
I'm really interested to see if this is just going to be a little points here, points there, very cagey game, or if it's just going to be shove it in, I think I'm going to win.
Honestly, having watched both of these players play, I would not be surprised if we have 3 turns of tit for tat, and then almost a mirror in how they do everything. Leave it to dice, and then it's turn 4, turn 5 to see who has the better go.
Yeah, absolutely. Throw haymakers. Lastly, we have Brad Chester versus Oliver Smith. Their secondaries is Banners, No Prisoners, and Decisive Action for Brad. And then Oliver has taken Relentless Assault and Banners and Kill Units from Reserve. Kill Units from Reserve, that's a Death Company one, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah.
So Oliver reserved a drop pod with 2 units of devs inside it and 8 Sanguinary Guard.
Taking the devs in Blood Angels, I love it.
Yeah, I love it too, because it often doesn't have a lot of shot. They often Blood Angels often don't have much shooting in their list.
And there's no downsides to the pod in this army. When you play it in all shooting army like Iron Hands, people can really use that pod against you. Oh, cool. Congratulations, you charged the pod and I can't shoot you. Enjoy your Sangard.
Enjoy your Sangard. Enjoy your Death Company. Brad chose to reserve his Crisis Suits. I believe 1 squad from what I can see here. Brad did get to go first. So this is an interesting matchup. They're playing on the Sisters of Battle terrain, one of the newer sets from FLG. It's got a lot of line of sight blocking. It's not great for Brad. So I'm very curious. It's going to be, in my opinion, what the Sun Shark Bombers are going to be allowed to do turn 1 as to how this game kind of goes. Brad's an excellent player. He's always at the tops of the ITC. Oliver is actually well known for being a White Scars player, if I recall. So moving to Blood Angels, a big thing for him. I'm curious to see how this game plays out.
Exactly right. I think, are we into the bottom of turn 1, or are we still playing in McDougal's plane? Looks like he has spread his army pretty well. Looks like we've got some gargoyles that have gone down onto the bottom right-hand objective. The middle objective doesn't look like it's got anything on it, unless that is a Neurothrope under that.
I believe he does have a Neurothrope and some Tyrant Guard. That's in that middle.
Just how imposing is that flyer range, just hanging out there, being blocked by all these other units. I mean, it's really hard to get lines of fire on it. You have to go to such extremes. Those crates are beautifully placed by Alex as well. I just want to draw people's attention to those crates in the upper left-hand quarter. that blocks so much line of sight. There's
Yeah.
so much line of sight. There's such a useful placing of them. And of course, should he go into the bottom right-hand quarter to get line of sight into that middle, he's just going to get eaten alive by so many units.
And we do see that Alex also placed, it looks like 5 or 6 spore mines on that top left objective, right beside, what are those we have here? Those
Crute to the left of that L in the top left-hand quarter. So I call this paying the spore tax.
Yes.
If you want to interact, he's on the other side of the terrain, so they have to come up into range of the spore mines to shoot the spore mines, a la they get killed by the spore mines.
Yes.
That's a really, really clever thing. So honestly, spore mines are BS. They're total BS. They shouldn't exist. And happy they don't.
Yeah.
Come Monday, they don't. Yay. Happy days.
Now, we are having some pretty interesting conversation with the players. How about we cut to them just for a second,
Yeah.
and we'll get some updates for you, and we'll come right back.
You got it, boys. Okay, player marks are hot. I'm not getting it.
Yeah, unfortunately for me.
Hit the wrong slider, don't worry.
I can fire and fade back, so I'll be hanging out here, and you will come try to gobble me up, potentially.
Our dealer.
And there's a 5-man Ravener there. So let's go from the back guy even. Piece here. Yeah, I can still grab a claw. So okay. So everyone.
Well, remember, you can't get.
Yeah, I'm including that. I'm just talking about the claw sticking out over here, basically. I mean, I don't know if it's necessarily a good play either way. I'm coming super close and maybe killing a couple Raveners. Warriors. Tyrant Guard.
Yeah.
3/3.
Yeah.
Oh, you did do me. Cool. Well, and then there's 3 Hive Guard, a Tyrant Guard back there somewhere. Yeah, cool. The only thing long strike could try to do is take a big shot on this angle. I guess your little thing is sticking out a little bit. So I can, how many wounds is your spore assist?
10.
Cool, so if I come to about here, I'm still over your little claw that sticks out. That model is so giant. I'm just going off the little piece sticking out. And so I should be able to sit about right here. Could take a shot at you with long strike. Hopefully kill that guy. I'm going to ask you 100 times the spore mine rules. So someone's going to run into you and take mortals.
Yep.
You roll on a 1, it's nothing, and on a 6, it's 3.
1 is nothing, 2 to 4 is 1, 5 and 6 is 3. D3.
5 and 6 is D3, got you.
Yeah, and I should have them all 3 inches on the closest point. So.
What do you mean 3 inches? Just so if I step on it.
You got to
of course, yeah, 100%. So what is that on average?
This should average 6.
Average 6? Cool. I'm going to give you my Kroot dogs.
Okay, I'm going to take them.
Sorry, one thing. The only other thing I could possibly do is come on the other side, hang out over here with the Kroot dogs.
Try, yeah.
And then just airburst you.
Remember, if you even on the passing through,
even on the passing through. Yeah. So 3 is there. The only thing is I move 12 and I get to reroll advances for free, so pretty reasonable that I could go like that. And then I airburst you. You better die. It'd be awkward if you don't. And then I have 4 Kroot just kind of holding their, you know what's in their hands. But I mean, it's kind of a meme that you then have to go put them back there. So yeah, so we're gonna not kill myself for no reason. That's fine. Longstrike's gonna come here and try to shoot there. Dogs are gonna do that play. I don't think anything's coming out really. There's no meaningful reason to. If I jump to here and I shoot 5 plasmas at these Raveners, and then I fire and fade 6 inches, I wind up here roughly. What does this do for me? Where are your other Raveners? Oh, in reserves.
Not on the board, yeah.
Sorry. Great. That's good to know.
Yeah, you're not about to like, they're here.
Yeah, I'm like, oh.
Surprise!
Cool. So you have reserves coming in. Tyrants are 12 wounds. Sweet. And they move 12 base.
17.
Because why
Fair
not?
and balanced.
17.
I'm pretty sure it's a leftover from the old Tyranny Codex where they were like, that's fine, they don't do anything. And they're like, hey, let's make them destroy the world.
It sounds like they destroy the world.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So if I try to do a move block with these Kroot, and I come step here, and then you're going 17, so you're not clearing this funky crater. So you are going to get stuck wherever my move block is. And then I got to have Kroot, or my guy's healthily here, about a 9-inch charge, roughly. Something like a -2. It's probably not that exciting for you to take. So I will do that, and I'll just try to kill 5 Raveners, and then tell me what could threaten me. Nothing really could get here, because I'm move blocking that guy. Raveners are going to show up potentially over here. And they just have to make a 9-inch charge out of Deep Strike. Which is
Okay, Evan is sitting here
so they're just going
talking
to
out
shoot the
his...
Crisis, but then you aren't going to take an 11-inch
essentially
charge out
talking
of
out
Deep
his
Strike, so that doesn't sound that exciting
and
for
he's doing a
anybody.
really good job of talking it out, but he's not going to, I don't believe he's accomplishing much with what he's doing. He's going to shoot some warriors, what I believe are warriors, in the middle here, between the two Flyrants, and then he's going to fire and fade back to hopefully a position of safety. And hopefully he's measured out all these things, because that Flyrant might be able to make it from there. And yeah, should be pretty spicy. I liked how he negotiated the spawn mines. I thought that was quite clever.
Yes, it was like, I love how he talked it through. He worked his way through, figuring out exactly what he needed to do. And it sounds like his plan is to advance his Kroot dogs, his Kroot hounds, around, because they have a good 12-inch move. They re-roll advances for free. It's more than likely he's going to get a 16, 17-inch move off this and easily get around them, and then he can use his airburst fragmentation shots to kill the spore mines. Now, we do have an update from the field from Dustin Henshaw himself. It looks like he is far less wet now that there are less people in the room. So we're going to cut to him any moment just to get like an actual live update on what's been going on.
Beautiful. We'll see you soon, guys.
You're live. Thanks, Falcon. I'm actually quite dry right now. I have not had to run around. Everybody's a lot more closed in, so I do have some quiet updates for you. TJ versus Harpster. That means TJ took no prisoners, psychic prowess, and psychic interrogation. Jack took banners, a Fury of the Lost, and shock tactics. TJ got the first terrain, and Jack went first. Sorry, I'm trying to get the rest of these up here. Matt versus Matt Morrisali, and his Matt Mirror is undefeated right now. Estrada took decisive action, Bring It Down, and Aerospace Relays. Morrisali took Reality Rebels, a Warp Ritual, and Bring It Down. And Estrada got first terrain, and Morrisali got first turn. Nick versus Ben. Nick took Banners, Grind, and Reality Rebels, and Ben took No Prisoners, Retrieve Data, and Assassinate. Ben got the first terrain drop and the first turn. Warwalkers pot-shot Kairos and a few Flamers, killing 1 Flamer and taking 4 wounds off Kairos right away. Striking Scorpions charge some Nurglings, killing them, and completes the first R&D. Next turn 2, the 2-man Flamers hit the Scorpions back, killed 4 of them, and the Smites killed a Warwalker past his turn. Tim versus Mike in the mirror match of Harlequins. Both players took behind enemy lines, Weave Veil, and Deadly Performance. Mike gets first terrain drop and first turn. So Mike runs a troop unit into Tim's backfield objective and charges the Star Weaver to get his early points on behind enemy lines and Weave Veil, and then passes turn. Or sorry, not Weave Veil. The Deadly Performance. Tim got the first, when his first turn, he did get Weave Veil because those troops were in his back line. Moves a 2-man bike squad up, fires 2, dealing 2 damage to a Star Weaver and firing and fading to get behind enemy lines. Troops charge his home objective to clear it, get his full deadly points, and charges the Troop Master into the Bike Solitaire, who did survive, and then counterattack, turning off the involts and killing the Troop Master. But he also charged another 5-man Troop Master into Mike's outside objective and put him down to a 4 on his first turn. Brad Chester versus Olive Smith. Secondaries, Brad went Banners, Prisoners, and Decisive. Oliver went Relentless Assault, Banners, and Kill Units from Reserve. I guess that's what it's called now. Oliver's Reserve had a pod with 2 devs in it and an 8-man setting guard. Brad reserved 1 Crisis Squad. Brad goes first to put up 2 banners, and Oliver, his bomber, was killed. That is your update right now. Back to the main game. We'll be back later.
Okay, folks, listen, we're back. This has been some pretty intense games. We're getting even more and more updates as things go by. We can see the tables from here.
Yeah.
I just watched a Sunshark bomber go down on Brad. I'm seeing Nick has been hemmed into his corner already, so he's sweating really hard into this Sirianni game.
Before we get any further, there was 2 people who subscribed while Dustin was popping off, and thank you very much to both of you. I didn't catch your names, unfortunately.
One I believe was Katuska.
Katuska,
and I do not remember the other.
The other one, but it was 2 words. Definitely 2 words.
Definitely
it was more than
words.
1.
Guys, we're really sorry. We're 4 rounds deep, 7 rounds deep on this whole thing.
We do want to say we really appreciate it. Thank you for all your support. We couldn't do it without you. And yeah, look, this shooting phase is pretty. I don't think it's going to accomplish a lot. The board position from Alex is really intimidating.
Yes.
It's really intimidating.
Yeah, Alex has posted up very well. We're still doing the movement phase for Evan, so we didn't miss a whole lot. We're seeing he's kind of screening out some area to avoid having a Ravener death happen. Also keeping that Hive Tyrant honest.
Well, another big deal here that we haven't pointed out is this is Towsep, not Farsight.
Yes.
So that -1 to hit from the Venom Thropes is really impactful here.
Really impactful. Farsight is often the more common list you're going to see, but you lose out on things like Long Strike by taking it. Long Strike being in that backfield is a big bonus.
Evan's taken the full complement of Tau characters. He's got Arnvar, Long Strike, and he's got Shadow Sun.
Yeah, so like he's gone all in on his shooting game. At the sacrifice of the close range game, which is what Farsight tends to do a little bit better.
So an interesting predicament for Evan is that if he doesn't clear the middle, I don't believe he has the ability to clear the middle objective. He has to clear the bottom right-hand objective. If he doesn't clear that, he's just giving up a 12, and that could already be game losing in a game that I believe is going to be really tight.
And I believe his current plan is to have those crisis suits and the Sunshark bomber plus everything else try to at least kill the. I believe it's 4 Raveners that are in the bottom right-hand corner. Because if he can do that, all that's left are Gargoyles and a Sporocyst. It's a little bit easier to deal with.
Yeah. So those 4 Raveners in the bottom right?
I believe it's a 4 or 5 man unit that are in that ruin, as far as I've been told.
Wow, fantastic! Yeah, they have to go. They can't stay there. They have how much? They move? What is it? 12?
I believe they move 10. We'll
10,
have to be corrected.
But it's Kraken, so they auto advance 8 if they want, and then they can advance and charge. So it's 30-inch threat range. It's really quite terrifying.
I'm going to go double check on that because I know Alex did put 4 of them in reserve, but I believe I'd heard that Evan's plan was to go over there and kill Raveners. We overheard him. Now, he may have also just misspoke.
No, I believe it's because the Raveners are the unit he can see in the middle.
If he goes over there, then he gets the angle over the crates.
Yeah, over the crates into the Raveners that are hanging out at the back between the 2 Flyrants. I think it's only Gargoyles at the bottom right. But go have a look for us, brother. We're going to go to a bit of table audio.
Okay.
Diffie, you are absolutely correct. We have discovered that my usual cadence and decibels is just a lot of information we don't want to give the players, unfortunately. So yeah, we're going to be talking real quiet like.
Cool. I'll just have to do with somebody later. 6 is here. I could run Long Strike over, but then I'm kind of getting closer. Too messy. We're not going to bother. I guess I could have the Long Strike's drones do it because the unit can do it, even though the drones can't. So if Long Strike's drones come here, can I get coherency? No, not happening. I'll go for it next turn. Okay, that's fine. And we'll have our buffs up for next turn if need be, within 12, and the squad is just going to run over there and do nothing.
Yeah. They're doing the action, aren't they?
The character is.
Oh, it can be character?
Yeah, it can be character. It's just infantry.
Yep.
I'll just roll in advance for them. It doesn't really matter.
Okay.
Cool. So let's say back guy 13. If he's really tucked in there.
Falcon, how's the white noise in your ears?
Cool.
After two
And
days
the
of
Ravenous
flying.
gonna
After
shoot
2
me.
days of
That's kind of a
sitting
long
in this
charge to go get
gigantic
two.
hall,
Drones are gonna
like
follow,
all I
buddies.
hear is ringing and all I smell is sweat.
I'm reminiscent of some drunken moments at film festivals in my teens, where I go to work the next day and the next week and just be like, huh, what? Couldn't hear a thing.
Yeah. So doing this with a bit of the whisper that we have is actually also a little unnerving because we have noise-canceling headphones on.
Yes.
And we're talking very quiet, so I don't know what I'm actually saying, everyone. I apologize in advance if I make fun of any of you, if I say anything untoward.
He's not sorry.
I really don't know. But yeah, so I got to took a chance to take a look at where things are placed because of some of these hidden units in ruins. So yeah, so we do have the 5 Raveners in the middle, like you described. Yeah. Also in there is a unit of Tyrant Guard. The Parasite of Mortrex is in there. And the Tyranid Warriors and the Hive Tyrant. In the back, he does have all his Neurothropes. I believe the 6 Zoanthropes, I meant to say, and the Neurothrope are in the top right.
It's a shooting phase. We should check this out.
Okay, let's cut to the shooting phase.
We talked about. And they're just chapter mastered, trying to blow up those guys. Cool. This is a crazy play. What a start. Long strike. My one marker can't see, so we don't have markers this turn. One
bang.
shot.
Yep.
On a 3.
Hits.
Wounds.
Yep.
You die.
Yep.
Cool. Let's do the. I'm sorry. I obviously start with the fire and fade as we discussed.
Yeah. So you're down to 1 CP?
Yes. I'm down to just toss me 1. Okay. 3s reroll once. Reroll.
4s reroll once.
Marker left?
Oh no, you've got.
And I ignore the modifier. Yeah.
Yep.
I'll use the free roll here. Cool. And T4 or T5?
T5.
3s. Just 3, please.
Okay. AP?
AP4. Okay. Flat 3.
Okay.
That's all I got there.
Okay.
This dude, I don't think he could see anything with his incredibly long move, so he's I guess I can show a garbage shot. Is this a guy? Oh, that's a character.
Yep.
Can't see anything else anymore. Cool. I could shoot some garbage into there. Can't see these
Wait,
dudes.
flat 3?
Flat 3 on the plasmas.
With 1 wound. I did terrible math.
Oh, they're 4 each?
Yeah.
Oh, strong. Cool. I'll just shoot a missile pot at that guy then.
Good. At this guy?
Yes. All my other guns are out of range except for my airburst, which if I shoot these guys, they grow back onto my objective, which is already your objective. So it doesn't actually matter. Actually, I just pop these spore mines because they're going to come mortal me. So missile pods, 2 hits, 2 wounds.
Okay. AP?
Sorry. AP 2 damage 2.
Okay. Okay. Both go through.
Nice. Guy and a guy carries onto 2. Airburst over here.
Yeah.
Strong 1. I actually don't want to get eaten by 6 spore mines, which could just blow him up, kind of.
A little bit.
Oh, and that.
Well, they might not make it.
Okay.
I mean, it's a decent roll to get there.
Well, the whole point of this move block is not dying in the movement phase. So, well, okay, it's a 10, right? Or more than 10, so you can't even get there.
I can get there.
You move 6.
They move 4 plus an advance. I'm gonna have to be within 3 inches.
Oh, okay. So if we're, I assume you're basically on the wall.
Yeah.
So 11 inches. So you would need a
4.
4?
Yeah.
I don't love that. Okay. I'm gonna just be an idiot and CP that for no reason into a 1 strong.
Of course.
I hit you on a 3. I reroll for free.
Yep.
I wound you on a 3, so I kill 4 mine.
AP?
Or I guess a 6 up armor. Okay. Nice. Good job. Strong. Really good start.
Okay.
All right, and we got the airburst over there. 5 shots, please. Or 5 number of shots, rather.
This is airburster to here?
Those airbursts are into there.
Oh, okay.
Trying to kill those guys. 12 plus 5.
Okay.
17.
That's all the shots.
So it begins. So chapter mastered, but hitting on 5s.
Okay. Are they minus for advancing or anything?
Just minus for the ballistic thing.
For not being able to see them?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
I guess they, well, minus
the 6s?
Oh, shit, you're right. All right, that was kind of a misplay on my part. There's definitely a way in which that didn't happen in that, but it's totally fine.
I didn't even think about it until right now.
Yeah, it's fine. Cool. 1.
Okay, damage?
I got
wounding, I mean?
Yeah, and I got to reroll my hits too.
Oh, yeah, right, you said chapter master. There you go.
Finally. Cool. Scott. Sweet. 4s, 3s?
I don't know how strong it is.
3s, strength 4. Use a reroll. It's a 4. -1, so 6s, I guess.
I have 3 in cover. Do they ignore cover?
3 of them do. It's fine. You can
I'll
take...
do 1 ignores cover and 2 that. Perfect. So I'll do those 4 total. So 5s. There you go. I'll just fail them.
Cool. Sweet. Nice. You got 1 left though. Okay.
It's something.
Yeah. Well, that didn't exactly go how I planned it, but that's fine. That's my turn.
Yeah.
Over to you, bud.
Okay.
A pretty slow first turn here for Evan. I mean, he did talk it through a lot of the maneuvers, which when you're up against someone like Alex McDougall, who is like a perennial top-tier player, really gets you in that position where you have to think everything through in a game like this. And your round 1 is always going to be a round where you have some padding to do something like that before chaos ensues. He did manage to kill most of the spore mines at the top of the game, top of the field. The big thing was blowing up the spore assist with long strike.
Really
that
big deal there.
Really opens up a lot of movement options for Evan in future rounds. If he hadn't done that, I think he'd be kind of stuck in his corner for the rest of the game, or at least for another 2 rounds, right?
Agreed. I'm looking at the way he's placed his crude hounds, and maybe if he's done this right, they're placed perfectly so that flyrant can't jump them.
No, I believe that was the plan.
Agreed. And I was just looking at that because I was looking at wow, that long strike is in just Reaper range, but that Reaper has to roll a big advance if he wants to get over there, I believe now.
So the spore mines got into the commander here at the bottom of the screen by the looks of things. There were 5, I believe, spore mines inside that ruin. 6 from the spore assist. Yeah. So 5 wounds into the commander. Commander's still alive.
Yeah, 1 wound left. I believe there's 1 wound left on that commander. Are they 6 or 7? They might be 7. But yeah, he's very close to death. In fact, he's probably killable by the gargoyles.
Yeah.
But I know he wants to kill it in combat.
He does, because he wants cranial feasting.
That's
that'll
the thing.
be like 6.
This is what I don't get, because the crude hands are out there to block the Reaper charge, but the commander is just the Reaper charge instead. Because the Reaper flyer, the one was sitting in the front of the table, it's just gonna go eat him, bounce back with overrun, and then we're in a lot of trouble. We're gonna see a bit of measurement coming here from Alex. And all the crude hounds are there to stop the flyer. Can he stop the big Ravener move? I think he's lost 2 from that unit. I don't know if that is the 4 or the 5 man. But yeah, it's going to be pretty. Oh, we just had some big news.
A game has already finished about 15 minutes in, and we're going to get an update.
This is the thing about the Shadow Round. Players don't need to play to conclusion. If it's already overwhelming which player is going to win, there's really no point playing it out. Put yourself through
some of these guys do want to just go home and get some rest.
If there's no coming back, there's no use playing for points. It's just knockout from this point on. So let's go to Dustin, and he went down.
All right, here we go. Dustin, you're up.
Hello, everybody. I do have a very quick update for you because one of our games is over. So we have TJ versus Harvester game. TJ stayed in his corner in turn 1 and killed off the Death Company screen with Cultist and Flamer. And Jack, turn 2, dropped and stayed back in his castle and put his characters in the back corner. Both players doing the math. And Jack can win by just running a primary, and TJ couldn't catch him on primary. And if Jack didn't interact with TJ, TJ can't get secondaries. The game was talked out, and it was decided that Jack did win that game. He is going to be moving on to the finals. There's your update. Back to the main game.
Wow, so there is always when you play a really defensive, passive game, like I said, it happened. Jack just sat behind the infiltrators.
And it was what you and I both mentioned, right? Because of the infiltrators, because of the way the Death Company play, and because of how TJ often loves to do that kind of backup, and like that's his core mentality when he plays. Because Jack's list is a little bit different than most Blood Angels lists.
It's not the Unga Bunga full send Blood Angels.
He can score.
It's the thinking man's Blood Angels.
And he can score 8 on secondary every turn by doing basically nothing.
Well, he got 112, and then he just backed up, scored 8, and realized, you can't catch me unless I give you things to kill. Can't catch me, mate.
Yeah. So that it was kind of an expectation, and TJ does love to play that defensive game.
He does. He loves it. Well, Jack as well, and man, I think Jack going first just cracked it. Just cracked it for him.
That was just like go first game in the end.
Well, only because TJ was passive.
Yeah, if TJ played very aggressive.
In hindsight, TJ just needed to send it.
Yeah.
He would have just he would just actually had to play a game, because Jack was like, well, I got a 12, and now I'm standing in my deployment zone behind infiltrators. Yeah. See you later. Can't wait.
And I'm just going to max shock tactics.
Just
I'm
gonna
going to
max.
probably max Fear of the Lost, and that'll be the game.
Yeah, and that's absolutely it. They gave it that nice little.
Oh, and they
at the
did
end
have
there,
a
which is very
hug that we
nice.
just missed.
I think playing in. I think playing in the shadow round means something to people. To players. Meeting in the shadow round is a pretty special place to play a game, I think. Let us have. Do you see what has happened?
Yes, the back Hive Tyrant made the jump.
Tyrant has made the big yeet. I'm assuming they both rolled advances.
Yes.
And the one that made the big advance, he moved. Yeah. He moved out. We're seeing a unit of Zoanthropes come out as well on the right-hand side. They're probably lining up a smite either into the Crude Hounds or into the Commander. I don't know which one he's made closer, but it's probably the Crude Hounds from this angle, I think.
Looking at this angle, I believe it's the Crude Hounds. We'll find out in a second. But yeah, that's great because it's going to give him the option, like, so no shenanigans happen and he can't jump away.
Yeah. So the fear that I have here for Evan is if. So he can't take the middle objective. The Tau army cannot take the middle objective without getting absolutely eaten. So as long as Alex can maintain supremacy on the bottom right, he can't lose the primary. Yeah. He's just going to win the primary. So anything that comes across the middle line onto the bottom right, he's going to have a response force for. The other issue he has is that if he's able to clear the top left, he gives Evan a 4. And then if he just got a 12, Evan gets a 4, that could already be enough to crack the game. Yeah. So he wasn't moving the flight. He was just seeing if he could place.
No, you know what just happened?
Alex just let him have a take back.
Alex gave him a take back.
Oh, wow.
And that's like really good sportsmanship.
Wow.
Alex moved up, placed his unit, and then Evan said that was his whole point of putting the Crude Hounds there was so that couldn't happen. And then
Alex could have been.
Alex could have just been like, well, you didn't do it.
Too sad, so bad. Game is
over.
But
instead, he said, you know what? No. I get what you were trying to do. I see it now.
That's it.
Go right ahead.
That's
like
top table stuff.
Top
right there.
table sportsmanship here, because that would have been backbreaking. That would have been like a massive loss.
Game's over. Like literally. So he tags long strike.
Yeah.
And then he eats the whole crisis unit.
And it's over.
And it's absolutely over.
So this is, like, I love this. I don't know how to express how much I love this.
This is the kind of stuff we want to bring to you. We want to show you the top level of the game, played with absolute respect for each opponent, and played like gentlemen, but played like savages.
And so now we know what's going to happen is as soon as we cut to the mics, Alex is just going to be swearing a lot. And he's going to be cursing out Evan, calling him an idiot, because that's just how things go, guys. But no, Alex is Canadian. He's not allowed to do that. No. We kick him out. So
yeah, I would take him though. He'd lose his Canadian citizenship. I would hand him an Australian passport.
We shaved his head at Charity Hammer, and he never grew his hair back. Did you know that?
Yeah, I do.
Never once.
You know why?
Because it didn't grow back.
There's nothing to grow.
Anyway.
That soil is desolate.
So how about we cut to the player audio for a little bit here and just hear what's going through Alex now that he hasn't made that move.
This is not going well, bud.
So I'm going to change, because I was thinking I was going to have to burn through them, but now that they've moved back, I'm just going to do this. I'm going to get a clean shot there.
Yeah.
Yeah, now it's
why
is that commander there?
Yes. But then you simply do shots through here.
You just fall back and shoot. Is there any penalty?
Not with the buff.
Okay.
Yeah. Turn 3, 4, 5. I get
These
fall
guys
back
are
and shoot.
just dead anyway.
At -1.
Okay.
These guys will also get reroll ones to hit off the other tyrant.
Sure. How is that game over already?
Okay, I'm not going to put that there yet because it's about to get really challenging otherwise.
No worries.
The crew don't get to use the strat, do they?
No.
Okay. Just slow my
So you'll
charge
have like
down.
A 4-inch charge?
Yeah, something like that.
Sweet.
Okay, and then we're going to throw them in.
Try
we're going to throw her in. Does she fit? She probably doesn't.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Yeah, I want to tell. Okay.
Looks like there's room for one model in the bottom there.
Yeah, that's all it is.
Cool.
And then you're here.
Alright, to get your warp ritual. Cool.
Yeah.
Looks good.
Yeah, that was the positioning from
Totally.
before. Then we'll do Nerf, or these guys will just advance. You're just going to come over and start slamming.
Spock NZ, thank you very much, mate. You are who we are doing this for. All
Yep,
blood, sweat,
only
and tears.
people in New Zealand.
Just literally people named Spock in New Zealand.
Yep.
But thank you very much. It's been an absolute pleasure and honor to bring you these games. And geez, like what games we've had.
What amazing games this entire time.
3 more. 3 more to come. It's
More
hard
to come, and just like the best players.
Yeah.
That made it to this top 15, the top 16.
Except for the Tau players.
Except for the Tau
obviously.
players, they're all awful.
Yeah, no, they're terrible.
Especially Brad Chester.
Yeah,
Look at that guy.
sucks. Yeah,
He's wearing a suit jacket right
He's
in front
trying
of
out.
me.
He's trying to outdress me.
He's trying to outdress
It's not
you,
possible.
of all
Not
people.
possible, mate. You seen this shirt? It's got little bugs on it.
It's got. They're very tiny bugs.
They're mitochondria. They're the powerhouse of the cell. This cell being the commentary team. Yeah.
I like what you did there.
Yeah, it's great.
I really appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks. No worries. Yeah,
I like what you did
I'm
there.
here all day or all night, as it turns out.
Gone down again.
I just gained one on my turn too.
Yeah,
I just didn't
for
mark
sure.
it yet.
So warp ritual goes off, and then we'll do onslaught through the chain. That will still go off on a 6 because it's +1 from the Neurothrope.
Sure.
And then we've got what do we do? What do we make annoying?
What do we make annoying?
Well, I mean, I make everything annoying.
So what do you think those Neurothropes are doing here that he's positioned down?
He's
Or
got him lined
zone
up.
to-
He's got him lined up to take the last two wounds off the
Doesn't
command.
matter what I roll.
Yeah, you got
Good.
He's got the Ravenous
And
there to
then
take out
we
the
will
Kree hounds.
smite
So
characters.
he's really picking up all
which
the
is
little stuff.
nice
He
play.
wants to pick up the little stuff, so he has to make
I'll go
big
off on an
plays
8 and
with
minimum
units
4.
that matter. He has to put crisis suits on objectives. Has to put long strike on
Yep,
objectives.
there goes the boss.
Commander's gone.
Commander.
A bunch of zone tropes there.
Yeah, they're way faster than
That
people
was-
expect.
that was
Yeah.
even
If I didn't really want to make
Yeah.
this, I could have burned this and put them.
That was a
really
mistake
worried.
by Evan.
It
Evan
has to be. Has to be.
Evan was trying to do some kind of move block scenario. He didn't account for how hard it was to clear the spore mines in that bottom right ruin.
Yep.
And then, the Neurothropes, they've got a massive movement and they fly.
The zone tropes. They can
zone
advance. Yeah.
I'm going to say Neurothropes for the rest of the night. Guys, I
Alright.
just want you to know. They will happen.
Shooting phase. Let's see what happens.
One's going through dense, and the others are fine, probably.
Yep.
The other guy's probably fine. 2 that are fine.
Yeah. So we'll do the 6 to start. Rerolling 1s.
Nice. Sweet. 3s, probably. Pick them up. Thank you.
And I guess we'll do 1 Death Spitter here.
Cool.
And then the rest will go here.
Sure.
Yep. So the 1 Death Spitter. 2's rerolling 1s. That's cocked. Rerolling 1s. And then 3's. 2
Is it on these guys?
Yep.
Cool.
Okay. And then we'll do Venom Cannon. How many? Death Spitter into there. All hit.
Nice.
And 3 wounds.
Sweet. What's the AP?
Mine's 2.
It's the same profile, right?
Yep.
All right, yeah.
Yeah, 5-2-1. And then the Venom
1.
Cannon will be the very last shot, which is
Sweet.
I also called going there.
Yeah, you're good. I'm gonna take it on 3 damage. You said 3 wounds.
Yeah.
Take him on the shield runs. Cool.
Nice. Venom Cannons. 2 shots. 2 hits.
Looks like 2 wounds.
1 wound.
4 up.
Good to go.
Cool.
Sulface. So we'll charge here.
Yep. Literally looks like 4. I doubt you're gonna fail it, and you can reroll it.
Yep.
Cool.
Go 9.
Okay. I can buff you in if you want.
Yeah, we'll just do that. That. Yeah.
Should be an inch
yeah.
for what it's worth, so you're just gonna come on in there. No worries.
And then these guys will charge.
Sweet. Into the croutons, I assumed.
Yep.
Yeah. Cool.
Okay. Start here.
Yep. Let's pile you in and say you're engaged. Everyone. Sweet. Assume you're gonna. You might not pick up the squad.
No, not necessarily.
Yeah.
I'll hit.
Sweet. T3.
Choose ruling ones, and then these will choose, obviously.
You're strength 5.
Strength 7.
Okay. So squad.
Yep.
4, 8.
No.
One more.
Yep.
Okay, 1 alive.
Now I just need to make sure that I'm not about to get burnt there.
Yeah.
How many models do you have on?
Shadow Stone, not the drone, so you're not gonna get burnt. I guess you would get burnt there.
How many models do you have?
These 3, you should be touching as we talked about.
Who's this dude?
The one guy left.
Oh, okay, okay. There's just a huge gap there.
Yeah.
So then it would be 3 to 3, and that'll cancel your control.
So yeah, not burnt. I'm not even gonna spend 2 CB auto pass, so you probably just run away
that's
anyway.
true.
This is a massive play for Alec here, making that
reason to
long
give you
advance on the Tyrannic Warriors
to
be able to get this
There isn't
charge
two
off.
attacks.
What
Yeah,
this
it doesn't
does,
matter.
guys, in case you're unaware, which it should be obvious now, he has, by killing off the breachers on that objective, he's stolen it from Evan, and so Evan's going to have a 0 on primary for his second turn.
Alex is going to get max the 3 points on direct assault for the bonus, so he's going to get 15 points on his primary this turn.
Yeah,
actually,
that's a massive
for Evan. Wow, it might just be done already.
Yeah, at this point, like Evan is going to have to really put in everything with these crisis suits to pull the weight.
I'm of the opinion Evan needs to table him.
Yeah,
because I think
and needs to table him in like
next 2 turns. 2 turns there needs to be no more nits, and I'm not sure it can be done.
All right, because using our modifiers.
Yeah. Evan's got to have to focus down these Raveners. He's got to kill those Tyrannic Warriors.
He's got to crack the Tyrant Guard so we can kill the Hive Tyrants. There's so much room to do.
I know T5. I'm T5. Yeah.
Well done, Alex. I think you've already put Evan into a losing position. Tau has a lot of plays.
I mean, he's still got what 10, 12 crisis suits on the board.
10 crisis suits, 1 commander, a long strike, Shadow Sun. He's got a lot of attack, 2 birds,
shooting, and he's got 2 sun bombers that come back on next turn.
Yeah. So it's important to note this is sticky objective mission, but the top left was not stickied because the croutons were not OBSEC, whereas the gargoyles in the bottom right are OBSEC, and now there's like, what does he do? Yeah.
This board state is just really hard to solve.
I'm not sure if you guys are listening to what the players are saying with us, but just said, please guys, if you're at home, do not throw away commanders for no reason. So like really good advice for anybody that wants to start Tau. Don't just let your commander die for absolutely nothing.
People complain about my Talon Masters, and Crisis Commanders make them look like punks.
Yeah.
They're terrifying.
Well, your Talon Masters are garbage too. I hate them.
Yeah,
They're overpowered.
Yeah,
You're overpowered.
You can.
Let's go to sponsors.
Okay, we're going to cut to sponsors here for a moment, guys. Thank you so much for following up. We'll be back in a second.
Alkylabs.com, Metalist.com, Play with Magic, Frontline Gaming, Champions of Tabletop, Best Coast Pairings, Competitive Events Made Easier, The Army Painter, More Time for Gaming. Live game scores are powered by the Tabletop Battles app, available now on Android and coming soon to iOS.
Okay, guys, we're back. Thank you for taking the time to listen to that sponsor. We might cut to sponsor reels every now and then with this because it's because the shout around in this game is moving crazy. I don't know if you overheard during the sponsor reel, Evan is already considering conceding the game because he's not sure how he can make the comeback on points. I believe this is going to be his turn. Well, he's at this point he's trying to figure out how many secondaries Alex is going to get if he doesn't table him, and I think that'll be the difference to see if Evan continues on with what he's doing.
With sticky objectives and only 1 unit of OBSEC left for the Tau, it's just going to be really hard to get any primary points. So he needs to work out how many points he's going to get on secondaries, because that's all that matters. He needs to max the secondary.
get it again. You can barely hear you.
Okay, beautiful. So Evan was sitting there trying to figure out how many secondary points he's going to score versus how many Alex is going to score, because his primary is shot, and Evan's primary is going to stay shot until possibly the bottom of turn 5.
Yeah.
So this is a really rough spot that that Alex has put him in. What he needs to do is essentially nuke Alex's secondaries. But the issue is you got to stop banners. You got to stop warp ritual. I don't know how he does that from this position. Because banners involves being on objectives and taking things down. He can't really do that without getting eaten alive. I think Evan's screwed, but
I really do think that massive advance by those Tyranid warriors really sealed it.
Kraken gonna Kraken, man. He just used the Kraken auto 8 advance and just Unga Bunga straight into that bottom left.
So, guys, I think I saw a question if the game finished earlier. Are we going to stick around? Listen, this is a very important round. We're here for the long shot. We're going to do our best. Even if this game ends quickly, we still have Dustin in the field. Adam and I can take to the field, and we'll do our best to provide you updates right until the end.
We have some of the best cameramen in the business with some of the best cameras money can buy. We will zoom in on whatever freaking table, and me and him will cast.
We'll just stand right beside Brad Chester and drink his wine so he can't.
Wake his partner up who's sleeping on the table next to him.
Yeah, they're so tired. Let's see.
Well,
Hey, Dustin, do you have an update, buddy?
Yikes. Evan is coming to the realization he needs to go absolutely ham, and I do not know how he does go ham. Well, so it needs to be pointed out to Evan, these are sticky objectives.
Evan knows it's stinky. He just mentioned it. I don't think because he was trying to figure out if he killed how many gargoyles we'd have to kill, and then hop onto the objective. And then the thing was he was worried that if he didn't kill them all and Alex rezzed any, the game would be an issue. And then reminded himself, oh, it's sticky objectives. And Alex even brought it up because it's how it screwed him over last year.
Can't take it away anyway. And I suppose that was the point of the Ravener charge. The Raveners are going to hold the crisis suits there. They can't swing around and take
they'd have to they'd have to fall back to do it, and then they're not doing anything else, right?
Exactly.
And then the Raveners have free reign.
So I think he's going to try a Hail Mary with these bombers. These bombers just need to hit everything, wound everything, kill everything. And then it might be a game.
Roll super hot on his mortals, pick up something good. Then that crisis suit on the left can come in, do some kind of cleanup, at least kill the Tyrant Guard and the Venom Thropes in there maybe. Gives him a chance.
Absolutely.
But it's not a big one.
Yeah, it's going to be really hard for him now.
We got an update from Dustin.
We have an update from Dustin on the game's unfolding. We're going to switch over to him and see how the field is progressing.
You're live.
I do have a few little updates for you right now. The Bat versus Matt game has been very cagey. They are now on turn 3, and nothing has happened. They're both staying in their own deployment zones, and we're going to see exactly what's going to unfold in the next couple turns, because somebody's going to have to make a move soon in order for this game to actually get some points scored. Nick versus Ben, the Bloodthirster did go up and hit a few of the Rangers with this flamer, walked into some Warwalkers, and only killed one of them in close combat, but did tie them up, so hopefully he'll be able to do something else with them soon. We're going to see what Ben can do on his turn 2 as well. Tim versus Mike, it is dead even, but Tim does have bottom turn. Mike is not feeling confident because of that. The game is going to be very even for a very long time. We're going to see what happens there. And then Brad Chester versus Olive Smith. Crisis Suits did pick up Sangard, still one on the table and one in reserve, and Oliver puts the Sangard back into reserve. And that is your update for now. Back to the live game.
We back in the booth, Dicky, because we have a special guest who's just wandered over from the wheeled wilds of the mortal realms. Who are you fine gentlemen? Welcome to the show.
Are we live now?
We are live. We're looking into that.
My name is Paul Murphy. Thank you for having me.
The Paul Murphy.
This is the Shadow Round. This is very important for the Las Vegas Open.
It is. This is, oh my lord, it's so nice to have him here. This is the guy who taught me most of what I know about this game.
Oh, you're very kind. Thank you.
Producing this game. Also about dress code as well. I went out of my way and bought some nice shirts in order to try and emulate the finery. This is the Thursday show right here, and we're very grateful to bring it to you. The game as it sits right now, mate, we got Evan Thompson, a top 4 player.
Why are we whispering?
Year, so they can't hear us.
Oh, okay, fair enough. Good call. Yeah, good call.
So Alex McDougall was knocked out on this mission last year. I can't remember if it was by Evan Thompson, but it was by one of the Custodies players. Evan was one of the Custodies players, finished top 4. Alex is enacting his revenge right now. He's done his damnedest to give Evan a 0 on primary last turn, and he's just consolidating his hold on this game. It's really, really cool. How did the AOS go?
Amazing. But I want to talk about Alex McDougall. Do you remember his run from last year?
Yes, dude. Yes, it is. It was phenomenal. He was the Giant Slayer.
Yeah, the fact he's in the position now.
Because he knocked off Manny with all the Drakari, all the racks and everything. He knocked that off. He got another big scalp. I can't remember which one it was, but the dude is turning into an LVO juggernaut. He's carving out his own legend as a kin.
This is his event, right?
Exactly right. Sean Naden, by the way, cashed his check to the top 8.
What?
Yes, he did. He came in number 1, and there was
with no there
was 15 undefeated players. And because of that, top guy got the free pass, and the next 14 had to play in the shadow round. So 7 tables on for us right now and behind us, and 1 man got to sit out and put his feet up.
Are you feeling it's McDougall's run, though?
Oh, dude, I want to see McDougall versus Naden.
Okay.
As the final. Orcs versus Kraken Nids. Just smashing it in the middle. Nothing would be finer. There's a lot of Tau. There's 4 Tau players made the shadow round.
Oh, 4 Tau
4
players.
Tau players, man.
Exciting. What's everybody up to tonight?
Sorry?
What is everyone up to tonight?
Tonight, geez, you're looking at it, brother.
Okay.
After this, I've got a little bit of dinner waiting in the green room. I'm gonna head to the bar, kick back, put my feet up for a couple of minutes, talk some absolute crap, and then get my batteries recharged for this final day. I can't freaking wait, man.
I'm very excited to be here with y'all, and also the Sigmar stuff is amazing. Like all the enthusiasm, the adrenaline, and that kind of stuff has been you can feel it, you can taste it.
It's in the air. The biggest 40k event of all time and the biggest Age of Sigmar event all the time in the same room and the same day. Couldn't make this stuff up. What faction won?
No, it's still undecided.
Oh, really?
They have a whole other day of competition to play.
Wow.
Yeah,
so you're not done either?
No, we're not done. No. We have 3 games tomorrow.
No rest.
It's going to be amazing.
No rest. It's going to be absolutely phenomenal.
I'm going to dip back out, but I just want to say hello. Thank you very much. You're doing
Peace
amazing.
out, guys. You too, brother. Thank you so much for coming on. Okay. Back to the game, guys. We're going to take a little step back and hear from the players.
They have a 4? Yeah. He
Oh,
has 3 of them.
Oh, okay. I thought those guys were just like unkillable.
When they jack their durability like that.
Yeah, that's pretty fair. I'm going to just be as far away from you as humanly possible because you scare me. Being as far as humanly possible actually doesn't ever get me out of your threat range. It's fine. Whatever this is. Can't make it better for me. Long strike will just prepare to blast them because once these guys are dead, you just probably shoot there too. Guess I could see that hive guard because you're in the terrain.
Okay.
I couldn't see that hive guard, so we have options still. That guy?
No. The walls. The whole thing is line of sight blocking.
I think the wall's infinitely
This is the F where it's all blackout.
It just means that there's no windows there.
This is still a full wall, is it not?
I don't think so.
Yeah.
We can ask though.
Yeah, for sure. Where the heck are our judges?
And I do have to kill all these things in my area before any of this actually works.
Trying to figure out a few little bits and pieces. I didn't quite catch what they called
this. This is.
It's gonna be easier to see from this side.
We're listening
Yeah,
to it
this
right
wall
now,
is
guys.
obscuring, right?
No,
in the building.
It's a question about the terrain to see if it's obscuring or not.
Okay.
Do you want to talk a bit? I'm happy to have
makes
you talk.
a big,
Yeah. If I do
makes a big
that,
difference between what
right?
Evan's trying to
You just gotta go a little bit more.
Okay.
But
I've got the room.
Yeah. No worries. I'm happy to have you
Evan's
talk.
trying to pull a trick here where if he can kill the Tyranid
That guy's
warriors
a
off
character
his
in the
back
back?
left objective.
This guy? The blue
and
guys?
then
Oh, okay. Yeah, I
get
see what you're
into
asking. Yep.
Because as soon as they're cutting this
Neurothrope,
angle.
Neurothrope and the remaining Zoanthrope castle, and with the biovores and everything else in there, he feels like he might have a shot to disrupt Alec.
Yeah, just throw a spanner in the works and just see what happens. Throw it against the wall, see what sticks. I really respect the hustle. That was pretty much just asking which of those ruined walls was in fact obscuring.
Yeah.
Like, was it all of the ruined? Was it the little bit on the edge of it? Was it just the bits that were actually 5 inches or taller? They had the ruling, and both players with good sportsmanship realized that Alex would have moved stuff differently.
Yeah.
With that
So
knowledge.
and this was just like the take back earlier.
He acted as if he was under the impression it was all obscuring. He was corrected, and then everyone was like, "Yeah, just push him in further, mate. You got the movement." So yeah, good stuff, boys.
But Alex was also nice enough to still leave room because of his mistake. So there is room there if Evan can make it in with whatever he's trying to pull.
We're talking about the fact that there's a Cold Star Commander who can move up to 40 inches, or is it 60 inches? I think it's 40 inches.
Yes.
So he can just yeet himself into that gap and try and pick up a squad or two. Now, what that would do, what I believe that was to do was to pick up 3 Tyrant Guard.
Yeah.
I think so he picks up the Tyrant Guard, exposes that Flyrant to the Bombers pick that up, and then, hey, things get a little spicy. What I would like to point out is that 1 Flyrant can make combat with both of those Bombers right now, because they're a bit too close together. I have to speak this very quietly, just in case Alex can hear me. But yeah, right now, 1 Flyrant can kill both those Bombers.
Can tag both at once, yeah.
Yeah, and that is a bit of an oof, and I hope they spread out a little bit in hindsight. But yeah, still a lot of firepower
And
here.
given the way this game is played, I wouldn't be surprised if when Alec brings it up, if he notices, if he lets him move it back an inch or two to make
as
sure
long as
that
it doesn't affect the lines of sight they would have had. It's totally fine. And I don't think it would, to be honest. They can shoot from the wingtip, which I think is a little silly and always have in this edition, in the modern eras of the game. That you can shoot from a wingtip to someone else's wingtip and blow them up. But yeah, it is what it is. You've got to play with the rules as written.
And guys, we also were just speaking to the production team. They're going to be setting up extra cameras on the edge of the stage so that we get better shots on all the other tables if this game does end early, because Adam and I both promised we're going to stick it to the end. Whatever the last game is, we're going to be here. Even if it takes the full 3 hours, we're here for the long run.
Spot on. In the Matt vs. Matt game just been asked by my good man Michael Hamilton, it looks like the... it looks like the Flamers are doing a bit of a number on some crisis suits, and we do know that the Lord of Change was heavily invested in by all the shooting from the tower, but it did not go down. So I think things are looking pretty okay for Solly. The fact that Big Bird is still there.
Big Bird's still there, and the stim injector crisis suit, which is kind of the linchpin of most of those crisis units, is dead.
Yep.
So the rest of that crisis unit should fold to anything concerted by Solly if he wants.
Absolutely right. Just measuring out some lines of fire on our table to see what can do what. He wants to try and pick up as many of these medium bugs as he can.
Yeah.
And should he do that, he's going to force these Flyrants to essentially Voltron out and start to make big plays. The thing is, they can, and they probably will. And one of the terrifying things is we talked about that stim injector. So what that is, that's an upgrade for the commander, the sergeant of the crisis suit unit, and it gives that a once per game 4+ feel no pain, so extra save. So it'll have a 4+ armor save, 2+ armor save, 4+ invulnerable save, 4+ feel no pain. That's a save that you take after all other saves once per game. The Reaper of Obliterax
ignores all of it.
Not let you use that.
Just says nope.
It just says, oh, you have a defensive profile. The only one that matters is the T.
Yeah,
the toughness one.
Toughness.
The other numbers, who cares? So the tower
we're
about
getting
to shoot.
to the shooting phase. This is the important thing that'll basically, I think, determine if Evan wants to continue this game.
Right.
So let's see what happens.
If he whiffs this, they'll probably call it. So be right back.
Everything just eats me, huh? Everything's hungry.
They have to start anyway, because it's the only way that I can get the -1 off of those guys if I kill all of them. So it's a miracle. And they are going to... I don't think jumping is actually going to help me at all. So they're just going to hang out there.
Okay.
They want to get... They're going to jump. I'll jump them after. I'll roll up the dice now, as is per how this works. So I'm +1, -1.
Yep.
I'm rerolling once. That's it.
Okay. And that's from him?
Excuse me. Yes.
Is that a command phase?
No, it's an aura. 9 is aura. 6 plus 3 for Tau Sept.
Okay.
They were not in range during the command phase, which is I had to run them over.
Okay.
I'm joking on myself. Rerolling 1s, 2's a miss, 3 hits.
Okay.
I'll use the reroll now. Cool. Strength 8, T6 or not?
T5. Yep.
Sure. Oh, not like that. 1. AP 4, flat 3.
5+ invuln, because it's the invuln turn. Go through.
Cool.
Airburst?
Nope. This is Cyclics.
This is definitely the Airburst squad.
They have 1 Airburst, but they also have Plasma Cyclic. Everybody's Plasma Cyclic.
Okay.
Yeah, so they are the Airburst squad though.
Okay.
100%. Force, hero 1s. And 3s. No rerolls.
T5.
Yeah, strength 8. So it's cocked.
Oh, okay.
5, please. AP 2 damage dues.
Okay.
And then 5 airbursts.
Make 1.
Cool. Oh, you'd have gotten 1? Sorry.
No, that's from your original damage.
Oh, all right. I would just shoot the 1 damage first if you don't mind me just rolling that real quick.
Yeah, for sure.
Just get the last win off that guy. 5. That's math is hard. 12, 14.
Okay.
5, 10, 14. 4s. Roll 1s. Just trying to get that wound off that guy. And T5, you said?
Yeah.
So 5s. Just 3, please. AP 1s.
Okay.
So I get the wound. Cool. And then filled 4, so 2 more, so they're dead. Is that right?
I honestly have no idea what we rolled before.
I thought
you gave me 4 wounds.
I thought you. Yeah, I thought you.
I have no idea what I rolled.
I thought you filled 4, but you could.
Okay.
Maybe not. Can we ask chat? Is that a thing? Is chat in?
Yeah. Let's kill him.
I don't know. I'm sorry. That was my bad for changing the order on you two.
Do you want to start fresh? See what happens?
Yeah, that's totally fine.
Okay.
I'll do that.
I think that's probably just the best point at this point.
Yeah, no worries. You had like 5 saves in energy?
Yeah, and I don't know what I rolled.
Yeah, let's just open this as average and not crazy one way or another.
Fatigue's a hell of a thing, guys. Fatigue's a hell of a thing.
And I did not use my reroll. I did use my reroll on the plasmas.
Yeah, you've already used a reroll.
Yep. And then 3s, because strength 8.
Yep.
So
5 saves again?
6.
Okay.
6. -2, so you're taking.
Yep. Just invulns.
Cool. Cool. So yeah.
Wait, I rolled too many dice. Doesn't matter. I filled a bajillion of them. Yeah.
All right. So mission happened. They're gonna jump 6.
Yep.
We're gonna live the dream here and shoot a plane into each hive tyrant.
Yep.
Into the wounded one first.
Yep.
Big missiles. That's cocked, obviously. 1 hit. I'll use my free reroll now. 2 hits. 2 wounds, please.
Okay.
Maybe 3.
How much damage?
2d3 each.
2d3? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, go for it.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Okay.
Cool. That was an over. We're gonna do another one.
Okay.
Missiles. Free reroll. 1 hit.
Yep.
Nothing.
The rest of the
Last
shots?
CP, does that seem like a good spend? And I've used the reroll already. Wounding on your T7, right? So 3s. 4, please. Maybe 2 damage 2s. I probably took a mortal or 2. I'm so sorry. My brain is literally fried.
What a roll's toss.
Just give me 2 mortals on each one.
Yep. 2 with her.
So 4 damage. And the missile. Nothing. Cool. So 1 swung hot and 1 did not swing at all. I gotta fire and fade them in a second. We'll shoot over here. Crisis into these guys. They're 3 wounds each, right?
Yeah.
So we'll start with Cyclic. Free roll. Just 2, please.
This
AP2.
is this guy?
Yes. Okay. He turns off cover. -2 damage too.
Okay. So 6s.
Just kills the guy. Good talk. Flamer is garbage. 5 + 2 is 7. It's gonna be on 5s. Nothing. Cool. And he has a burst, which is 8, I believe.
Okay.
On 2s. I use my reroll, and I'm wounding on 4s, I imagine. 3, please.
3. AP?
It might be strength 6, in which case I'd have 1 more. I'll just double check that for you.
Okay.
It's AP1, by the way.
Okay. I got 1 then. Save then. Single damage?
Yeah, just 1 damage. Let's see if I make you take 1 more save. Sorry, I added this gun in the midnight hour to the list. It's strength 6, so it would be 1 more save. Sorry, I'd be wounding on 3s instead of 4s. Cool, an extra wound. Shadow Sun, we're gonna shoot long strike into. It'd be a really shame if I don't kill all these guys, right? Long strike will shoot into this guy with his flamers or his meltas. And he'll put his. This just has to go here. Long strike. Shadow Sun will put everything into this guy one here. 1 dude. So meltas, 2 hits. Free reroll. That should just toast them unless you have a 5 in 1. Cool. Over here. Let's go ahead and put 5. These are 4 wounds each, right? So we're gonna overcharge, and these are also 4 wounds. You told me this.
Yeah.
That's so annoying. Cool. Longstrike's going to blast one of them. Start with that. Longstrike blasts them and puts the rest of his shots here. Hits. Give me 1 and 3 mortals. And garbage shots here. Oh, I'm sorry. He detaches drones. Well, those are his drones, so drones will shoot you.
They advanced, didn't they?
They advanced to shoot.
Okay.
2 hits, please. 2 wounds, rather. I'm sorry. It's just AP 0 on there.
Okay.
I don't know what your armor is. Cool. So done. Just this last squad. Be a shame if these guys lived, right? They have a 5 right now, or no? The
No.
whole army? It's just synapse.
It's the guys that are in synapse, yeah.
Got you, okay. So we're going to go ahead and put all our cyclic here because we'd be bad at this game if this squad lives. We'll throw 1 burst and 4 plasma down there. And the other plasma here. So that's not great. Yeah, 1 burst. No. Sorry, quick math. 15, hitting on 3s, rerolling everything. T5, 8, 3 of armor.
So far this
4
round has
of
gone
armor.
very well for Evan, but he's just said it, the big thing right now is how much damage does he do to these gargoyles and these 3 raveners.
Yeah.
He needs to kill the 3 raveners. He honestly needs to kill the gargoyles too, but if he can at least murder most of them, he might be able to make a game of it, because he does get into tabling range by doing that.
Yeah,
Killing that hive tyrant with just the 2 missiles, massive. Now that tyrant had taken a few wounds from being bombed earlier, and it looked like he was just outside of the tyrant guard range because of the switch around that Alex did. It was the only reason why that was able to happen. So we did get a bit of a window here. Let's see how much stuff dies and see if Evan can turn this around.
Yeah, maybe 0. Cool. I got 4 plasmas going to that squad still, so I'll just roll that now.
Yep.
Rolling. Cocked. Cool, it's a miss. And 3 more on them.
Yeah.
No, they're dead. Yeah. Over here. Okay, 3's rolling. Cocked. I'll just roll a 2, I guess. Cool. All hit. 3s. That many AP2 damage juice. Is that a 2? Sorry. That many AP2 damage juice.
Okay. That's you?
Yeah.
This many?
Yes. 11. Yeah. Good talk. Okay. I'm just gonna move them, and it's over to you, bro.
Okay.
I can stop this from happening in the middle, and
so I got 2 banners.
That's all I got. So move front of my base 6. No, because I'm still not good at this game. I guess no prisoners, but I don't know what that is.
I think Evan's being a little too hard on himself for making the shadow round 2 LVOs in a row and making it to the top 4 in one of them. But still, a great turn for Tao. It probably isn't enough to carry him into the win, but he murdered so much in that one turn. It shows you just how powerful Tao can be.
He killed so much that turn. So unit of Raveners, unit of Warriors, unit of Tyrant Guard, 5 Tyrant, unit of Zoanthropes. He killed 5 units of relevant bugs. Alex has 1 unit of Raveners to come in. I don't think there's really a good place for them to arrive. I don't see what they're going to do when they get here. But in all honesty, if Alex just gets a couple 8 primaries, he's just coastal.
He's just going to carry
It's 45 to 12. It's 35 points in his advantage. If he's just able to just run out there and just give him another 4 on primary, there's almost no point in playing. Evan can table him and still lose.
Yeah, at this point, like we said, Evan really needed to do it in 2 turns. Didn't quite do it. Oh, Dade, resub 75 month sub.
Wow.
Good job. Thanks, buddy.
I think they were outlining that they went 1 and 5 today. And hopefully you had a great freaking turn, guys.
I hope so.
Absolutely amazing. Yeah, thank you so much for all the support in chat. You guys are absolute legends.
Guys, you guys are amazing.
Man, I am just pumped. I'm so pumped. I'm still awake and I am pumped. What time is it here?
It's almost 10 o'clock at night.
Where I'm from, it is about to go 5 p.m.
Yep. It's 2 a.m. where I'm from. Adam and I have been up since 8 a.m. just doing stuff, either for the feed or eating too much food. But here we are. We're going to stick it around till the end. We want to make sure you guys get the best coverage you can about the Shadow round, because it is like it's always been the secret round of the LVO, and it's great that we can bring this to you now.
Agreed. So this is an interesting thing. It looks like we have Tyrant Guard alive on the middle objective, and also looks like we have Tyrant Guard alive in the ruins. So how was he able to kill the Flyrant? So it must have been a positioning error by Alex that exposed him. Yeah, it could only have been. The Flyrant is looking like he's going for the single charge on the bomber with probably a big overrun to come. The Parasite of Mortrex is OBSEC, isn't he?
I believe so.
Yeah. So due to that, should he make it onto that objective?
In combat.
We're going to update from Dustin. We're going to switch to
cut to him
and hear more from the field. We'll be right back.
Hello, everybody, and another quick update for you. There is the Matt versus Matt match right now. There is a game-changing move that just happened. Strata moved out with the Crute, split off a drone, replenished the screen. The bombers came up in the backfield. The Bird went out with -1 to hit. 3 marker lights on, and the Riptide did 8 after the Robe, but Longstrike did kill the Bird. Solely couldn't CP reroll because he was saving that last CP for Overwatch, so the Bird is dead. I see you, Paul. I see you. You have way too much energy for this time of the day right now. I am very impressed. Nick versus Ben. 1 letter squad was cleared in the middle, and a few was put of the Bloodthirster, but the Scarbrand and the other Flamer squad have come down with Fate Weaver, and they cleared the Incarn and a Farseer, and they've killed more of the D-Cannons, taken over the board now. It is looking a little more rough for Ben. We're going to see what he does on his turn 4 now, but he has lost a lot of models. Tim versus Mike. I don't know what to tell you. It's Harlequins versus Harlequins, guys. It's the exact same score. They're doing point for point right now. I can't. I got nothing. I don't know what to tell you. Okay, I'm sorry. Brad Jester versus Olive. They're just staring at each other from each side of the board. This is a shadow round, guys. This is what you wanted to hear about. This is what you're hearing about. These are guys staring at each other from a corner. No points have been scored outside of each other. It's turned 3 now, and they have just looked at each other all game. I think Brad's wife. Yep, she's asleep. That's right. So, back to the live game, guys.
So the only thing I would contest there is I'm looking at Brad Chester's table, literally off to the left of me, and the only thing I'll make a note of is the hellacious dead pile of Oliver.
Yes, it does look like there are a lot of dead Blood Angel models, so I think in between updates, some violence has happened. It does look like Brad has lost both his Sunshark bombers and one of his Cold Star commanders, but Oliver looks to be short a good 30 models
30
now
Marines,
that he wasn't before. So I believe the Crisis suits finally came in and did the thing. We can see that there's a squad of Crisis in his back line now behind the ruin where many of them were hidden. I wouldn't be surprised if that's what did the deed, as it were. Back to our game, we're seeing that Hive Tyrant has come up. It's taken a few wounds.
Yeah, it got shot a couple of times. I was really surprised to see it get shot when it was so close to the Hive Guard. Sorry, the Tyrant Guard. So is the Tyrant Guard's bodyguard is directional, right? So the idea was that the 2 bombers were closer to the Hive Tyrants than they were the Tyrant Guard. Is the only thing I can assume happened. I suppose that's a positioning error by Alex, but there's so much shooting.
It's also so hard to position against planes, right? Because they can just fly 40, 50 inches and be where they need to be.
Spot on. Looks like we had a couple of smites and some shooting come through here, doing some damage to a couple of different planes. I'm really interested to see what the Parasite and Mortrex play is going to end up being. The last shooting Ravenous has just been placed in the top right-hand quarter. They're going to be the reload that probably goes to deny the middle objective. We have seen 3 Tyrant Guard. Knowing there's no OBSEC in the bottom left-hand quarter, there's no OBSEC in the bottom left-hand quadrant, guys. So those 3 Tyrant Guard, we're going to try and charge that commander, pile and consolidate onto the objective. And if everything goes well, Alex might give Evan another 0 on primary.
And then in that case, the game will definitely be over.
Cooked.
And I would not be surprised if they decide to call it there so that they can get a little bit of extra rest.
Yeah, it would just be...
And when we had our little break there, I did walk over to the table and I did tell them, guys, that there is no shame if you guys feel like the game is over. You don't have to give us that big of a show. We do love it because they've both been so sportsmanlike. And Evan really did like 90% of what he needed to do.
He went for it.
If he had been able to put like 4 more wounds on those gargoyles, I'd say it would be.
It'd be up. Well, if this was a mission that wasn't sticky objectives.
Sticky objectives is also killing
absolutely
Evan.
ruining him. Yeah, it really is. Went to the psychic phase. Let's have a little listen in.
Good.
Yeah.
And then we'll smite here. Super smite.
Yeah, that seems strong.
Dealing 2.
Cool.
Oh, that's
Just
annoying.
well, I'm on 1. Yay.
Probably means I'm actually going to throw my Biovores here.
I'm going to just put my wound counter
Oh, yeah,
down to
yeah,
1.
for sure. Wait, I had 2 left?
No, I had 1 left now.
Oh, okay.
You didn't. I tried to.
How many
tell
wounds?
You,
11?
I told you to put it on 3. 12. It's 12.
Okay, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, and then
You got a little excited about that, actually.
I was like, what?
Like, no.
We'll go Paroxysm, so no Overwatch.
That seems good.
Yeah. That'll go off on a 7.
Rough.
This is the turn.
Yeah.
And then we'll do. Throw a smite this way, because it's closer.
Sure.
Yeah. Goes off.
Oh, not a super smite?
No.
There's a first.
3.
You can put me on 9. There's 2 dice if you want to. Yeah. Cool.
Okay, let's go for some charges then. Oh no, shooting. So let's throw some mines this way.
Yeah, that makes sense. It's a number of. Is that hits or shots?
Number of shots. That's a wound though, so it's dead.
How does that work?
I just got to hit you and then it does a mortal wound.
Cool. Nice.
It basically actually hit you with a spore mine.
Got you.
Does it blow?
No. It doesn't matter. That's what. Yeah.
It could hurt you.
Yeah, that's true.
There's a plane right there.
It's D3. Kind of.
Oh yeah.
Non-game changing.
Okay.
I guess it could bracket me on if I roll 3.
We'll go for some charges. I'll charge here.
Cool. -2 for shits and gigs.
Okay.
Because hold on, before you roll it. Sorry, I just want to
no worries.
check all around. It's a 4 either way. So 4s and 4s. You don't have free rerolls up on your charge, do you?
No.
Cool. So I'll make it a 6.
Yep.
Cool.
Okay. I will reroll it.
That seems smart.
There we go.
That would have been so cheeky.
So I go 6, right?
So you're going 6, yeah, correct. That would have been such a dumb swing for this game.
That's what I'm saying, man.
I would have
this way.
Yeah, go for it. I would have felt bad on your behalf.
The -2 isn't the squad, it's him, right?
It's the squad, actually.
Okay. Then, see where we can go. Yeah, we're in.
Sweet. Is he good in melee?
Yeah.
Really good?
Well, not great, but
Yeah.
it's okay.
Cool. This is on a 4?
Yep. There we go.
Healthy.
Folks, while
You
Alex
wanna,
makes all these charges and ruins Evan's life, you just need to note that Brad Chester, every turn of his game, has unbuttoned another button from his shirt.
Yeah.
I just noticed this, but he just seems to be becoming progressively more naked the more models he kills, and I just don't know what to say about that.
I have some things to say about that, but I'll save them for off air. All we can say is that let's pray this isn't a 6-turn game.
And we are going to get mortals on the way through. Cool.
BA22552, you have a question. Lay it on us, baby.
So you're up to 8?
Yeah. But we are going to start
the buttons are his turn
first.
markers, so he doesn't forget. That's actually
You're
genius.
hitting on 2s.
I should do that.
With through all ones.
What is a
one,
space
and rolling
marine?
all wins.
I think we're all really space marines at heart.
Normally, that's the relic.
Oh, okay. Cool.
Yeah.
So we'll start here.
I am at least.
I'm going to say
Oh,
that
'cause
Brad
you
has
get the
actually
call,
been a
right?
very
That's
good
not
boy today, and
did.
I only see like 3 bottles of water in front of him.
Yeah, I don't
And
see
he's
any
shaking
wine.
his head because he knows that he hasn't been. But I'm trying to be good for his image.
Yeah, we're
so
trying to rehab.
trying to. And if it weren't for the fact that he's almost naked now,
we'd be doing much better.
We'd be doing much better.
All right, let us see where this fire. Well, we're in the fight phase. And this is going to be a big one.
And 1 parasite to go through.
What does
which
that
is
mean?
the mortal wound.
Okay.
Oh, and another save, but it's only -2.
Okay, so I'm still going to take a 4-up. That's fine. That's cocked. Cool. So take a mortal on the shield drone, I guess I have to take it on? That's fine.
Val
Cool.
Heffelfinger,
We're gonna
super
start with
chatting.
legs
Thank you to everyone
for him.
involved
Hilarious.
in the show, to the players, and to everyone else. Thank you so much, Val, for your support. You are a legend. You definitely don't give enough. You should definitely give us
So
more
I'll
money
just roll
for
now.
all the tech, hours, blood, sweat, and tears you put into this production. Obviously, it's just insufficient.
-4.
Because you're higher than strength 5 for sure. -4 damage? Well, I'm on 4. Sorry, what's the damage on it?
Just 1.
Okay, that's 4 because of shield drone.
Okay, so 1 shield drone dead.
Yeah.
I think Val's trying to be sappy with his messages and
Yeah, I
give
think
donating money to
I
us.
think so, yeah.
That's beautiful.
It is quite
Solid
gorgeous.
corpse, yeah.
Thank you, Val.
Thank you, Val.
That's fine. Drone down. There's 1 drone and 1 marker left.
Okay.
1 shield, 1 marker.
Clown mode. Someone get this Val guy a job at FLG. You can stay clown mode. You're good quality.
Cool. Okay, fully.
All in. And 2s.
Yeah,
because I'm
strength 10.
insanely strong.
Flyrant, Reaper Flyrant has hit with everything.
Okay. 8.
Looks like they have a wounded with
8 it is, huh?
-1,
Yeah.
no invulns.
Shield drone. We're good. Shield drone. We're good. Shield drone. Shield drone. Shield drone. Shield drone.
Dead.
Yeah, that was
What
pretty
is
cool
this?
though.
Yeah,
What
that
the
was
hell was
fantastic. I'm super thrilled about
What
it.
is this? I think that's the mock
you
clock.
I thought I was going to snap the entire
You might have got that
The
one.
Reaper Tyrant would
The Reaper Tyrant went
we
down.
might have even
Yes,
CP
because
this
the
one.
Reaper Tyrant is the
Yeah,
white one.
might as well.
remember that from before.
So he's gonna die. Marker would die, and then what's
Wow.
the damage on this?
Flat 3.
That one
So this would
shield
kill
drone
one guy, unless
just
I
soaks
can either
like
make a
3/4
CP roll
of
or
damage
make
from
one
the
of my
Tyrant.
6
shield
out of 8
die.
wounds. Once again, shield drones are not fair.
Do I use the CP now, or do I use the CP once I roll 2 4-ups on a guy? What do I need CP for next turn? I'll go up to 2, maybe 3. I'll just keep the streak going. I have 3 more saves to make.
Okay.
So here we go. Nope, wasn't meant to be. Marker's drone is going to die. And then I have 2 more now to make. I need to not fail both, and I failed both. Great job. Duh.
So 1 man dead.
1 man dead.
Okay.
I guess that wasn't exactly the result you were hoping for on this objective?
No. No, I was just going to scoop it.
Because it's my objective now. And I'm obviously in base to base with you.
Well,
or you're as
about
close to base. Yeah, yeah. The idea was, I'm not pulling myself out of engagement range, so you can't overrun.
Yeah. Okay, currently this is mine.
I have 5 recruit and 3 dudes.
Oh, you put all 5 in there?
Okay. I said that.
Okay, yeah, sorry.
You're good.
We
Just
didn't
tell you that I
miss
did
the
say it.
recruit in that top ruin.
Yeah,
so that's big for
I
Evan.
knew they were there. I didn't know if they were on the objective. I
So-
thought at least a couple must
But
be on.
the Maw-Claw Tyrant whiffing like
Bounced.
that shield drone tanking so much,
Ridiculous.
only losing 1 crisis suit. I mean, I know Evan probably would have wished he'd done something different so he wouldn't have lost any, because that would have been absolutely terrible for Alec. Gevin's really making this a game. He's going to make this as close as possible,
Yeah, I
guys.
think he
I mean,
is.
he
I
still
don't-
might lose 90 to 10, but he's gonna do his
He's gonna
best.
roll it out. Wowee, the commander lived as
He's
well.
on 2.
So that will not be Hive Tyrant. Sorry, Hive Guard piling
blame you,
consolidated.
bud. I think he's 4
0.
attacks.
He's going to get an
on
8.
threes,
He's
probably.
going to get an 8 on
Or he's
primary.
gonna roll.
Big thing for Evan here.
No.
Big turn.
Okay, I'll punch you back over there.
Really big turn. Yeah,
pile
well done,
in,
Evan.
make sure I get my
It was
fall
just
back
all
and
RNG.
shoot up.
Essentially just
My
that shield
12
drone. just
Well done,
tanking it.
Dice. Well done, Evan's Dice,
The
which we
real-
gave
the
you.
real hero.
Yeah.
The Dice.
Well
They
done,
were all
Casino
along.
Dice.
And I'll put up with this guy.
Well done.
I just piled in.
Yeah.
Yep.
That Matt
I'm
Morrisoli
saying
stole.
I'll have it in the next 12 inches.
He only took 1, guys, and I told him he could do it.
You still have to take 1.
And I
Yeah,
told
go for it.
Charlie
Just
Andre he
make
could
sure.
take 1 too, because he was having a day.
They've got like 40
I'll
there.
punch
It's
you.
fine.
I don't
Yeah,
have any rerolls
there's a
up,
lot.
so
If we ever get somebody
Some parasites.
crazy on stream,
do you keep
we'll
his
do
wound
something
counter
about
with
it.
him?
But it does
Oh,
look
okay.
like
I don't know.
Dustin
probably
is
roll
ready
the
to provide
dice.
us
Yep.
another
Because
update
we
here.
are so
Hopefully
excited.
he'll actually know what's happening in a
4
Harlequins game.
guys, so
Dustin only plays Gene Stealer cults. He's
Yeah,
never
actually
actually
roll buff
seen
attacks
another
first.
army in his
Uh,
life.
yeah.
So it is a little bit hard for us.
Um,
So once these slaps are done,
You don't have any like charge
cut
like
to him, okay,
keep
guys?
me in combat like
No.
Yeah, pursue me afterwards or anything. Mortex is how many wounds?
6. -1 to hit, no rerolls.
I have no rerolls. -1 in combat too.
Yeah. Yeah, just -1 all the time.
And toughness.
Oh, Rune God, thanks for the subscription. Also, everyone, you need to understand, Dustin can hear everything I say, and I just don't care.
You're
There's
a
nothing more
savage.
after. He's threatening me. He's nodding. I don't know what to do.
Tunes?
He's gonna headbutt you with that noggin. That's
I'm
gonna
way
hurt a lot.
bigger than Dustin, guys.
He's
like way bigger.
Dude, his head. Look at the
Don't do
poundage
this, Alex.
on that.
This is not how this game's supposed to go.
17%
Don't
bigger.
do
at
this.
the
Like
very least.
head like a fire hydrant.
Okay. So I'm gonna get a hold more. So I have 2 guys on this, and I hold that and this.
Yep. Yeah, the thought was.
The
idea
thought
was
definitely was
here,
kill him and then
then
have
steal
that
the
objective.
Oh,
Yeah, that
no.
seems like a good play.
They're looking at Evan getting 12.
The middle has been stickied by the Warriors, so it should not be getting a 12.
We'll see.
Should not be getting a 12.
Okay, we're gonna cut to Dustin.
Welcome back to the live update. And I have seen other armies. They're just all on my team because I infiltrate all of them and turn them to my side, Falcon. I know them all. They just don't matter to me. And no, I don't have any updates for the Harlequin game. It is still dead even. I'm sorry. It's the point for point. I do have something to tell you, though. The Nick versus Ben game is over. The question was, could Ben use what he had left to get the points back? And the answer was no. Nick did win that game, and he is the next player going into our finals tomorrow. And he is walking away right now. He just mic dropped. I don't even need to turn around. It's fine. So everybody wave goodbye. See you tomorrow, Nick. Congratulations. Back to the live game.
God, Nick Nanavati, what a legend.
What a dude.
And look, I'm watching him walk away. He's so lost. He's looking for Paul Murphy. I want you guys to all know. He's like, Paul, where are you?
Like
we were supposed to go to the whiskey bar.
Like a
He's just pounding back a Gatorade like it did him harm.
Like a moth to the Paul Murphy flame.
I love that man.
He will seek him out.
And I'm so excited to see Nick making it into the top 8 as well after effectively retiring from 40K.
Yes, and now he's in the top 8.
Retiring for 6 weeks or so.
He was gone for a good 2 years, mate. He didn't play in the last one.
He's like
COVID
230th in the ITC right now, so he obviously didn't quit.
No, yeah, it's true. He didn't. Well,
he just didn't want to participate in any super majors because he didn't like losing.
He played a little bit this year. Yeah, he played a few this year, but still, I never heard of him. Nick Nanahu. That's right. That's right. Whatever.
Nick Nanavati. He's gone.
Yeah,
he's walked away.
Long gone. Never to be seen or heard of again. This cranial feasting.
Use it, and you take 1 mortal wound.
1 mortal wound.
All right.
This cranial feasting might end up biting Alex in the butt.
Yeah.
It was a long shot.
So I don't have
It was a long shot. I think.
I have to pee so badly.
Oh my gosh! Just like the consideration of these crisis suits doing what they just did.
I was this close to the bottom of one scooping.
I know.
And that crisis commander surviving to the Ravagers.
So we're gonna fall back
time
for free.
But yeah,
time card. Yes. Evan getting a 12. Like it actually puts him in a position where he might make this a game.
Look, if he gets a 12 turn 4, 12 turn 5, he gets 36 on his primary.
Yeah.
I will acknowledge right now, I do not believe he got a 12 that turn. I think the middle objective is sticky to. Oh no, there's drones on it.
Yes, yeah, that's what he did. He jumped those drones
that's right.
over.
I'm just looking at it right now, and they were hard to see with the top down. So the drones do hold the middle, and yeah, that is a 12. Why do drones get to hold objectives?
Why do drones?
Why do drones?
Why do drones?
Drones? Why? Yeah.
Daniel Rees, who's our judge for this shadow round, is also nodding his head.
Totally
why do drones?
total agreement. Why drones?
Yeah. Adam Solis, also a major judge for FLG, is here, but he's actually not doing anything.
Yeah.
He's just staring at Jack Harpster with the beauty in his eyes. A couple other judges just walked in because I was talking about them.
Yeah.
And it's become like a scene from the Warriors movie.
And they love it so much.
Thomas Hegeramoki is snapping his fingers and looking at me.
Looks like something that would be found in a very old 80s
I just feel like
movie.
Someone's going to do a violence to me. Someone is going to do a violence to me. There's a crime. I'm going to be crimed.
What was the okay? There's 2 films that come to mind. What was the one with the superheroes? One that had the shovel, the
Mystery Men.
The Mystery Men, and then what's the bowling one with Bill Murray and
Mystery Men.
Yeah, that one. Thomas Hegeramoki should have been a casting Mystery Men.
Ghostbusters.
Yeah, What superpower would you have? What lame superpower?
Yeah, it's got to be level of
Yeah, I'll
he likes naked invisibility.
I have a think. Report back to me.
Okay,
it has to,
let's pay attention to the
headband
actual
also.
game. We're sorry, folks. We got off a little off kilter.
The shadow round does strange things to all of us.
And honestly, Evan just keeps talking about how he needs to use the bathroom, and no one is going to let him.
Yes. So, okay. So Thomas has infinite knowledge of useless things. He can never tell you a fact that is of use at the time.
But that's what he already does.
The absolute sass exuding off you, Mr. Peter the Falcon.
It's what happens when I reach this level of tired.
That you're at your zenith right now.
I'm at my zenith.
Yeah.
I am like the sun shining down upon all of you.
The sun of sass.
Camera on you guys.
It's funnily enough still both
cameras
full of
on
gas.
us. Just a second.
Like a regular sun and yourself, both full of gas.
We are professionals.
I am. I don't know what you
These glasses that FLG just provided, and you'll be able to purchase at some time, I assume, make you look like you're a fly. I just need you guys to know that, but from a distance. So if I were to be back there by the table and you were looking at me, you'd be like, "That's a fly man."
That's a Peter on the wall.
That's not an FLG thing.
Wouldn't you also like to be a Peter on the wall at various
Reese Richard
40K
Robbins.
games?
Oh, you're gonna give someone a fucking seizure.
Reese Richard Robbins, fix this. Fix this. Different colors, my friend. Anyway. Let's go to the game. Let's cut to the player audio, see what's happening here. I can hear Evan talking to himself a little bit more. He does not believe he should be in this situation, but he is. And now he has to actually learn how to play Warhammer.
I know. What a shock.
On 2.
Been bombing 5 Raveners for 2.5 mortal wounds. Is that exciting? You can come reach me and touch me anytime you want. So we're just gonna hang out over here. Am I shooting this Neurothrop for 3?
Oh, I've taken that wound counter away now.
How many wounds is this Neurothrop have?
6.
3 ups are so streaky, man. 3 ups are streaky. And the Neurthrops move how much?
10 and still do their thing.
Then you could advance, couldn't you?
That's with the advance.
Okay.
But there's no reason not to.
Of course. So you could go 10. So you wouldn't be able to War Virtual next turn, but the following turn you would. And then these guys have a 3 ups or 4 ups?
4 ups.
Okay. Okay. I am going to try to blow these guys up, I think.
Okay. Bomber gun?
Yeah, and then just going to fall back over here. And I'll stay outside of heroic range. Honestly, I'm going to have 2 equidistant to each of your guys so that I can pop off either way. And he's long just going to try to skill this guy. So if that doesn't work, then I can just hopefully do it there.
Yeah.
And he's going to fall back and shoot in your face. And this dude. This whole thing just doesn't work. And I have to just be closer to you because I don't think I have enough shots to pick up this freaking squad. But they're 2 ups, right?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's bad. We're going to stay close.
Okay.
Fuck it. I'm not going to get Chapter Master.
Okay.
Unless I fire and faded, which is maybe a play. These guys are just going to come here. I'm going to touch here as we talked about, and then I will consider going to you versus going there.
Can you? What's your minimum move?
Oh, I don't know. Show me 20.
So where's your other flyer? That's probably the easiest way to do it.
Just use this one, I mean. It doesn't really matter.
So you were here, because I was here, and then you were closer.
Yep. So maybe I'm just towing on that part.
Yeah, no, you can go longer than 20. Yeah, that's past 20.
So I'm good?
Yep.
Okay, cool. And then just pivot there. I just have targets if anything happens. If anything gets weird. Okay. 2 CP I failed to roll. So you're telling me there's a game on our hands still.
There always was.
I didn't believe it.
This is the matchup I've been trying to dodge the entire event. I've been doing really well so far.
Dodging it?
Yeah, this is like...
Sweet.
You can do all your damage from so far away. The speed is great, but like... And also this can happen.
Yeah,
like, yeah, the rolling was
good.
nuts.
Yeah.
But it's just... There's a number of times it can happen, because you've got the shield drones, and then you've got like...
The 4-ups, too.
Yeah.
That it gets just so streaky.
Yeah.
Their 5 plasmas can just go there, and the rest of their shots will just go here and clear out that squad.
Okay.
Because I don't have other plasma targets to shoot.
You bet.
And that would be my only fire and fade. Just your back Chapter Master rerolls.
Just finished talking out some stuff. We're going to get you the update in a moment. We're going to let the shooting phase go through. This is a very important shooting phase here for Evan. Yet again, as always, ever since he somehow didn't die turn 1. And we're going to see how this plays out.
Into them. Do I need extra AP against you? The AP4 is putting you on 6s. I can ignore cover with target lock. And I obviously want to just see you. Like, if I need to be somewhere more to see all of you.
Sure.
I guess I need to be here, and if I kill 2, then maybe I don't see you anymore. That's fine. Okay. All right. Sorry. I'll spend the CP. They will fire and fade. This is going to be the 3 with target lock first. Reroll Chapter Master. 2. 3s. Okay. 3 reroll. 2 wounds. Maybe 4. No cover.
Here?
Yes.
Okay. So 6s?
Yes.
Okay.
Cool.
How much damage?
And flat 3. They're 3 wounds each, right?
Yeah. No, they're 4 wounds each.
Oh my god. Okay. Annoying. That's fine.
Okay.
No worries. Okay. Reroll a 1 miss. Wound. 1 more wound. You do get cover, so maybe take another guy in cover.
That's all that's left. It's
oh.
guys in cover.
Oh, he's touching? Cool. Yeah. Sweet. That didn't really go exactly.
You were ignoring cover anyway, so I was like, well, better pull them out of the ones that are not in cover.
Totally. That's fine. Over here, do you want me to roll 45 shots into those guys? That's just going to happen.
Also, you know, maybe I would have photobombed it.
I'm going to just bomb the 3 Tyrant guard that I fly over. It's kind of a meme.
Yep.
You know what? Yeah, just bomb the 3 Tyrant guard. Cool. I kill 1. Because obviously.
Okay.
All right. We jump 6.
I have protection against mortal wounds.
Oh, cool.
I didn't even think about it, but this is your 1 mortal wound generation.
Go for it, dude.
I'll stop 1.
Nice. So I don't.
You did 3. You said.
I did
right?
3. Yeah.
Okay.
Right, well,
that
3
would have killed me anyway, but.
Oh, cool. Didn't matter.
Okay.
Cool. So let's do long strike into that guy because it's kind of cheeky. Sorry, I missed the marker light there, and I don't have any of the marker lights, and the free buff just went to them, so it didn't matter. On a 3.
This is sorry, I'm not looking.
3 roll.
This is long strike.
This is long strike.
Okay, I'm gonna transhuman.
Okay, cool. Sweet. So on a 4, I hit by the way. I get to reroll. Oh, okay. He's back in it.
It's the right call.
And gun drone. Oh, sorry, I have 2 gun drones here. They're just gonna shoot these guys, I guess. They're just hanging out. Yeah, there was nothing to do with them meaningful, so they're just hanging out. You're not wounded. Let's go do the actual I need to kill you thing over there. So I'm gonna explode into the 2 and 2 because that's just how that works. How many wounds does the parasite have?
6.
6. Okay. I'm sorry. I obviously wanted to stay in range of the rerolls that I talked about. So
you're going this way?
Just fall back there. Is that okay?
Yep.
That was definitely the whole point. They don't have any rerolls. He can just be in the open. It's fine. So 2 are exploding into the Hive Tyrant, 2 are not exploding into the Hive Tyrant.
Okay.
So the 2 that are exploding into the Hive Tyrant, I'm hitting you on 4s, rerolling.
No rerolls against you.
Okay, cool. So just rerolling 1s. And I'm going to put all of the plasma into Tyrant's on. I mean, I can see you with the plane, so I'll just go with the plane if I have to. And I'll start with I'll split it. All the plasma into the Hive Tyrant. He has Catalyst, right?
Yeah.
All the plasma into Hive Tyrant.
Yep.
All the air burst into the. Still winning on 5s either way. The air burst will split as is, and the cyclics will split as is.
Okay.
So the 2 plasmas with exploding, and the 2 plasmas without. Reroll 1s. Cool. I got 2 exploding, 1 exploding hit on the plasmas. This is going to be on 3s.
Yep.
And I'll let you roll 2 saves and then take a free reroll if I need to.
Okay. Didn't you just use a reroll?
Did I?
Like a tie
reroll
reroll?
Reroll 1s to hit.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I didn't use a reroll 1 too.
Good to go.
Cool. So use a reroll. 1 more wound. That's kind of cocked. I'll roll it. There you go.
Okay.
Nope.
Go through. How much damage?
Take
3,
3,
right?
Yep.
2?
3. Okay. Cool. Takes 3. Oh, go for it. Takes 2. And I said everything else split evenly. Is that what I said?
There was a bunch going here as well. Cyclic, I think you split.
Yeah, I think I split them evenly. This is the cyclic. Cool. Let's go ahead and get no marker light, so 4s with an explosion. 3s. 4, please.
This was here?
Oh, no, I'm the Hive Tyrant.
Okay. 4?
Yeah, AB2 damage too. Cool. Take 2.
Cat.
What are you on? 2. Air bursts. 3. LVO. Roll 1s. 1 hit. Nothing.
Okay.
And then I have the cyclics into the other guy. They're all exploding. 6s are, the 3s miss, and the 4 misses also because you're -1.
-1.
Cool. So 2 more hits. 3s. 5.
Okay.
82 damage 2s. Okay. He's dead. and the airbursts are wasted. And homie is on 2 wounds left. So currently left, I have 2 characters and a plane.
Okay.
So it would be a shame if this doesn't go exactly.
Well, what shot here?
These 5 plasmas long range.
Oh, okay.
And long strike shot and miss in that guy. So let's go ahead and start with well, he has to shoot here, so he will.
Okay.
One explode. 3s. For reroll. Nice. Just 1 AP4.
That's from Shadowstone?
Correct. D6 plus 2. Just gonna kill the guy. I guess.
Not necessarily.
Sorry, you're right. I keep forgetting that they have more than 3 wounds. Missile pod. Use my reroll already. That's an explosion, so we're gonna keep it. 2, please. Maybe 1 damage, 2.
Okay. Good to go.
Yeah, I think you get cover. Okay, and this commander will shoot here. Oops, sorry. I'm just gonna leave that.
Yeah.
That's hilarious. Cyclic. Reroll. Cool. Exploded. Do I get exposed when I fall back after using Kion? I gotta check.
I wouldn't know that.
I have to check that real quick.
I love Alex.
Sorry.
I love Alex too.
Just-
I wouldn't know that.
What are you
There was also
talking
3
about?
explosions.
What are you talking about, Willis?
What's the airspeed velocity of an unladen flyer?
Oh, okay. He fell back naturally.
European or African? I wouldn't know that. So
That's
guys,
why
listen,
it matters.
this shooting turn has gone actually very well for Alex, given the scenario he was put in.
Yeah.
That Hive Tyrant being able to transhuman the gunshot from Long Strike. And then soaking all the damage from those crazers. The fact he only lost the Parasite of Mortrax, Morax is big news here. Because he could have lost both, and then this game is whipped around on its head.
Absolutely right. The gargoyles in the right-hand quarter have gone down as well, so Alex is actually losing his ability to get a bunch of primary points, but it doesn't really matter. He's already on 20, so essentially if he just plays to get the tertiary, as in he goes into the middle objective and kills the 2,
I don't think I rolled a 1 to a
kills
1.
the 2
I think I have 1 more cyclic.
drones. He gets 3 points on direct assault. Killed an objective, killed an yeah, killed an objective, took an objective didn't have, and then just gets his last warp ritual. Like, should be sitting pretty.
He should be okay, but like Evidence made this, like he's brought it back.
No prisoners has a lot of points to be added. Direct action is going to be maxing.
Decisive action.
Decisive action, and aerospace. Well, we'll have to see.
I told you not to do that, man. Don't do that. And the plane will shoot for you. 3, 6, 9, 12. I will stop being an idiot and I'll roll these 1 at a time for the record. Alright, taking 2 mortals already. And the last batch. This is my dice, so I don't want to use.
Oh, you took damage last time too.
I don't think he.
Whatever.
Yeah. So I'm taking, I think, 3 mortals. So that was really bad.
Okay.
It's totally fine. We'll save the wound rolls for when we need it. This is one of our dice. 3, 6, 9, 10, 11, 12. This was one of our dice. 3s. And I'll use my free roll.
Strength 7, right?
Tank straight.
Oh, okay.
That's why I'm overcharged.
Oh, yeah, right.
3, 6, 7.
Okay. Just gotta make them all. What do we do? Cool. Just like you did.
So he's. Oh, yeah, he's dead. Does
he
he
blow?
catalyst, though? You'd catalyst, I don't know if you wanted to roll or not.
Oh, yeah, because I guess I only failed 3. How much damage is that?
2 each.
2 each?
Yeah. You could totally spike on me.
No,
I don't like that. Okay.
Does he blow?
All right. I'm gonna get 4 on decisive.
Okay. That's the first one.
Yes, it is. And over to you. Get a 1 on primary.
Sounds good.
I got 4 on
guys,
decisive.
we're gonna cut to
and
Dustin
that's
here.
basically it. I don't know what my no prisoner score is.
Apparently, Dustin decided to go sit down.
Pull
We're
your
gonna cut to
finger
him,
out, Dustin.
and he's just literally sitting on the edge of the stage. He can hear me still, and he hasn't stood up. I think. Oh no, you know what? Yeah, no, he's looking around. He's wondering who's saying these things. It's
well, this name definitely turned around.
Seriously, you were just.
I told you this matchup is
like at this
so
point,
bad
that's
for
what
me.
we have to.
You want to check the points and see if
It does
you're
look like
still
there were a
winning
couple
or
mistakes there on that
it's worth
high
playing?
turret. I do believe it probably should have
I've
lived
got a
because
whopping
it was
4 right
transhumant.
now.
It was transhumant.
And
The
so
turn-
those
the
things should have
flight-
wounded
This
on
is
forms.
round
The 100 flat
4,
shot
right?
100% still
Dustin's
below.
rolling on the stage now.
Yeah.
He
Literally
literally
dancing in
rolled like a
place.
log
He's
and
dancing in
stood up.
place now.
Now he's
I got
bouncing
bandage for 1.
on his little comfortable loafers. He's ready.
Probably do my
The
work.
We're gonna cut him
enthusiasm
next.
of a spry
Yep,
hamster
definitely
or
gonna rip the
gerbil,
control off.
depending how you think about it.
I like it both.
Yeah,
Let's
me
go,
too.
Dustin.
Let's
Thank
do
you so
so.
much.
Welcome back, and I do have some updates for you on both the Harlequin mirror match and the
Just regular
Ben
rounds?
2
Brad.
rounds.
Okay.
What are you doing?
Depends on the objective.
I have something in my pocket. I now have the update for the Harlequin matchup, and Harlequins won.
Yep.
I'm just kidding. No. So
I'm shook by this development.
Can you give
there
me
was
the
one
-2
primary
even if I
swing
haven't
where
been-
Tim lost
if you can't see me?
one too many troops, and he got 4 less
I think
primary
that
than
was
he needed.
Like almost at 11.
So
Or
Mike
maybe
Porter
towards-
won
Leaning
by
towards
2
me.
points and will be
I'm
the
as far as
fourth player
possible.
going into
But I'm
the
going 20.
finals tomorrow. So
Sure, yeah, yeah.
congratulations to
Just
Mike,
from the
and
front
well
guy.
done, Tim, on a great run
27.
this
I'm trying to
season.
be just on the edge, like I said.
The Bradchester game
I don't think I'm gonna be within
came
20.
down to another
I think it's 27,
2-point
I think it's
game,
28.
That's 120
So it's
but
7,
Brad
so mine's
pulled it
29.
out. So Brad will also be joining the finals tomorrow, and he has already
Yeah, you don't even
mic
think
dropped
about it.
and walked out of the venue in the same flavor as Nick Donavati. We will see them both tomorrow morning, and we wish them the best of luck. We have some more updates coming for you, but for now,
might
let's
through
get
there.
back to the live game.
Do a warp ritual.
Put somebody on your
We have seen the unit of
Make
4
sure-
Raveners just yeet themselves from the top right into the bottom right, looking to charge, and hopefully, at the very least, to pick up the sergeant from that unit.
Yeah.
If he picks up the sergeant, 6 points of cranial feasting.
It's a big deal.
Pulling ahead, it's a huge deal. I'm actually surprised he didn't get cranial feasting for the top left as well. I assumed the crisis suit that went down was the one that had the feel no pain, but it may not have been. Totally may not have been. Yeah.
really badly.
I'm not really quite sure if he's going to be able to get the last point on his warp ritual this turn. It remains to be seen. I'm not quite sure what that dark model is in the middle of the board.
I believe that's his neurothrope.
I
He just
believe it is
moved.
as well.
Yeah.
So that'll be another. That'll be his warp ritual completed, and like I mean, he's just going to get a godload of points this turn possibly.
He is going to get quite a bit of turns, quite a bit of turns, quite a bit of points. But he's on the verge of a tabling. It's a did he get enough? The mistakes made on that hive tyrant in the top left, I think, are really big. Because
Yes.
the hive tyrant should still be alive.
It should still be alive.
We'll have to see if that kills him or not, if that is the turning point. But Evan has done everything he could to claw himself back in.
Absolutely.
Oh, he went with a super snipe to kill the flyer.
He
It's a
did.
good idea,
Funny enough,
honestly, because if he does
Oh, no,
that,
no,
there's really not much that can threaten him.
What the hell? He just clocked the 6 and rolled the 5 to one shot that.
Yep.
Oh man! That
And
is a
now he
baller
can wait
play.
on warp ritual until next turn.
Well, it doesn't need to. He did that with the zoanthropes in the top right. So
Dropping
warp
these
ritual
dice,
can
like,
still absolutely come.
They're
Absolutely
kind of
come
like
down.
gumdrops. I feel like they're like rainbow. They're honestly, I kind of want to.
Oh, it was the zoanthropes at the top right that did the smite.
And killed the
I thought
plane,
it was
so
the
neurothrope
neurothrope.
in the middle was still free
Oh,
to do
perfect. You know what, guys? I'm sorry.
That's fine.
You know who I blame?
Dustin.
I blame Seth Oster. Guys, Seth Oster has been a big help to us. He just
Man.
threw a lip gloss at me.
And you
I
had it
want
coming.
everybody to know this has been a crime. A violence has been done to me. But I needed the lip gloss, and it's Cool Mint, so I'm going to use it anyway, despite
And
the
then try
weird
and give it
rash
back
on
to
his
him,
face.
And then try to give it back to him.
This isn't lip gloss. Oh my god. Mistakes were made. It's glue. It's glue. Why did I do that?
Yeah. Now try and
But
give
it's
it back to
SPF
him.
15, guys. SPF
Yeah,
15
You're going to be
blue.
safe from the high UV lighting in this room, in this shadow round.
He uses it on his forehead, as far as
He
I've been
does.
told. Here you go, bud. So
With
after
the
after
bolo
being
shiner.
assaulted like that, just like
Bolo
Evan is
shiner.
now assaulting Alex, this has been such a much better game than we thought it was going to be after
Honestly,
turn 1.
I'm extremely happy that the way this game has gone. I thought it was going to be completely over.
Yeah.
I
I mean, the
pretty much
players
an
did
hour
too.
ago. Yeah.
Evan was like, I just want to go to the bathroom now. And
the
then
swings
now,
and roundabouts have been enormous.
I mean, he's still down 27 points. Alex is still going to be racking up some points, but Evan still has 2 full crisis suits there. He still has long strike. He still has
one commander and Shadow Sun.
So that's so much damage he can put out.
Well, and like we
So
said, he
much
needed to table him in 2 turns, and he's actually kind of on track to get it done. I don't think it'll be enough with him turbo. I don't think you table him firstly. He's got
No,
the,
I think
the Bivors
the
and
Bivors and
Zoanthropes
everything in the
pretty
back are
safe up in the top right.
pretty safe,
But
yes.
I mean, tabling is pretty much just getting him to a state where he can no longer play the board, as far as I'm concerned, as a new control and a dominant on the table. Wiping is killing every model. So as soon as it kills this Neuro, this unit of Tyrant Guard, this unit of Ravenous, the table is belonging to the Tau, and they can really rack up essentially all their secondaries. It is quite important actually that he keeps the stuff in the top right back and keeps him off the 14 on no prisoners.
Yeah.
Because if you add what I believe is about 11 points to this, it's a lot closer than you think.
Oh, for
Back in
sure.
the squad.
Between the no prisoners, the decisive action.
Chat's gonna think that I just like I'm totally cheating. Like he saw this.
Stop cheating, Alex.
Yeah.
He's not cheating. He just decided
You'll get an
discretion
8.
was the better part of valor.
I'll
He
take
was
an
going
8.
to try and go for another charge into that Crisis Commander, but from where he is right now, he can't really be shot.
I have to pee
So
so
he's just gonna
bad
stay.
still, man. It's not
Our boy
good.
needs to pee really badly.
Okay,
I
I'm gonna get CP.
believe
Yeah.
at the end of Alex's turn, we should
can I have
just let
another
him
one?
go into the green room.
We do have a special bathroom
One
just for
time.
us.
Yeah,
That's
once per game.
About 5 feet away.
I'm going to check out how about that boy.
Thank you. I'll just keep talking.
Cool.
I'm actually not. I'm going to let you guys listen into the players. I'm going to try to get an update on the Matt Morsoli and Matt Estrada game. I will tell you, last I heard, both players were adamant that the other player was going to win.
The whole point
it's
is
a
that
much
I can
closer
fit
game than
a
it
40 mil
looked
base.
to
Oh,
some
he's
people.
yeah,
Yes,
and
the
then-
Big
top
Bird
so he
died.
is there.
I do believe
Yeah,
Scarborough
just
died
put
as well.
him- maybe just put him on
But he
second floor.
did take his pound of flesh when he
Yeah,
deep
am I allowed
struck
to use
in.
the V-break?
All of Morsoli's deep strikes
Yeah,
when they
yeah.
came in
Yeah,
here
go for
were
it.
charges. They're 8-inch charges.
sure. They don't wanna bring this
And that
No,
kind of put
you
them
need
to
to pull it off
parity
and
for a
then
little
beyond
bit
it.
here.
I'm down.
And I'm waiting to
Okay.
get some kind of final scores. They're both really seriously into this, but the one thing I'm going to say about the shadow round, guys, I've said it before. This is my 4th shadow round I've been in. These things can get real chippy because they're very tired players. A lot of them at the top of their game, and this is probably the first time I've watched all of these games happen, and not a single person has really done anything. Like it's all been very amicable. All these guys are chatting it up. They're laughing. They're smiling as best they can, given how tired they are. Lots of handshakes, lots of hugs. We still have 3 games going on right now. We have Matt Estrada versus Matt Morsoli. The other stream game, Nassim Fouchain against Jay Eggett, is going strong, and that's a game that we thought was going to be a quick tabling, but Jay has played his butt off and put Nassim on his back foot. I don't know where that game is right now. Nassim may have spun it around. It's just insane. So let's cut to the players because he's kind of chatting with Adam right there at the table. Alec is while Evan goes to take a pee, and you can hear some of the things that are going through his head.
Yeah, we don't care anymore.
Never mind. As soon as I cut to him, he just shut up. What is this, guys?
Yeah, yes,
what
we
is
did.
this? Alex McDougall, Mr. Ogopogo himself, is absolutely the worst person in Canada.
Yeah.
By far.
Yeah.
He had one job.
Which still makes him the best person in Australia if he was in Australia.
Yeah, he had one job, which was to talk when I shut up, and then he just didn't.
No, that's right. It's because he'd have to apologize if he did now.
Seth Oster, thank you so much for that lip gloss. My lips are tingling weirdly. I think it was poison.
It was almost certainly either that or it was very hard drugs.
He rubbed it on his forehead after I put it on my
I
lips,
believe
too.
it was very hard drugs.
It could.
Yeah. What else fuels Seth Oster?
Zoomed in on War Games Live, Joe.
Yeah.
Look at those War Games Live guys. They're just so happy.
He does that.
Look at Adam Solis, Tom Higstrom-Ogie. You guys just hanging out. I bet they're having a good game.
They're probably having a great game. The fact that they're still both standing there is already impressive.
Dicky keeps correcting how I pronounce Nassim. It's probably Nassim, which he's
It's
probably
Nassim
right.
Fouchain, you savage.
I've
I'm
said
the guy
Fouchain the entire
I'm
time.
the guy who pronounces everything wrong. So you're making me look good. So please
Nassim.
continue. Continue getting things wrong.
I
That's great.
don't feel like it's Nassim. He's never corrected me. But from what we hear, Chaos Space Marines have definitely put the boots to this Tau list. And this is a very different Chaos Space Marine
Yes,
list.
it
It's
is.
got some funk. I believe it's got a Charybdis Assault Claw.
It does.
And guys, if you get a chance to ever look at Jay's list, hopefully we'll get it on stream tomorrow. If he does manage to beat Nassim, it's all custom. It's all Gene Stealer cult Chaos Space Marines.
Yes, it's an uprising on a chaos world.
It's so
That's crazy. On a world in the warp.
Uh.
I love the concept. I think it's great. And yeah, beautifully executed. If he is up on Nassim, that's a huge.
Well, from what I
deal,
heard,
man.
turn 1 started with Nassim leaving an opening, and a unit of 5 possessed got into his back line and took out way more than they probably should have. They rolled hot as well.
There you go.
So most of his obsec was killed turn 1, and it put him on the back foot. He didn't expect it.
Damn. I mean, everything in in the Emperor's Children army is just jacked at the moment. Like all the 3 damage Blast Masters are really good in that matchup. The Terminators, Abaddon is really hard for him to come to grips with. Like, how does Tau actually come to grips with Abaddon? Having to 2-turn him, 3-turn him, 4-turn him at times.
And
it's
so,
really awkward.
Guys, I'm just listening in. It looks like they're looking at their primary score. Alex has told Evan that he's pretty sure that he can just keep away for the rest of the game. Evan seems to be agreeing, so they're just kind of counting out to see who would score what if they played it.
If they just stayed where they are, who comes out on top?
Yeah,
he needs to know. And of course, the Raveners in the bottom probably still try and make their charge and deny that objective, leaving. Also, yeah, of course, he has killed the two drones in the middle. So right now he's giving an 8 to Evan. So even if he gets a 12 at the end, I believe he only stays on the 26 that he is right now. So 42 to 58 still hasn't caught him. So it's pretty much where does he get on no prisoners? Where does he get on aerospace targeting? That's going to be where things come together. The decisive action probably is still doable for a 12.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's what they're trying to working on here. Like, can the drones make it for his decisive action? And his what can he get for aerospace relay?
I honestly think Alex might have to go get a cranial feasting.
Yeah.
But now that they know that, well, he just doesn't take the wounds on the characters, doesn't take the wounds on the sergeants.
And I think that's what they're doing is, like, what does Alex need to do to make sure he wins?
Well, he might need to yeet into this commander again with the Tyrant Guard.
Yeah.
Like, if he does and he kills him, it's a 6-point swing. 41. It's a big deal, and that might be the thing that cinches this game. So there are still some 1%ers available to both players, but man, dude, do you see what the Spore Mines are? Do you see those Spore Mines?
Yeah.
It's like 6 Spore Mines just waiting there. Those Crisis Suits stay there, they're dead. Or they're getting nuked. It's going to be really awkward.
He's going to lose probably 2.
Well, one's got 3 wounds left, so that one's dead, and maybe another one if he's lucky.
Hold on, man.
Oh, they're actually just shaking it out.
Yeah, insane. Yep.
Let's see what this final score was.
You shouldn't have let a knuckle brain man who throws his command star away turn 1 to do that.
If I get this kill,
oh, I think Alex thinks he can't win.
For cranial.
Yep.
This becomes
another 4 over here.
Another 4.
Yeah.
I mean, if that just eats that too,
yep.
Then it's just over. I just get a 0, and I have
Yep,
no model.
they're calling it for Evan. Alex doesn't think he can make it back.
Really?
He thinks if Evan just plays it safe, Alex can't pull it back,
and
that Evan will win.
It's a very gentleman.
Of course, that is
game.
that
I
is
don't
with
feel great
like
about
12
points
points
because
being added
I've played like
to
absolute
Evan for
dog,
no prisoners.
You know
But
what?
man,
Yeah.
this matchup
Even
looks
PG
like
on
it was just so
stream.
heavily against
played
Alex.
absolutely
I think he
terrible,
played it really
and
well. I think Alex did everything he
somehow
possibly
managed
could.
Well, this
with
was
this
also
game.
a mistake.
It's actually
I should
kind
literally
of
just throw
insane
anything here.
having
Oh, yeah.
seen
So
how
let
this
me
is
try to
played
snipe
now.
5 tyrants?
Yeah.
I mean, we said that he had an out, but he had to play his ass off, and he did it. And then there were some mistakes. The Hive Tyrant probably didn't need to die at the top left just from forgetting rules.
That's right. Yeah.
But there was a lot of takebacks in this game that was just so sportsmanlike. It was so well played. We're gonna see if we can get one of these guys for an interview. Listen, folks. I will say they're all exhausted. If we don't get one, don't be sad. We'll stay around just to get updates on the final game that's not on a stream between Matt Estrada and Matt Morsoli. But we're gonna cut for a second to a sponsored ad, and we'll be right back once we get you some more information.
FLGN coverage of the Las Vegas Open is made possible by the generous support of our sponsors. Alkylabs.com, Matalis.com, Play with Magic, Frontline Gaming, Champions of Tabletop, Best Coast Pairings, competitive events made easier, The Army Painter, more time for gaming. Live game scores are powered by the Tabletop Battles app, available now on Android and coming soon to iOS.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. We are here with the winner of this round of 7 matchup that we're lucky enough to enjoy. Alex McDougall versus Lovely.
Evan Thompson.
How you doing, mate? Congratulations on your win. Welcome to
Good
the
to
top
see
8
you,
for
man.
the second year in a row, yeah?
Yeah.
Last year you were here with the Custodians. This year you're here with the Tau. So last year I know you played the Custodians because you thought they were like the hottest thing in the game.
They were hot.
They were hot. Same reason?
I've been playing Tau all season, so I feel like I'm the most comfortable with them. I was going to pivot between them or Emperor's Children. The big reason is that if you lose the roll-off to terrain and someone puts an L in the middle, like happened in this game, if you can't melee your way into it, then you can't really crack it.
Yeah, dude, exactly right. Mind you, you did a great job spreading the board quite hellaciously on your opponent there. I honestly thought you were stuffed. But then what happened? So turn 2, tell us what happened. Because you just had to throw it all against the wall, and you did, right?
Yeah. The previous game and one before, I had kind of got burned by splitting the crisis so far. Because the idea is basically the commanders have the 12-inch auras because they're Tau Sept.
Yeah.
So you can kind of be 12 and 12, and then that gives you a good way to split. But I went really, really far, and then all of a sudden you start losing buffs, and that's not great.
Because that's exactly right. I call your list the 2 of everything. So you got the 2 bombers, 2 crisis, 2 commanders, and that's because you can just split your army and go, here's 100 points of really tough, really heavy hitting stuff, and here's another 1,000 points there, yeah?
Totally. I mean, when this squad over here is having very little rerolls and very little support, it's not great. But, you know, this game I made some huge mistakes. Turn 1 trying to do this move block was a complete mess, threw away the commander. Really just couldn't get in my head that Kraken Tyranids move so freaking fast.
So fast, yeah.
Like,
well, it's funny you say that because essentially the same thing happened on the rebound, didn't it? With your 2 planes getting his Reaper Flyer. So you bombed him turn 1, and then on the comeback you dumped down them both, and yeah, really well done. Because you know you lost a commander, but he lost his best piece.
Yeah.
And essentially, that's a commander, that's a commander, that's a commander. Like, it actually ended up being in your favor.
Totally. I mean, it's a dice game at the end of the day, right? Like, big swings. The crisis suits are always going to take, like, a little more damage than you think they will.
Dude, shield drones are bullshit.
Yeah. I mean, I only take 2 shield drones, so some people, like, Ogden are running, like, more. Some people buff them up to, like, I think Euro teams bring a lot of more of the shield drones. But my plan is usually just throw enough crude garbage in front. Keep screening your way out, try to make move blocks, which against NIDS does not work, as we saw in my turn 1 Gaffle. I feel like you probably watched that on stream and thought this man has never.
I didn't know why you were putting the commander.
Yeah, he's
there.
like, this man's never played Warhammer in his life. It
Well,
really
I
fell
thought,
apart.
well, the dogs you had here, I thought were better placed there, and then everything just further back than it was.
Yeah.
Mind you, it was a good play. Actually, I gotta say, I don't know if you guys at home noticed, and hopefully we highlighted enough, but you guys played at the highest level of sportsmanship. You guys were amazing, right? How did you feel about that?
100%. I mean, there's nothing better than playing someone with someone who's extremely gentlemanly. You're playing by intent. It's just, it's nothing like it. You know, I've played 7 games today, and I've had a couple incredible gentlemen. I shouted out Sam Procopio earlier, a guy from Toronto. Just like when you're playing with someone who's just incredibly, just like relaxed. Like, you know, let's not have a game where it gets too sweaty. You know, you're trying to flip your trap card on somebody. You don't want to play that kind of game.
And I totally agree, dude. So you've made it to the top 8. So far, the top 8. We're just going to tell you right now. Matt Morrisoli has won his game, so 2 demons have made the top 8. 2 Tau. Brad Chester has won his top 8 game as well. The Symphony Chain is the only game still in the process. It looks like he might be going down in that one. So at least 2 Tau, at least 2 demons have made the top 8. How do you feel about your prospects when you get into tomorrow?
So Tau vs. Tau is maybe a roll-off situation.
It might be. I don't think this terrain is not good enough to save us, right?
If I'm going first and he has to maybe take his bombers off because if he keeps them on, they get blown up. So then I put bombers there, pick up hammerheads, jump out, and then it's just pretty bad because then the 2 bombers that he has don't come back on until another 2 full turns. So that's a Tau matchup. And then my last game 6 was against demons, which I just have to keep throwing garbage out and try to push them back.
Saturate. Yeah, exactly.
And that's kind of the plan. So we'll see.
Well, dude,
honestly, it comes down to terrain a lot, man.
It
comes
does.
down to a lot of rolls.
Well, it's going to be on the good terrain. We're going to swap this one out for the sisters table as well. And I just want to say congratulations. There's some gifts from one of our major sponsors, the Army Painter. Congratulations for winning, mate. You paint your own stuff?
This will be the start of that.
Oh, fantastic. Someone just threw something at me. It's very inconsiderate of me. We're going to throw to Joe.
Sweet.
Go watch Joe.
Go watch some Joe.
We're going to wrap this one up. You can stick with us for some B-roll, for some sponsorship, for some other bits and pieces, wrap us up, maybe some interviews from Steve Joel, and we will be back tomorrow with 3 more freaking games featuring this man.
And I'm shouting out Carcosa Club, Brooklyn, New York.
Hell yeah.
Got it.
Congratulations again, brother.
Yeah, man,
see you tomorrow.
Let's do
and
it.
See you guys tomorrow.
See ya.
Bless, enjoy, take care. Woo.
Oh, sorry, that note was not clear.
No, it's fine.
Game's rules are relatively easy to learn, but the strategies and tactics can take a lifetime to master. The Las Vegas Warhammer 40,000, often just 40K, is a tabletop miniature war game where players control armies of miniature models. The game is played on a tabletop, with terrain and models representing the armies in the battlefield. The setting is less sci-fi and more space fantasy. The Imperium of Man is a galaxy-spanning empire, defended by chapters of genetically modified warrior monk super soldiers, literally trillions of soldiers from the Imperial Guard. Humanity is beset on all sides by aliens, including orcs, Eldar, Necrons, and Tyranids. Oh, and there's also chaos. Demons are real, and they're very upset about everything. The basic gameplay revolves around 2 players, each with their own army, taking turns to move their models, shoot at their opponent's models, and engage in hand-to-hand combat. The game's rules are relatively easy to learn, but the strategies and tactics can take a lifetime to master. The Las Vegas Open is the showcase for the very best tabletop gaming available anywhere in the world.